dagger. We are hope and fear. Score one for Tandy.
Lights out. Score one for Ty.
A boom of life.
By the eye of Agamotto!
My time to shine.
Suffer in the darkness.
Co-op time. Us against the world.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Psionic burst! Disappear!
That almost hurt! I've got you! Fantastic! Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! Oh! Ha ha!
Plasma burst! Just embrace the light!
Lights out. Rivet's defeat. Us against the world.
My turn to shine!
I outnumber you.
I still need you. Your powers are mine!
We are protected now. We are Venom!
Double the failure! Double the fun! Success! Watch out! Turret's armed!
Heavy weapons. I'm in love.
Flush the other breakouts.
Denizens of the deep. Typical air breather. Maximum pulse!
Everyone, welcome to the Marvel Rivals Invitational for North America. We're eliminating some teams today. We're going for the big cheese, the dough at the end of the Rainbow Road, and I'm here with Cozy. And we're going to try and be Cozy during these matches. It's going to get intense.
Let's go. Yeah, for sure. Hey, listen, I'm pumped to be with you again, Lemon, and we've got some fun action today. I mean, last weekend, if it's anything close to that, I think we have a lot of fun in store for us today. A lot of good matchups, a lot of great storylines, and now elimination at stake, which is going to heat up some things.
For sure. And we got to play good, but we got to look good. Guys, we always are having content for Marvel Rivals, and we got more skins. Some that released just yesterday, but I want to give you guys one last chance to grab these skins before they leave the shop. We got my Presidente Loki. Everyone salute 2025. He is looking good, and he's got the pin too and everything. Goddess of Thunderstorm. So now you can look the way you sound when you ult, Cozy. It makes so much sense.
Yes, the TVA god himself. I'm just waiting for the Crocodile Loki to hit the game. And Storm, Goddess of Thunder. This is a phenomenal skin. Love the way it looks. Want more Storm skins? She needs more. This is a great start. Excited for these, and you got to check them out.
There's just always skins releasing. It's insane how much content is coming out from Marvel Rivals. And just like you said, all the comics and all the different looks that we can have from all the different terms of generations is going to be awesome. And who knows what other heroes are going to release in the future. I'm so excited. But we'll have to focus on the competitive thing. Okay, cosmetics aside, we got to lock in. We have a schedule. It's jam-packed. We have matches, y'all. Take a look at all the regions. Heroes worldwide are clashing. And we already crowned a champion of Virtus Pro from EMEA. And this weekend, Cozy, we're going to have a North American champion.
Yeah, we wrap things up for the Invitational here in North America, and we're going to find out who is the best team right now in Marvel Rivals. We got a small taste last weekend. And listen, last week they were playing for just ego, new sign to the orgs, the fresh kind of birth of the esports scene. Now it's for it all and for the elimination stage.
Yeah, and Asia and OCE are going at it too. From down under, we got to respect all regions. And this is what everyone has to argue about. Who is the best region? Well, we're going to have to conclude this after all the invitationals are done. But we're pretty NA pilled on this side. And woo! Look at that pie. It's a huge piece of the pie, Cozy. All 8 teams getting a piece of $1.
Yes, $100,000 at stake. In addition to being the best, they get to, they get to celebrate like champions because they're going to get paid well while doing it. The champion, $40,000. Run up with $20,000. Yeah, as you said, everybody's getting a little piece of something, but everybody has their eyes on that $40,000 prize.
and we only invited the best of the best, from well-known names to the next generation of heroes. And here is who is going to clash. I would drum roll, but I don't want to mess up my audio. 100 Thieves versus Envy Picante. FlyQuest Sentinels, are you serious? Shroud X Shikigami, Rad Esports Nightmare. Keep in mind, everyone of course qualified from that Swiss stage, but how you performed is what dictates if you started on the upper bracket side or the lower bracket side. If you're on the upper bracket, you get a second life, because if you lose, you drop to the lower bracket, and if you start on the lower side, you're going straight to heck, aka you're out of the tournament if you lose once, Cozy.
Yeah, best of 5 today, and it's going to be interesting to see if that changes up how some of these matches turned out. I mean, some of these were so close in how they ended up, and so just a couple extra matches, will that be the turning tide of a battle? And we see today's matches and what we've got lined up for you guys and what we have in store. First up is going to be Shroud X SDX versus Shikigami. That'll be our first match. Heading into the second match, we have Rad Esports and Nightmare. So great matchups here on the lower bracket, and the best of all is if you lose, you're eliminated. So these first two are going to matter when it comes to the elimination stakes. And then we finish out today with the upper bracket, 100 Thieves versus Envy. And come on, Lemon, look at Fly versus the Sentinels. That is a great looking matchup today.
Yeah, not to be biased, but we kind of saved the best for last. Although even 100 Thieves and Envy, that rematch is spicy. We'll talk about those results with our guests. And what's cool about this broadcast is we're bringing in people from the community, players from different teams, coaches to kind of share their knowledge. And yeah, to kind of start off on such a sad note of having to eliminate teams like as the show starts, but you gotta be locked in and ready to go, Cozy, because now there's no more second chances, and you've had a whole week to prepare against all of the opponents. But I want to prepare to say hi to Nevix, because I guess he's ready. Cozy, let's say hi to Nevix, our Virtus Pro champion. Hello.
Hello guys, thanks for having me.
How you doing, man? Good to have you here.
It's good to be here.
Hey, awesome. Listen, Nevix, I've been watching you a while. All right, been watching what you guys do over there in the EMEA scene. And, you know, my first question to you, or actually, let me just say congratulations for you guys being crowned the champion. I know it was 4-2, y'all winning the Invitational. Obviously, got to be feeling pretty good over there. Just in general, you guys right now are considered the best. You didn't drop a map at the championship, and now you're winning the Invitational. Nevix, how do you stay the best? How do you stay up there? How do you keep your form and make sure that, you know, you continue your success?
I don't know. I think we stay consistent, keep grinding, stay focused, and take scrim seriously. And it seems to work out.
You're a pretty serious guy. I've known you for a while.
Yep.
I've watched you be a pro for so long. And, you know, the biggest argument we have in any game is who is better, EMEA, NA, Asia. Like, you've had a chance to look at the talent around Marvel Rivals. What's your argument? Is EMEA the best?
I think we are really good. I don't know if the whole Europe is on the same level as NA. I think NA is slightly better right now, overall. But I think we're up there, like, globally. But the rest of EU is a little bit behind.
Okay.
Awesome. Hey, listen, if you guys don't know, he's on Virtus Pro. They're an amazing team. And I actually got to speak to some players on the team. And Nevix had some questions. They wanted for me to hit you up with a couple questions. And that I want to ask you, first of all, out of all of your players, who do you think's the best? They want to know from you.
Okay. I don't know why they're doing me like this, but I think we're all pretty good at our roles and at our job. But I gotta give it to Saipe to support, or Didro, one of our backlines. I think our backline is really strong, so I want to give him some love.
Loving the strategist. I love it.
Yeah, you gotta shout out the strategist, or you're just never gonna get healed ever again. So I see the strat on the front line, but let's bring you through some of these rosters, Nevix. I need to poke your brain about some of these guys, because you're saying North America are stepping up. I want to show you the Rad Esports roster. Maybe you recognize some of these names from the new generation of talent coming in. Have you gotten to check them out?
I never played these guys, so I'm not really sure what they can bring, but I know Manuelis Hella is really good, and I know Abs a bit, but overall I don't know too much about this team.
Yeah,
so it's a bit of a wild card for me, I would say.
they've been pretty fun to watch so far. I mean, they're 1-2 overall, but 3-4 match wise, and we've seen some great play, and we are interested to see how they're going to be matching up here in the lower bracket. I mean, you guys are never faced against elimination often. You guys often are in that higher bracket. Does it make you play different when you're in that lower bracket to elimination?
I mean, everything counts, right? This, like, now you gotta lock in. You can't try too much. You need to be playing your best. So it's definitely important.
Well, this feels like your biggest rival. I hope that Virtus Pro 100 Thieves, I hope that's a matchup that happens, but give us your take. Who's winning Virtus Pro 100 Thieves, and who on this team are you most worried about?
So we played these guys quite a bit, and they've been around for a long time, as long as us, I would say. And we usually play pretty even, but we also scrim on ping. But they're kind of like us. I feel like they have a really strong roster. Like, no role is really behind, I would say. So, and they're pretty flexible as well. I think this is like the best team in NA right now.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah. Listen, I mean, is there one strong part about 100 Thieves that make them stand out above the other teams? Like you said, they don't have one weak point. You can't ban one thing and shut them down. What would you say is the strongest thing that you've seen in your scrims and or watching them?
I think they're just very consistent, and they're able to play everything. I don't think there's one single player you can like point out, because I think they're all really good. But yeah, overall it's really solid. Yeah.
And Afrasy, aka Terra, is a terror on the Wolverine, but they're the big number 2. I guess that's the question mark, right? Where does Sentinel sit in North America? This is the most talked about thing right now. Have you gotten a chance to scrim them? Where would you rate Sentinels?
So we have scrimmed them quite a bit, but not recently. I know they're a big fan of the triple tank, but I'm not sure if I'm sold yet, because watching them yesterday, they struggled quite a bit against Envy, like even getting reverse sweep. So today, I'm not sure how they're going to do against FlyQuest, because FlyQuest is a really good team, so I think that's going to be a really close match.
Yeah, they were the big bag dogs over here for a long time, and I have to ask, as we go into Nightmare, how much are you watching your competition? Are you watching when they always match up? Are you often scouting them? Do you do your homework often over there, or do you just kind of wait to see what happens in scrims?
I haven't really scouted the NA region, because for me that's not the competition, right? Straight away. But we scrim most of these teams, so that's kind of where I get my information. Yeah.
What do you think of Nightmare there?
This is a pretty new roster to me, but I recognize a lot of names, and I think they're looking pretty solid. I'm not sure how good they are, because we never play them, but all the players are very good.
There's some ranked demons on this team, and I'm excited how they're gonna show up today against Rad Esports. Up next, we have Envy. They have to face 100 Thieves today. Good luck to them. That's gonna be a tough one, but Nevix, you talked about that reverse sweep. Like, where has that changed your mind about where Envy sits? How much do you tunnel on like one match result like that?
So they're a really new team, so I think having a match like that against Sentinel is like a huge morale boost, and they kind of feel like they can be up there. So I have my eyes on them, and I think they can do pretty well. I'm not sure if they will take a map of 100 Thieves, but I feel like there's a possibility.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're a bit of the newer roster put together, so I feel like this whole week that they've had to kind of continue to play together and get better and better has been great for them. And we saw that yesterday against the Sentinels here. A lot of players with just big stakes, and excited to see what they do today. As we move on to Shroud X, the Young Guns, and this is Shroud's team, obviously newer here. They were intergalactic. Have you seen much of them, Nevix, and what they've done so far in the Invitational and in general?
I haven't watched all their games, but we scrimmed these guys quite a bit, and they're all really good players. They've been around for a while, so I'm expecting them to do really well in today's match, and hopefully we can see some Shroud. I doubt it, but that'll be fun.
It must be a lot of pressure to represent a banner like Shroud X, or to represent Shroud. And I mean, Nevix, you've represented so many big banners, including Virtus Pro. Does that affect your mental at all, and put pressure on you?
I mean, you always want to perform, right? whatever team you're on, whoever you represent, you always want to perform. And I mean, Shroud is a big name, so there's a little bit of extra pressure.
For sure. They definitely have been having fun. I know that. And they're proud of how they played. I know Shroud's wanted to jump in there a couple of times as we move on to FlyQuest. And FlyQuest, they were kind of the number 3 heading in, the question mark around them, but they're playing great. And when we ended up on day 3 last weekend, they had an awesome finish there. Do you know a lot of these people? They were obviously Euphoria beforehand. Have you scrimmed them a good amount?
Yes, we scrimmed these guys quite a lot. They're really good, a lot of their players, especially Energy on Hella and all like the Duelist. He kind of stands out quite a bit. But it's really solid team, I would say.
And they're one of the few teams that plays Spider-Man. Of course, we had to feature Light on that border. And no one else is really running Spider-Man. What's your take on Spider-Man in the meta?
He's a bit of a niche pick you could maybe do or pull off on certain maps. But it's nothing we've seen in scrims or in any match, like a Spider-Man taking over a pro lobby yet. So we'll have to wait and see. Maybe he can do it.
Yeah,
maybe.
We've seen a little bit of them. FlyQuest, they boast that they're very flexible as we head into Shikigami, who unfortunately at the moment they're 0-6, so they're going to be just going out there having a good time and hoping not to get eliminated today. They've got a lot to prove as the underdogs, but I know they're excited to get at it. Any advice for these teams as they're kind of backs against the walls in this elimination phase? Kind of what would you do in their mindset? They're sitting at 0-6 and facing elimination.
I mean, you have nothing to lose. You just gotta go hard, try your best, and play without stress. Just stay calm and do your best.
And I know you're an experienced player. Don't be stressed. It's such an easy thing to say at your age. And I'm sure there's just so many young people who are just freaking out. Like, whether this is their first esports, a lot of these people were just like ranked demons forming teams. Like, what's the key to having a stable mental? Nevix, you're just so calm all the time.
I mean, that's just from experience. Honestly, this is probably more stressful to me doing this interview than like playing a match.
You're doing great.
Less
You're doing
experience
great.
here. All right.
Yeah, I need you to calm down a little bit. You're a little too excited is my only advice to you over there. No, man, I love it. Hey, I have a question for you. I know in season 1, you were playing a lot of Doctor Strange, a lot of Magneto, and then you kind of shifted over to Groot and Venom nowadays. That's kind of been your main. I mean, you play a little bit of everything, let's be honest. But why that switch, more in competitive play? And right now, who's kind of your favorite tanks in Vanguards to be playing?
So I think most teams, us included, play one shield tank, Magneto or Strange, and then they like to fill with either the Thing, Venom, or Groot. I feel like that's kind of the meta right now for the tanks. I think most teams are doing that. Some teams like double shield, but it's not really our playstyle right now.
And this is just like the beginning of the game where I feel like everyone's developing their identities, their play styles, and experimenting with triple Vanguard, triple strategist. Where is the triple duelist? I want to see more of that. But going through our predictions, I don't think there was nothing too spicy. The 3-0 over Shroud X, but Nightmare versus Rad. I think all of us gave a map to Rad. Is this something towards like Nightmare? We think that they can't pull off a clean series yet? Are we underestimating what Rad have? What do you think, Nevix?
I just wasn't really sure about this one. But I do expect Nightmare to win, because I do recognize more names, so that's kind of what I went with.
I think it's cool that we've all matched each other so far. So we had a 3-0 going to Shroud, and then now we're all with the 1-3. We move on, and we are close. Libin, you did give Envy one map. Me and Nevix, we stuck with the 3-0 here, but I like that the confidence there in Envy.
Yeah, maybe like 100 Thieves are like maybe they seem like head and shoulders above everyone else, but Envy really impressed me yesterday, get Sentinels. But Nevix, you're not putting too much stock into what Envy did yesterday. You're a very clean sweep kind of guy.
Yeah, I feel like 100 Thieves are just too established and they played a bit too long together, and they also got to play Envy, so they have a good feeling coming to this game. So I doubt they will let anything get through, really. I think they will lock them down.
We keep the mirror looking the same here because we move into 2-3, 2-3. This is insane. We did not talk before this, so we've only had one difference in the pick. We'll have to see if it comes down to this. I think this is going to be an awesome matchup because both these teams have been fighting for that kind of second. And I want to know, in your eyes, is it Sentinel right now or Fly? Who would you put as probably the second best team right now in NA?
Honestly, I did put Fly 3-2 first, but then I thought about it a bit, and I'm like, Sentinel have been around for a while, and after getting reverse sweeped yesterday, I feel like they're gonna come in and they are really hungry to prove that they're no fluke and that they're gonna win.
Yeah, Sentinels are a team that worked really hard, and both you and I, Nevix, know Crimzo and a lot of the names on that Sentinels squad that have a lot of experience to be able to pull off a win and being able to bounce back from whatever the heck happened yesterday to also that whole week of preparation to really nail down FlyQuest and the picks and the bans, because that's what's special about Marvel Rivals, right, Nevix, is that pick and the ban and how much flexible you have to be as a player because of that.
Yeah, I think it's super important. Like, some teams, we feel like we can just go in and we know exactly what we need to ban and we know where they will go, and it favors us a lot. Feeling like we're in control.
Yeah, can you walk me through that a little bit? How you guys prep for a matchup? How you guys prep for, let's say, the finals or a team you haven't faced before? Are you watching a lot of, VOD footage, a lot of what they like to do and lean on, and you listen to your coach and what they have to say, or is it a mix of kind of everything together?
We actually don't have a coach right now, but we usually just look at the meta and we think, okay, we played these characters and the team we're facing played these ones, and then we just kind of draw from there. Example like Adam, like some teams really like the triple rest, triple support, and we can play it, but it's not like our go-to comp because we think there's stronger comps, so we will just target ban their style, if that's it, or we'll just match them on any of our styles.
Awesome.
And it's been great chatting with you, Nevix. Looking forward to seeing, hopefully we get some international matches going on and how you're going to stack up against 100 Thieves or who else in North America. But so great chatting with you, Nevix. We'll let you go.
All right, thank you guys.
Thanks so much for coming by, Nevix. Appreciate you, man. Hope to talk to you soon. Man of many words, Lemon. Man of many words. Yeah, he definitely, I love, but you know what? I love the nerves. Like, I love, these guys are so professional in what they do, out in the matches, and then coming on camera, it can be tough, but he is a wealth of information and has really broken down just the Vanguard role so well. And just watching him play, I've become better just from spectating his games. He's a great player.
Now teams need to stop watching the broadcast. Lock in, get into your scripts, get in your lobbies. I swear to God, stop messaging me about my predictions, okay? Like, Rad's like, I can't believe you have us losing. What do you mean? I gave you a map. Anyway, we're gonna see if they could pull off the upset, because that's the thing, right, Cozy? Who is gonna have the upset of the day? Shroud X, Shikigami, Rad, Nightmare, 100 Thieves, Envy, FlyQuest, Sentinels. Anyone can win this.
Yeah, listen, it's March Madness right now. Cinderella stories are happening, and I think there could be plenty of those, today. And who knows? Again, we're in the elimination. When your back's against the wall, you have everything going for you, and you have nothing else but, but to swing. And so we're going to see some good matchups. Now, we do have a watch party happening today where you can check out all the action from your favorite creators, from Mr. Shroud himself watching Shroud X. It's a ton of fun watching him spectate his own team. Again, I say he's like a dad watching his kids play baseball. Flats, Necros. A lot of great names on here, Lemon.
Yeah, I hope we'll get to have Flats on the broadcast to interview him. And SK, my goat. Oh my God, we have so much content. And there's parties going on all over the place, y'all. So pick your favorite creator or hang out with us for a bit, because, me and Cozy, we're going to bring the energy for your first two matches. Because our first match is going to be a big one, the Shroud X versus Shikigami, where Shikigami haven't gotten a game win yet. But the key word here is yet. It's winnable, right? Right?
Yeah, I can tell from the 3-0 that we all put on there. Yes, I think anything's winnable for sure. They definitely, they could win. I think, though, Shroud X, if I'm looking at the lower bracket, they are probably my favorite team down there. All of their matchups were so close to winning, and there was just one kind of thing, that happened the wrong way. And so I think, Shikigami, they've got their hands full. They got a tough team today. Impunity, I know he's right now in like the top 10 on the leaderboard in just general ladder. They've got some of the greatest players over there for Shroud X, but they can win. Not saying they can't. They could definitely be the underdog that pulls off the upset.
Well, Shikigami have talent. They also had donated most of their roster to FlyQuest and other orgs, and keeping your roster to yourself is difficult. You have good players. You better keep them close to your chest. And then Shikigami came up with this roster, but they have such a solid backroom. We got Coach Fox, who's got his work cut out for him to prepare Shikigami for their first game win, question mark, against Shroud X. I think that's not too bad of an opponent to kick things off. And then you have Coach Ryan Guy and Analyst Duncan, who's going to help with the picks and the bans, and maybe they got something special cooked up. But yeah, against Shroud X, it's tough. They went 1-2. They had that win over Envy. They played close to Sentinels, and they got the heavy flag of Shroud behind them. Shroud X, who's also watch partying, who's going to be criticizing every play they do. That's so much pressure, Cozy.
You know what? And I love it because they have so much fun. They get in Discord calls. He'll jump in there after and like they'll celebrate together. I know he's been proud of the way that his team has performed. Again, even though they're 1-2, they're 3-4 looking at their matches. And it kind of all comes down. What I want you guys to watch today with Shroud X is the duelist play. They all are great. Windows incredible, Impunity. But, you know, we have this Doomed and Vision kind of duo that they can be a little bit of anything, and they've been fun to watch as hella Namor. A lot of, hey, the Agins coming from Doom when he's locked in. The man's unstoppable, and I'm hoping to see some more of that today. And with Shikigami, you know, I know they've got a lot of great players there as well. And like Daze just likes Winter Soldier. That is his guy. That is who he's been playing. And so I'll be interested to see, you know, if they end up playing that as well all today.
Yeah. And I talked to Vision, you know, I had to get some thoughts, some prayers to see, okay, is this just another day at the office? And bro is just hitting me with non-stop, like, LeBron memes and these basketball things and quotes like, quote, job's not finished. I don't think so. And I'm going to continue to not sleep until the job is done. So very much taking every match seriously, no matter who's on the other side of the field. And they don't seem too nervous, though. I think Shroud X are going into this very confidently.
Yeah, listen, they just love the game. I mean, they just played the other day. They did their Invitational, and then they all played till like 4 a.m. And then they woke up and they did the next set of the Invitational. They're having a good time just having fun, cutting loose, playing with Shroud a little bit, getting him up. And it's definitely been fun to see Shroud X's kind of image come together here, as we've seen in the first few days of the Invitational. Looking more at their strategists and talking about the real stars, right? Nuck has done a great job. Nuxer got to interview him, but his Loki play, I mean, he was hitting 60,000 healing. I mean, he was going crazy as MVP, and Fidel really solid, able to flex around, but love what I've been seeing from them with their Cloak and Dagger, Invisible Woman. There's not like a weak spot on the team, and I think that's what makes them so great.
That you're absolutely right, and that's why everyone is banning Loki. Nuck is a menace. Also, just Loki is a top hero to kind of ban right now. So a bit of column A, a bit of column B, and it's hard to affect them. Like you said, they run any combination of Vanguards now, focusing on that between Mag Groot, Mag Thing, Strange Mag, like Shroud X. You can't really ban against them. But what Shroud X do like to protect is things around Doomed, whether it's the Wolverine or the Bucky. They want to be able to go with a solid game plan around him and allow Vision to flex around the Hela, the Namor, and even sometimes the Bucky. And we only saw 3 matches, Cozy, so it's kind of a small sample size to what to expect.
Exactly. And, I think in general, we saw a lot of Loki saves, a lot of Loki bans, because teams form kind of around him as a hero. Luna Snow, in fact, was the most banned hero going into this weekend from last time. About 10% of the bans belong to Luna. People don't want to mess with the dance floor. They don't want Fate of Both Worlds going on for almost a minute long. And second to that, would you have guessed Invisible Woman and everything she brings to the table, the jack of all trades?
Yeah, it's like a Cloak and Dagger is like my second most played strategist, and I thought, she's still like the backup plan, but also a lot of Invisible Woman has been either the primary plan or the backup plan. And especially against these Wolverines, if you got a Wolverine plan up your sleeve, you better get rid of the woman that's invisible, because man, is she so annoying to deal with, to push you away, to pull you into. It's such a good neutral fight win condition. Looks like we have all our players in the lobby though, so I really want to dive into this ban and protect system. Cozy, Shikigami only protect one thing, and that's Groot. So is that going to be the game plan again?
Yeah, that's what I expect. I mean, we got a Loki band coming out right away. That's to shut down Nuck. And what he did, look at Nuck was already locked in, ready to play. And now he's going to have to obviously change that pick. And it looks like ShroudX going with the Hela band. So we're not going to see Vision and or Doom on the Hela. They want to shut down what they're going to try to do over there for Shikigami. And I think overall, pretty unexpected bands going in. But I know a Maiden plays a lot of Hela.
Oh, the Groot protect this time from Shroud. So now Shikigami don't have to worry about that this time. They may want to protect like another Vanguard. It's like a primary focus. The bright spots for Shikigami has definitely been their front line. And now they just want to play around that. The Wolverine to go up against Doomed on that is quite the challenge.
Yeah, Groot has been one of the most banned heroes in this Invitational, and you always have to kind of match it with the Wolverine, just the best band to shut it down. If that's their game plan, you have to have a way to address it, and Wolverine, one of the best at it, building up that passive with the walls alone. Groot is just a menace right now, and as we've heard from Vinny, one of the best Groots, I'm sure Nevix would say the same. If Groot's available, you got to play him, so we might see him from both teams, as Namor is the last ban for Shikigami, and Star-Lord shutting down the res comp, the last ban for Shroud X Lemon.
Yeah, no Starlight, which is something ShroudX don't do a ton of. It's either the Wolverine, the Hela, or the Bucky. And actually, I just noticed that Dongman is playing too, and that was that substitute that we didn't see really too much of from ShroudX, and that's that specialist as the Venom with some dive with the Spider-Man. Wait, are ShroudX cooking? I need to see them roll out of the doors before I take this too seriously. But this would be quite the experiment, and I guess quite the team to try this against.
Yeah, Dongman is going to be looking like he's there instead of Impunity this time around. Impunity did play a lot of Groot, Strange, Magneto, so love the Venom pick coming right out. And I think they used that Star-Lord band to really shut down, again, a Maiden who I think played Star-Lord just about every single map that they could. They do like the res comp. They like to play that when they can. Looking at what we've got here with both of the lineups, they're pretty similar. Obviously, the Rockets just to build up some of the ammo, but Jeff, if you're seeing him, not gonna get played, just have a nice boost there to get the team out fast.
Vibes though. Oh, and the pajama skin too. That's a serious Jeff player right there.
Yeah,
I know the vibes are good. I'm also scared if they have bought a Jeff skin, they probably will play it, and you are automatically avoided. No hate, no hate. I'm just locked in. And so are Shikigami. Remember, this is an elimination match, everyone. Best of 5, first map random, and the following map's chosen by the loser. We have a domination going down, and it's ShroudX holding the high ground. And I love this, Cozy, because they get to dictate when they want to take the fight. You can wait for the point to unlock and then drop down so you can actually get something for all of your efforts, while Shikigami set up around their crew walls and a kidnap. Yoink! And even the Magneto bubble to help Daze in this moment. First blood for Shikigami as the rest break down. The Vanguard's removed from ShroudX, and a first fight win for Shikigami.
Okay, Shikigami, I see you out there. Days with a huge kidnap against Window, just shutting them down fast. That was an absolute huge and electric way to start to say, hey, we may be 0-6, but we are here to play. And if you look also, I mean, the ultimates, they're both coming online here. We have almost the Kraken impacts coming for both teams. It's going to hit it by the next fight, and we're going to have our invisible boundary as well. This is a huge start to the matchup, already getting some percentage, 25% heading into the next battle, and they're about to jump in and get this thing started.
ShroudX looking for some initial damage for this Kraken impact to really hurt where the sun don't shine. And you always have the Meteor M to suck up some of this damage. And it kicks off with Shikigami, so proactive on the play, but with a Maiden here in the invisible boundary placed by Ricky, there's a good base to play behind. And this is going to force ShroudX to really hesitate on that approach, because you're going to have your sight line cut off. So great first pull from Shikigami, pushing this Wolverine away. They got to keep an eye on Doomed. Here's the Meteor M and the Luna ult, and the Meteor hits the backline. Goodbye, Ricky. Some heals left from Dinks, your solo strategist for the day for Shikigami. And remember, they have the point captured. This is already accumulated to 70%. Kraken impact time, though, from Vision, your MVP of that roster, paired with Doomed. That is a deadly duo.
Wow, with Window going down early as Groot, I thought things were going to shift again towards Shikigami, but great focus here from Shroud X, really changing the tide here and having to use some of the ultimates, but we still have a Window ultimate, which we did not see Groot play, or Window playing Groot all that much last time, and so it's going to be interesting to see how he kind of comes into the fold. He has been picked out a couple of times, but a nice point grab there, and they also have Fidel with the Fate of Both Worlds, the Luna ultimate still on lock, trying to hold down, trying to get this early pick Vision, trying to get the claw, take it behind the Groot wall, and get a tank. It's a core strategy in top play, and it's been working out well for all the teams.
Waiting for the Strangling Prison 2 from Window. No strategist ult to counter this. It's just going to be about this Magneto, if you can block the damage or the ult entirely. And it's the Strangling Prison catching all of Shikigami in their grasp. Protective walls come up from crazy. But what's really crazy is Daze tossing up both Vanguards from Shroud X. And here is the Fate of Both Worlds. 2 or 3 more strategist ults out the window. And this is Shroud X buying time. They have the point and they have ults backing them up. Meteor M and the Kraken Impact at the ready, used in tandem. And this is about to wipe out Shikigami and toss the lead back in favor to Shroud X.
Yeah, you listen, I know there's a couple ultimates they're going to want back there. We had both strategist ultimates pop at the same time in both Luna and the Invisible Woman. Never want to try to do that when you can. And on top of that, I know Daze wants that Wolverine back into the Luna that Videl. All he had is that one ultimate, and they were able to have that just completely keep the team alive. Vision, great patience there on the Kraken Impact. Waited for both those ults. He knew they were both out at the same time. They could not do anything to protect it. As a portal's coming in from the high ground, Shikigami has one more fight to give. They do have a Kraken Impact, but Window does have his Groot ult to stop things. Let's see what happens.
Oh, Doomed is so well peeled for, and the Groot walls are so well placed from Window. But man, this team is suffering. Their health is getting quite low, and Dongman is the only sacrifice. Shikigami have good trades. The Strangling Prison gets all of Shroud X, and the Invisible Woman barrier is only so much. Again, a great Maelstrom from the Strange, but look at Vision. All these low HP targets. 1, 2, and 2 to lose. Shroud X with a huge comeback to take point 1.
Vision picking up right where he left off at the end of day 3. I mean, just playing fantastic duelist play from start to finish. That Winter Soldier, we saw it on Doomed early. Now Vision taking over the role a bit. And Vision, huge Kraken Impact. Great sweep there at the end, even with the double elimination from the Strange there. That was insane. And that really came down to the ultimate usage in the battle, the ultimate fireworks, as I like to say. Both those strategist ultimates used up at the same time. Always tough, because then it gives the team, in this case, Shroud X, the opening to just sweep from there.
Ooh, and we got a Wolverine versus Bucky matchup. Wolverine really hates the guy. You killed my wife and my team. You eliminated all of them. What the hell? Point 1 for Shroud X after losing the first fight. Great resilience there, but can they go all the way?
Yeah, absolutely. And if we're looking at what's changing up, you know, listen, the Magneto into Groot is going to be about the same that we've seen here, but the ultimate definitely favoring towards Shikigami in this first matchup. They can absolutely, if they don't have this fight last too long, they can snowball this, get that first cap point, and in domination, the first person to cap is typically the person to win. It is very hard because of how things snowball from there with ultimate usage and or just positioning. It's going to be tough if you don't win it this first one. So this first point matters, and can Shikigami capitalize on their ultimates here?
Yeah, you think the first fight matters, but Shikigami, they were not able to close it out in the end. What a pull from Vision. Wolverine, Vision escapes, got the peel of the strategist, as Shikigami have a ton of ults banked up. And that's the big decision, right? You give up round 1 for a chance to kick off round 2. Invisible boundary first from Shroud X. And Shikigami, this was to try and counter that damn Wolverine of Daze, who did manage to live on through. Still looking for kidnaps, got some low HP. The Vanguard's in trouble from Shroud X. And this Fate of Both Worlds, the Luna ult from Fidel is a little late, but maybe you could salvage the fight. Going to the damage boost is the purple aura, keep in mind, but it's just been all heals. With Shikigami all up in your face like that, I do not blame Fidel whatsoever, but it will be Shikigami with more than enough real estate to cap.
Yeah, not even using that much. I mean, a Maiden, fantastic. They say, if you take my Hela, take my Star-Lord, that's okay. I'll play some Winter Soldier. And Daze was typically the one playing the Soldier. Now he's on that Wolverine flex to counter, obviously, Window and the group that we did. Again, not see too much from Window. A lot of Magneto play from Window and Strange last time. Wondering if he's a bit uncomfortable on Groot or if he's just kind of coming into things as it's been a little bit there. But you got to give Shikigami credit on how good they played that last bit. Now, we do have a lot of ultimates to set up here, and we can go with the Groot ult right into the Meteor M if they want to try to get things going, usually saving that Meteor M for the Invisible Woman. Nuck about to get that Strategist ult. He's going early with the Meteor M. Can he land it? They're all together, and it's exactly what I thought. The Groot into the Meteor Limit. My God.
Again and again, but it doesn't even matter. What a deadly combo from Shikigami, especially the poke to force out all the walls from the Groot. Shikigami, though, halfway to forcing round 3.
My gosh, that was awesome. I did not know if they were going to try to put those together or try to counter the strategist, but that was well-timed and well-played from our Vanguard players. Again, it's so hard to get this point back as they're locked and loaded. We do have some good ultimates on the other side. We're going to have one strategist, at least the invisible barrier, to help out Nuck and Vision into the Kraken Impact. That's what they're going to try to get rolling here as the Groot is doing a great job. There's the invisible barrier, and Vision's trying to capitalize. Groot walls are in the way, though, unable to get anything as Daze is going in for the Wolverine ultimate, not securing a kill, but Vision getting down Scatter, making this so far a 6v5.
And this was Daze who had that initiation, but they're the ones suffering. And there was a Team CC doomed the Wolverine ult that completely caught Shikigami off guard, got them to low HP. Shroud X just needs to focus down, and that is exactly what Dongsman does. And that means
wow.
do a 0 to 100 comeback, Cozy.
I am shocked. I am shocked that they were able to get that point that successfully. Daze, unfortunately, not able to capitalize on that Wolverine ult. Now, Dogman trying to get a little bit of poke going, trying to get something happening, get them uncomfortable there as the Groot trying to make things uncomfortable for Shroud X as Shikigami doing their best to try to get some separation. We see Daze is going against Wolverine. Doom versus Daze up top. Wolverine versus Wolverine. You're thinking it's Clone Rumble as Vision trying to get that early pick as well. Can he get a claw to try to get that Groot uncomfortable? No, but does take down the Wolverine.
Oh, no, the Groot bump! Come on and slam! And welcome to the Shroud X jam! Vision, Penta, Shroud X with a lot more to go, but that hurt.
My gosh. All right, 47% to 97%. If we're looking at what we have available, at least Shroud X, they do have Fidel and Nuck with the Strategist ultimates. They can stagger these and really make this fight tough on Shikigami. Shikigami, though, we just saw it. The Groot into Meteor M, and he did a good job at it. Now, if we look at the Kraken Impact here from a Maiden, they're going to try to look if they can sneak that out before and get the pick on one of the strategists so both ultimates don't come out. A Maiden going in now. There goes the first ultimate for Fidel. And can they get him? No, too late on it, but no. The damage coming down with the meatball. And there we go. A first pick happening. Dinks going down from Dogman, though, and the invisible barrier to hit as well.
Okay, numbers in favor of Shikigami with that invisible boundary, and the isolation on that Groot is huge, and the execution on Window. Shroud X have to contest. It's overtime for Shikigami. Here is the teleport. Vision is there, levitates. Groot up next. Luna ult drop from Fidel as they group up for one final fight, and to invest this instead of worrying about round 3. Shroud X believe that they can take it here and now, but Daze on this Wolverine is a problem. The group up, Shikigami, they all put their eggs in the Wolverine basket, and it's Doom versus Daze. Who can carry through? This wood is really sturdy, guys. Overtime dwindles. Shikigami, though, will be losing the point. It's Dogman actually versus a Wolverine, and I think there's one haymaker left in the tank. But where the hell is this guy going? Get back here!
Wait, he stepped off. Okay, he just So that was a little cat and mouse game that we saw, and he actually tricked him to get off of the point there. Daze just completely kept everybody going up, kept that map alive, and that was insane. As the Wolverine not only got all the eliminations, but played the cat and mouse game, and the thing went for it. I cannot believe that finished.
Wow. Round 3. Shikigami pushing Shroud X to the edge. That was just the last 1v1 to win, and we all settle this on the final round. And this is a best of 5, so we got a lot of games left to go. And we're working on the volume, y'all. We're just really excited to be here, and we'll get the game audio situated. But this is quite the match, Cozy.
Yeah, you know, I've heard these voice lines enough in the Ultimates. At this point, I could just do them for you guys. I mean, I know you can hear the again from myself. It hits a little harder when it comes to Winter Soldier. But yeah, we're fixing that now as we're headed into the, essentially, to take it. And, I mean, I can't believe the way that just finished out, as if we're looking at the Ultimates to catch up from the Chaos. We do have Crazy Man with the Groot Ultimate able to set that up, but nothing else even close. But Doom should be able to make something happen here from the Wolverine. Days, we typically seen him on Winter Soldier. Absolute beautiful ultimate, and honestly just carry on that last match. They're opening up with the Groot ult immediately on both strategists. Nug Fidel trying to stay alive. Good peel over there from Dogman, keeping them alive.
Yeah, good Nuck barrier too. Just playing through the choke, though, is so tough to do. You want to be on this point, especially against the Groot walls. And Vision, an insane finish after the pull. And after Crazy goes in a little too deep. But wait, the passive is forced out of this Wolverine. And Days can thank this Invisible Woman barrier from Ricky to keep him safe, to have this a stalemate. Here's the response, though, from Nuck, his own Invisible Woman barrier. And you got the Meteor M. Shikigami putting their Meteor M into the other Invisible Woman boundary is quite the move. It did not work out, and Doomed is farming on the Wolverine.
Yeah, huge Wolverine play. The Wolverine play on both teams is the difference right now. They try to shut down the Invisible Woman to get that pick to shut down the Ultimate, unable to. And as we see now, Doom trying to get that elimination on the group, but goes down instead. Dogman the window to peel and help out that Wolverine. So yes, the group got the Wolverine, but Shroud X did a great job rotating and now securing and taking that point back over.
Can they defend it? This is one of the best points to play Groot on. As soon as anyone walks out, you can be isolated. Of course, these walls can be broken down. It takes a lot of effort, though. All depends if you want to go for an isolation wall or one that's going to survive throughout the fight. That is the decision that Window has to make. And be careful, that Wolverine ult from Doomed. He's searching. He's lurking in the top right. And the Kraken impact, as soon as anyone gets low from Shikigami, all can be invested here as Shroud X wait for the kidnap. The Wolverine does not land that there from Doomed. And Shikigami from the high ground, they are going to drop as a team. Remember, Days has the same objective, setting up his team. Kraken impact first from Vision, not landing too much damage, and no resets available. The Strangling Prison from Crazy. And that means Fidel has to use the Luna ult to keep everyone healed up. No deaths from the side of Shroud X up until now, up until Ricky and Vision exchange blows. But the point is still in favor of Shroud X.
There you go, Fidel. Keeping the team up into the fight. Fantastic play there. Days jumping off to conserve the passive and to try to rotate correctly. Huge counter ultimate there, keeping everybody alive. And that's, you know, the unfortunate thing about the Groot ult. Can shut it down. But they did have to use the Luna ult, so they are able to now do a little bit more pressure as Nuck has his ultimate. But if they can pick that off with the Magneto that's building up for Scatter there, that's going to help them win this team fight. 79% building up. 24% Shikigami has not had it since the beginning of this map. This is to take the first match here. Can they come through, Lemon? Here we go.
The invisible boundary can kind of slow down the pace of things, so Ricky and Nuck have to choose this carefully. Wolverine versus Wolverine. The claws are out, and he made the cat mad. Invisible boundary from Nuck first. A big ultimate from Doomed. Did get some good CC, a good toss of forces out the strategist ultimate from Dinks to keep everyone from Shiki healed up during the moment. But this only buys you so much time, and maybe not within that Luna ult aura. Doomed to find some isolated targets, and this is still anyone's game. I think only a one-man advantage from Shroud X's side, and we're in overtime. But wait, Ricky's trying to save the day. The invisible boundary out to buy some time, but Shroud X have no fear. They step up, and they're Kraken impacting into your strategist. Goodbye, Shikigami.
The timing of Vision's patience is what is paying off there. Waiting to use the ultimate for the right time, the right window. And can we talk about the kidnap off the map? If you are a player, I know it's happened to you guys, where the Wolverine Wolverine takes you right out of the battle, and that was massive. We didn't get to see how I think the group fell off too. Could have been an Invisible Woman push, but beautiful play and really just getting their team back together after what was a pretty comical ending to the second match, as they like to call it. I'm going to deem it a Shroud 9 as we look at the stats here, Libby.
Shroud 9. Wow, what an effort from Vision. Just usually Namor is his bread and butter on domination, but the Kraken impacts plus the window strangling prison, this was really back and forth. This was not a blowout whatsoever. Shikigami investing a lot of their ultimates too in the following rounds, and I think the strategists from Fidel, Nook, Dinks, and Ricky stepping up to try and stabilize things in the most chaotic mode that we have is really incredible.
Yeah, can we talk about the 22 final hits from Vision? Vision just going off. Vision, I am becoming a big fan. I called you Namor King of the Seas. Now you're taking over and playing Witch. It seems like you can play just about everything. Want to give big credit, though, to Daze swapping into Wolverine, trying his best there, and able to actually get that map and make it close. But, guys, that was about as fun as you get of an opener for what is, again, bound to be a chaotic weekend in all. But definitely like the play there, and it gives Shikigami kind of that confidence that they can, pull together and maybe, just maybe, sneak this one by Shroud X. But that was a great match.
Yeah, I'm down to avoid the hella and keep this Bucky Wolverine. Like, Daze was so fun to watch up against Doomed, and to like protect that Wolverine against Shroud X. That's one of their best heroes. That's one of their key plays, and I'm excited to get into the following maps. But if you've just got here, we got some highlights ready for you. We'll see you after.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the arrival till the end. Rise and open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Plasma burst! Just embrace the light.
Lights out. Vivid feet. Us against the world.
It's my turn to shine.
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
Double the failure! Double the fun! Success!
Watch out! Turret's armed! Heavy weapons. I'm in love. Flush the other flank out! Denizens of the deep! Typical air breather. Maximum pulse!
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Marvel Rivals NA Invitational. We still have Shroud X versus Shikigami, and oh man, you missed out on a banger. Hope you enjoyed our highlights. Shroud X did just take Hell's Heaven and went all the way to round 3.
Yeah, Shroud X was looking good and confident out there. I mean, they had the second one kind of slip under them as we were watching this like cat and mouse game with Daze and Dogman. And I don't know if Dogman knew that the point was capped. And it's crazy awareness from Daze because he literally got him off of that point to get the secure there. And but outside of that, strong play from both. I think Maiden's playing fantastic. Daze, want to highlight the Wolverine play has been awesome. I'm going to be curious if we see maybe a Wolverine ban happen this time because of how much was kind of folding from there. But again, Hello was not available last time. Could see some changes. And pretty surprised that Window going to Groot had good Groot play, but definitely saw way more of the things, everything but Groot, in fact, in the Vanguard department the last time we watched Shroud X.
It's been so much, I feel like individually, everyone had their standout moments, and it's just been about those crucial combos, the coordination, like the strangling prison plus the Kraken impact, the timings of the invisible boundaries, and everything from there on out. But Vision was our MVP, the Bucky to beat, and we'll see if that'll affect them. But even when we kind of talked about the bans and whatnot going forward, we're almost ready for that picks and bans. That Shroud X had backup plans on backup plans, and that just speaks to their preparation.
Yeah, hey, listen, it's going to be tough to beat, like, what do you have, 22 something final hits? Listen, it is best of 5, first to 3, and so Shikigami now gets to pick the map, something that they're comfortable with, something that they think that they can win on, and they don't want to get rid of the Bucky, even though Winter Soldier went off for Vision. They play too much, whether it's Maiden days, whatever it might be. So we're going to see more of that. But they could swap up maybe some stuff with the strategist. I think overall, Shroud-X want to give them the nod and tip of the cap. Nuck and Fidel just clutch ultimates, kept the team alive, and really that was the big difference maker in my book.
And Shin Shibuya coming up, chosen by Shikigami. And remember, you had a whole week to get in the kitchen and cook up something special for your opponent. And it's one match a day, so you could just focus on one thing at a time. But Shikigami haven't really changed too much of their game plan, you know, from the 3 matches, you know, small sample size we got to see. Protect the Groot, ban the Hela, go forward from there. But now after match 1, we'll see what considerations we'll have. It's Loki ban quickly from Shikigami.
Yeah, there's that Loki ban again, and if history repeats itself, there's the Hela. So will there be a group protect once again? Again, that's what Window went to last time. Or are they going to go with a different strategy? If I'm Shroud-X, I'm not changing much of anything. I think that match went how they wanted to. So we're going to see if the group gets locked in. And then, of course, we're probably just going to see that Wolverine yet again. And there it is. There's the Groot lemon.
That's what they need. And I think with these strangling prisons, there's a lot on the Invisible Woman's to have the Guardian shields up. Do you want to invest a strategist ultimate, which only depends if you're expecting more, and a lot rests on someone like Fidel, who's been very good with the fate of both worlds, that Luna ultimate, while also trying to dodge the giant meteors being thrown at you like it's a deadly game of dodgeball with the Magnetos. So now that this is all concluded, we got no Namor but a Star-Lord protect from Shikigami.
Yeah, and that's going to force Shroud-X to obviously ban the Adam Warlock. Shikigami has tried to do this res comp over the last couple of matches that we've seen them. Obviously, they don't want to deal with any of those revives and having to deal with the strategist multiple times. Adam Warlock, I'm sure you guys know his passive, though, kind of gives Star-Lord and Mantis a second life. So saving the Star-Lord is going to be kind of a nod to that. Now, a Maiden played almost strictly Star-Lord the last time we saw, and that was banned last match. So we can see them, without the res comp, still wanting to make sure Maiden is going to have that Star-Lord, and that's what it looks like we have.
I'm excited for this.
And it looks like Doomed is going to stay on that Wolverine pick. Vision here on the Bucky. Window staying on Groot, and then Dogman on that Magneto. So not a lot of change there, but we do have a Venom pick, and is that a Scarlet Witch? Hold on here. We might have a Scarlet Witch sighting with Spider-Man. Listen, this is Shikigami having some fun now, and no Namor to deal with the dive.
2, 1.
That's the big thing, right? When we've had pretty much all the lock-ins for Luna, with the Namor, it's no fun central. But Shroud-X on the defense first. And since you just had that Scarlet Witch appearance, you have a small moment to use the Magneto sword with, but Shikigami, it's all about the dive. Getting through this choke, though, is difficult. You immediately lose line of sight. So speaking of that, we're about to say goodbye to this Magneto. Holy cow, chopped up like sushi. But still, the support from Ricky is insane. And even Dinks as well at a distance. And the resurrect from Rocket Raccoon has been huge for Shikigami.
Huge jetpack used from Doom, able to get that Rocket Raccoon boost, slam it down from the top. But yeah, did get away there. We have the res coming from Rocket Raccoon. That is the one great thing to have it, but they're going to be short and defensible. Venom is trying to cause a little bit of disruption here as the kidnap happens again, but unfortunately kind of gets stuck there on top of that and pays the price ultimately. Doom going down, followed by Vision. Both duelists out of the fight, and my goodness, Scatter and Daze have not are here to play as the infinite ammo drops, trying to push them out finally, and we're going to head into now what is going to be the push of the payload. A crazy first bit of the match there, Lemon.
It really just felt like a tug of war, a back and forth, and having that resurrect from the Rocket Raccoon meant you could just keep the party rolling all night long. But can Shikigami keep up that momentum? You could always start with the Venomal just to get everybody a little bit low, but I guess the Galactic Legend works too, and what a phrase from Ricky, capitalized on by the rest of the squad, and it all falls like dominoes for Shroud-X.
Yeah, that was why Maiden wanted to play that Star-Lord. I mean, just seeing a massive impact there right away, the follow-up from Venom. And they both have some good ultimates to go into the fight here. Looking at strategists, though, again, Ricky has no more defensive ultimates. So Shroud X can just capitalize on that because they're going to have nothing to stop the Kraken impact. They're just waiting for all of them to get together. And I think Shikigami, they might know that here as they're pushing up the point.
Good pressure so far from Shikigami, and you still have the Vanguard ultimates. And with the bubble from Magneto, a Maiden can be aggressive like that. And this has been the player I've wanted to watch, how a Maiden can have an impact. And now on the off angle, trying to get the chase down, and Shroud X taking damage, trying to protect themselves. The Meteor M looking for the finish, and Shikigami slams down. He got Ricky at a distance, finishing off the eliminations. There's finally a response from Shroud X, but missing vision is gonna hurt, and the convoy is almost at the end of point B, and Shroud X need to get this space back. It's up to this galactic legend from Doomed above, and Ricky gets bubbled. The lifesaver of this Magneto from Shikigami has done everything he can, but Shikigami need to get back on this high horse and get this payload actually secured. The Kraken impact, it's bubbled, and it got towards the back line, but not the finish to get the resets going. The invisible boundary, though, was forced out of Nook, and Shikigami can wait this out.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably not exactly the rotation you want to have if you're Shroud X, missing that Magneto ultimate from Dogman there, but nice little safe house they went into as Windows going with the massive Spore Throw. Vision going in with the Kraken impact, knowing that they have no way to defend themselves from it. Again, Ricky a little bit far from that Luna ult. Daze, though, trying to make a difference. Daze does trade with the Vision, which is a nice way to slow them down and continue this push, but Daze is going to have to reset here, trying to get a little something going. As Doomed, we did see that swap over to Star-Lord was Wolverine. Has to match the output of the other team here, and they're going to reset. Shikigami trying to get something going. They still have 2.5 minutes to get this push.
I like that Shikigami hold this high ground too. It's a power position that would allow them to flank behind and at least provide an alternate angle. Shikigami don't have to fight for too much space right back. Shroud X will be able to contest as the cart gets towards the finish line of point B. So they have a bit of space that they can give up, but Donoran's getting really low, and we need to see a fire back. He has a Meteor M to save himself. He will throw that up, and Window will hold the low ground. Forces out the Luna ult, though. A lot of healing is about to come out from Shikigami. They can conserve this, and the damage boost on top. The Kraken impact too. It's a recipe for disaster, and it's written all over Shroud X's faces. A huge win for Shikigami. Although Doom's double kill does make it tricky, but they don't really have much to contest the payload with, so it will be a cap nonetheless for Shikigami.
Yeah, unfortunately, a little bit too late there. Window, though, with a nice wall to block off to start that thing up, and Doom trying his best to stop them. They do have a short, they did have a short spawn to get into here, though, but great play from Shikigami. Good use of their ultimates. They have both strategists now without their ultimates, though, so this is going to make it a bit easier for this first defensive hold. But Daze having the game of his life. He's back on Winter Soldier. He played Wolverine last time, and here we go. We're going to see if Scatter can get an early pick. Window going down. That's going to open up the floor massively. No more Groot walls, and Scatter just using the environment to the best of their ability. Shikigami now playing aggressive, angry. They want this first point. They want to gap it, and they're giving them no space with the Groot gone.
Because of all that contest, though, from Shroud X, Shikigami had to use a lot of ults for point B, and to go to this end of the map, it's going to be the most difficult task ahead of them to take their first game in the whole Invitational. That is the goal for Shikigami. This was their map pick, and this is their biggest strength, but now it's the poke battle, as Daze has the Kraken impact. This poke is allowing them, Shikigami, to build up towards those strategist ultimates as well, but it's a strangling prison plus the Kraken impact. And Doomed is getting in position behind Shikigami too. There's too many threats to handle, but the trigger's pulled first from Daze. Shikigami on the attack, and the Meteor M, the double kill through the Luna ultimate. It's too much for Shroud X to handle. They try to buy themselves some space with the Nook invisible boundary, but Window was out of sync, and so was this Magneto ult. There's nothing to really follow up from Shroud X. They have their backs against the wall. What a freeze from Fidel, and it rains, it pours, and there's no umbrellas for Shroud X. This card has not stopped. There's 90 seconds in the time bank, and Shroud X are throwing everything they have, but there's nothing left.
Face cold. They want their meteor back. Scatter putting that on his back there. I mean, he has played now pretty phenomenally, both back-to-back ultimates from Meteor M, getting that value, and it has been tremendous being able to shut them down, slow them down, and that is a huge cap for Shikigami. They got to be feeling on top of the world, and got to give it up to Scatter and his play as Magneto. Did a great job. I think Shroud X tends to show that they have a tough time against dive and adjusting to it. And right now, Doomed obviously now on that Bucky, trying to slow down a little bit of the dive. But altogether, very solid performance and showing there from Shikigami, their hometown map pick.
Just Shroud X feeling the pressure at the end. Those Vanguard ultimates have been huge for amounting any kind of retake at the end. The Strangling Prison and the Meteor M, so important. And they thought that there was a chance once Nook used the invisible boundary to get healed up, to go forward, but they didn't realize their duelists were gone, so Shroud X, it was all for naught. And it's Shikigami being proactive in these fights, and you have to approach every series like it's winnable. You have to approach every opponent like it's just another ranked game. And Shikigami are playing with way more confidence, and this is the opponent to really try and humble. A full cap with 90 seconds is huge for Shikigami, but can Shroud X do even better? That's what we wait to see.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's interesting how they've changed up a lot of their strategy, Shroud X. We're seeing some different plays here from them. Altogether vision there on the Star-Lord. As they push in early, they're trying to use the bottom route with Window, trying to make that separation happen at the beginning here. We have Star-Lord v Star-Lord. That's going to be a massive pick to get things started as the Maiden is popping down early with the barrage in the Magneto bubble to keep him alive, getting nice poke damage in, causing Shroud X to back up a little bit, reset as he's going back up to his perch there at the top.
And the rotation from the backside to avoid as much poke as possible. Shroud X, though, they're being marked. A Maiden and the rest are watching this all go. But the longer this poke phase goes, the better. As Shroud X, the focus fire. Shikigami collapse on them as they try to cut him off at the staircase. Losing Nook and Doomed has pretty much doomed any chances of this fight with a 4v6 comeback. It's definitely possible from Shroud X, but they just are putting all the focus into the Venom, which has the most survivability in the game. The more health he loses, the more health he can get back with his ability. And Windows says, I'm gonna take myself out.
Didn't even let him finish the job there. I think a lot of viewers are watching and saying, there's a staircase there? That was an interesting part of the map to have that fight as they kind of peeled around the back there. Looked to take the high ground from the back, but usually don't see a lot of people. That's just how the rotation happened to fold there. As now we have a pretty big ult advantage for Shikigami. I mean, they've got the Kraken Impact, they have the damage amplifier and legendary. This is gonna be tough as the Maiden's opening up with the legendary. Fidel getting that ultimate just in time to keep them alive, and this is gonna be a big one, Lemon, as they're going right to the point, collapsing in.
Shikigami were like shepherds. They were just herding Shroud X into this tiny room with the group walls as good protection, and Shroud X have some space to work with, but it was only for Shikigami to get their cooldowns back. And the Galactic Legend in response from a Maiden just shaves down all the forces of Shroud X, who really thought they had a chance towards the point, and there's less than 2 minutes left, and Days is not even over yet. He's taking out your toes.
Okay, Days, I see you. This has been a great performance from Shikigami. They are feeling confident and ready to go. Shroud X, they got to reset here. This has not been working for them, whether it's a hero switch or just strategy change, but they do have the ultimate advantage here. That's all you need. You just need to cap. You have a minute and a half. That's 1-2 fights if you're lucky here to get things going, and this is where they've got to get a pick. Days getting pushed out there a bit. They are pushing in. They can open up with plenty of the ultimates. They've got Window. They've got Dogman's Meteor. Here we go.
This Star-Lord from Shikigami is in there. Oh, like swimwear. Just, my God. And he's alive. And the Venom is there to take all the pressure off of him and able to pop the ability, get that health back, and hopefully dive back towards the team. Shroud X, though, they can't tunnel too much on this Venom. One of the last chances now to get the point captured. And it starts with a defensive Luna ult. And then you got the offensive invisible boundary. And somehow strategists are dying in that invisible boundary. And these Strangling Prison plus the Meteor M is a good combo from the Shroud X side. Galactic Legend, though, and the Kraken Impacts collide. All the Duelist ultimates out from the defense, but Shroud X stand tall. It's still a Fidel Luda ult that comes out at the end to keep the team kicking, to deal with this darn Venom. And at the high ground, there's more that awaits, as Shikigami could recontest, but Shroud X are denying that. There's the teleport from the Doctor Strange. The defense is here to play, and he got a Galactic Legend again, this time from Vision. But does he have enough follow-up? Does he have low HP targets? Shikigami are just not dying.
Oh my goodness. The portal comeback, the magic for the first time since I think the tournament. Massive play from Daze there. Shikigami snowballs in. Magneto there, Dogman tried to get the multi-kill, but we do have to swap the Strange. It is a little too late. Breaking down what happened at the end there. They thought they could get the quad kill. Only got one from Dogman. They did follow up a little bit, but it wasn't enough for them to be able to swap in, portal back, and clean up. Shikigami looking absolute dominant there at the end of that match, and that did not go the way Shroud X planned at all here. As we look at the stats, and Daze was easily the MVP. If it was going to give it to him or not, he was my MVP on that match.
Like how he had to show us the new skin animation. He like swapped to the magic like last second and gave us the MVP. Looking so sick. But a full hold from Shikigami on that defense, on their map pick to take their first game win in the entire Invitational against one of the most respected teams that we have in this bracket. That is a statement to Shikigami, to how much preparation and how much effort and maybe how much we all underestimated what Shikigami are bringing to the table.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, they're very comfortable on Shin Shibuya, and they just kind of took everything that happened, honestly, bad in the first match and just flipped it. Their ultimate usage was great. They didn't double strategist up, and they had fantastic combos, and just a little too late on some things for Shroud X, unable to get the multi-kill to get that point, and they had a huge ultimate advantage at that point. A lot of good stuff from that matchup. We got the highlights. Let's check it out.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your fries, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash no matter where. Plasma burst! Just embrace the light!
Lights out. Vivid feet. Us against the world.
My turn to shine!
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
Double the failure! Double the fun! Success!
Watch out! Turret's armed! Heavy weapons. I'm in love. Flush the other flank out! Denizens of the deep! Typical air breather. Maximum pulse!
It's breadsticks, folks. We got a 1-1 series. Oh my god. I told you guys it was going to be hyper. I was going to be hyper. And that's the one match we said was going to be a sweep. Our predictions are in the can, Cozy.
Yeah, all three of them, in fact. And I know, listen, I know as hyped as Shikigami is, Shroud X, they're trying to reset, reload. If you guys missed the first weekend, we have a sub, Impunity, who was pretty much strictly on group, had a lot of that group play and less banned, has now changed over to Dongman, who is playing good as that Magneto, but that does have everybody kind of swap off the heroes that we've been seeing them play as. I don't know if that makes them more uncomfortable and sure of like the strategies that they want to pull off there. But it was good, but I would say not great on some of the strategies that they had in Shin Shibuya there.
I felt like Shroud X, they were doing the right rotations, right? Open chapter 1, go around this way for Shin Shibuya to be in as much cover as possible. But at times, like, you know, with 12 people on the field, it's hard to really put a microscope on everything. But just moments where Shroud X's entire team would be taking they'd be brought down to half health, whether it's the Star-Lord in the sky, the Bucky at range, the Venom on top of you the whole time. And then as soon as that window was there, as soon as Shroud X looked weak, that's when Shikigami would pounce. There was really beautiful focus there. And I think when things break down, when there's a lot of pressure, Shroud X can sometimes have hard communicating in those tense moments to try and retaliate in that same way. But there's some slip-ups there, but I think Shroud X definitely went into this like, this is going to be easy, and it's anything but that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there was a couple things that just didn't land. Like, they had that Magneto. They set it up perfectly. And I'm actually surprised because Rocket was, you know, the other pick. So they didn't have defensive ultimates to always deal with what they had. And when they had all those ultimates together, Shroud X, I thought they could really snowball things at the end. But hey, it's reset, reload. They get to pick the map now. And we know they like Clintar. We've seen that twice now when they get to pick the map. Will they go back to Clintar? We're about to find out as we head into the pick and ban phase for match number 3 here. And are we going to see it again? Is it the Loki ban right into the Hela ban? And it is Clintar.
Ooh. And it's fun too because now map picks are coming into play. It's not like a best of 3 from Swiss. So we're going to see deeper into these map pools where everybody's strengths are. So no Star-Lord from Shroud X. I mean, Maiden and Days were just clear problems in the past. No Loki, that's kind of typical on the menu. But your Protect is what you're building your composition around. And Shikigami have always protected Groot, always protected something in their Vanguard lineup. But this time,
and here, the Star-Lord band, they did not want any more of the Maiden, and what, you know, they played a lot of it, and they've done a good job. Now, Vision loves Namor, and Vision wants Namor for Clintar, and that's definitely going to open things up. With the Luna save too, that means dive is pretty much not an option. Going to slow that down with those turrets massively here. Last ban for Shroud X, and they kind of have anything they can go up with here. Potentially Hela. They're going to go with the Wolverine, though, to make things a bit more complicated on the Vanguard front, or less complicated.
Yeah, and the Symbiotic Surface, this was a map that Shroud X played against Sentinels, and that's what allowed Sentinels to get back into the series. They tied things up 1-1. Very, very close map. I think this is a solid pick for Shroud X with how competitive that was against Sentinels, ultimately losing, but is around the Hela and the Bucky, which now that those two are available, I could see that returning.
The Thing ban happening. Window did play a little bit of the Thing, but as we see that our players lock in, we've got still a Venom pick, which could get slowed down, obviously, a lot from the Namor. A Maiden going to Psylocke, which we only saw once from Delina, I believe, in our earlier matchups. And if we look across the board there on Shroud X, Window kind of hovering over the Doctor Strange, but does ultimately switch over to the Groot that we have seen them in on this side of the match. And here we go. We've got Shikigami up first for the defense, but I have seen Shroud X absolutely dominate on offense with a quick cap last time they played. And we'll see if it's the same result.
Oh, but Shikigami, Maiden, I mean, this Hela has been banned out a lot, but they did well against Rad with it. They did well against FlyQuest as best as you can do in a 2-0 loss there. But a Maiden has been my player to watch on the Hela, and to go up against Vision, the Hela GOAT, the one who only posts the GOAT memes, LeBron, all in my messages. I gotta see if he'll be able to dunk on the enemy, but we got this Venom to set up the fight first for Shikigami.
Yeah, Craze is gonna go up high, obviously save that swing out. That's the best thing to do as Venom. Get a slow going, try to get a little bit of uncomfortability on the team. He's waiting for the strategist to go in first. He's about to make the dive, but they spotted him early. That is a common Venom spot. They caught him early, and now he's punishing, and he's trying to escape. The Magneto bubble does save him, but that definitely slowed things down there for Shikigami.
A lot of focus from Shroud X went into that Venom last time, which obviously generates a lot of strategist ult charge for Ricky and Dinks. And if you don't get that finish, that's a lot of wasted damage, right? So Shroud X got to prioritize properly. There's a Bucky pull onto that Groot. Able to leave, though. Window will stay calm, cool, and collected with the Psylocke on the off angle. That's going to be a little awkward, but easy for a Maiden, too, to deal with all those squids from Vision.
Good poke damage there from Maiden. If we do look at the ultimates, it's coming close to have something come into play here. They're trying to go up the mainstream, walling off that right side window, trying to get the poke damage, but there's so much damage from Psylocke building up, getting those cooldowns reduced. And we can see up top there, Doomed as the Hela, trying to get a little snipe damage, but the Psylocke Maiden found Hela. Doomed trying to get out of there, unable to by themselves. And now we're having to my goodness, we're having to have Days who's cracking impact. Nothing coming from that, though.
huge execute. A maiden says, screw this hella stuff. I'm just gonna dive you, and knows the combo, but I know something better. With the strangling prison plus the whale, that wasn't enough to kill a single from Shikigami, and not a single strategist ult from that defense. But the response is from Shroud X having the invisible boundary, but it's the damage boost from the defense that keeps them up. The dance of the butterflies, and how can you tango as Vision be able to keep himself safe for the moment. Fidel's strategist ultimate, the Luna, to help propel Shroud X into some space, but it's countered. Ricky is second to go for the dance, puts on a show, but all eyes are on Days with the Kraken impact, resetting again and again as Shroud X fall one by one.
Days is going crazy, and I don't know if he just put in the reps last week or what. Now, obviously, we had some good ability saving there. Vision good holding on the bubble to counter the Psylocke ultimate. Nothing happening from that, but Days says, we don't need it. We're just going to go in with a full Kraken impact, wait for those strategist ultimates to go on cooldown, and now everything's reset. But Doomed switching over to Psylocke to now be able to open something, hopefully, without having two defensive ultimates. It's going to be a bit tough here for Shikigami.
Yeah, that Hello is just gonna get hard countered. Such a smart move, as you called. Now that you don't have this Luna ultimate, though, you don't have the Whale Luna ult combo with Vision, but this could still be incredible CC to keep Shikigami locked down. Strangling Prison, too. Name your pick, but there needs to be focus from Shroud X. As Days is on the high ground, Dance of the Butterflies will confirm an elimination on Dings, and now has to challenge Bucky, but falls back to support the team. Shroud X, invisible boundary, pushing Shikigami against the wall. It's a good contest. It's a good first pick, and it's Shroud X that are working on the first pick for the point, and they have Shikigami hiding, and the Vanguards from the defense have no health to work with, so you may want to conserve these ultimates for the following fight. There is a pesky Venom, and Vision is on the hunt, and there's only Prey on the other side, and it's not synced up. This Ricky ultimate was to save that Venom, but too little too late.
My goodness, I mean, great call. They're trying to get that Rocket Raccoon down first, but there's no revive. That was a great pick early, and then they were able to just have that thing snowball in their direction. Vision with the nice caps there at the end as they're trying to push in early, not letting them get back or reset at all. This is what we've typically seen on this map so far, and from the playstyle from Shroud X. We do have that Venom in the backline trying to cause some chaos, but that is where the Namor pick is going to come in clutch. And what I pointed out earlier, it's tough to dive with those turrets, slowing them down, stopping them. Doom now pushing in, trying to get into the backline, seeing if they can get a pick on the strategist, and Doom has a nice little window that they can jump into if they choose.
And the Cloak and Dagger swap to get away from some of these dives, to blind, to transfer out some of these key ultimates. You got the revives from the defense. Keep that in mind. The Dance of the Butterfly starts from a Maiden to get Vision, a key player. And the collapse of Shikigami, sensing weakness and executing on it. They have now taken a lot of momentum, a lot of wind out of the sails of Shroud X.
Yeah, I mean, that was beautiful from Maiden, just waiting for the cooldowns. Probably saw that bubble and unable to protect himself. Vision went down and the rest followed. And I've got to say, Crazeman is going off and going crazy as this Venom being a constant disruption. We've seen Venom now kind of going up the tier list, if you will, of heroes of the game, and is definitely getting a lot better, especially in competitive play. We see Crazeman jumping down, trying to get something going early, get that distraction. And again, the more health you get from Venom, the more shield he's going to get as he's able to escape with ease, and they reset here.
Maybe also these toss-up to set up a possible Kraken impact. You see Days is lurking. Won't get hooks, just some initial damage. Backing away. Good macro from Shikigami, but how about this? The Whale, the Strangling Prison, and everything on top. Holy cow, great coordination from Shroud X, and even the Luna ultimate, I think, was brought out. I don't know.
Wow.
I saw an aura, but...
I know. That was crazy and fast. It just shows what the Whale is capable of doing. Window with a great setup, and sometimes all you need is that window into Vision, or to have the Groot into the Namor, as we have Crazeman, again, doesn't have his team anywhere near him, and he's like, forget it, I'm jumping in, trying to get things started right away, and there we go. We do have the Fate of Both Worlds. Ricky trying to keep their team alive, and Day still has that Kraken impact and should make an impact. Let's see what happens.
We got the dashes from the Cloak and Dagger as well. The Meteor M goes 1 for 1. We got a 5 versus 5. Dance of the butterflies. But the more targets are in it, it's you're not going to have as much focus in one target. Doesn't matter. The targets were low enough from the Shroud X side. And this puts a stop to the push from Shroud X. Not able to capture that second point. So close.
Oh my goodness. And this has happened a few maps now where Shroud X is unable to get that last bit of remaining to get to the next point here. And I've got to say, I want to shout out just Dinks and not dying. Dinks as Raccoon has been able to kind of be in the shadows, if you will. And that res is happening each time. Dave's able to come back, got wiped, but was right there ready to jump into the battle. And they were just off point and off-centered. And now that is going to be a tough map to win. They're going to have a razor-focused defense to stop Shikigami, who had no wins and now is able to get the heat rolling.
That is a big stop. This is very winnable for Shikigami. And now I think this would be the biggest upset of the Invitational. This is only the first match. Like, this is getting spicy. As we can at least look at the defensive comp from Shroud X, what they have in store. They still have Nuck rocking the Cloak and Dagger. And this has been great to have some escapability against the Venom, of course. A lot better heals with the buffs coming in. And you have the slows from the Namor. They're really going anti-dive because Shikigami's dive has been such a problem.
Yeah, it's funny. Shroud X they're changing a lot of who played what. Nuck was playing the Luna and Fidel was playing the Cloak and Dagger, and now they kind of swapped roles there. And again, Maiden just doing a great job to ensure that Vision can't be the carry that he usually is for this team. Window on Doctor Strange, where we've seen him. They've changed now from the group. Going to change up some of the strategies overall as they're looking to push up Main Street. But we can see that Psylocke over trying to sneak over Maiden, trying to get some tricky kills from the left side there. And Window not having any of it as he continues to push the aggression.
Yeah, you can be a lot more aggressive when there's not a Groot too to worry about getting walled off from the rest of your team and all these choke points and just building up towards some ultimates. And even it's okay to take damage. Don't worry about Window. He is feeding Nuck and Fidel as much ult charge as he can. There's also some pressure in the back from Crazy on this Venom. Gets pulled in by the Bucky. And some good peel, especially with the Cloak and Dagger bubble to give a lot of heals on that side. But still, the disruption of the Venom is pretty big and will be able to swing out. Space created from Shikigami, but still hasn't been able to step up. But it has been able to build up a Kraken impact from Daze. But man, and Shroud X are healthy and well, all thanks to the dashes from that Cloak and Dagger ult against the Kraken impact. That is why Shroud X survived.
Wow, barely too. Daze was able to get that ult Kraken impact out immediately. He knew the strategist ults wouldn't be there, but the Eternal Bond came out right in time. Window got down to 37 health, and that Eternal Bond happened at just the right time. 88 health now, and here we go. Scatter, who's been great at the Meteor, is going down for the elimination, and Ricky taking down Window, a massive hit, keeping the team up also with the ultimate. And my God, it is snowballing quickly here as Fidel goes down as well.
With the damage of the damage boost of the Luna ult plus the Venom ult, it's the ultimate combo. Shikigami have a wealth of strategy. It did take them to about the 2-minute mark to capture. These staggers are pivotal for no recontest. Speaking of recontest, there is a 2-man drop from the Shroud X side, and this brings out more ultimates from Shikigami and maybe takes a couple of seconds off. Okay, Daze into the enemy spawn. Are we serious?
Daze is chasing them. He's like, you know what? I got this Kraken impact. I'm going to make sure I secure the kill. And that was just unfortunate because as soon as they came in, Luna had no health and the Kraken impact came online and they wanted none of that happening. There was no stall in the point. And now they have 4 minutes here. And this is not the Shikigami that we have seen. This is absolute crazy. And I will say this is not the Shroud X that we saw last weekend either.
Yeah, really being humbled. And what a pick. Window had the support of his team. And all of a sudden, Shroud X are falling back. And there was a wall behind them, now in front of them to protect them. But the recontest will have to take an alternate route. But actually, the payload is only halfway. Shikigami being so aggressive. They did cap with about the same time that Shroud X have. But it all depends. And if you can get to that finish line for Shikigami, to get the series point.
And here we go. Days trying to get some type of a hook. Maiden, though, does have an ultimate and is going in early. The protection not there as Fidel goes down. One strategist down, and Scatter takes down the other. And there's nothing they can do at this point other than counter ultimate trying to get a pick. We do have Window going in with the Agamotto, and okay! Window and Doomed just flipped the script that was almost spelling complete doom there for Shroud X.
What an Eye of Agamotto! Are you serious? Window, he did that with no strategist. That was quite literally the map saver for Shroud X. Holy cow, Window's the GOAT.
That was insane. From the depths they rise, Vision did, and being able to just stop with no strategist, that just does not happen often. And he got like the 5-piece with the Agamotto. It was an ability apocalypse as Crazy Man trying to peek early. That 4 minutes has been cut down to 2 minutes, and this is now a lot closer of a map for Shroud X and Shikigami.
Oh, and well, Shroud X, we're gonna have to fight for every inch of space. Here's a disruption from the Venom, forces out the Luna ult from the other side, and still Dogman gets isolated. Fidel brings everyone back up, staying on the healing ore as much as possible with a non-stop dive, the damage boost from Dinks, and Ricky on top with the fate of both worlds. It's all up to Doomed if he can tilt the scales. It's matched against a Maiden, assassin versus assassin. One strategist down from the defense as the convoy is on its way for the win of Shikigami. 2 minutes left, but man, Shikigami are also going in a little too deep. Magneto, though, is capitalizing on everyone turning around, and a Meteor M towards the sky, and it's a strike through the pins, and Shikigami look like they're on top.
Window able to escape with the clone, and the Scatter says not today with that Meteor M. Beautiful finish, and the shield just coming offline just a little too late as he does close out the ending there. Portal coming in to try to touch. They're able to get on point there. Everybody coming to follow. Window on point now. Eternal Bond coming out from Nuck, which is going to open the room here for Shroud X to get things going. And we've got Window with the Agamotto at any minute. Daze trying to get the pull on. Psylocke. Doom going down. Daze is out of control.
Shroud X, we're trying to reset, and we're trying to stabilize off of the Nuck dashes that were all over the convoy. And here's the re-engage from Shikigami, and he forces out the Namor bubble, getting up low. The Kraken impact goes towards the back line. A good focus, but Daze doesn't get the reset. Still gets the elimination onto Fidel. Both strategists gone. As Shikigami just need to get to the end. The Eye of Agamotto of Window won't save you this time, and Shikigami take the map.
What a risky Kraken impact, going all the way to the back line. Thought there was nothing to come from it, and then bam, was able to take out both strategists yet again. And this is Days World, and we are all just living in it. Great team effort, but I'd love to step up and play. When your back is up against the wall, Lemon, it's more support to come out swinging, and they did just that, taking that match. Huge win for Shikigami, and they're feeling great.
Man, to just turn and burn onto the Eye of Agamotto of Window. Gotta respect Shroud X for being able to pull through some of these fights without strategists. So much attention is on Nook and Fidel, though, and it's nothing they can really do different. They're playing as far back as they can. They're playing in cover. They're playing in tiny rooms, but it's just the Shikigami pressure that was just overloading.
Yeah, and Maiden really comfortable on the Psylocke. You know, they dictated that pick, and then Doomed had a match, and you could tell there that they were comfortable on the Psylocke, and that was a big difference in that. And Daze just took care of it. Bucky is a great counter to Psylocke, and we saw it just then right there. They swapped from the Hela, which makes sense, could be uncomfortable for the lineup and that dive comp. But altogether, I think everything was just on point for what could be now that Cinderella story. It's close. We'll see if they're able to finish the job, because yet again, Shroud X gets to pick the map, and Clintar is one they typically default to, but that did not go their way.
Yeah, series point for Shikigami, a team that has not won a game in Swiss, and they are one step away from knocking Shroud X out of the Invitational. I can't believe it. Absolute cinema. But we have to watch the highlights first. We'll see you after.
chopping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Plasma burst! Just embrace the light!
Lights out. Vivid's feet. Us against the world.
My time to shine!
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
Double the failure! Double the fun! Success! Swear!
Watch out! Turret's armed! Heavy weapons. I'm in love. Flush the other flank out! Denizens of the deep! Typical air breather. Maximum pulse!
Y'all, we got a series on our hands. That's the caster line of all time, but I'm so for real. Shroud X are down in the series, but they got their map pick coming up, Cozy, so that's the advantage.
You gotta love a good underdog story. I know Shroud right now, he's on the phone. He's like, Impunity, where are you? I don't care if you're visiting family. Get over here and get in this lineup because they've changed. They definitely changed. We're seeing a different team because it is a different team. And it's just crazy to see, you know, it's such a team game. People forget, there's differences between the duelists and one might do better, but it's such a team-focused game. Impunity, top 10 on the leaderboard in Rivals right now, you know, missing. And it could just be the overall impact that he has as a player for that team. This is it though. Can they tie it up? Is this going to be it? Is this the swan song for Shroud X, or is the Cinderella, or will we see you know, them fight back and end up tying this thing up?
Just pacing up, tempoing up for Shroud X. Just that back and forth tug of war was really tricky on a convoy or convergence type of map. I'd love to see them go to domination, but they are going to decide to go to Spider Island's convoy coming up, and this is something that they've planned out. Maybe they didn't expect to get to this point, and usually they go to a lot of Midtown. I don't think we've seen this convoy map from them, at least in the Swiss stage.
I mean, there's no way they ban a Rocket Raccoon, but I know that the Rocket hiding has been tough, and it's been tough to handle. And Nuck is he loves the Loki, unable to play with both bans happening now. And so that could have a little bit of a mix-up as we go in to our next match, again, of Shroud X versus Shikigami. Will the Cinderella story happen? And there it is, the Loki ban right off the bat. Nuck, you are not going to be able to play Loki. Shikigami likes the way things are going.
Yeah, this Venom is a nuisance. I would have banned that just straight from birth. I hate a Venom. I play a Venom. I hate it and I play it. That's how that goes. And Loki, we all hate that guy too. Our president, though, who did it just to say he could. And get that skin, by the way. It's really awesome. But what are we building our comp around? The Namor. So is a Luna ban going to be something you want to do? But now that you completely take away the dive, you probably don't need to.
Yeah, and I think they're not worried about how last match went. I mean, obviously, we see Shroud X not wanting to deal with Crazed Man being crazy. All right, that Venom was so much to deal with. The symbiotic presence was too much. Now, we do have the Maiden getting the Star-Lord in, and we know that is a massive save for the team. And that's going to force now, unfortunately, Shroud X, whatever they had planned, they're going to have to now block the Atom or the Mantis no matter what here. And so kind of the momentum, even ban-wise, is for Shikigami, who does shut down the Chilling Charisma team-up of Luna and Namor.
Yeah, Shikigami did really well around the Star-Lord on Shin Shibuya, our second map. And that's how they were able to tie the series. But not having that Venom, we'll see if they'll have the same setup. But then they can just play this from front to back with the Mag Groot or whatever that may be. And Shroud X will maybe get a backline that survives now that a Venom is not constantly diving them. Because you also have to use some cooldowns to deal with that Venom. Whether it's the Invisible Woman push or maybe some survivable abilities like from the Cloak and Daggers. So this is such a huge headache off of Shroud X.
The fans, they got teased. We almost saw Ricky play Human Torch. Was the Human Torch going to make an appearance in his debut season? No, it's going to be Mr. Fantastic Reed Richards, who we've also not seen at all. Nope, just kidding. They're liking to troll. Ricky is just kind of flexing a couple of heroes, maybe showing off the skins a bit here as we're heading in, and it's looking like the defense is going to set up where they want to be. Shroud X pushing up, Dogman kind of on the top there, or just kind of making space. And Window going to set up with the Groot. Doom over to Wolverine. Vision on that comfortable Hela. We'll see if this is going to be a tight hold at first.
I expect the Scarlet Witch to go away, but if they're expecting a close brawl, the Magneto sword hurts and hits like a truck. So just being able to ward away Shroud X is going to be key. But these Groots, that first isolation into the pole. Oh, no, there's no Bucky, so that's not to worry about. But still, the kidnap of the Wolverine plus a Groot wall could be big. A lot of space, though, being afforded to Shikigami. Shroud X really backing away. We're depending on the Hela pokes to get someone low enough, or maybe even the Wolverine to find an angle.
Yeah, this is going to be Maiden versus Vision. Who can get the poke first? Who can get things going for their team? The early pick, the 2-tap, as Dogman's having to push back a little bit because the massive jetpack kidnap was in a tip there, and Window trying to escape. But my gosh, what a way to kick things off and take the fight to them. And we just see Daze picking up where he left off on the first match, going crazy as that Wolverine.
Oh, is Window gonna live on? No, with the bubble too. Window's brought back up to full. That's 2 kidnaps maps from Days that have been denied. It's a bird, it's a plane, it's a Wolverine. You gotta worry about it. And Shikigami, it's pretty chill. The progress has been pretty non-stop. And now the eliminations come through. A maiden, though, ain't seeing nothing with this invisible boundary, but not if no one's in it, or some people are outside of it. Strangling Prison 2. Shikigami have all their ducks in a row, and it's duck hunt out here with the Shroud X getting torn apart.
Wow. I mean, hey, listen, if you get one elimination as the Wolverine, that's fine, but I can't believe how much he wanted that Cloak and Dagger out of there. Huge pick for Maiden, getting the second Vanguard out of the fight. And Window being taken out by Craze Man. Looking at the ultimates now, setting up for the next battle. I mean, we have both strategist ultimates for Shikigami. And as for Shroud X, they've got the Window set up that they're going to try to do maybe with Dongman. But here comes Dave. He's having no time for the reset, and he's going right into the battle, trying to get another kidnap. And Window's life right now, Lemon, is hell. He's just having a bad time with this Wolverine.
As a Groot main, Wolverine is my arch nemesis. Okay, I don't think that's lore accurate, but with how you can't really protect yourself. It's all hoping that your Magneto bubbles you in that moment. So we'll see if Scatter can help people out. Same thing with Dongmin. And you've got the dashes from the Cloak and Dagger giving so much healing to the side of Shikigami to stabilize him in this moment. But it doesn't matter when Dongmin uses the Meteor and the backlines are in trouble. Still two strategists left from the defense. Shikigami, though, they're the ones with all the space. They're the ones chasing Shroud X down.
Yeah, good on Dogman. They're ignoring the Eternal Bond, just going straight for the Invisible Woman and slowing them down. They needed something to stop them as Dave is just trying to take the battle to them. Invisible Barrier going up right away from both sides now. And Groot trying to get in on the action as well. Statters hit most of these today. He hits another as Nuck goes down, taking down the strategist. Kadell's going to have to use Eternal Bond, does use it. Groot going out as well, trying to get the huge pit to kill. And it's just able to capitalize. Window take down Scatter with now the Hela, Goddess of Death, getting the picks. No one's comfortable in this team fight, Lemon.
Beautiful strangling prison note from Window with the distraction from the Goddess of Death. Shikigami have had a moment to breathe, but they are still down a duelist, but there's still one that's a menace, and the Hela gone for good. Vision fades to black, and Shikigami have fragged out of their minds, and Shroud X had a moment to push back, but this convoy is about to get to point B, and I don't think Shroud X will be able to stop this.
Wow, it's just crazy. We open up with a mirror match, and then it folds into this. I mean, when you have a mirror, it comes down to skill v skill, ultimate v ultimate. Window, though, switching things up. They're going to change things as they head indoors here. Fantastic play. I mean, Window now has nailed getting everybody into his ultimate several times, but they were unable now twice. We saw on Shin Shibuya and here to get the Penta or the Hex skill.
And Thing is just going to be brawling a lot better. So tanky, plus the team up of the Invisible Woman. But you still need to be up close and personal. And against Wolverine, that's an amazing counter, being immune to that CC. But Shikigami got tossed up by a Wolverine ultimate from Doomed, and there is them capitalizing on it. Ricky tries to protect with the invisible boundary, but it's also placed by Nook to keep Shroud X anchored in this. Come on, get in there. I want to see what the fight is happening. But Shikigami still look alive and well if you just focus on your HUD, and the Thing is throwing haymakers. It's a wrestling ring when he's around, and Shikigami have such a difficult Vanguard and deal with this on a 4K from Days. Are you serious? The ultimate, the ace, and Shikigami progress.
Holy days, this has been the story of this matchup. I mean, Days is just going off in Wolverine. It doesn't matter who he's playing. I mean, at one point, Nuck was on a different map. I mean, he could not get there, and I thought they were able to hold things still, but you can't do anything about it. Absolute wipe from Days. Huge value on that ultimate, and now they have all their other ultimates to go into this battle. Maiden with the Doom pick early.
And that's a 5v6 that Shroud X have to turn around, but they have the respawn advantage. Window is going to keep the convoy contested, but Shikigami, they hunger for the backline. They go after the strategist as Fidel has the dash to safety, giving critical healing. The Goddess of Death trying to deliver just that to Shroud X as they try to stealth away, but you can't run and you can't hide from Shikigami. They're coming for your backline, the spawn room doors, and a good paycheck. And Shroud X are nowhere to be found. Can they at least contest? Oh, the Groot wall's in your face. That's disrespectful. And it's a 2-minute, 16-second time bank locked in by Shikigami.
I mean, looking like Steph Curry out there with that lob of the stun spur. And listen, just like basketball, a game of momentum. Rivals is a game of momentum, Lemon, and we're seeing that from Shikigami. They've got everything behind them. Remember, they were going to play just loose, have fun, and now they're having the best fun they've had so far in this Invitational. Just a absolute dominant performance there yet again that we've seen since really the first domination map. And we head into the last potential push of this matchup.
This could be the end of Shroud X, and the last convoy map was difficult, but Shroud X brought us here for a reason. I like the window swap to the thing. They had a much sturdier, survivable Vanguard lineup because of it. And Ken, also, you just have the Magneto bubbles too. If Window were to be in any kind of trouble, maybe he could be more aggressive with the charges with how good Dogman is. One of the best Magnetos we have. And look, Window is the MVP after all. Wow.
My gosh, I mean, yeah, just checking out these stats here. Just days. I mean, look at the 10 final hits. 6 of them came in one swoop there. Great play from, again, both sides. Window doing well, swapping now ultimately into from the group to the thing here. Going to stay with that pick. Like this comp here. Nuck now going to the Rocket to give them a little bit of forgiveness with the res. And we're going to see if that comes into play massively as they're going to be pushing in to the first point. And this is what is going to set the tone for the rest of the map.
I was unfamiliar with Daze's game. I said, are you sure you want to go to Wolverine with Doomed, not Dr. Doom? No PhD yet, but wow, Doomed has been awfully quiet this series. Is he silent or has he been silenced? And he needs to be loud if Shroud X want to remain in this bracket, in this Invitational. And it starts with a poke war. Keep in mind, these Wolverines are looking for something big, and these Groot walls could deny any involvement, any support from the other side. And so far, Shroud X looks stable. They're getting progression, and they're keeping their eyes peeled for these kidnappers. Or really, the pullers from the Bucky, I should say.
Absolutely. Huge escape from Scatter, jumping way up there, able to pull it down and punish and poke from beyond. We've got the rocket hole coming out right away, but Nuck goes down immediately there after that happening. Dogman getting the kill on Crazed Man, but not before there's some momentum happening for Shikigami. Shikigami Daze, as always, you see him on the kill feed. He's getting more as Doom goes down, and at this point, Made is just picking up the scraps.
Yeah, Fidel was the only strategist that fight. Nuck went down so early, so you just saw Shroud X hemorrhaging and Shikigami taking full control of the fight. But Shroud X have a lot of good ultimates coming into this. Kraken Impact needs to be set up for success for Vision.
I mean, we just heard that laugh from Rocket for about 2 seconds before he bit the dust, and that is just an absolute momentum changer there. And you lose the Resurrect Beacon, too. So you have 2 things go down at once as we see a little bit of a hella v hella fight. Drew going in, Window trying to get something going. Getting that pick there on Daze is so important. We've seen what he can do in a match. Scatter with the LeBron from downtown, taking out Fidel, the cloak, and that is a massive hit to get the momentum now back to Shikigami.
Both Vanguard ultimates, though, from Shikigami came out and like, oh my god, one elimination. That's just not going to be enough. As Shroud X keep the tempo up with the dashes placed. This is where the fight wants to take place. Fidel lays down the groundwork, and Window's about to be put into the ground. 6 feet under. This is a great high ground position. And where is Doomed to challenge this? You gotta mark the enemy hella at all times. The cart will still progress for Shroud X, and it begins on the good side. Doomed gets the div. And can he deliver more than that? There's ultimates, there's Kraken Impact available, Strangling Prison. That could be the combo, and that will be the recipe to success for the final fight of Point A.
There you go, Vision. Love to see it. Love to see everybody group back together. Maiden had the Hella ultimate, too. They're going to Strange back in here, though. This is not the end. They're going to portal it. I think they can get there in time, and Maiden can open up right away with the Goddess of Death. Are they going to save it? They're thinking about it. Scatter has summoned it, and here we go, bringing the fight to them. They want to win confidently, Lemon, as they're trying to end it. And Vision going in with the Kraken Impact, going back after back. Vision taking down Scatter in return.
Shikigami had isolated Window, and he says, you're going down with me. Drops the Strangling Prison in the middle of 6 people, and the Kraken Impact. Vision clapping them right back to the comic book they came from, and that's a Shroud X Point A cap, and maybe slightly slower if I wanted to nitpick, but it all depends on the momentum you can build from here on out.
Yeah, huge there. And Maiden used the Hella ultimate, so they were able to get that out of there. Vision, fantastic play there to keep the moment, to keep things going, keep the spark alive, honestly. Doom also has Goddess of Death. Alongside, we have the Meteor in to get that important strategist pick because Dinks will have the Eternal Bond as we go into it. And again, here we go again. Daze is bringing the fight to them, has his ultimate, trying to get another 5-piece, Lemon.
Yeah, Daze also didn't get pulled by the Bucky because of a critical Magneto bubble from Scatter, from Shikigami, the Goddess of Death at a distance. A Maiden trying to bring them back down to Earth, but Doomed is getting the edge against his Hella opposition. And Shroud X has some isolated fights to deal with, and a Wolverine that's been a thorn or a claw in their backside. Shroud X, though, have gotten the convoy control, and now poking down these Vanguards. Gonna strangling prison. Window won't let them escape, and Shikigami need to make a choice with these strategists ultimate, and it's Ricky that puts the boundary down. Heals back up for the defense, and Shroud X are starting to falter.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the Bucky just lost the ultimate completely. Vision, they tried to line it up with the Groot, and there was just nothing to be had. He didn't get any impact from the Kraken impact, and that was super unfortunate. The timing was just a little bit off there, unable to sync it up and get what they were hoping to be a snowball there. Ricky taking down Vision yet again. Vision can't even come out of his spawn. He has to be resurrected by the beacon.
And Shikigami pushing Spot. Who are these kids? Where were they in Swiss? But 90 seconds, or this is the end of Shroud X in the Invitational, and this front line's in trouble. And a full team CC from Daze forces out the ultimate from Fidel to keep the boundaries up, to keep the attacking team safe. This forces Shikigami to step up, and a Maiden does just that. And even Wolf Flock behind. The double kill from the backline. Insane stuff from Shikigami, setting up camp at the spawn room doors of Shroud X.
I mean, who is this team? Again, 0-6 at the Swiss, coming in here and now spawn camping, who we had one of the top teams heading into this weekend, now facing elimination. This is it. Last potential minute for Shroud X. They have to come together right now. They've got 4 ultimates. It's the time to do it. The time is now. And what do they choose to do with this last 48 seconds?
This Hella duel. Doomed has won the 1v1s, but can Shroud X win the war? And Doomed, critical picks, one strategist from each team removed. A Meteor that has to be big, and Scatter gets blocked off, but Shroud X have no health to play with just one strategist alone, with no ultimates to replenish them, and a Doomed Goddess of Death that will have no impact this fight. 22 seconds. This could be the end.
It's looking like it here. Scatter with a nice finish off this kind of staggered Doomed a little bit. They're going to have to get together. They have 14 seconds. Not long. They're going to have to make a decision fast now. Whether someone goes Cat, someone goes Strange. They got to get to the point here as we have Maiden going up with the Hella. Goddess of Death to slow everything down right away. Scatter not letting anybody get a taste of victory as they shut them down, Lemon.
The strangling prison to put a stranglehold, a chokehold on Shroud X before they could develop a plan. They go back to their cocoons, and it's a Shroud L at the end of the day. A 3-1 victory for Shikigami as they move on through our bracket.
You are here for the Cinderella story. Congratulations. We have found one in Shikigami and what they've performed. They don't want to be known as the little titan here. They want to be the Goliath heading into their next matchup that they just earned. And this is our goodbye to Shroud X, the Young Bloods, what they put together. And we saw a different team today as we look at the stats and really who brought their all. And my gosh, I mean, just look at the entire roster of Shikigami here.
Whoa. The Groot? Whoa, crazy man. What have you done to them? I mean, obviously the strategist had to put up with a lot to keep these Vanguards up, but 27k with 37 eliminations. Crazy. This is why they've like one-tricked protecting Groot every game. This is one of their best players. A huge performance out of Crazy, and just the Vanguard setup from Shikigami. How they were able to maintain pressure for that long, I have no clue. That was crazy.
I mean, they were spawn camping. I mean, straight up, Crazy Man it got my respect this match too. I mean, whether it was Venom, now Groot, he was a menace on Vanguard today. And it shows Lemon just how much a week can make the difference. They had one more week of an earlier kind of newer roster to put them all together, make something happen. Guys, we just saw a Cinderella story happen. And well, let's go and relive those best moments, Lemon. Let's check out the highlights and watch it all come together.
Well,
you know, we could just hang out and how we
highlights
talk about
are our faces. Okay, actually I have no highlighter on, but we are part of that talent. Hell's Heaven won by Shroud X. That went all the way to round 3 to a full hold on Shin Shibuya to a 2-1 win from Shikigami on Symbiotic Surface. And then you saw the Spider Islands won by Shikigami with a spot hold of all things. Like, I can't believe this result. We were so wrong with our prediction.
Yeah, we said 3-0, and here's the highlights. It was days and a lot of eliminations. I mean, when we look at what they were able to pull off, and we're going to see more Shikigami and what their story is going to be. Shroud X, you know, you can hold your head high. You guys did play great that first weekend and showed what you could put together as not a newer team, because Intergalactic was what they were before, but they are able to take what they've done here and hopefully continue to make a presence in this scene. Unfortunately, not going to be in the Invitational here. And again, though, I'm all about change and shakeups, and Shikigami brought that.
Yeah, Shikigami, don't quote me on this, could be facing the loser of 100 Thieves Envy. We'll post the bracket. We'll get the schedule for tomorrow. All of this will be breaking down over this next weekend. And then we'll have Rad Esports versus Nightmare coming up. And I think we should all throw our madness brackets in the garbage, because expect the unexpected. It's about the work that you did over this week. The Swiss mattered for seeding. It puts you in the lower or the upper bracket. You have a second chance, or you have no chances at all. And Shroud X, I mean, gave it their all, but I don't think we're expected to be pushed to these limits.
Yeah, listen, I know right now in March Madness, not to keep quoting it, but there's like only a few rosters left that aren't busted, only a few brackets not busted. I can tell you, if we filled out brackets, they would all be busted. I don't think anybody, barely outside of Shikigami themselves, were prepped to move on. Again, 0-6 now to the dominant performance here. And when you look at Shroud X and what they did, you know, we'll have to wonder, impunity, you know, wasn't there, and you know, there's a million things that could have happened there. But again, just the way the team plays together was just different. And it never seemed like outside of that domination match, they were able to really get a grasp on the strategy, the core, how to shut down, who to shut down, because Days focused the strategists, and they had a clear message to them. Yeah,
it forced Shroud X to have to start going for this Venom ban, but was it too little too late? Like, there's just so many things to ban out, from the Lokis. You got to worry about the Adam Warlocks. I don't even think that came out. But then you got to worry about the Duelist matchup, what you want to set up. And I thought Doomed was going to be the Wolverine player, the guy that was going to canyon everybody else. And then it was Days versus Doom. But the Wolverine is the setup guy. Yes, he can get some one-person assassinations. That could be countered, though, by a good Magneto bubble, which we had better support on the Shikigami side to just, you get the kidnap with the Wolverine, but you still need a team alive to capitalize on it. So again, Marvel Rivals at the end of the day is such a team chemistry based game, coordination, and Shikigami really fixed up all the gaps in their comms, and were able to build up to this point.
Yeah, sometimes it comes down to one moment, right? And we saw that moment for Shroud X. They kept having the opportunity. They had the Groot 5-piece a couple of times and unable to kind of just close. And then the inverse, we saw Days with, you know, the team wipe himself. And that's what it comes down to finish off that push of the point. And that's what they did well there. When you look at it, I mean, you got to say, going into a Shikigami, you got to just keep playing the way you're playing and what you pulled together there with the Groot, obviously being a core impact. But there's players that jumped out to me massively here. And again, I have my eye on. We talked to Nevix, and he's like, I haven't really seen a lot from Rad or Shikigami. Well, guys, Days and Crazy Man, these are names to start knowing, because they just put on the show.
For sure. And speaking of our show, we're just in love with just what happened in this series. What an upset. And we're trying to grab someone from Shikigami. They just keep celebrating. Guys, get in here. We want to talk to you for the first time in this whole Invitational. We interview winners here, and for the first Shikigami win is insane. And I had Shroud X like top 3, top 4. So this is already having my giving me a head scratcher on what we have in store for the rest of this bracket.
Yeah, you got the Marvel Rival Championship Shroud X to kind of get your team right, get them ready to go and climb up that. I love, though, these interviews. And because what you just highlighted, these players, they're not used to being on camera yet. And I love the rawness. And Shikigami, they haven't made an appearance here on stream. So when we get to interview them, it's going to be nothing but the big lights. And I'm excited to hear from them how they feel about, being the underdog and not, listen, Lemon, we have underdogs and then we have kind of the big time Cinderella story. And that's what they were today. And that, man, I can't wait to see the reaction.
For sure. And just to go into this match with a lot of eyes on you too, because yeah, like viewership's great, but you have all of Shroud's community watching you too. Like it almost kind of inspires you to play better because you kind of want to upset them. And well, I'm anything but upset. I'm so stoked to be talking to Crazy Man, or Krazman G, our Groot extraordinaire, my MVP from the past match. Let's get him in here for our post-match interview. I heard Crazy is ready. Can you hear us? Hello.
Hello. Thanks for having me.
Congratulations. Oh my God.
You.
You have stunned the entire Marvel Rivals community in the best of ways. Tell me, what was this week like to turn around your Swiss stage to take the biggest upset in our bracket?
Yeah, so we really underperformed the last week. So this week was a lot of scrimming, a lot of double blocks, and we put in the work. We started learning that Venom comp that we played today.
Yeah.
So.
Oh my God.
It worked. You said it's Krazman, not Crazeman, if I believe I heard you
Crazeman's
correctly.
Crazeman's fine.
Listen, whether it was Venom, Groot, you were able to really make a presence this time around. They had to ban your Venom, and you just spoke to it. So what did you change? What were the core strategies you changed? Was it actual where you're going, what you're doing fundamental-wise? Was it hero swaps, role swaps, just a pep talk? You guys, obviously having a huge comeback there.
I think what we worked on the best was how we talk as a team. We worked on our comm structure a lot, and I think that's what changed a lot. Like last week, we were really a lot of people talking at once. Now we have more structure to it, a lot less clutter.
Awesome.
And I don't know if it was like, dude, your social media, intern or not intern, is making me laugh. I feel like Shikigami got so many more fans with how you guys made an entire montage that made us all chuckle. Something about days of fight planning and no one listening to him. Is he trying to rally the troops there?
Yeah, Dace likes to talk a lot when, and sometimes he has good ideas, sometimes he doesn't. It's pretty fun.
Well, Dace can talk all he wants with the performance he put on today.
That's
as
true.
Well. And listen, you got, that 5-piece, I'll remember that, or a team wipe from Wolverine. That was absolute beauty there. Now, when it comes to going in, again, having not just a bad week, but having that 0-6 and then coming in this time, listen, now you guys are the story heading into your next bracket, whether it be 100 Thieves, whoever it might be. How do you make sure you guys, don't get, you stay level and keep this same momentum that you've had?
Just keep winning. Just gotta keep winning and keep it the same way.
Obviously, yeah. Just win, Lamau. I want to hear about this back room. You got Coach Fox, Coach Ryan Guy, Analyst Duncan. You got a lot of brains back there. Can you tell us how that works? Who's responsible for what? What's their style?
Yeah. So, I don't know how to put this. I think Fox has been doing a great job so far with coaching. And he, with our Venom comp that we started today, that was mostly him on why we performed so well, just with taking the correct angles on the right maps and stuff like that. Ryan Guy is our band guy. He's there to get the right bands, and I think that was really big today. I think that helped us a lot because we got to run the Venom comp in the exact team that we wanted to run it into.
You gotta love when it all kind of folds out how you planned ahead of time. And yeah, I think you guys kind of nailed everything there, even from going in at Clintar first. They all turned, they knew you were there, and you were still able to get out of there and then keep things going. Listen, this is the first time people are seeing Shikigami. What do you want to tell the world and people and viewers watching about you and your team, and what is the thing that identifies you?
All I want to say is Shikigami slingshot. That's it.
I knew it. I knew you were gonna say that. The Shikigami slingshot, the Shiki slingshot. I don't know. I'm here for it. We were so entertained. Thank you so much for the interview and best of luck against your next opponent. And we're going to find out.
Yeah,
what
thank you
that
for
is
having
soon.
me.
Need a fan
Cheers.
today, buddy. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to seeing what you guys had to bring. And my gosh, Lemon, that was cool. Well, hey, he handled that interview like a champ. He was prepared, just like his
He is
matchup
a
today.
champ now. Well, okay, a champ for this match. I don't want to call it too soon, but now we got some dark horses. We got some underdogs rising up. And speaking of underdogs, we got Rad Esports versus Nightmare coming up. Another elimination match. And if you are just tuning in, we had to say goodbye to Shroud X, which is a heartbreaker after kind of how competitive they were in our Swiss bracket. Just the whispers of how good they could be in North America. This next match is going to be sweet, Cozy.
Yeah, hey, listen, I'm taking whatever idea I had of this next match and just ripping it apart because if anything, if history repeats itself, who knows what we're going to see from this. And I know we had, I think it was 2-1 we had across the board, heading into prediction-wise. But yeah, listen, it's so cool to hear that they planned on this Venom dive comp and all of that practice got put to work. I mean, that's what they talk about all the time in sports in general, is just putting into that practice, knowing exactly what you want to see. And then when it all comes together, that's the reward that you get in the victory and all the hard work that they pumped in.
Yeah, this is what makes Marvel Rivals so unique. 6 versus 6 with a pick and a ban system. This means you have to have so many different set plans, and it's not even just the picks that are going to affect, but also the bans. And you saw just how much that affected Shroud and how much they needed to start pivoting towards this darn Venom, which was destroying these strategists. And I didn't think we were going to see as much Venom as we did. I thought it was going to be the same, like Magneto, Strange, Groot. We even saw some Thor. Like, it's not in this series, but in our Swiss stage. So it's really cool to see, because the dive takes so much more coordination, if that, to synergize with.
Yeah, absolutely. And hey, if Shikigami's able to take it all the way through, I've been calling me a big fan. I'm buying a Days jersey. I'm ready. But guys, those highlights we teased earlier, we now have them ready. Let's take a look back at the last match and what happened.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do
Dodge this! Supernova!
My favorite time!
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy! Coming through! Let's rumble! I'll cover you! That's gonna bruise! Let's go, Logan! Ready to throw down! It's clobbering time! Booyah!
Plasma burst! Be strong. Feel the thunder. Feel the wrath of the goddess! Embrace the light.
Lights out. Vivid feet. Us against the world.
My turn to shine.
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
Double the failure! Double the fun! Success!
Watch out! Turret's armed! Heavy weapons. I'm in love. Flush the other flank out! Denizens of the deep! Typical air breather. Maximum pulse!
What's going on, guys? Welcome back. We're here. We're ready to go on to our next matchup. Coming from an electrifying first one, we've got a close one with Rad and Nightmare going head-to-head. Two teams that are very close in terms of skill-wise, so we should expect a pretty crazy matchup today, Lemon.
Yeah, an elimination too. To say goodbye to either Nightmare or Rad is just going to be heartbreaking. But just to start off with Rad's story, they are just so incredible. They were telling me how they missed the deadline for signups for the MRC Season 0, so they had disbanded. Then some of their best players got picked up to teams like FlyQuest and other orgs. And then Rad Esports comes in and assembles the Avengers, if you will, gets them all back together, and there are just friends that have known each other for several years. So I'm excited to see if that chemistry will show in game.
Yeah, and hey, listen, Nightmare, they like to describe themselves, as I said before, as a bunch of maniacs in a psych ward going crazy, and that is what we're here for. That's going to bring the entertainment today. Now, I do know, I got a little inside information. Mace had a power outage, so we have a sub in for Mace. You're going to see a little bit of a different Nightmare team, just like we saw with Shroud X and some subs there. Will that change a lot? Again, these teams are kind of, they're neck and neck in terms of what they performed. Rad was 3 and 4 in their matches, being 1 and 2. Nightmare 2 and 4, and they're 1 and 2, so it's close.
Yeah, I'm expecting Azure to be the substitute that steps in for Nightmare, who's been a very stable, consistent tank, at least on the ladder and what we know from community tournaments. But to play with a substitute in an elimination match is going to hurt. But you know what hurts? Hella. I'm looking forward to this Hella matchup. That's always a thing that I tunnel on. Manually versus Malenia, the double M's, as Malenia steps up over Desui for Nightmare and put on a show last week. Like, Nightmare was playing so close to, what was it, Sentinels, like going all the way to round 3 on domination. But let's see how bands turn out.
Yeah, Nightmare starting this thing off with the number 1 ban picked in the tournament so far, Luna Snow. And we've got, obviously, I mean, with 10% of the bans, absolute crazy. Shuts down so much at once, and they don't want to deal with anybody over there on Rad playing Luna. Abs there loves to play Luna, so shutting that down. And here we go. Venom starting to get bans, and Rad does not want to see Venom at play, which does kind of target Luca.
Yeah, Lucas brought that out every once in a while, so we'll have to go with our maybe usual Mag Groot, Mag Strange. All of those Vanguards are still available, but what is Nightmare going to want to protect? Usually it's been to set up Melina for the Hela, or something for Kendrick, who's been rocking the Bucky almost every single match. So, okay, making sure the Strange stays in that Vanguard lineup.
The Strange protect, and I love that Melina gets to play the Hela that they've been playing and rocking hard. We have not seen a lot of well, we got a good amount actually, about 8% Doctor Strange saves in the tournament so far, and they don't want any piece of the Groot. Nightmare shutting down Groot. Lynn, does in fact play Groot, so that'll be an interesting counter. Just looking at the Vanguard selection pool, you got Doctor Strange, but 2 bans. We'll see if we get a third. No, it's Adam.
Yeah, Nightmare usually like to ban the Hela a lot, which is really weird because I thought Melina was kind of the goat on it, but will have to succumb to manually on the other side. And I got to talk to Chime from Rad, who is not stoked about my prediction. And although kind of the underdog coming into this matchup, Rad are so confident that they could win this series. And after what we saw with the Shikigami Shroud X saying anything is possible, I think Nightmare are the favorites coming in. But Rad also told me over this past week, they have been preparing and experimenting. So we'll see if that shows throughout the series. It is the best of 5, folks.
Yeah, it shows what we know after our predictions on the first one. They're definitely bound to be different here as we have our first defense setting up from Rad with the Doctor Strange, the save that they did, in fact, have. And Abs is playing Loki. It looks like no Loki for Nightmare, which is definitely going to be tough. Loki on defense here, Lemon, is fantastic. You have this kind of back house that you can hang out in. We saw this in the Marvel Rival Championship that they can all run back to, get healed up. It was Harvey playing Loki, so we'll see if Abs can rise up to the same gameplay. But definitely with the Hulk, I'm interested because we have access now to that Gamma team-up.
Rad and Nightmare both went 1 and 2. Their only wins against Shikigami. Having to face 100 Thieves and Sentinels is a difficult schedule. Both putting up a tough challenge against Envy, but succumbing at the end. This put them into the lower bracket in a do or die scenario. As Nightmare will be on the offense first. Keep an eye on what alternate angles Melina is going to take on this Hela, but so far following along with the Ducklings, with Babadook going forward. The tank's putting a lot of pressure on Dakani, forcing to levitate out. And the teleport. Okay, we're just thinking about something special, trying to see all the outcomes where they could win this fight. And with Len already being forced into banner form, that's not a great start. A weaker defense, and now an eliminated one with Melina striking through the heart of that banner. But it is equalized. These Hellas are menaces.
Now, we said it would be Hela, and did Connie just pull out the portal to stay in the air a little longer and confuse them? I don't know, but manually getting a huge pick there on Baser, but not before Nightmare can completely, just absolutely take over this point with Kendrick getting the 2-piece. Kendrick now trying to get more going, and they're just trying to make anything happen. Rad trying to get to the point, stall it a little longer. This was a fast cap, Lemon.
What is Kendrick even doing back here, by the way? All right, it's a doppelganger. The clock in. But Kendrick is like behind them shooting strategists. I have no doubt Radler had to back away to deal with that. And this Bucky drops on top of them once again. The domain regen is out. Kraken impacts. And the invisible boundary. Pizza Demon gives an important edge to Nightmare on this offense. And the Vanguards are benefiting and slaughtering down the Rad Esports defenders. But it's not over yet. Not when there's a Galactic Legend from Chime. The Meteor M looks for target, and it's blocked by the Doctor Strange. An insane play from the other side. The defense starts to stabilize. Nightmare have lost some members and don't have the hard reset yet, but without Luca, I think you may have to.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, good counter there. Azor trying to make a name for himself. Mace able to flex around a bunch of rolls. Great player. Can he step up to the plate there as that Magneto? And a good pick, but then also with that ultimate tough break there as we have Luca with the Eye of Agamotto that can set up any team fight here, Lemon. And Connie's going to be able to do the same. This is going to be an Eye of Agamotto fight, right? Strange has seen a million possibilities. Which one's going to pull out here?
Gotta look for that block, Luca, I should say, as the shield managed appropriately, and that's why all the damage from manually and the focus, the Eye of Agamotto from Connie gets 0. That is terrible for the defense, and Abs gets back up to full, but now the ball is in Luca's court, and can he go for a home run? It's already a first blood, make it second, and this Kraken Impact is going ham, and manually's Goddess of Death doesn't have enough health, and even it got bursted down. The focus fire from Nightmare has been insane, and there is the finish, the resets galore. And this is Kendrick's house, not Barbie's house.
Oh my gosh. Kendrick says, hey, Drake, I mean, look at that deep hit there. I mean, it went from downtown, and I've got to say, yeah, they don't have the Loki there, but they don't need it because they've got the Bucky to be able to capitalize with the again and again, and they were able to just completely sweep the point here as they're getting pressure on them early, not letting them get comfortable, and no counter Princess Lim going to the thing, trying to get something going and have a counter to all the shields that they're seeing for the double shield comp.
Rad are a little bit split as they were trying to fight for that high ground, and then there's so many low-key doppelgangers that you have to worry about because it's so much extra damage, so much extra heals if you allow that to live. So there's some side quests in Marvel Rivals, and something that Kendrick does not want to deal with. And man, that was a close call for Chime, sort of a glass cannon in the sky as the Star-Lord. And first, you have the copy. Nothing really happening from the Nightmare side. It's just poking and prodding away as Connie keeps the shield up. And on the other side, Chime's Galactic Legend has to get into position, but it is the boundary. Luca with a 3-man Eye of Agamotto hits the backline. Connie, Len, and Abs fall. And Nightmare, the patience pays off.
Wow, absolute beautiful setup there from start to finish. And Malia is just going off with the Hela, getting pick after pick. Beautiful patience in their ultimate play there, as you can see. And at this point, Rad wasted a lot on that fight and unable to really do much in response. They've got Chime to slow things down. No defensive though for Nightmare, so there should be a lot of picks unless they can all hide in one bit here. But you do have the Magneto following. Kendrick getting the elimination as well, and it's looking like Nightmare's gonna be able to finish this push.
Okay, last bit of push for point B. Kraken Impact from Kendrick won't reset. The damage boost should help, and the bubbles too. It will not be stopped. The doppelgangers can only help you for so long. The invisible boundary, though, from Spenny gave an island for Rad to play off of, but there's no resources and no help coming as Nightmare pushed through the space and pushed through point B.
Man, Kendrick just putting the exclamation point on the end of these point caps. On the first one, now that absolute beautiful use of the Kraken Impact there. And again, Azor doing a great job filling in for Mace here and putting in plenty of pressure and making that Magneto presence known with Luca and him. The double shields, tough to deal with. Lynn trying to do their best to stop it and get the pressure. But right now, momentum all for Nightmare.
Nightmare invested a lot. Eye of Agamotto being built up. That's why Luca's being aggressive and Pizza's building up towards the invisible boundary. But manually needs a fight to break down so that this Goddess of Death can loom above because all the focus could go into him. That is just the only thing that's popped. Charging on in though, Len. Usually seen on the Venom. Has to be the thing that is deadly to Nightmare, and their health pools begin to fall as Nightmare gets separated. They get divided and also conquered, but Kendrick's able to trade manually. Got too greedy for more eliminations. We have an even fight, but remember, Rad has closer respawns, so they have the edge if this fight breaks down any further. Good contest, but wait, the pull from the Invisible Woman has this Magneto in trouble, and this is where Kendrick gets to feast, and the rest of Nightmare will bulldoze.
Kendrick with the aim. My goodness, just elimination after elimination. There's an exclamation point yet again for the Kraken. It's back. Right now, we just have Chime trying to stay alive and do anything to get their team back together. Oh my God, the Zork just wants to one-piece. The disrespect solo hold that we saw as they're trying to make any type of a hold here, but Nightmare has had the full pedal to the metal to end it up here, Lemon.
Hey, the block. Luca has his shield in place. Meteor M has no effect. But wait, it's still got Malenia. But Baser resurrects them. That's the power of the Rocket Raccoon. Spawns close. The strategists in the back line of this defense are in trouble. But at this point, it's desperation for Rad to just take any second away from this time bank. And they dwindled it down to 43 seconds.
I mean, you can't ask for a better push there from Nightmare. They played well the whole time. Just great communication. Comms were on lock. And Rad tried to answer just all of the shields that they had to go up against. They're able to make some changes here. We'll see if Rad swaps up some of the heroes.
Yeah, the pulls from Kendrick. And he's like only hitting headshots. Malenia, I think, has to duke it out against Manually, but Rad really need to temper that aggression. How far forward they go off that first blood, like they kind of push their luck, and especially this Hela's that glass cannon, and is the one you have to mark on either side. You can off angle, you can play as a team, but the further you are, the harder you are to help. And Rad just could not put a stop to this Nightmare. This has just been non-stop progression, it feels like, with Rad having really the biggest of fights on the point, and then after that it kind of turned from a snowball to an avalanche.
Yeah, they're just having a tough time getting eliminations and getting them down. Nightmare really hasn't died all that much looking at the stats here, and Kendrick obviously great on the final hits, all there from the Kraken impact. Millennia though, I mean, you told me about the hell I would watch today. This is my first time getting to gas Nightmare, and I'm all for it because we are seeing that come to light here. Fantastic, as we do have we have similar matchups yet again. Abs with the Loki. They're going to potentially portal in here, but obviously we haven't seen that too much in the Invitational.
And the difference with the Rocket Raccoon from Baser, it's going to allow them to have some resurrects as the fight breaks down. There's a teleport. You know exactly where it is. Further back, leaving some space for Rad to plan things out. Now pressuring Luca back. Kendrick has to be careful. Will be dropping down as well shortly. And with these invisible women's and also a Bucky, you gotta be careful of these pulls and not chime out cold. A huge isolation. Rad just looked so unprepared, unorganized on this teleport. There's some on the right side, some on the left, and I think Azure is about to be underground very soon, or should I say Rad's Vanguard lineup. Nightmare looked pretty comfortable.
Lind, I mean, even getting that Magneto bubble there on the Kendrick pole, but Kendrick days. I mean, they're going crazy as we're seeing phenomenal play from the duelist today. Azure getting that pick on Lin, last of to survive there, trying to get that push happening, and they're just cleaning up the rest of them. I mean, my goodness, the play there from Kendrick and getting those clutch hooks. Lin even got the bubble, but it just was not enough in time.
Yeah, you really need to be playing behind your stranger. You're going to be succumbing to these pulls, and that wasn't even too much of a brawl from Rad to like build up to any ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at what is to come on this next fight, really, Abs can get some type of thing going with a Loki copy, but Millennia is just all about the poke and picks, the two taps. Can she get something up here? The Invisible Woman, nice shielding, nice protection, as they are obviously noticing her up top here. They're taking that back route that we saw earlier as well. And here we go. She's going to dive in, trying to get the double tap, but unable to secure it on the opponent's Hela.
Malenia is just putting so much damage, and oh, the shield couldn't be put up, and someone needs to contest this high ground, and it's what, you're gonna have Connie levitate. He already used the teleport. That's a long cooldown, and you know it's red alert when there's a domain regen being used from the Loki. The invisible barriers invested too. Oh, the spaghetti's on the floor for Rad. This is not working.
I mean, Kendrick is the main issue here, as we can see. Just absolute perfect play. And not only that, I mean, they only use Kraken Impact. They've got a Goddess of Death, the Meteor M ready. And look at this. Just hover. It looks like a Super Saiyan battle from Dragon Ball Z here. Luca up there now just putting spray paint on the battlefield. They're comfortable as they have all of their ultimates ready to go.
Is he saving this? It's like a sneeze. You're holding it in. Are you not Super Saiyan? I'm thinking of a sneeze. Again? Kendrick is waiting for the moment to be called, or maybe he's stuck. I don't know. Eye of Akamoto, though, from Luca. Rad better watch their backs. And Shine also cannot be in vision of this Bucky, or will be pulled once again. Rad rotate all the way behind and try to find these strategists. Nabs also can copy an ultimate, so I wonder what the choice will be.
Yeah, Connie, they're trying to get a little bit of leverage. It's going to be who can pull off their Eye of Agamotto here. They both have their shields up ready. Who's going to pull the trigger first as they're pushing up? Connie going up high. You're trying to get something potentially working, but no eye. There's the eye right there coming from team. Oh, my goodness. That was a
Connie got no one. Oh, that is not good. These ultimates are not it. They're not getting the impact that Brad was hoping for, and Nightmare gets to stabilize off their invisible boundary and block any line of sight from an exterior Hela. Brad, though, are on the point. They've gathered a first take. It's Nightmare that has to retake, and Chime, it's his time to chime into this fight. A2 elimination, Kraken impacted. He's doing the Lord's work with the Eye of Agamotto, though, from Luca to disrupt Rad for a moment, but Nightmare could not capitalize off such a beautiful ultimate. It is overtime, though. Rad should be able to cap unless there's a strange ultimate, but or a strange teleport. I don't think that's going to happen. Rad, those signs of life.
Yeah, wow. Honestly, Chime just putting the team on the back there, making sure they get that cap. Unfortunately, Luca was the last to die, so they had no portal to go back and try to contest at that point. Able to just kind of fall because there's not much they could do past that. And the Agamotto coming out late to stall a little bit, but the team too far behind. Chime there, very well done. This just showcases Bucky and what he does in Marvel Rivals. Such a freaking threat of a hero.
Oh, that is gross manually, but Melina does get resurrected back up. The power of the Baser Rocket Raccoon and a damage boost available once he's ready to pop that ult. But Melina needs heals a bit quicker. There's another shot from manually, and that could be it. And look at this, guys. Giga Chat in the backline. But takes an L to Melina. Oh, take a seat, brother. But Rad will not give up this fight. The Eye of Agamotto from Connie does catch a stun. It was booped away by Pizza Demon, and it could have been even deadlier from Connie. He will be neutralized as Nightmare have to take a step back, only having one Vanguard up. They'll have respawns, but they have time to wait.
The ult usage just all over the place. Much better eye from Connie. Unfortunately, unable to capitalize fully on that. Want to see Nightmare come back together, get their ults back, and actually make a bit more use of it, as we saw from what we didn't see from the first point there. Now we have Chime trying to go around, going to get rid of the res beacon and potentially sniping that rocket as well. We have Spinny trying to protect manually, trying to get the pick. Spinny, though, gets it instead and takes down the key member in Kindred.
Meteor M from Major. Abs with the copy, needs help support the team, and this is a power position though from Melina and the invisible boundary from Pizza. This is some safe space for Nightmare, but they're getting pushed out of their own invisible woman ultimate. This is insane, probably thanks to Abs, the Goddess of Death, and the Galactic Legend from Chime. I don't know, but Rad are surely able to capture these last few meters. But here's the Vanguard stepping up, the damage boost from Baser and Nightmare, but they get hit by a rock, and that's gonna hurt in the morning. But who will get the last capture? It's 25 seconds, and Rad, this is their last chance. They can't afford the reset, and the last clap is to Spenny from the Goddess of Death with love. XOXO, we say goodbye to Rad unless they can race back in time with 10 seconds left.
I can't believe there was so much survival happening with the Goddess of Death up there. I mean, they didn't even have anything to respond to it. Here comes the portal, but Luca sniped him out, made sure to get no stranger part of this fight. They're trying to claw their way back in. The Loki Lanterns are down. They have all of their abilities gone, and Kendrick is back and ready for vengeance after that. We have Chime swapping to Spider-Man to get to the point fast. Does get a pick there on Melania, which is huge, but the rest does happen as well, and you can hear it in the background again, as Nightmare finishes off this match with dominance and makes it a 1-0.
Luca is so big brain to already know that teleport was gonna come out. They hadn't used it. It was on or off cooldown, and getting that Doctor Strange so low, that is just one of the tankiest Vanguards, and the power of being able to play around your health and your shield. Next level teamwork from Nightmare and friends, going all the way with such a healthy time bank to putting a stop at B. I really thought that was going to be capturable, if that's a word, from Rad. They had invested so much, but as soon as they would put Invisible Boundary down, there was so much more of a response from the other side, probably from Abs and Spenny, who set up their own strategist ultimates to counter Pizza Demon and Baser. And of course, the resurrects from Baser on the Rocket Raccoon meant that the long game favored Nightmare the whole time.
Yeah, that was really Nightmare's game. They had everything rolling for them. Shime did have that one response, which was nice, but my goodness, just an absolute dominant performance is exactly what you want to see when you get into your first taste here of the elimination rounds and you see what happens when teams do have their back against the wall. And I've got to say, Azor has done great as that fill-in for Mace there, doing a solid job on the Magneto, and Luca, just an incredible Strange as well, even with the Venom gone. Great Vanguard play we've seen.
This has been a great first match. Nightmare take map number 1, but Rad Esports will have our map pick coming up next. And can they put a stop to this bad dream? Well, we'll find out after this.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Plasma burst! Just embrace the light!
Lights out. Vivid feet. Us against the world.
My turn to shine!
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
We are protected now. We are Venom!
Double the failure! Double the fun! Success!
Watch out! Turret's armed! Heavy weapons. I'm in love. Flush the other Frank out! Denizens of the deep! Typical air breather. Maximum pulse!
It's time for Rad to wake up. Okay, this is not very rad. This is not very cash money. You're down 0-1 in the series in an elimination match. But Cozy, we got a best of 5. Shroud were up in the series, and look what happened after that. So we gotta wait for the end.
Yeah, if this keeps up, I mean, Rad's gonna have nightmares of Kendrick and of what we saw from Millennia and her hella play. Pizza Demon doing a great job on Invisible Woman. Just having that shield up always, kind of a underrated strat with Invisible Woman is you just can't get to the snipers, and it allows them to get the 2 taps. We saw that often. This went according to plan perfectly for what Nightmare wanted out of it. And I gotta highlight, Luca is a fantastic Strange. We highlight TTK. We've highlighted some of the other Stranges in this Invitational. My gosh, Luca, good job.
Yeah, and to be versatile on even the Venom, that got banned out this last match, and to show us that Nightmare have the better Vanguard setup, and to know to really temper that aggression, but to also have the trust into your strategist. Baser with the Rocket Raccoon allowed the revives to come through, Nightmare to keep pacing up, tempoing up, and Pizza Demon, like you said, providing so much to the team, but mainly trading invisible boundaries so that Rad Esports never had an advantage ever. And Nightmare is just kind of non-stop, and to force Rad Esports all the way to an overtime cap. And I think it's all thanks to Chime, who I think had an ace on his crack and impact to even allow Rad Esports to get to that point. There's definitely there's some silver linings. There's some high points to Rad Esports, but still didn't end up winning.
Yeah, I mean, Bucky, he just snowballs so quickly. We saw it there. I mean, Millennia had awesome eliminations as hella, but then just Kendrick being able to clean up. And same with Chime. I mean, Chime did literally save that from being a very quick matchup. What's tough, though, is because of how well Kendrick is playing, it doesn't matter that they have Loki. And Abs, you know, great. Loki's a fantastic hero, but with Bucky, it just allows him to do that snowball thing even more. And we're going to see what they pick here for the map to counter. Again, loser gets to counter. Are they going to go with domination? What do you think Rad feels confident in?
Well, I got cheats. Bro. X-ray vision. We got Midtown Convoy coming. I could have had a big brain, but if I have a cheat sheet, I'm just gonna go with that. But Midtown Convoy picked by Rad. Looking through their matches, they did have this Midtown scuffle against Envy, and that was pretty close. They did end up losing that, but this is where Rad brought out the Punisher Rocket team up. So did Nightmare do their homework? We'll see if that gets affected.
We've seen some great matchups on Midtown here. Like, Midtown has been probably my favorite map to watch here competitively. Just great play all around. I mean, we've seen clutch, Strange, Portal shut down and honestly eliminate Dreams. And again, I want to highlight Azor doing just a great job to fill in, because we saw that Team Shroud had to have a fill in as well. And Mace is not just a simple player to fill. The guy, again, is multi-faceted, can do a lot here. Now, do we see the exact same thing from Rad? Are they going to ban something a little bit different this time around? What do you look at when Rad is looking at Nightmare? Who do you even get rid of to slow down that matchup? Is it Strange? What do they do?
There's It depends. I think Rad have fires in their own camp to worry about, which is just the rotations, which are very tough on the Spider Islands that we had. Midtown Convoy, band picks going through. And we have the Strange being taken out from Rad. Yeah, that was tough for Connie to deal with. He did have a great Eye of Agamotto block, but other than that, that was a tough mirror.
I'm shocked. I kind of just threw that up there. I didn't think they were going to actually go with the Strange Band, but it just goes to show you how good Luca was and just dominant force and really just completely getting the advantage on Eye of Agamotto and everything in between. Now, looking at in return, the Groot is going to be saved, and Venom in response to it. Venom for the save. This is going to be a potential dive matchup. Typically, you like to see Magneto and Venom together. Nightmare could have a strat going on there as they look at their last ban here. And Nightmare going and getting rid of Hela. Millennia, obviously very good Hela, but is going to get rid of it. They don't want to deal with Manually, who did do a good job as well. No Goddess of Death this time around. This is a very different look here.
Very different. Just give yourself the win con of those Groot Wall isolations. No Adam Warlock, no Resurrect Business, because we've seen a lot of Chime Star-Lord so far, but he's a flex. We'll see going forward. Malenia forced off the Hela. We'll see if this matchup will be a little more even.
I mean, we got a Luca on Penny Parker, which I believe we saw light play Penny on defense. Not offense, but defense. So who knows if that's even the full lineup that we are going to see. And now we do have Rad defending first, and they're not going anything too crazy from what we've seen from them. Obviously, the group play apps is going to stay there. On the Loki, are we seeing a tease here, or are we going to get the Venom and Penny Parker team up from Nightmare?
I'm a Penny Parker enjoyer. I'm sorry. Don't avoid me yet. Don't avoid me yet. Hear me out. If you can master the Penny Parker, there's just going to be a no fun zone created. But I'm going to focus on the defense first. Everyone trolls on the offense. So having the Star-Lord Bucky got the pulls, not really just one. How about 2 pulls with the Invisible Woman as well? So I was hoping to see some Punisher action from Rad. There's always a chance on the second half, I guess. But Rad will begin on our defense very soon. And they got the high ground. That's going to be the power position to fight for first for Nightmare.
Now, Luca going to flex into that Venom role. Was playing Doctor Strange. Now going to go a little bit more divey. Azor going to look to bubble him to put a lot of pressure as Chime. Trying to make sure to slow down Luca right away. Spots him from a distance. Making sure that Venom the Symbiote has 0 place in this matchup. As they are both on the high ground here. Chime, though, getting a little poke damage from the back. Beautiful for great poke damage and building up. Trying to build up that ultimate for both himself and the strategist.
So far, so good. Good progression from Nightmare, and with Luca on the Venom. Good luck, strategist. We salute you. Good luck, because we just saw how much Shroud X suffered and how much the strategist will be under fire. And Nightmare are getting non-stop space because of this harassment. Oh, but a pull, a 2-man pull at that from Manually. Not fully capitalized on. And you see the fallback from Malenia on the Star-Lord, needing to keep themselves safe. But the wall off and the execute on Connie. The double kill and more. The dominoes are falling for Rad.
The MVP Vanguard play continues. Beautiful close in there. And that's why we're seeing Venom even outside of a dive comp, right? We're seeing Rocket with Venom a lot, being able to heal from a distance. But that was a beautiful use of both Vanguards playing bully ball now as they push up. Still going to be another fight they're going to have to get. But Malenia does have that legend. Loki, though, immediately wowzer with the 4 going down. Nightmare getting a 4-piece easy cleanup, and they didn't even have to use much of anything.
Yeah, just the damage boosts from either side, and Nightmare just hasn't stopped yet. And the bubbles have been pretty well coordinated from Azure, that substitute that has to kind of put the pieces together. And Luca, who can keep diving in. This is a good recipe for Nightmare.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough for Rad, as if you're looking at the ultimates available, pick your poison. Kraken Impact. Is it the meteor coming from above from Azor, or is it just going to be Malenia and the Legend making them uncomfortable? They almost want to stay inside that little rocket dome. They don't want to peek their heads out because they have a lot heading towards them. They need to make sure Nightmare didn't coordinate their ultimates perfectly in the last match. I want to see them being able to alter and stagger these ultimates in the right way.
Kendrick just got pulled, but he's brought back in, and well, Nightmare need to take a step back. They got the ultimates. And it's Rad that tried to hold it down. The Kraken impact first from Kendrick and the strangling prison from Len to keep Nightmare where they belong. And what a block from Connie against the Meteor M from Azure. It is the invisible boundaries though popping off, and I only see one pop off, and it's Melina, the Galactic Legend, doing something legendary. Another block from the Meteor M. Connie gets nothing, and they're being pushed to the brink. Nightmare has so much space and pressure. Here's the Kraken impact, the 2-for-1 from Manually. Oh, it's just automatic when you watch him. The turn, the burn, the 180. Oh, he's coming for the backline. Oh, okay, not letting the Asylum level plays happen yet.
My gosh, he was on another map when he started that ultimate. He came from around the wall and secured the double piece, as we just talked about that snowball happening. That was great usage of the ultimates from Nightmare, but Manually just making sure to put his chime hat on and do the same thing and make sure that he puts the team on his back for that defensive hold here. Now the Venom dives in immediately. Magneto bubbles going out. Both teams backing up here as we have Nightmare trying to put the aggression back on with only a couple ultimates. They're going to have to build some things up before they get a lot of aggression.
Yeah, good toss-up from Luca, and the Venom ultimate too to get everyone low health to set up Kendrick for the ace. And Rad, the convoy is almost at the end of point B. There's just no stopping this, and this time bank is getting out of hand. It's 4 minutes plus for Nightmare, and Rad need to have a pushback or this is gonna get ugly.
Yeah, my Vanguard players out there, you guys are seeing a show today. From Crazeman last match to now Luca, just putting up a performance for the tanks. Phenomenal play all the way around as they're able to now build up the Galactic Legend. They've got the Kraken impact. This is going to be rough. Now, strategist-wise, we do have the invisible boundary coming up for Spinny. But again, Abs, they're going to have the Resurrection Beacon, but no defensible. There's a lot about to come at them. Let's see how they hold down.
Melina is not being too aggressive, trying to go for a flank, but tries to go unnoticed. There's a good CC hitting Rad, and the Kraken impact activated. No reset! Shut down by Manually. And of course, the Resurrects from Ads keeps Rad on their toes and with 2 legs under them. So Nightmare may just have to face their first reset, but the respawns are so close. Pizza Demon placed the invisible boundary as Rad continues to back away. Galactic Legend ready! Melina telling us a story. Given the hands too. So Rad are in trouble trying to find cover. The Vanguards have a lot of health to chew through. Kraken impact from the response. On the other side, Land with a strangling prison to set up these ultimates for Manually to knock them all down. But it's only one elimination for Manually and that strangling prison. That's an investment. And I don't know if Rad are really profiting. And it's the fight back from Nightmare with the damage boost. We'll see if it's enough.
This is absolute chaos, and I love it. Goodness, that Invisible Woman falling the shield on Melina there as Star-Lord. Kendrick finishing up the kill on Connie, but there's where the Res Beacon comes in handy. They're going to be able to put on a little bit more pressure, trying to stop them. They don't have much to go to cap the point. Can Kendrick get that Kraken impact? He's trying to land a shot just to be able to fuel it up. 99%, it is active. Luca can now have the health, and they can finish it off. The 1-2 combo. Here it is. No. Comes the boundary. Spinny able to pop that up, and Rad flips the script right there on Nightmare, which could have been a different result without the phenomenal ultimate play.
Manually just having a 180 performance too, flipping this whole game on its head, showing up on the Bucky, and even that Chime Punisher swap. I said I was looking forward to seeing it from Rad, and it was at the end. Break the glass, emergency Punisher team up with the infinite ammo. This can just melt down the Vanguards, but Luca may try to dive that, put more focus on that Punisher, especially once it sets up as Rad patrol the high ground and will stay on the convoy.
They're going to have to push aggressive here because they don't have defensive ultimates to deal with all the aggression that they're about to be able to have. And they're doing just that. Nightmare just closing in. They've got the Galactic Legend to deal with. You have obviously the huge presence in Kendrick. And there we go. Exactly what I thought we would see. All the aggression coming out at once, but not before Manually tries to get a little something going from their impact. Doesn't have an impact. And that looks like it's going to be the point.
Rad did get kind of rolled there. 1 minute cap. They did have some pushback. They still had gas in the tank for point C, and it took a heroic effort from Manually to have to go on the flank by yourself on the Bucky. You know, there's some mobility on the guy, but doesn't have the jetpacks that Star-Lord does. Manually, I think really impressed me there on the Bucky to try and have some fight wins for Rad, but ultimately Nightmare knew how to distance themselves and go for the retakes, and also to play more cautiously, because when there's a Punisher, that damage can be so overwhelming, especially if that turret ever comes out, and Nightmare knew how to play that tug of war.
Yeah, this is what makes Millennia great. If they notice they have a good Hela on the other team, Millennia just goes to Star-Lord. And we saw a lot of play from that Star-Lord. Kind of shut out Pizza Demon and just tracking the Legendary with the shields, keeping the Star-Lord protected in the air. Absolute legit top-tier play that we see. And I'm going to have to write that one in my notebook. Nightmare looking at the stats here. Great play all around. I mean, honestly, Luca there doing a tremendous job. Having 4 final hits. Love to see it. And Millennia, 22-1. I mean, that is going to win you any game.
For sure. The Kraken impacts have been huge from Kendrick. Just thinking about point B and how he broke that open and was able to carry a lot of momentum. But he had like a 12-ult fight for point B. And as soon as Rad lost that, there was just not going to be retaking the final fight for B without those. So Rad have to go all the way to the end, or they will face series point against Nightmare and on the brink of elimination. Rad fight for the power position, become well studied with a thing. They can throw some haymakers down with Connie's bubble. They have quite a sturdy front line to go through. But Luca's focus won't be on the front, it will be on the back. So keep in mind how the defense sets him up.
Yeah, we do see the Triple C. We are seeing the Punisher. The infinite ammo will make a big difference with Lynn as well. We've seen them swap into thing before, but, you know, no Doctor Strange to counter this time. Just the Magneto building up ult fast, though. Nightmare is able to really get things going and rocking and rolling as they're pushing in. Chime trying to get something going with the infinite ammo. This is your time to get the damage out there, but kind of stuck inside. No, Chime does take out the big healthful Luca in Venom, and that was a massive pick here, but the res is going to make things slow down.
Yep. Lucas, but I don't think you want to be in a small room though. It's definitely harder to swing, and that extra health is already activated. Luca fades off into the distance, and Connie takes advantage of his absence to roll through the rest of Nightmare. And the convoy is on its way. Nightmare, though, aren't running a Strange, so they won't be able to teleport back as easily. And Chime takes out the backline, and now there is no shot for Nightmare to have a good fight. They know it. They may just want to play for the choke, although Luca has a lot more health to play with, and Pizza Demon having the invisible battery soon could be possible. And Melania slapped in the face. Chime and Manually working in tandem, and you got the random Meteor M that won't have the effect Azure was looking for. Rad, though, really starting to shake up Nightmare.
Yeah, Nightmare chose to keep that fight because they had the ultimate advantage massively, but did you see that infinite ammo land at the perfect time, allowing Chime to just pelt the pellets, the bullets into that Star-Lord, and Millennia had zero effect there with the Punisher. You're not gonna live long. We've been wanting to see Triple Z in the tournament. Here we have it. It's arrived, and Rad with the perfect response into what was a tough defensive first matchup. Can they keep this thing going?
Now with Nightmare, their backs against the wall. There's still a lot of progression that the card has to do. And actually, Luca's disrupting it, so Rad have to kind of pick their poison, and both don't taste so good. The high ground, though, was earned from Nightmare. Try and see if they can get a pull and even just put poke damage that Rad have to be careful for. The Guardian Shield has to come up to allow Chime to pop off, and the Kraken impact at the perfect moment. Both strategists ultimates out for Nightmare, but they can't group up around it. 2 or 3 kills for Chime, and he'll even step up. All up in your face. Chime is loud and he's proud, and Rad depended on him to show up, and so he did.
Chime, ice in the veins, one-man army. I mean, perfect finds for that Kraken. Yes, Bucky snowballs, but he made it happen massively there. Beautiful play from Chime to get this thing going even more, and that is gonna be a tough choke, very tough choke. Now, they are gonna have to obviously get through yet another team fight here, and this time on defense, Nightmare having no support ults in the name. The strategist ultimates are gone. Spinny's gonna have theirs available though, and here we go, Millennia taking down Chime, and that's gonna set up Nightmare massively.
Yeah, Rad could only revive one of them, though. Only one of their favorite children could be part of the show. And Rad just got way too aggressive, went in solo, and lost their duels. And that's a risk that you can take, because obviously if you win that 1v1, Nightmare don't have a chance to retake. But now Rad have lost so much wind in their sails.
Yeah, I mean, that went from just a complete momentum to stopping it on its heels. 2 minutes and 46 seconds left, and Millennia's got the legend. We've got, I mean, this is going to be tough as long as these ultimates get their value. Gotta watch out for the infinite ammo, but here comes Millennia.
Oh, Spenny was huge with the invisible boundary. Blocks up that line of sight from Millennia after Luca had set up all the pins for the strike. And it just won't be enough. But no one has died yet for Rad. They get to keep moving forward. They get hit by the Venom ultimate as Rad were able to regenerate all of that health with a damage boost from Abs. It's not over yet. Here's the Azure retake! It's a double kill, and the res was already used. Stabilization for Nightmare and a breath of relief as they send away Rad once again.
Yeah, with a 60% pick rate, Magneto obviously best counter to Punisher, and all those bullets charging up the meteor, and we saw it explode right into their face there. Again, great push there, and I'm shocked at the value. We don't typically see Punisher in this top level of play all the time. In fact, one of the least picked heroes here. So it's cool to see the attempt being made, but against Magneto, it can be rough.
Yeah, it's consistent damage, but less damage per shot. We'll see. Oh, Kendrick cracking him back just off the rip. Rips his opponent apart, and the res comes through. But I don't know if you want to be part of this. Put me back in my grave, says Rad. But they still have some fight, and it's the Punisher, and he's the Executioner. Kendrick heads out, and Nightmare are still holding the space because they blocked up the line of sight because of an invisible boundary from Pizza Demon. He has been critical at stalling things out, stifling the aggression from Rad. But you got the damage boost from Rad. You got Chime up next as the MVP. Kendrick knows he has to catch up. The couple of shots manually reacts. He gets into cover and healed back up. That could have been dangerous.
Yeah, fantastic play there from Rad, making sure, being aware of where Kendrick is, trying to get that pick kill. Manually now getting the spot on Luca, but the res peek, it brings it back. And here we go. We've got Sean coming in with what we've seen been a snowball after snowball. And Kendrick trying to make a big difference.
And Chime couldn't get the resets on the Kraken impact that off the rip. Just so much health out of Nightmare, not even needing a strategist ultimate. Just stayed on their feet and kicked back at Rad, who have 25 seconds to get back into this. And Luca is already pushing out. And look, along with this Star-Lord, they want to stop Rad before they even touch.
Yeah, Luca creating that nightmare that Venom does, right? I mean, just completely trying to bring the aggression early. There's no strange swap, so they're going to go right through with 8 seconds left. Look at Kendrick patiently waiting, patiently ready to get things going with the Kraken impact.
Couple of seconds! Kraken impact! Oh, just cracking foreheads, cracking Rad like an egg, and they get scrambled right back to spawn. Nightmare, the true Canyon, the masterminds of the comp. They will go up in this series 2 to nothing unless there's some next level sneakers on Rad to run back there. No strange, no teleport, and no hope on this map. What a performance from Nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, Rad, they played well. They did play well, but my goodness, just complete perfect play. Luca being able to show that he can flex plenty of heroes, going from Strange to Venom. Good play all around. Again, nice to see Millennia here getting the MVP. We've got a lot of Buckies today, and there's been big MVP plays from Bucky. Millennia, though, 37-3 with 28K and 15 final hits. Beautiful around the board. And again, the stats don't tell the full story, but they're telling us something here, Lemon.
Just Rad went for such cheeky plays. Remember when they had such a progressive push at point B and then they went all solo? They went way too deep to get picks so that they could catch Nightmare off guard, and they were the ones that ate it, and it did not taste good. And Rad lost so much heat and lost so much energy and had to keep pushing and pushing. And then the Kraken impacts, just I think Kendrick and manually tried to go for flanks too. That had an impact, forced manually to have to shift back and forth on the Punisher, never able to really set up. And then you saw kind of the weakness of Punisher. If you're not in that turret form, you don't do as much damage, and the shot per count, or the damage per count per shot, is a lot lower on the Punisher. But that was something special about Rad that we saw that obviously Nightmare were ready for.
Yeah, hey, listen, we saw the reverse sweep yesterday. That's a good thing about having a best-of-5 scenario. It's not over. It's not over for Rad. They could definitely get things going together here. And let's go ahead and take a look back at those highlights and how that last map finished up.
chopping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Plasma burst! Just embrace the light!
Lights out. Vivid feet. Us against the world.
My turn to shine!
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
We are protected now. We are Venom!
Double the failure! Double the fun! Success! Swear!
Watch out! Turret's armed! Heavy weapons. I'm in love. Flush the other Frank out! Denizens of the deep! Typical air breather. Maximum pulse!
It's series point for Nightmare, hoping to continue on in our North American Marvel Rivals Invitational with 100 grand on the line. They're up 2-0. Rad had to change things up, but still no solution yet.
Yeah, they definitely did. You know, I have tip of the cap. They gave us the Triple Z. We know we got to see our first Punisher action, and it was it was working okay, but there was too much constant pressure. The Magneto counter is obviously massive, but you know, I got to give him credit for trying something new, something different. And could we see something even more different heading into match 3? What do you think, Lemon?
Well, Rad will get to pick our next map, and yeah, I think they're a unique team where their identity has been around the Punisher, the Rocket combo, as you pointed out, the team up that's so strong. It's strong in your ranked games, not as much in pro play because less damage per shot. It takes a lot more to dwindle down, and with how on top these strategists are, it takes a lot more to kill from the Punisher or to eliminate from the Punisher. And then the Punisher ultimate's countered by just a simple invisible boundary that blocks that line of sight. But we can at least talk about all the good things about Nightmare, the cool combos they had, the Star-Lord legendary plus the Luca dives. Like, I think they may have to ban this Venom out.
Yeah, I mean, they got rid of the Doctor, but then it's like, that's what's so good about Luca, right? It's you get rid of the Venom, he goes to Doctor Strange, and we saw what he could do there in the first map. Listen, the highlights have been a lot of Bucky, but I want to highlight Millennia. And sometimes it's great to play a bunch of different heroes, but Millennia's been a Hela or Star-Lord, and phenomenal play from both. And we're just seeing like the tee-ups of the combos and being able to combine, honestly, each time Luca and what they're able to bring. Azor, again, stepping up to the plate and getting those key picks at the right time. And the strategist play, there's been literally nothing to take negatively from them. Fantastic all around.
Yeah, Pizza Demon has been having a lot on his plate of when to use those invisible boundaries. Had a fantastic push away of the Eye of Agamotto from last map, and you never give enough love to the strategists, but the invisible boundaries to cut off sightlines. It's not just about protecting your team, but excluding all the people who are not your friends, whether it's denying lines of sights from Hellas, Star-Lords on the Galactic Legends, and it forces a difficult decision of whether the enemy team wants to use their own invisible boundary within yours to create sort of their own healing zone and to try to take the fight within yours, or if the other team wants to wait it out. And that kind of Nightmare stopping the pacing of Rad Esports is what really killed a lot of momentum.
It's crazy just how much Rocket Raccoon play we've seen, by the way. I mean, we saw a little bit of it, and now it's like, it's everywhere. And we're seeing that these, obviously Invisible Woman's been banned so much this tournament, for a reason. Those boundaries insane, the pushaways, the complete package. But I'm impressed with the Rocket Raccoon play, might I say. Now, I'm curious to see what route they go map-wise. Again, inside detail a little bit. We're going to be looking at Yggdrasil's path. And this is always a good map. There's so many huge plays and clutch points, and this is definitely going to be a good, potentially ending to this match.
Yeah, and that's where Rad Esports ended their series against Envy, which was quite close. And we saw some Chime Bucky, some Chime Psylocke, some manually Bucky, some manually Hela with a lot of the Mag group, but also the Spenny Loki with the Abs Luna, which all changes and all depends on how the pick ban goes. But a very competitive map for Rad when they went up against Envy, while as on the other side, Nightmare won that against Envy. And it was good. A lot of Star-Lord, a lot of Rocket action too with the Kendrick Bucky. So I think Nightmare have a solid chance of closing out this series.
I'm interested to see if Abs does get to play Loki. I think this is a phenomenal Loki map. Just great placements, good on both damage and healing wise, and able to hopefully have manually do Hela, and then you've got that team up to roll things. Obviously, we're going to see probably some stop to the res comp. And will we see something different ban-wise? We saw something drastically different the second match. Heading into match number 3. Today, we start with the Luna ban, and for the Team Rad, they're going with a... Oh my goodness. Rocket Raccoon.
Rocket? No way. So no Punisher throws foam? What the heck, Rad? But clearly, they're going to have to pivot off of that with just... Again, the pressure that you pointed out, just the flanks that they had to watch. Just Punisher is so weak to those flanks, not having as easy of mobility, I should say, because you also don't want to grapple away somewhere crazy. The Groot is protected, though, from Rad to make sure they have some dependable Vanguard to work around.
Yeah, very good group map here. Just able to completely change the game if you're able to pick things up. And we've got the Venom save from Nightmare. Luca liked the way things went last time. And I'm honestly still shook from the Rocky Raccoon ban. Was not expecting that. This high level of play, but also Hela. So they're going with the Hela shutdown yet again. They know that Millennia Star-Lord goes well, and they would rather have manually play something else.
Yeah, Nightmare have liked to ban this Hela a lot, and I think with how competitive manually was against Millennia on the Hela in the past, I can appreciate trying to force the Star-Lord mirror. This time it'll be Chime manually versus Kendrick on the Bucky. That went the distance, and kind of different Vanguard lineups, as Connie has said, please ban the Strange. They did, and then you had the Venom. So pick your poison. Connie would rather try the Strange, and he may just be the only Strange in the lobby. We'll see how who's gonna match him and who is walking out with what, because that extra porter means you can contest an extra time.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. I thought for sure Nightmare was going to play groups, but they saved the Venom. Luca actually hovered group for a second because the difference here on this first point, being able to close out the strategists, separate them from the team, stop the heals, and put out the damage. Group's the total package here on Yggdrasil's path. So we'll see kind of what they end up doing. It is, offense. They can change it up. Defensive-wise, though, Chime, Star-Lord, we've seen this before. Abs, as I pointed out, Yggdrasil's path, very easy map to get good Loki plays from. And here we go, heading into the defense on Yggdrasil's path.
Chime's already on an off angle, and he can be a glass cannon. Remember, he can easily be picked, and with a Widow being brought out just for that initial shot to see if he can snipe that one from the sky. Kendrick goes back to the tried and true, the Bucky. That neutral fight condition to pull someone either with the Invisible Woman or the Bucky. And you got the heals from the Loki. This is a lot to get through, but there's the dive in from Luca, and some walls come up from Len to deny some lines of sight from Nightmare to follow up with that Venom dive. But this has been good progression, and even better pull from Pizza Demon and Kendrick to punish Len.
Wow. I mean, I just don't think they're ready for the dive here. They thought potentially that group was going to come into play, in a phenomenal pull from Pizza Demon, who's played like a demon, but on Invisible Woman, pulling in, getting that secured kill, not letting any strategists top them off and get the heals. And this first point, I mean, they're half asleep. They were able to get this point without any pressure or really any picks at all.
Man, it's really hard to focus when Pizza Demon's playing. And then Rad, though, they have their backs against the wall. Another fantastic pull. Connie has a healthy shield and is trying to be brought back the fall. And the Kraken impact, though, doesn't last a whole lot longer. Kendrick shut down, manually stays sturdy, and with the invisible boundary from Spenny, stabilization is found from the Rad side. As they press further, though, they kind of got too greedy again. Rad could have just played within the healing. Maybe they got pulled, but Nightmare still have more fight to them.
Yeah, Rad, Spenny getting up that Invisible Woman boundary immediately, and Azor is going to capitalize on that and punish them not having something available there. We do have the Kraken Impact trying to come out and do something there. Kendrick going down, trying to get back to the fight as Spider-Man, and Nightmare cleaning up, pushing them out. And you're right, a little bit too greedy there, supposedly, for Rad.
Yeah, and that's been their issue in the previous map of taking a huge gamble of these duels. And if they get staggers on Rad, that's gonna cook them even more. But Nightmare still have to progress, and they've built up towards Meteor M and a copied ult from Baser. But it's Chime that has to set himself apart. This Galactic Legend needs to be huge.
Yeah, Baser going to the Loki, trying to get some good use out of the ultimate here. Azor could get a massive pick to shut down early. Here comes the Azor ult to stop the Star-Lord. Can they get, oh my goodness, perfect throw, but they did get the block. Lanterns are down, and just like that, we do have the Invisible Woman ult going up with it.
Connie, our goat. What a block from that Meteor M, but the Meteor M denying. It's just a rock, paper, scissors match, but Nightmare one fight away from capping B. Response close from the friends from the Rad as Luca's on the hunt. Kraken impact to respond. Manually stomps down Melania, but there's so much health from the side of Nightmare with the regen domains up from the Loki. It's tough to carve through with the invulnerability as Kendrick catches Rad, getting greedy, getting too aggressive, and now Rad head for the hills.
Yeah, Kendrick stopping that snowball from happening. Manually was about to go off as Kraken Impact. He put a stop to it. He got the clone, and that was going to be dangerous. But Kendrick making that stop happen. And there we go. We've got the pump of the boundary from Pizza Demon, setting up Nightmare for success here. Can they capitalize on it? They get the hook. Kendrick has been a hook machine with the metal arm, as we've got Connie throwing down the Meteor M, and nothing comes of it.
Pizza Demon, that slow from the invisible boundary was everything. The pulls as well. Rad will collect what they have, and now the punish is in Nightmare's corner. Not having Molina, this could be critical. It all depends on this Meteor M, and this is a tiny room with too many corpses in it. The response now from the Galactic Legend. Chime will fire through. Nightmare try to bubble away, but there's just not enough manpower from the Nightmare side to keep this rolling. But really, as the dust settles, Rad will have more than enough to keep the convoy stable.
Yeah, and again, they have the much shorter spawn. That was a house party in that little room. There was about 10 people in there at one point. They got the pick on the Invisible Woman, which I thought was going to really help them. You know, at that point, I thought Invisible Woman was going to stay indoors, right? Because Magneto ult, that's not something you want to see face to face. Connie now trying to get over this payload that is in their way, and they're taking the fight to him. Lynn has an ultimate to set up clobbering time, but there is the Kraken Impact.
That bubble was insane. That saved Chime after he got pulled in. Kraken Impact from the offense. Invisible boundary from Spenny to block that away. And this gave Chime an edge to hunt down Melania, who didn't get the same love. And charging in Haymakers, Len against the Magneto and the Guardian Shield. The Guardians. Well, I was gonna say of the Galaxy, there's not too many of them on Rad's side, but they really are ruling the Galaxy as Nightmare try to clap back. And so they do. Melinia's on the field. You gotta worry if you're Rad, and they try to keep themselves safe, as that's an invisible boundary from Spenny. Now that that's expired, Molina wants to push his luck. And how lucky or Rad feeling? They barely have any space to work with. It's all up to Len to hold down this real estate.
Now, Millennia just getting huge clutch picks here, really setting them up. Manually going in, trying to get this Kraken Impact to get something going, and you've got the Invisible Woman to help as well. He's even keeping them alive. Now, we've got Luca, wrong place, trying to stay alive as well. Manually doing their best to hold the line here, but Millennia continuing to put on that pressure and has that Galactic Legend to go alongside the Kraken Impact. This is going to be super tough as it delivers.
Rad are just trying to stabilize. They're not trying to be aggressive. They tempered it well. And Connie fights back. But Nightmare are in trouble. It's all up to Melania to tilt the scales back in their favor. But White Chime's on the flank. He's after the Loki. So many doppelgangers. Good bubbles come out of Nightmare. But how much can Chime do? Oh, it's quite an impact. And Nightmare have nothing left in the tank. 14 seconds left. And they need to get back on the convoy.
Yeah, I mean, Chime getting that elimination on the Loki clone was massive. Getting the right one. They're going to be able to come in here, and we're going to have our last fight as Luca dives in early, Lemon.
Yeah, just to get the overtime wick started, a lot to burn through, and Luca can't get the extra health, the pull, the execute manually. He's the man. And then you got emergency Spider-Man. That's when you know Nightmare are in trouble. It's all up to this Meteor. And the backflip to dodge. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a Meteor. And it's Nightmare that have to come in clutch to go past the convoy, to go into the territory of this Haymaker and the ult from the thing. He's doing things, and Nightmare are left with nothing. Can't even cap point B.
The thing is doing things. I mean, we saw finally Lynn capitalizing off that clobber in time. And honestly, we've been waiting to see what Lynn can do on the thing. And that was great use of not trying to get everything all at once, not trying to get a team wipe, just picking out the Magneto, picking out the supports. Awesome play. And Chime, I gotta say, Loki, you know, Star-Lord can counter Loki sometimes with the barrage on his lanterns, but all those clones can mess up the ultimate, and they did a good job, Chime, there, eliminating Baser right away, and that really helped finish that last fight.
Oh man, for Rad to stabilize Point B, the fight that never ends, they were just getting rolled nonstop. And even leaving their Invisible Woman boundary, which kind of costed them Point A. But man, what a response from Manually to also stop the Kraken Impact from Kendrick, which would have even won the fight faster for Nightmare. This has been such a back and forth, and Rad realized we need to stop feeding. We need to stop just pushing non-stop even when we have an advantage. Our advantage is the territory that we have at the end of point B, with respawns being close, with even the protection of the convoy. Like you pointed out, how difficult it is for the Vanguards to maneuver around it. They just needed to react to Luca's dives and to really just play a reactive style. Rad shifting back to that is what helped them take back point B.
And what I say, this is a low-key map. Abs doing a great job here from start to finish, having the MVP role right now. And when you look at it, Rad, this is their get-right map. They chose this. They knew this is what they excel at. And Nightmare now on the defense, having to have a very tough defensive job here. And we're going to be able to tell the story immediately on how this first point goes, Lemon.
Yeah, the thing is just one of the tankiest Vanguards. It's hard to mess with them. He even has a damage reduction if he wants to give a big old hug to a friend, but Luca has to be careful of these dives. He can be pulled in two different ways from the Bucky and the Invisible Woman. And that extra health is popped. Bubble given over to that Star-Lord of Malenia, doing as much damage as possible. Chime is a little bit low and is going to receive some love from his strategist. Good progression so far, building up towards ultimates. Nothing standing out to me except Chime with the perfect spin to win, besting his opposition. And Luca can't escape, could not find a good grapple and a web swing to escape. Nightmare hope to reset in time.
I mean, Chime, do it on Bucky. He'll do it on Star-Lord. We were just talking about Malenia and their usage of Star-Lord, and Chime says, hold on, hold my mixtape, as he just responds beautifully there. And we were just talking about how Nightmare had a great tap on the first point and that we would be able to tell the story. Here's the story. Rad, this is their map.
It really is. That was a blazing fast push from Rad. A lot more contest came out of Nightmare on their offense. We'll see if Rad has an advantage on the time. It all matters on the momentum they can build. And manually with the Kraken Impact and the Galactic Legend, these are the keys to victory.
Yeah, manually here, trying to get a nice hook here, trying to get something going. Does miss it and pushes up slowly. We have ultimates galore. The fireworks about to come off. The Michael Bay special. Here it comes. Legendary popping up immediately from Nightmare. Able to get really nothing else. Chime, Chime getting the picks there. Manually going in with Kraken Impact. Here's the double duo. Can they get it in this first point limit?
The Invisible Woman boundary copy from Abs is what single-handedly stopped the Malenia Galactic Legend. What a play. And they still, guess what, have another Invisible Woman boundary. And this is the final fight. With 4 minutes, it will be popped. And the Strangling Prison is thrown from Luca. He gets pulled out of all the fun. Meteor M and everything in the tank as Nightmare stopped from pushing in and joining forces. And Kendrick gets the last laugh, like manually was called Drake all along. But Rad have an uphill battle. A few more meters to go. And Nightmare have respawn advantage.
Play here from Abs. Double eliminations. Yes, the Kendrick Bucky matchup was close, but the Kraken Impact made the difference. But Connie getting the pick and the deliver on Azor here. And yes, it's a much shorter walk, but able to get that pick was massive as they're able to now roll into it. Chime getting a piece as the Doctor Strange now getting right to the fight. And Pizza now pushing away, getting Manuel out of here. And this is going to get ugly.
This is getting ugly. Nightmare, they just have to live. Just need to keep contesting. Now it's getting awfully close, though, to the cap. And this is for a chance for Rad to come back into the series. And Chime, he's in the back line. And this is terror in the eyes of Nightmare. They'll try to respond with a Kendrick ultimate on the Wolverine of all things. It disrupts, but it does not stop Rad. And they are gone. They're also heading towards the enemy spawn. That's when you know things are hectic for Rad. There's still some people lurking around, including Chime that hopes to anchor. Connie that gets pulled in. They are dangerously low, and I don't know if Rad have the strategist to keep this going. But speaking of that, Spenny will heal everybody back up with the invisible boundary, and Nightmare will try to challenge and do the same thing with their own ultimate. Manually waits in with his turn to go for the Kraken Impact once those strategist ultimates are gone, and Chime could set it all up with an Eye of Agamotto. But this Luca Venobolt gets everyone from Rad low, but they stand tall, and the Kraken Impact and the block! Azure gets nothing from the Eye of Agamotto.
Survival of the fittest. They had multiple combos they could pull off there. And Chime going in a little high. unable to land that, and that's a bummer because the combo usage could have been massive there. They're trying not to capitalize on it, but Luca punishes Chime for the unfortunate miss as they did switch to the triple Vanguard, able to get things rolling. We have the invisible Spinny getting up the ultimate as well, but Lin gets the hit and the finish, not only on the Wolverine, but Luca as well.
So winnable. Wait, Azures did just get stunned, and I think Rad have done it. They have all the eliminations. They zoned off Nightmare, but Nightmare needs to stay hold, and thank God for Pizza Demon and this invisible boundary. Wait, I was trying to hype you up, and Chime's going crazy off the Strange and off to something magnificent on the Star-Lord to clutch up one final time, but it needs to be a team wipe. It needs to be an ace, and the Joker is out of the sleeve, and we have Kendrick making a comedy special now on the Wolverine. Slams into Spenny, and this is a fight that never ends. With Nightmare, you think they're down for the count, but they come back to life.
The walk back is so quick. They're able to swap counter. He went to the Wolverine to stop the triple Vanguard, and then Chime went back over to Star-Lord, getting good value, but Kendrick doesn't need triple Vanguards to get his value. He was able to get a huge pick there, and now we've got less than a minute here. Rad's got just Kraken Impact, and as for Nightmare, they don't have anything outside of an Eye of Agamotto that's going to come in clutch. This is a make it. They've got to hit this. They have to hit this Agamotto here.
Make it or break it. There's been good blocks, and it's up to Connie. Time-based shield, not as flexible as the Strange, and it's Rad stepping up, and there's been so much effort from Rad, but Nightmare, they keep coming back because of those respawns. There's the Galactic Legend to capitalize on Kendrick. It was so low. The great poke from Rad. How do you stop Chime? And there's been the Invisible Woman barrier to try and block the damage, to try and support him, and Pizza Demon is constantly a victim. Baser is still alive. There's still some healing left, but not when Manually is on the job. All the strategists are in trouble, and now gone completely. No healing left unless Pizza Demon has been ordered hot and ready, and I don't think he is. Rad have bought themselves another life in the series.
Oh my goodness, that point is so hard to cap because you have to get consistent eliminations or they come right back into the fight and they know exactly how to stall the point, whether it be Spider-Man or triple Vanguard. Absolute wonderful play to now make the series 2-1 and stop the sweep from happening. We saw a reverse sweep yesterday with Envy and the Sentinels. Could we see it again, Lemon?
Rad swapping to everything with the triple Vanguard. We saw some Wolverine from the other side of Kendrick, who's now somehow on the Spider-Man. Like, hats off to these strategists. They deserve to have a pizza ordered for them. Whatever they need, give it to them. Because Pizza Demon, Baser bought so much time for Nightmare. I almost died of old age by the time that fight actually stopped. And it all came down to finally some focus fire from Rad to access the backline of Nightmare, who were so far back as it is. They were in the back rooms. And I'm not talking about horror games. Rad, though, it was quite scary to watch how they were able to pull that off and how resilient they were at the end of the day. But this is just the, I guess, halfway point through our series. Nightmare are one away from moving on and eliminating Rad, but they still got some fight left in them. We'll see you guys after the highlights.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. Plasma burst! Just embrace the light!
Lights out. Vivid feet. Us against the world.
Light and the shine!
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
We are protected now. We are Venom!
Double the failure! Double the fun! Success! Swear!
Watch out! Turret's armed! Heavy weapons. I'm in love. Flush the other Frank out! Denizens of the deep! Typical air breather. Maximum pulse!
Welcome back, guys. Rad, they said we were down, but we were not out, and we saw that come to light on Yggdrasil's path. They played phenomenal start to finish there, and honestly just reversed everything that they were doing wrong on the other maps, having everything come together. The ultimate, we even saw Lin and the Thing in crazy clobbering times. That was, as you would say, a doozy of a last matchup there.
Just Nightmare went into that point B with like 4+ minutes. Like they kind of speed ran their offense to then Rad had made such a speed run on their offense. I forgot they had the better offense, which was kind of crazy, and they had so much time for point B, and it was just the fight that never ended. Really good resilience, and for Nightmare to keep that as long as it did. But also Nightmare get our first choice of map this series, and they could still end it on a good note. Our predictions could still be right.
Yeah, we were, you know, we gotta miss the Shikigami matchup. This one, it could still land, or we could end up having Rad again. Listen, with Shikigami winning, who knows what's about to happen. But
right.
I've been in that situation so many times, Lemon, where you're trying to get that last point, but the spawn is right there, and then they're able to counter pick easier because they have a quicker walk. And I mean, when they went triple Vanguard, I mean, I thought that was gonna be it, and then the Wolverine pick happened, and from there just snowballed.
Snowballed, and yeah, everyone crashed out. And I guess in a good way for Rad, with how far they went, how long that fight lasted, because there wasn't a moment of reset. There was just almost every hero being brought out as an emergency from both sides. And I like that Chime finally went back to the Star-Lord after the strange shenanigans and kind of locked it down with a final galactic legend, and it kind of set Rad to go after the strategists. Because a tip for everyone trying to watch this at home, just look at how many strategists, how many healers are left from both sides. That will really tell you how the fight will break down, or at least how long it'll last. Because as long as those guys are alive, especially someone like Pizza Demon, if you did not eliminate Pizza Demon, you were not winning that fight. He was too good.
Yeah, I mean, truly a demon of pizza. There's so many times that they had combos like ready to go with Clobber in time and the Bucky ult, or as we were talking about, the Eye of Agamotto was almost there and then it got delayed, and they had just great counter strategist ultimates. And this is after the patch that made strategist ults take a little bit longer. So just perfect use of that. Abs played a perfect Loki game altogether, and this is going to now be, though, in favor technically of Nightmare being able to pick the map, and we're going to see what they go with. Is it going to be domination for the first time? We haven't seen much of that today.
I think we got a convergence map coming up. This is going to be super fun. And if we're going to get our game 5, because guess what, guys? Every reverse sweep starts from an 0-2 spot. And Rad had promised me that they were going to win 3 maps today. So, I don't know. They gotta put their money where their mouth is, because this is a tough matchup to go up against.
Yeah, I'm wondering what we see, how Nightmare's going to adjust here, right? Obviously, they're confident in how they played the first 2. You know, do they stick Luca on that Venom? Do they keep him on the Strange? What do they want to go with there? We saw the Star-Lord matchups were absolutely nuts, and Millennia having a tougher time against Chime. Chime being able to do it all. As we head in to the next one, can the reverse sweep happen? Can they make it 2-2 as we have that Rocket Raccoon ban once again eliminated for Rad, and Luna being banned from Nightmare with the Atom save?
And what do you protect? I'm surprised this Venom isn't gonna be is it gonna be protected? Is it gonna be banned? Because that was an issue. Luca was so scary on it. Groot has been so important for Rad. They keep that in their arsenal. But is Venom being floated at all for Luca?
I think that Atom was like a bait a little bit. Yeah, I don't even know if they were going to do a res comp. I think they just put that Atom out there to force the hand of the ban of Mantis, ensure that they maybe, you know, have everything they want in the Venom. And then there's that Hella ban that they were waiting for. So it could have been a part of the strategy. We'll have to see if they win. We can interview and ask them. But for now, here are the bans. A lot of strategists out. Luna, Rocket, Mantis, no go. It's going to be a lot of Invisible Woman, Loki, and probably not Atom.
Maybe it's bait. Nightmare are one of the few teams that play that super revive comp, you know, with the Atom, the Mantis, the Star-Lord, and with how good Millennia has been on it. I think maybe the Mantis, I would gamble and try to get rid of that, but that does open up the Strange Mirror, the Venom possibility. But on defense, we'll watch to see what Nightmare will do first, because they are on the brink of advancing into our bracket to face the loser. And don't quote me on this, Sentinels and FlyQuest. We'll show you the bracket later on today. We got a ton of matches. We're eliminating 2 teams. We already said goodbye to Shroud X. We're gonna say goodbye to one of these teams here, and then we're gonna go into the final events: 100 Thieves versus Envy, Sentinels versus FlyQuest.
Yeah, listen, Millennia, you're right, has played such a good Star-Lord that they'll take just the Atom and Star-Lord. They don't even need the Mantis, and Chime did not get the ban in because Chime's doing great on Star-Lord. So we'll see if that comes back to haunt them. Luca as the Hulk, we haven't seen that. We'll see how angry he can get. Can they get the monster to come out? Luca, tremendous player as of now. And here comes our first bit. They're trying to break the environment early, Lemon, because that gets the wind going and everything on this map, and the little symbol you see there.
Yeah, Hulk, a lot more selfless than Thing, you know, can give the shields to everyone. It's kind of like a death ball type. We've seen Luca bring this out on Midtown in the past, so this has been in the back pocket for Nightmare for some time. So they're gonna wait to see. And having that second life as Hulk too, a lot more survivable as Rad organized. And I worry about how kind of this went with the Spider Islands and how disjointed they look there. But man, after winning that map, I'm sure that hyped them up a lot. They are getting walled off though, so an alternate path needs to be found by Rad.
Yeah, Luca and Hulk is so much better with healing, and they got the triple heals. We saw this from Sentinels and 100 Thieves. We got the triple heals going for Nightmare, and we'll see if it pays off. A lot of supports coming manually, getting the pick, though, on Baser, which is a massive first pick to get things going, and now trying to get that hook, but there's too much clutter in the way with the Groot walls. Now, Exor's just trying to stay alive, and they're honestly bullying them at the moment.
What? How did Malenia get out of that? They were so low, they were isolated, and they flipped out using those iframes, and they get the diff against Chime. What started off as a 6v5 for Rad, including a pick on a strategist, devolved into a big ol' L. Incredible solo heal potential from Pizza Demon. We've highlighted him before, and they get to farm off all these eliminations to get more ult charge.
Now, Malenia just flipping the script there. I mean, just completely able to get, what, 3 eliminations by themselves. Just absolute craziness right in the playbook, as one might say. Now, we've got a little bit of top ground action, but most of them going to be taking that main street, having to get back together. For this next battle, we do have double strategist ultimates ready for Spinny and Abs. That's going to be huge on the attack here. But we have a decent response as all of the strategists going to have their ultimates alongside the Galactic Legend and Eye of Agamotto. It's about to be an ultimate party.
It is, as Rad stay put for now. An alternate angle from Chime to push away from Kendrick as Rad build up. Maybe looking for a group up two with the Strangling Prison with the Galactic Legend. That's gonna hurt a lot, and Nightmare keep themselves safe, and their strategist backed away. Galactic Legend first, and Spenny protects him with the invisible boundary. You don't know where these shots are coming from. Oh man, and I don't think Kendrick wants the smoke, but that's a full team CC from Azure with the Eye of Agamotto. And man, Rad just explode.
Wow, tremendous Eye of Agamotto and great patience from Kendrick there, not worrying about the pellets coming in from Star-Lord. And they didn't have to use anything there, just the one eye and the follow-up. And that is going to be massive moving forward as they have the resurrection. They can play a little bit more unsafe with the passive, with the revive there. Luca able to just absolutely make it a nightmare for these strategists going in with the Monster Hulk if he decides to pop it soon.
With how far back and how split up Nightmare play, it's so hard to find a good Strangling Prison, and Len's just gonna have to go for the critical pick and gets pulled in by the Invisible Woman, and this Doctor Strange is trapped. Azure will get out. Meteoram looking for the strategist and wants to hit the fly out of the sky of the Star-Lord, and Connie whiffs it. Still a good Strangling Prison from Len. Some stabilization, but Resurrects come in from Nightmare. They're back to all 6, and Abs copies an ult, and there's a lot of healing from the Rad side. But what's important is Nightmare's Vanguards pushing those strategists and causing chaos. Abs and Spenny are in trouble, and there's not much help coming from the rest of the team. And if you can't protect your strategist, you're getting the avoid from me.
Yeah, Lin was playing great. That wall separation was fantastic, but unfortunately, they were focusing more on that backline and not on him. We saw Azor trying to get skinny and get past that Groot wall. All of this happening while the strategists were just suffering below. And then we saw right there, that's where the resurrection comes in massive clutch mode, right? Because you're able to play that more aggressive nature, and from there, they were able to finish it off. They got the huge hold. Let me say, though, that is a very hard point to get. So I wouldn't even be shocked if this would happen as their same result for Rad.
Yeah, Nightmare looking down the barrel of a win and an advancement into the bracket. All they have to do is capture that point, and it doesn't even necessarily mean like a clean sweep team ace type of win. You just need to zone off Rad, and they are already hovering over the Thing and other Vanguards that can put up a lot of strength in the front line. And just what Nightmare's defense was so good at is constantly backing away. You couldn't have a valuable Strangling Prison if you were Rad, and Eye of Agamotto was countered by all the strategist ultimates, and Chime got to keep resurrecting. It was just really, or not Chime, Nightmare got to keep resurrecting, and the fight just never ended. You couldn't get a clean win from Rad.
I mean, coming to a theater near you is the horror movie of Groot closing in on Doctor Strange. Azor was trying so hard to get past through that wall and could not get through it, but it didn't matter. It just didn't matter at the end of it all there. Fantastic play. A little scenic view of the map here, and Chime getting a little early peek, little spy action on what they might try. And here we go. Rad setting up top with the Magneto and Groot, and it looks like they could be potentially getting together for the portal here. Yes, they are.
Yeah, and Rad can also play for the win because they did manage to get 2 ticks, so Don't have to worry about the draw. Nightmare are going to be coming from behind with Luke on the Venom. I was worried about this slipping by in the band pick phase, and Rad are not going to sit idly by. They're pushing in, but you also don't want to be randomly walled off by a Groot or anything. Actually, it's Rad that have the Groot, but it is the dive from Luca, tossing up the entire team, slowing them down with the grab, and there was a strategist dangerously low, but Luca cannot get the finish. Great heals as Melina will come back into the picture, and Nightmare can start off with the zone. Remember, they only need 2 ticks, and Nightmare are just all over Rad like butter on toast.
My goodness, I mean, Lucas just almost got that Invisible Woman elimination there, and just barely being able to escape. Spinny got out of it. Luca on Venom, just a menace, low on health. You're trying to survive, get to that health pack, gets out of it, and now this sets up Nightmare to have plenty of ults. Kendrick has the boundary online. We're about to have a Galactic Legend hit, and then, of course, Luca going to open it up for probably the combo with the Star-Lord here.
And Luca can play his life using the Venom ultimate to go underground, but just will not die. That dive alone forces out the invisible boundary from Spenny, and all Nightmare have to do is really wait it out and retaliate. But there's the strangling prison. Len jumps up, tries to slam into Nightmare. The Meteor M to eat up the damage. Takes care of Chime as Nightmare still are working on that first tick, and that's all they need. And Rad would have to play for the tie, and Nightmare are playing for the win. They're playing to advance, but Rad are still alive. The regen domains, the Loki is lurking about, and manually the Kraken Impact looking for resets after the strategist, and will get the finish.
Connie with the 2-piece on the strategist was massive there, and great job holding on to that Bucky ultimate for the resurrection. Trying to clean up here as Millennia does, in fact, but we do have the Galactic Legend trying to make some difference. Doesn't do much outside of Kendrick's Spider-Man. No, wait, Pizza Demon goes down. Now Millennia, hold on now here, Lemon.
Yeah, I can't believe Rad, this is like the last map all over again. Rad are so good at these long sustaining fights, but they focus down the last of Nightmare, who are so close to getting the only tick they need. And to correct myself from earlier, Rad are playing for the draw, not the win, and this is still an insanely difficult challenge to overcome.
Yeah, Connie hitting that double meteor was huge, and it wasn't just potentially a Vanguard support. Nope, it was both of the strategists to really set it up, and then to have the Bucky be able to deal with the resurrection. Massive there. Now, Lynn does have access to the prison here. This could be a massive setup. We don't have Kraken Impact, nothing really to follow it up, but they can at least punch the damage-wise. It's going to be high ground versus high ground here, and if you look at the ults here, there's pretty much nothing available for the offensive Nightmare here.
Yeah, Luca will see if he can force out the invisible boundary there from Spenny. Abs can copy and be as flexible as he can be. Whatever the team needs, he should provide. The strangling prison, the one man to hit this Magneto. The shield cooldown was available, but the wall from Len was beautiful. You remove a Vanguard, and this may set Nightmare behind, because Luca, he can take space, but not keep it as easily with the Venom.
Yeah, stopping Magneto, that's such a big pick, and it's okay to use that Groot ultimate there because it slows them down so much with only 19 seconds left. I mean, they've got the Venom trap now, barely able to escape is going to be Luca, and that's what it's all about, not using ultimates for everything. Last fight here, and we've got one Galactic Legend as the only offensive ultimate.
Man, this Venom comes in like a missile, but it's gonna need some help, and that's where the invisible boundary is forced out from Abs, who copies it to stabilize Rad, and the Meteor M crashing down, not wiping away the dinosaurs quite yet, and it's the Galactic Legend from Melina to help Nightmare get the win, but it's overtime. It's the draw, or it's the win for Nightmare to advance, and it's difficult to find yourselves as Rad are trying to pitch from both sides, but they're losing the point, and Nightmare only need the one tick, and they're so close to getting it. They only need the zone, and they just are running out of ultimates. They haven't gotten the clean ace, and they lose Pizza Demon. Nightmare are gonna have less strategists, less healing, as Rad, their ultimates come online with Spenny. The invisible boundary cuts off the sight lines, slows Nightmare if they approach the point. The Meteor M, one last touch from Nightmare, and did they get it?
The overtime was so close to the cap. The cap did not happen.
Oh my
it was
God.
one to the other. We both were frozen because it was that close of the matchup there. It's going to be a draw limit. And there was a sliver left on the point. There was a sliver left on the overtime. And my goodness, that was pretty much what we just saw from the last matchup. We have our first draw.
I've never even seen. We got dual MVP as well. We're going into I guess a game 5. Holy, first we got the upset for the Shikigami match. Now a draw. What resilience. Neither team able to capture the defense, being able to shift to a passive style, to dial things back, to the solo strangling prison, to take care of a Magneto. You might think, oh my god, that's not enough. That's such a throw. But you talked about how key of a pick that was and how Luca wasn't able to lead the team to success because of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing if it's the Venom that could get back super quickly and they can still make that fight happen, but that's what the massive difference is, I think. When you look at pro play, they know just the small thing they need to do to turn the tide of battle, and it was that right there. We said it going into it. I don't know if that's the easiest map to cap. In fact, I do know. It's very hard to get that cap, and they were unable to do so. It was that close, and great kind of dodge and back and forth that we've had with them keeping a little bit on the point and then have the overtime clock work for them. Beautiful finish there from Rad to get it to be a draw.
And the series will extend with the Nightmare still having a choice of map coming up next as we go back to square one. The series is still 2-1 for Nightmare, and they're one map away from moving on. Or we're going to have the longest series ever because Rad, maybe they're taking something out of Shikigami's book about the slingshot theory or whatever. They need a hashtag too, but we got some highlights ready for you, so don't go anywhere.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Bleeding and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Plasma burst! Just embrace the light.
Lights out. Vivid feet. Us against the world.
My turn to shine.
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
We are protected now. We are Venom!
Double the failure! Double the fun! Success!
Watch out! Turret's armed! Heavy weapons. I'm in love. Flush the other break out! Denizens of the deep! Typical air breather. Maximum pulse!
North America only has bangers, y'all. Are you not entertained? We got our first draw of the Invitational. Nightmare are still up 2-1. We're going to game 5 to see who stays in this bracket.
Yeah, listen, everybody was hyped about the upper bracket, but the lower bracket, what is this pure chaos? It's been an insane matchup from the Shikigami one now to here, and I've got to say that last point, I mean, the comp of being able to play Adam Warlock and have some regeneration happening, you have to eliminate them twice, had almost no effect, especially on that overtime. Great use of the Bucky ultimate to clean it up, but he was forced to use it on that point, and then the Magneto had to step off and the rotations happened. I mean, these last two battles in the last matchups have been insane. I hope you brought your popcorn.
I am surprised that we even still have vocal cords. Like, we
Barely.
are trying to rap hard to keep up with this because, yeah, the two fights that never ended from the two previous maps to, I really thought Nightmare were this close to winning. They only needed that 33%, that one take, and I thought when Magneto was coming up with the slam dunk, like Shaq style, and the rest of the team following up, like, surely that was enough, and it wasn't because you had pointed out, thank you, with the overtime dying right there. I can't believe that. Is that our first Magneto C9, I guess? I don't know.
Potentially. We had the thing chasing the Wolverine earlier. I'll never forget that one. But yeah, it came down to a couple plays there. You know, I got to give tip of the cap to Lynn. Great group usage. The walls were different, like self-surviving, and then being able to capitalize how they did. And then Connie getting that two-piece. I don't actually think that we would be talking right now. We'd actually have the next matchup up because that was that much of a game winner. I mean, at this point, it's like, what do you change if you're Rad? What do you change if you're Nightmare? I feel like, it might come down to who's more flexible and what they have, but they've been able to answer the problem, which was Luca on the first couple of maps.
Yeah, for Rad to kind of let that venom float and to just decide, well, let's not focus the venom too much because the more damage he takes, the more health he can get back with his cooldown, that they just eliminated everyone around him to go for that secondary tank of the Magneto, to go for everybody else around Luca. And Luca, though, did a fantastic job, like completing that venom role, forcing out invisible boundaries and setting up Nightmare to have less cooldowns and less ultimates on the other side to worry about.
Yeah, and I've got to say, I mean, I don't know about you, but I've been in those overtime with one sliver matchups. And for me, at least, I go from trusting my teammates to trusting nobody. I'm like, I've got to stay on this point. I'm going to be the only one that stays here. Pro play, a little different. I'm sure they have their roles or they're calling out who's on point, who's not. But we've seen that happen now. And I've been on the other side where I thought I won. And then I looked down and I mean, I lost. Or in this case, it was a draw.
And Nightmare still have our choice of map coming up next, and they're talking to their coaches, talking to themselves, and this is a team that's been through thick and thin and has built the ultimate roster. And I mean, you got insight right from Nightmare that this is an important match for them to win for the obvious reasons of lower bracket, but it's like egos on the line too.
Yeah, they look to really again, I talked with some of the higher ups at Nightmare, and they said, hey, look, you know, our roster completely swapped and we love these new guys, and it's now their time to have their story. And I mean, they were up 2-0. It's 2-1 with the draw, but you know, they could definitely kind of stamp their way into a great path here into the lower brackets. It's still blowing my mind that this is all happening on the bottom of the bracket. And I mean, we know what's going to come from the upper bracket elite play. But honestly, if I'm the upper bracket, if I'm 100 Thieves, if I'm Sentinels, if I'm FlyQuest, I'd be looking down and be like, man, I thought I wanted to play these guys, but they're playing great.
And for some reason, Rad is like watching our top of show and we brought out the predictions. And I think we kind of poked the bear and we made them angry, which is how many like 3-0s. I was nice. I gave Rad a map and I could still be right. I didn't count for the draw though, but we will go forward to see if this 3-1 will be right or if we're going to get our first game 6, because that would be legendary. The map picked from Nightmare though is Hell's Heaven Domination. And if you thought that the last fights were chaos, wait till you see a Domination map.
Yeah, honestly, we only saw Domination once today. It was the very first battle, I believe, was Shroud X, or maybe the second. But it's been a lot of convoy, a lot of convergence. So finally, we should now see some comp switch ups. I think we're going to see how Nightmare plays and what Luca decides to do ultimately. Guys, don't go anywhere. We got our next matchup right now. Nightmare, Rad, first ban. It's an auto Rocket Raccoon now, and I expect there to be the same as we've seen here from Nightmare as well. This is what tells the story, though.
In Nightmare, last time they went to this map against Sentinels, they went all the way to round 3. I was casting that. It was so winnable. It was like 99 to 99%. It was the Malenia, I guess the breakout performance when we were expecting maybe like a different player, and then the substitute comes in and just breaks open faces. Malenia's Hella was insane. And if this floats, I think we could see that matchup against Manually once again, which that went pretty back and forth, but it still takes a team effort to support that, as we got the Adam Warlock protect,
which is huge on Domination. That last match, they were not able to capitalize on it. Now, I love the group ban. That's just respect to Lynn. They saw what Lynn did last time. They're like, okay, we don't want any of that. That was honestly what shut us down. We get the Luna protect, though, happening over from Rad, which is going to force, honestly, a couple of potential bans here. Mantis going out yet again. Will this be a Namor ban? Could this be a Loki ban? Or do they stay the course and go with Hella?
Yeah, I think Nightmare, that's the thing, is are we letting Hella happen or not? Because then, of course, Namor is super popular on this map. There are other Domination duelist options. No Hella, no fun for me. I think after how that matchup went from Nightmare versus Sentinels, they realized that's just a lot of pressure to put on Malenia.
Yeah, and I mean, as we see here, there was no Namor ban, so we got Chime going for the Namor with the Luna. This is going to be interesting. Now, Spinny flexing over to Loki, even though Abs played a great game there on Yggdrasil's path, as we saw. Not much change up. We do have, obviously, double Namor action. You have to go with it. If the Namor, Luna are both there, Baser switching on over as well. This is going to get crazy as we head into our first Domination match between these two teams.
And Nightmare and Rad both went 1 and 2, similar wins, and a different top dog that they have to face. As Rad, I would say, didn't have much of a challenge against 100 Thieves. That's a team that no one can beat right now. But Nightmare played really close to Sentinels, which gave us all a hint that we have to keep our eyes for Nightmare and what they're going to show up with in this bracket. I think all of our expectations got reset, but Nightmare are still on series point. And this is their choice of map. This is their playground.
Yep, Luca's going to be portaling in the T for Nightmare, and then it looks like that we're going to have the Shark try to boost them to the point. No Doctor Strange on their end. They're all waiting for the portal now, trying to hop right to it for this high ground push. And here we go as they're going to be meeting at the top. We have Lean once again on the thing. We'll see if we get the same result.
And because of this position advantage from Nightmare, they can set up their squids and have the slows, of course, when you have the Luna involved. So Rad will have to bully their way through, but Nightmare know that the point's about to unlock, so they're going to focus on stabilizing, setting up there. Rad are coming down the stairs. You have to worry about any off-angling that any of these duelists can do, including the Namor.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice little poke damage happening. Both teams just honestly getting charging up. Millennia able to get those squids out and charge up early. Both the tanks are going to go on them. Nope. The bubble is up. There goes the cooldown. That's an important one to track as Invisible Woman keeping them shielded up. They're just trying to get this Millennia pick at the moment.
Millennia has to stay safe and beautifully played around the pillar, but this map, this round can change a lot. It's very dynamic in the bubble for Len to support him. The haymakers, Rad are playing so aggressive off of thing. The double shot from Manually takes care of Millennia, and Nightmare would have to turn around a 4 versus 6, which is just not going to happen.
Yeah, we've seen Lin play the thing, but the thing about domination, the thing is, I mean, that's going to be the joke always, right? But the thing about domination is the thing is able to get so much more value on the double shield comp because you are in their face all of the time, constantly getting, honestly, pressure and ultimate charge up. Even with Luna ults, the thing can charge up the ultimate and get so much use out of that big AoE hit. And then when you're one-on-one, you go with the single punches. But the thing is a huge pick here against them.
Oh my god, just choke stuffing already from Rad. Keep an eye on this Meteor M. They are so confident. Connie says, let's go, boys. We're rolling in. And it's the copied, spinny ultimate of the Luna. They still have abs in their back pocket, comboed with the whale. That was deadly.
Yeah, I mean, they say Chili Christmas for the turrets. No, it is for the damage boost into the Moby Dick. I mean, that was a beautiful use of just a couple of ultimates, and now we see there's still plenty to be had within it. The sprays are coming out. They're feeling confident. Lemon, love this. They want to make it 2-2 here, and they've got plenty to do so.
Good scouting too on the right side. Chime finding out where they're rotating from, and there needs to be some backup. Good Magneto bubble just to ensure Chime's life. Now playing through the choke, there's gonna be some trouble. The Luna ult from Baser helps force Nightmare through the choke, and it's so difficult. You got the impact, you got the whale, you got a double kill from Millennia. Oh, that is terrible, and Rad will not be able to keep this point any longer, but getting up to 80% is a huge start.
Yeah, perfect timing from Baser there on the damage switch. I mean, that was absolute cinema, as one would say. Great job there, just getting the double piece and able to have that thing roll out. Clobber in time was setting up something big there, but Luna, or the Baser, obviously getting the Luna ultimate. Now we go in, we have an Eye of Agamotto. Not a lot to follow it, but Rad having Kraken Impact and Meteor M should definitely spell a chaotic battle here in a moment.
Shields up from Connie. Moving forward, Kraken Impact is off the rip, mostly blocked in Manually. Drops to the low ground. He's well supported, but this did not put much of a dent into the armor of Nightmare. Is ready to retaliate, playing behind cover. Luca looks for an Eye of Agamotto. He is going to step forward, and the shield that has to block it is Connie. And it's a double hit, Manually and Connie. Eye of Agamotto, if that's even a verb. But either way, only one is dropped from Rad as Spenny copies the Luna ultimate. The whale, the combo, blocked off by Luca. Not too much affected. Nightmare, stabilizer on the invisible boundary. You got the second Luna ultimate coming out. Abs and Baser making this a dance floor, but Luca is a critical Vanguard to miss at this point. The Kraken Impact as Kendrick looks for the trades, and Rad back away behind the healing of Abs that was still sustaining them through the Kraken Impact. And at an angle, Millennia, you cannot forget what he can do. The Tridents have to deal with all the Loki clones, but that's his little mini game to play, and it's still Rad with the point capture and seconds away from winning round one.
Yeah, wow, that is, I mean, you get an ultimate and you get an ultimate. Tons of things happening. I mean, from that Kraken impact, not getting its damage, but there is Spinny getting a huge kill on Kendrick there as they're having to come to the point immediately. 99%, 99. We've got our overtime. And right now, Zor, can he get the pick with the Meteor M? And he goes for the ditch. Oh my, but down. Get Spinny.
What a risk to go for the Loki, who could quickly teleport away. What a critical strategist removed. It's all up to Abs, so close to the fate of both worlds, and it's fate in Abs' hands to save this round number 1, to set up Rad for a possible reverse sweep. But not if Nightmare has something to say about it. Not when Pizza Demon is ordered on the menu with a beautiful invisible boundary to get real estate back in Nightmare's favor. It's an overtime that never ends. A Loki copy with another Luna ultimate. An Eye of Agapone from Luca that blocks a response from Manually that also gets nothing. The ultimates, the slam down from Melania drowns out some of these strategists, and now Melania locks in.
I mean, 48 seconds of Luna ult they have to deal with there, and huge use of the whale collapsing that. I mean, we've been saying the Michael Bay special. At this point, it's a Rad and Nightmare special with them going in overtime over and over, but Nightmare able to take the win there. That could have been anybody's matchup. We went from the Kraken impact coming very early in that fight to trading to 2 missed whale opportunities to finally the whale hit. 48 seconds. It was ultimate. The fireworks all over the place.
Nightmare 1 round away, clutching up when it matters the most to get the underdogs of Rad to whimper. We will see how far this series will go, because Rad, they still have hope, they still have cope, they know everyone doubts them, and they have to beat all those expectations down. They gotta shut up the haters for good, and we could still go the distance all the way to round 3, only if Rad will it.
Yeah, we got a lot of momentum now. Nightmare got to be feeling pretty good here. Looking at the ultimates heading into the first fight. About even, but we do have Kendrick with a Wolverine ultimate to set the battle straight away. Lynn's got the thing ultimate clobbering time to set up, but nothing really to follow, so they're going to have to build up a little bit. If I'm Nightmare, I would look to try to get things going fast here because the first cap usually ends up for the W.
Yeah, playing through these chokes is so difficult. That's how Nightmare had a good strong start. Keep an eye on these off angles, and of course the Luna team up with Namor. How difficult that is with the slows produced, but it's already a clobbering time saved up especially for Nightmare, but somehow this tosses up Nightmare and they sustain. Kendrick goes for the Wolverine ult, but gets frozen by Abs. This only buys them time until Len gets back in the picture to deal with that frozen Wolverine, and now these Vanguards are in trouble as the invisible boundary from Pizza tries to salvage what's left of this fight from Nightmare.
Okay, I see you. Nothing to follow up on that clobbering time, and they got the pick on the Winter Soldier, but Lynn taking the battle into their own hands, getting rid of the Wolverine now, and Azor, though, trading with the spinning. We've seen it before. We've seen it again. Down goes both strategists by Azor. A huge summon today for Mace, playing out of his mind on this last point. A tremendous use of the Meteor M.
Yeah, for Azure to step up as that substitute to fragging out of his mind for Nightmare to start with that first cap. But look how extended Luca is playing. The Eye of Agamotto is going to be everything. And you don't have an easy counter. Like I said, that Magneto shield not as flexible, but it's all up to Connie.
Absolutely here as we have now Chime coming in with the whale. We do have the Abs and Chime special. The Namor whale boosted up, but we have it on the same side for Nightmare. So it could be who lands the whale first. And this is going to get crazy as Luca is getting a lot of poke in and distraction, slowing things down. 31% now for Nightmare. And we're about to see a lot of Luna and 2 whales. Who's going to land it?
Oh, he's trying to float above and levitate to get the timing of the Eye of Agamotto and gets close to the strategist. The shield has been brought out from Connie. That's on cooldown. And you got the combo from the Luna plus the whale ults, and Chime has something to say, but the response, Melania hangs up the phone. We have equal numbers, but no strategist left from the side of Rad, and with Baser still kicking, there's still a chance for Nightmare to punch back.
Now, Luca unable. Wow, Baser. Luca unable to use that Eye of Agamotto because they did get pushed by the Bucky. Didn't matter. The whale usage was about the same here. Now, Rad just trying to fight up for the life. No health left. Trying to get this elimination, but he's staying alive. It is so hard to take down Magneto here, as now Nightmare is able to tick up this point, though, over and over. So they're in the win here, even with the great trades. Azor going for the double strategist elimination yet again. Lemon, this man is unstoppable.
These staggers are killing Rad if they don't get their things together. And I mean literally, they are going to lose and get out of this bracket. 8% left. Oh, the spaghetti's on the floor. Rad tried to push solo, but here is the teleport in from Len. The one last chance. The Meteor M connects onto a strategist. It's traded onto Spenny. The Kraken impact from Kendrick as he puts up another mixtape. And Rad scatter, and they can't live much longer. Nightmare, they unite one final time to stop the comeback from Rad. And that was anything but Rad. Nightmare will move on.
Kendrick got the pixel of the shoulder of the Namor there to stagger, and then you have the portal. And the unfortunate part is we had the Loki trying to put down the Lokis to get more of that lantern down, but that just fueled the fire that was Kendrick with Kraken Impact, and it gave him limitless Kraken Impacts to end that game. Nightmare, it was close. We almost saw a reverse sweep potential, but Nightmare closes it in, and it was a great performance overall. They felt great. I mean,
20K? Molina?
Crazy. I bet you about 10 of that came from 2 whales. I mean, there was so much damage pumped out there, and we saw it. It came down to some of those ultimate fights. I mean, goodness, look at these stats.
19-3, and that doesn't even get you the MVP. I don't know what does, but Azure just dunking on kids with the Meteor M2. This was a team effort for Nightmare to also not choke. Like, I gotta say, this must have been so frustrating to deal with the draw, to deal with the insane fight on our convoy map. It took a lot out of Nightmare, maybe more than they expected, but at least my prediction was right. Sadly, happily, whatever side of the coin you want to be, they faced the loser of Sentinel's FlyQuest, so this was just their first challenger, and then they got the final boss of North America coming up, whoever that's gonna be.
Yeah, that draw was able to slow down the momentum of Rad, luckily, because once that happened, Nightmare was able to get things going and rolling for them. And honestly, Azor got the MVP there because, well, damn, the Magneto play was awesome. I mean, from the Meteor M picks to the amount of times that Azor was able to pick off both strategists was crazy. And we don't know who we're going to get to interview here. Could be any of them. Excited to talk to one of them. I know they are gassed up. We're gassed, but they're probably pretty tired as well because that was a long performance to ensure that they kept their record and move on from the elimination.
Yeah, Nightmare just in their very first match of Swiss went toe-to-toe with Sentinels. I know it was a 2-0 loss, but to go to round 3 on domination sort of told us Nightmare has something special, and it's only going to build, it's only going to get better from here on out. And look how much every team got better over the week break that we had between Swiss and the championship bracket. And obviously you wanted to show up from day one because then you would have set yourselves up for the upper bracket, but Nightmare are hoping to make the ultimate run through that lower side, along with Shikigami, who pulled off the most insane upset. And then we had the draw in this match. Like, we have so much content here, Cozy.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. Really having all that extra time. When you've been playing together for a long time, you know, extra time is great. But when you're new, that extra time goes that much further because you're able to come up with new game plans and counter strats and really just get the team more comfortable with the call-outs and what they're trying to pull together there. Nightmare, obviously getting the job done, but Rad, we didn't get to see a lot of them with the 100 Thieves on the first matchup there, but great job. I think they did well and definitely has showcased who they are. Even though there was elimination today for them, they did good. Good tip of my cap to them. Nightmare, though, they're moving on, and they definitely have maybe a couple things to clean up, but they got to be proud of how they played.
Absolutely. And Rad, just proud of their effort to look at an O2 series and to still say winnable, to approach this series like it was 0-0 all along, to win a map, to force the draw, fights that would be minutes on minutes on minutes on end. And this game is so difficult because you have 6 people trying to yell at once and to communicate, to organize, to bring up good ideas, to shut down bad ideas, for Rad to trust each other, because a lot of the people on that team have been together for years. Like I'm thinking about Manually and Len on other teams have been sort of this duelist strategist combo in the past, and I'm really proud for Rad to put up that good of a showing against the team that a lot of people thought they were just going to sweep.
Yeah, hey, you brought up a good point when it comes to call outs, and I've watched a lot of different pro teams and how they operate. Sometimes you got the one-shot caller, sometimes it's everybody getting a piece of the pie, and I mean, checking out things from like 100 Thieves and how they call things out. And again, they were able to clean everything up, make sure that they landed their combos, and again, great job there. Also on the counter bans, they were able to stop Lynn from playing Groot, who did obviously a really good job on that last matchup. And they were comfortable with the Namor pick. They were comfortable. We saw they didn't ban against it. They wanted to roll it themselves, and it obviously came up, for them in favor.
And Nightmare, I feel like we only got some of the looks of what they could present us. Like, I heard Kendrick's magic is really solid. We've seen no magic today. I didn't see any of the magics from the matches I got to cast last week, but that's like in the back pocket for a lot of the players. And of course, the substitutes that have been stepping up today, whether it's like Azure or others from our previous match. And when you're in the lower bracket, like, it's really tough to have to integrate this new player in a structure in a game that takes so much coordination.
Yeah, I'll say, and it's one thing if it's a planned substitution. I mean, literally, Mace had a power outage, and Azure, way to come off, ready to go, stepping up, and 3 days they missed out multiple matches of just, again, that team coordination, and it just goes to show the preparation that Nightmare had and was really able to get everything together. As we're trying to get together this interview for you guys to talk to our guests and the winners before we take a look at our upper high bracket.
And Spenny, I just want to shout him out from Rad. This is a breakout player in Rivals, someone who didn't have much of a career really built up esports wise. Like, there's so many players who are coming, yes, from other games, some that have been competing for like a decade, to some people where this is their first esport. And I just got to congratulate, like, it's the temperament that you build up. We talked to Nevix earlier, just how calm and like no pressure he feels at that age and with that experience, to players who are like freshly 18 trying to get into Rivals, are now having sponsorships and banners and all this stuff behind them, to not stress out. And it's not even just how to win sometimes, it's how to lose, and that could be what really breaks apart teams or what makes a team really special.
Yeah, we have a cool mix of players in this tournament. Again, as you said, the young guns, we have experiences from other games, and it's cool to kind of see it all meld together, from not only just being there before and that experience of if you're down 2 match points, can you make up, can you get that sweep, but also just kind of the lights and everything on you and the pressure that builds up on communication and performance. So good job to, honestly, I would say we have tons of brand new to the scene players under the new orgs, as we've said so many times in the Invitational. This truly feels like the birth of the Marvel Rival esports scene, and it has delivered so far. This has been a blast.
For sure. And you guys thought that these matches were good. We still have 100 Thieves Envy, which who knows what's up with Envy after that reverse sweep against Sentinels yesterday in a different tournament, to Sentinels versus FlyQuest, where now people, and no shade, I'm just saying what the community has been talking about, like, is there doubts on Sentinels still being the number 2, number 3 team, and where does FlyQuest, some people think FlyQuest is number 2, and they've been hot and cold in the Swiss stage, but it all depends on what you did this week and what you prepared, especially because now we're going into upper bracket matches coming up where you have a second chance to come back and work through the lower bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we saw again Envy yesterday really show who they are. They had a couple rough days here in the tournament. They've had some good matches as well, but to get off fresh off a win of Sentinels previously in a at the Rival Fight Night, that was awesome for them, and to carry that momentum going in. And if you're Sentinels, it's looking at your identity, who you are as a team, resetting, reloading, and knowing what you're going to play for. Talk to some of the players there, and they're ready to get at it today. They're like, you know what, we're going to leave yesterday behind us, we're ready to move forward. 100 Thieves, being the best is awesome, but you have to continue that success, and everybody brings their best when you're the best.
Speaking of the best, I got the GOAT, the hella extraordinaire, the Namor that no one can really talk back to. Let's get Melina on the line for our post-match interview, fresh from the Nightmare W, a series that took quite a while, so we wanted to make sure Melina was ready, and hopefully we've been saying their name right. So let's get Melina on the line. Hello, can you hear us? Hello.
What's going on? What's going on?
Congratulations, bud.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for making your bed, and you made us very entertained with the series. Talk to me. There was a draw. There was a bit of a comeback. How'd you stay cool?
It was some nerves, man. Some nerves. When we drew that, or when we lost that first match, I was like, all right, we gotta stop trolling. And then we drew, and then we, come on, bro. We can't be doing that. That should be a 3-3-0. 3-3-0 for us. But I'm glad. I'm proud of my team. They played so well.
It was entertaining. You definitely kept us on our feet over here. And listen, I mean, I want to speak to how well you play both Hela and Star-Lord. If they ban one, you play the other. If you guys ban one, first of all, which of those do you prefer? Because I feel like you play both at such a high level. And what did they bring that maybe you weren't expecting?
I wasn't expecting them to not protect Hela permanently, because I think that's like their key strong point is just auto protecting Hela, because Manuel's a pretty tough opponent in the 1v1. So it was shocking that they weren't doing it, and I thought that if we just perma ban Hela, and that's like their key component, that's their bread and butter. So we ban that, we just get it out, we win. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
And as to the other question, Star-Lord or Hela, I think my Star-Lord is way better than my Hela. I've only been playing Hela for a little bit now during scrims, so I still got some work to do, but I'm gonna lock it in for y'all. Don't even trip.
Hell yeah. Did not trip. I watched you in that first match, and I was like, okay, I'm locked in. I'm ready to go. And but I was surprised you guys were also so stable with not having your other tank or your other Vanguard in the picture. So how were you guys able to kind of integrate Azure just so quickly, and did that kind of stir a lot of things for you?
His first warm-up was today. Played like a god. He played like a god. You see his performance? That performance is crazy. Actually crazy. I'm so proud of that guy, bro.
We were going off and just saying how much of a step up that is, and to fill Mace's shoes, who obviously had so much time before that. And for you guys, having only one, sub, how do you, get that communication to him and really make sure that he's set up for success? And tell me a little bit about your game plan to involve him today more as that Magneto.
I think our synergy just works well. He's a collegiate player. He plays Overwatch semi-professionally, I guess professionally as well. He's used to this comp. He knows how to play the game. He was really good at Overwatch, and he's picking up Marvel just like that, bro. Like, it's so wild to me that he can play that character so well. Like, he can play Mag, Strange. Like, you saw his Strange rolls. I think that guy has like 5-10 hours on Strange Mag. And you're seeing that? That guy's a prodigy, Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
That's too good.
I agree. Y'all the ghosts. That was such a fun series. And tell me about the dynamics of your team, like friendship wise. Like, what are the personalities that you got on your team? Because you guys are entertainment across the board.
I'm the guy on the outside. I came in not knowing any of these people, so becoming friends with them was awesome. They've all known each other for a good amount. They've all known of each other. They've all been friends. They've all played on same teams as each other. They all have great coordination. I came in. I chopped it up with them instantly. They're all amazing.
Dude, I love the vibes. Love your vibe. And I think it's something
Thank you so much, bro.
So special for you guys to come in and fill what was, the Nightmare roster before, right? You coming in, filling those shoes, and then being able to deliver like you have today with the confidence that you have, my man. Excited to watch you guys in the rest of the tournament and what you guys are going to bring. I mean, I think the hard question now is when Mace is ready, you now have this beast of a backup, and you're going to be able to have, throw kind of everything, and your opponents aren't going to know what hit them.
Exactly. They're going to have to look out for us, for real. I'm telling y'all right now, look out for us.
I'm watching, and you guys played so close to Sentinels, and then like NV2 that was competitive. You may even get your rematch against NV. We'll see how the bracket comes down, but who's the team you're looking forward to facing the most?
I want our ones with sent back. I think we got robbed. We should have won that second map. We should have forced third map, and we would have won on my life.
I believe you on
my life.
You're making me believe over here for sure, man. I mean, listen, this is so cool for you guys into the esports scene here, delivering when it counts, and just thank you for putting on a show today. Even with the draw, we had so much fun today and chaos.
Of course.
Thanks again for coming on. We appreciate
Congratulations.
Of course, I appreciate y'all having me out. One thing I want to say though is, what was y'all's reaction to that Suo? Because that was crazy. Y'all see it?
There's like 1,000 Sue ults, but we'll do the VOD review. We were bogging off.
On the last point, their Sue, he Sue ult we strange TP'd, and they Sue ulted through our TP into our spawn.
What? I didn't even see that. Oh my god. We were watching the fight. Oh wow.
It was so crazy.
What the hell?
Yeah, we were on the Bucky taking down the Loki clones, and it was snowballing from there. So that's gonna have to be something I check out.
No, if you guys had our calls, we were dying. Like I was dying. I was like, bro, no way.
I need the YouTube video. Guys, go upload that, please.
Be my mission next. Thanks for the shout out, buddy. We appreciate having you on, man. And good luck here in your next matchup.
Of course. I appreciate y'all so much.
Thank you so much. All right,
man.
Cut the pod. But also, we need to go back through the VOD because apparently there's some shenanigans through the spawn. Like, guys, Nightmare are some of my favorite content creators. I was also told to look out for someone called Jekyll, an alter ego of Luca. I don't even know if I'm saying that right, bro.
Jekyll?
Nightmare are so fun. Yeah, just... I don't know what it is. These guys have been playing for so long. They make the most hilarious videos and somehow are laughing through matches as serious as this, Cozy. Man, the talent.
That guy killed his interview too. I mean, I love the confidence. I mean, that was awesome. And again, that's been my favorite thing of this, is just to see how these guys, how they're feeling. And it has been a fun one, nearly like 6 hours of pure chaos, as Scarlet Witch would say. Lemon, it's been so much fun. That battle was crazy and fun. Let's go ahead and check out the highlights.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only show me that you were still the
We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear. Score one for Tandy.
Lights out. Score one for Ty.
A boom of life.
By the eye of Agamotto.
My time to shine.
Suffer in the darkness.
Co-op time. Us against the world.
Ran the table. Sweet.
Widow standing by. Target neutralized. The Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. You can rest now, Bucky. No way to miss now. Plasma burst! Widow style.
Let's rage! You had that coming. Don't get back up. Coming at you. Come on. Berserker! Rage! Told you I was the best.
Eat nuts and kick butts. Got him, Tippy! Hey, check out this big acorn! Squirrel one for the squirrels! Ah, it's a squirrel nami! Huh, where do you think you're going? Squirrel stampede! Anybody want some nuts?
My power is a gift from Solal the Undying. Struck down by living chi.
Dragon unleashed! My fist is unrivaled!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Psionic burst! Disappear!
That almost hurt! I've got you! Fantastic! Ha! 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 Oh! Ha! Ha!
Plasma burst! Just embrace the light!
Lights out. Rivet feet. Us against the world.
It's my turn to shine!
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
Double the failure. Double the fun. Success. Swear.
Watch out, turret's armed. Heavy weapons. I'm in love. Flush the other flank out. Denizens of the deep. Typical air breather. Maximum pulse! I am Groot! I am Groot! We are Groot!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Marvel Rivals Invitational Day 4. My name is Iron Shib, and I'm here with Dogman. Dogman, how you doing today?
I'm good, Sir Shib, man. I'm excited for today. I mean, I think we both watched those past couple of games, and, you know, we're just pumped to get back into it in day number 4, man. So it's good to be with you, Shib.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some upsets, right? And honestly, I wasn't sure if that last game was ever going to end. We were sitting here talking to each other. I didn't know if that was, you know, pushing the distance, maybe seeing a reverse sweep. It was a ton of fun to watch. I mean, honestly, just for the audience, for an understanding purposes, that was part of the lower bracket. We're moving our way now into the higher bracket. So when these teams do play, if they do lose instead of an immediate sweep, they have the chance to battle back against the teams you saw today. So, man, what did you think about those games?
Yeah, I mean, they were super exciting. I think everybody was surprised by Shikigami winning 3-1, Shib. I mean, me and you could both agree nobody was on, or Shikigami's on nobody's radar. Like, everybody thought, okay, Shroud's going to win. They're going to come in and get the win pretty easily. Shikigami just said nope. They just decided to just come back and just absolutely destroy Shroud's team. Honestly, they looked super good. You know, I'm sure Shroud's probably watch partying this and be like, bro, stop rubbing salt in the wound, dude. So they're not feeling good about that. And then obviously that last game, like you said, I mean, Rad really, you know, took it to Nightmare to go toe-to-toe with that team. And then also to tie them on a map was huge. That was the team I thought was going to upset today was Rad. But overall, I mean, it's been insane so far, Shib. And that means both Shroud X and Rad are out of the tournament now, out of the Invitational, out of the prize pool. So that's insane, first of all.
Yeah, you mentioned Shikigami right initially. They really struggled, right? Hadn't found a win, not in even a round. So I think, you know, a superpower almost is when you're at the bottom, you really have nowhere to go but up. And it seems like they made some changes. They talked about composition. They talked about team comms and leadership, initially mentioning, you know, it was really difficult to get a point across because everybody was yelling something different in comms. And they've toned that down, and they look great today.
Yeah, 100%. You're right. They talked about it. And over the course of the week, they found something out. They've ironed out their problems, and you know, that team is formidable for sure now, and that's going to be a team everybody's going to be looking out for, right? Whoever wins, or whoever loses rather, versus 100 Thieves and Envy, I mean, you're going to have to watch out for Shikigami because they're only improving, only getting better. And you know, like a lot of the, like you mentioned, a lot of that communication can boil down to over comms, right? Over talking. It depends obviously on what you're trying to do, but I know for that team and for, you know, what Kraz was doing, I'm sure he wants a lot of the room to talk because he's the one setting up a lot of the dives onto the strategist. So, you know, just ironing out communication is a big part about playing this game professionally.
Absolutely. And speaking of powerhouses, I know you mentioned they have the chance at being 100 Thieves first game of ours, at least our casting so far on the upper side bracket against Envy. You know, obviously a huge favorite, right? You know, everybody has said 100 Thieves, just the way they've been playing in scrims, the way they've been playing in these tournaments, just looking flawless, just executing when they need to. Did have a single round loss against Sentinels from what I've got here, but outside of that, just clean sweeps. Do you think we're going to see something like that today, or do you think Envy's going to step up?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to probably sweep Envy. I love Envy. I love the players on their team, but I don't know, Shib. I mean, right now, their team is just so good. I mean, they have pretty much the best in slot in North America at every single role, and I'm sure they're playing it like that, right? Even if they don't, they have the confidence right now. They've been so consistent last week in other tournaments and third-party tournaments since the MRC. So right now, we might have a super team on our hands in North America. Obviously, they would have to 3-0 Envy. Envy's looking better, Shib, right? On the other side, this team is constantly improving. You know, even though in third-party tournaments, 100 Thieves 3-0'd them, this team was able to match against 100 Thieves to get into that grand finals. So, their team as well has veteran players of the hero shooter genre, and they're competing as such. So I think 100 Thieves, who, are showing like an incredible hot streak right now, are still going to have a formidable opponent.
No, I couldn't agree more. I mean, you mentioned them just improving, right? Day one, lost to Shroud X 0-2, I believe. And then since then, came back, beat Red 2-1, and took on Nightmare and 2-0'd them as well. From my understanding, I mean, that is a massive step up. It's a confidence boost. And you can just see it in the way they play, the way they're being a little more aggressive, not playing on their heels, getting up and taking these fights when they need to, finding off angles. We spoke with Cal, just the way that Cal was playing those off angles with Adam was just a ton of fun to watch. And, getting to see them running those triple supports, playing them a little more aggressively, and then, fitting into the metas in terms of those 2-2-2 comps as well.
Yeah, they've done such a good job overall. I mean, Team Envy to sign this roster, I think a lot of people didn't expect them to do as well as, get into this upper bracket to get ready against 100 Thieves. So, they've really, fought against the odds potentially in this case. And also, it's very important in this current meta ship, as we both can agree probably, that it's important to have a really good mag player, right? Or super good Magneto player. We've seen time and time again, good mag players with that Iron Curtain, block ultimates that were huge. Space is one of those guys, right, for Team 100 Thieves. Huge Magneto player, was so talented. And then also in the lower bracket, we watched Shikigami and Nightmare. A huge part of some of their wins was having, also incredible Meteor M's. So, the Magneto play has been huge this tournament. I think it's going to continue to be huge, considering the guy can just one shot, as you say, Shib, just dunk on people, right?
Dunking those meatballs, man. I mean, one of the things that kind of surprised me, which is something I should bring up to you now, is you wouldn't believe this, at least not for me, but I just went back, checked out the data of the last week of what we saw, and Magneto was the top in terms of locked in for the team. Him and Wolverine at 7 locks into those games took the top spot for the people. They wanted him in every single team composition, so it's a good call there.
Yeah, I guess the character is just so good at fitting into other compositions. I mean, you could probably talk about it, Shib, with the dive comps. I mean, just being able to shield Wolverine, like you said, being able to shield your backline if they're being dove on by a Venom or something. So the character's just so versatile right now. And also on top of the fact he has that one shot, it's sort of similar to how Invisible Woman is almost kind of in that same thing whenever she doesn't get banned with Sue, because, that character as well just has so much that it could do that could fit into like every comp, right? You could throw the shield onto somebody to heal them on top of them, giving them, more shields, or the ultimate just being an absolutely impossible time to get rid of somebody in it. So there's so many things this character adds, and there's a reason why, Magneto, Invisible Woman are 2 of the top characters right now.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see what kind of numbers we're adding to those stats as we get into the bans. Immediately, Groot going to get knocked out. He actually in the top 5 in terms of who's been banned so far in this tournament. It goes Loki, Luna, Hela, Adam, Groot in that order. So we're going to tack another one on there, as they are going to remove that on the side of Envy. And I'm looking forward to Loki. Would not, doesn't surprise me very much. Who do you think they're going to lock in here? Ooh.
Winter Soldier Bucky. Well, you talked about how Bucky's been a character that's been, not banned, not really touched throughout Shib. You mentioned to me off broadcast, the stats show that Bucky's like never touched, right?
Yeah, see, that's surprising to me, right? We've seen so many team sweeps here when he drops that Kraken impact. It is just one of those hypeable moments where we're up on our toes watching it happen. But yeah, Bucky's been banned twice. I don't know. I don't understand the take on that. I know they do like running Bucky instead of Punisher with Rocket to deal a lot of damage to those Groot walls. When there's a problem, they were mentioning, just the sheer survivability. And they're talking up Bucky, and I'm wondering to myself, well, then why is he not banned, right? Like, I just don't understand that.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting choice to not ban him a lot of the times, but obviously for the side of 100 Thieves, they know they've got Terra on Bucky, or, I mean, whenever Delena has to play it too, but, the fact that Hela just went through is kind of insane, right? We've seen how good Delena is on that hero, one of the best Helas, if not the best Hela in the game, and then on top of the fact you put Terra onto another comfort role, it's very cool to see all these different things. Now, banning out the Rocket Raccoon's going to stop Terra from getting that team up that we talked about, Shib, between Winter Soldier and Rocket Raccoon. But you still have to deal with both Harvey and SJP having those huge ultimates with the Invisible Boundary and the Fate of Both Worlds. So, this is a terrifying roster to go against. And, on the other side, Shib, they left the Adam Warlock untouched too. So we could see a triple strategist composition come through, as Envy likes to run.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you mentioned this, Delena, going ahead and on the Hella. Well, here's the thing that kind of makes Hella even crazier. When you get that Guardian Shield from the Invis, it just makes Hella's pressure on those off angles terrifying, because now you got to burst through a shield prior to even starting the damage up, while she's just raining and getting free poke on the back line. You know, it's been a comp that's been run a lot here, and I'm surprised to see, you know, the side of Envy letting 100 Thieves here run through with this, you know, composition, just something they're comfortable with.
Yeah, I guess it's to prioritize making sure none of their characters got banned, because they love to run that triple strategist. But like you mentioned, yeah, just to let the Hella go through is unique considering how good that man has been, dude. So, you know, obviously maybe they have a plan in this case, but for 100 Thieves side, I'm sure they're happy with that draft.
And here we go, taking the high side. The initial fight going to be owning this high ground, a very strong import. And yeah, Envy not going to be running that Hella, so there is going to be a poke advantage on the side of 100 Thieves as they start this fight. TTK going to start dealing some damage. One of the few controller players immediately going to take out iRemix. Nice start there. Numbers on the side of 100 Thieves. Will Envy retake, or are they going to keep the battle going? They are, as they do use Bond on the offside. And Delena going to do what we said they would do, owning this off angle. Great pick there, and immediately the numbers. 100 Thieves dropping them like flies. Envy gonna fall in the point. Gonna start off in 100 Thieves' favor.
Tough first fight for Team Envy. They walked in, took too much poke from both Terra and TTK, and then Vinny obviously going in. Vinny might be one of the most flexible tank players, Vanguard players in the game, right? We've seen Ban onto the Groot. Now he's on to the Thing. And, you know, we haven't seen a lot of great the Thing performances so far, but if anybody could do it, it's probably Vinny and 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I'm with you there. You talked about, everyone talks about, you know, Vinny on his group, right? How comfortable he is, and how, you know, he might be the best group player in the world. And, you know, you mentioned not a lot of people running the Thing in terms of getting a ton of value, but one of the very few, if not one of the only ones, iRemix actually last time they were on the stage here, 2 MVPs in a row on the Thing. So we are going to see a little bit of a brawling battle, rock on rock. And here we go with the next fight. Immediately cracking impact, going to hit 3. Going to get an early pick on Cal. Nice start there to the side of Terra, who plays a mean Bucky, ready to reset again and dive into the back line.
Yeah, Space going to have to go huge with this meatball, and he does so. I mean, SKP getting shut down, that's removing the fate of those rules out of this fight shit.
Yeah, that's a huge meatball right there for Space. I'm not gonna lie, it's a great retake, but still, you gotta be looking at the point here. 70% already from the very first push on the side of 100 Thieves, and now they're starting to get that back, but still maintaining position on point, buying time to just get as much charge as possible as we do see the all pop right here on the side of NK. Gonna take out Selena. Nice early pick, but the team is pressing in now. Nice pull there to try to shut it down, but no return on the NK, and the strategy assaults will be pop stalling things up a little bit as Terra's trying to find an angle onto the back line, but no connection. Does have the ult, and I lied when he gets 2, going after 3. Terra, a menace, trying to get this reset, but unable to do so. Great pick of the health, and oh my goodness, almost makes it happen, but is going to fall to the side of Vinny.
You know, back in this fight because of the res, but no, they don't touch the point shib. Oh my god, Terra trading all that space. It looked a little dicey for sure, but I mean, they get the job done on the first map.
Yeah, it's tough, right? I mean, that first fight really just dictated everything. It seems like they owned that point, and from then on, it was more so on the side of Envy. Hey, we just got to get a win, and then we'll take the point. But at that point, 70% on point, you got to be taking the fight towards the ring. It just didn't seem to work out for them.
And that's unfortunately, I don't know if that's either an aspect of lethality with the composition, right? We talked about how Magnetos kind of need to go off, and a lot of these compositions, Space did so. I mean, shutting down SJP, but still, they ended up getting 100 owed. So, I don't know. I mean, they're very ult reliant to this composition. I mean, NK went huge with his ultimate as well, but then eventually SJP was able to come back with that speed boost because you also get Luna Snow, who just runs back from spawn faster. So 100 Thieves, I mean, terrifying team to go against, and they're showing it right now.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, it always seemed like Envy had a valuable ultimate, and then for some reason, the team fight just didn't go in their favor. It's just, you know, that is one of those things that you don't see in the moment unless you're in the room, and it could be a comms issue, it could be a focusing issue, prioritization. It's just very difficult to understand where those fights went wrong, because it did look in their favor as we start up the next fight. Ult advantage on the side of 100 Thieves, as we do have Hella ready and Vinny ready to start off the clobbering time. Will we get a combination here as we start the first fight? 3 seconds on the clock.
Envy playing it slow, and it works out for them. Shib immediately finding Terra. I don't know if it's a bit of a mistake in terms of positioning for him, but him getting picked early is terrible for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I'm surprised that worked like that, but here we go, as Envy is going to start taking positioning priority, and there's the clobbering, going to get turned around on immediately, going to be dropping the invisible boundary. Cal going to take out Delena. Nice pick there, as the numbers are just going back and forth, trying to find one more, unable to do so. Point still not taken on either side. Oh my goodness, Harvey, incredibly weak in the aggressive push, and tries to get a pick on SJP, but no, Cal, unable to do so yet. There it is, nice swing with the melee pop, NK going to get a pick as well. Cal and NK on the side of Envy, holding on firm, and they still have yet to get the point.
They still have yet to get the point, and just as we're about to sing the praises of Cal, here comes Dylan on the backside, but Envy eventually come back through to the point, regroup, find those eliminations, and do a great job. Cal, to find the opening, pick off, and also onto Terra. I mean, that's 2 in a row now for him. It's a bit of a weird spot for 100 Thieves, but at least they have ultimates for this next one.
Yeah, they found their footing, I think it looked like there. I mean, they got their confidence back, saw some good picks, great positioning, taking the fight when you need to, not worrying about getting that point too early. It is a little bit of a panic moment, right, when you're getting in there, but that's a great call. Here comes the dunk, looking for the Luna. Will it land? Yes! TTK gonna take out 2 as Paint, Sleepy, and now Space go down. Terra gonna completely sweep the rest of them with Remix. TTK finishing up on Cal, and 100 Thieves gonna retake this point.
I mean, what an engage there. What a pull by Terra to open things, right? Making Envy feel a little bit weird, right? Obviously, Space went in, got hooked. They had to fight around it, had to commit those ultimates, and TTK, understanding the situation they were in, just absolutely dunked on that back line. Had to follow up, and also Cal committed a late Hella ultimate. 100 Thieves put themselves in a good spot.
Yeah, and here comes the next fight. Tough positioning here from the side of Envy, trying to find a way through this. Taking off that left angle. Vinny doing a great job. Just haymakering through the doorway, trying to build up that charge. Ready to release another clobbering time. When is the time? Is it now? Yes, it is. Gonna start off the fight, but we are immediately gonna get counteracted there. Well done by Harvey to keep the team moving, but it is gonna get matched on both sides. No picks yet on either in terms of everyone besides the Vinny, who did get dropped early in that fight. But the point is still being held here by 100 Thieves.
Yeah, Vinny died so quickly because of headshots from Cal. Now it's a 1v1, but the invisible shield, or invisible woman shield, comes onto the side of Cal. So in the front line, they have the advantage until the Hella ultimate comes out, but the target focus is there. It doesn't matter for Delena, though, who just hits the shots after. However, Sleepy coming back for the trade was huge for Envy.
Sleepy doing a great job here of getting these final hits. I've seen, I think, 5 already so far, which is great. Luna does a great job dealing insane damage, but Terra gonna take to the sky. Space going to fall early, but out goes the dance. Luna just holding on with the fate of both worlds, but a dunk potentially going to land on Paint. Down goes Paint. 100 Thieves doing a good job retaking this fight, and we are gonna see a fall here from my remix, as 100 Thieves is at 81%.
So daunting right now. Team Envy, we're in such a good spot. But unfortunately, 100 Thieves disengaged perfectly, came back into that fight, able to keep control of that point as well, that entire fight. So right now, 100 Thieves' game plans are really working out to a T, as they have to run and touch last second. Envy, this is going to be brutal, obviously, as they try to touch in desperation hours, Shib, as 100 Thieves win map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, I liked what you called there with the Delena, using the ultimate. Yeah, it didn't get any value, but as soon as they landed back on the ground, an immediate pick, and that started that fight right back in their favor. You don't need to get a ton of value with the ultimate, although they still did get value, but when they landed, they made things happen, just showcasing that damage had value no matter what. You don't always need to get the final hit up there, as long as you come down and keep playing off it, which they did. That damage was pressure, it was space, and they were able to own that point and take it all the way.
Obviously, I don't want to, go on about a team too much here, but, for 100 Thieves side, it was so clinical, right? It's just constantly being able to touch the point. We've never seen them really not touch the point, give up the objective. Focusing around that objective play was huge, right? I mean, Delena was constantly on absurd flanks. I mean, only 70 eliminations, 5 deaths on his side, but the team really played around it because of Delena being such a nuisance, being such an important target for Team Envy. It results in the rest of the team finding a ton of value in the front line, as you see with Terra in 17,000 damage. But, I mean, it was just constant back and forth. TTK had really huge Magneto ultimates every time with his Meteor M. So right now, Team 100 Thieves, they're looking pretty goddamn terrifying, if I'm honest with you. Shit.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, you talked about Terra, 17k damage, 10 final hits, over double the other side in terms of leading. It's becoming a commonality, right? I've seen Terra now the last 3 games, MVP, SVP, MVP. Although no MVP here, go to the side of Harvey. Harvey doing a great job, obviously only getting KO'd 1 time. That's what you're really looking for from your strategist line. It's all about positioning, right? If you have the least amount of deaths in the game, you know you're doing something right. Good ultimate pops and keeping the team up. So well deserved there by Harvey, who does a great job, obviously, in the back line. Seen him play a ton. We used to talk about the Loki from Harvey, but it seems like 100 Thieves is now on the method of just banning out Loki every game and just taking him out of the fight, and instead just running that Invis, which seems to be a commonality with virtually every team now. Invis just seems to be in every single game, but really, really strong hero, and love to see what they're doing there.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned that, Shib, because, you know, generally with the 100 Thieves, yeah, like you said, Harvey is just such a good Loki player. I really wonder what the reason is, because they've done that even last week, too. They just ban out that Loki first. So I don't know. Why do you think that is? They want to ban out that Loki so much. Is there a reason behind it?
Yeah, I mean, we talk a little bit about, you know, the most banned hero in the game. Right now, that is Loki from my calculations. I just think that his kit is incredibly strong at this point. You essentially have a reset button, which can shut down ultimates in and of itself. Although, you know, Bucky plays well into Loki, which Bucky at this point is, I would consider, very high up in the meta, especially for teams of this caliber. Just team wipes after team wipe, just playing so aggressively, the pull, you know, but we're not even talking about, but outside of Bucky, just Loki in general, right? So firing line does a ton of damage, ton of burst healing, has invisibility, which gets away from things like Psylocke ultimate, you know, just in and of itself, outside of the crystal usage, which is also another reset to a ton of damage and to other ultimates, and then can copy something like Luna and just start dancing again and just keep the team in the fight. I just think Loki's kit's insane.
I would agree with you on that one. I mean, it feels like overall, since the like Moon Knight nerfs even too, I mean, just going back to that, feels like, you know, there's not even like a direct counter to him either. It's like, I mean, like you said with the Bucky, sure, but, you know, if you're already disengaging, if you're running away, and you talked about it too with Bucky just being such a strong hero right now, I don't know if it's necessarily a counter to Loki. It definitely helps, but overall, it seems like with Moon Knight removed from the meta and being kind of out of it, it doesn't feel like there's a direct, you know, terrifying character you're going to go against, because like you said, you can just go invisible. You get dove on by I don't know, a Venom or something, and then like you can just run away or hide. So there's a lot of different things that character brings, and you're 100% on the mark there.
Yeah, and we talk about dive being strong. You and I have had this conversation a ton, and I think another thing is, you know, with Venom being in such a strong spot, Loki is one of those heroes that is selectable, because there's not a ton of anti-dive outside of the very commonly banned Namor, Bucky, and then on the back line, you really want Loki, right? Loki just does such a good job at shutting that down. So if you are thinking about running something like Venom and you want to be more aggressive in the back line, you better get that Loki out of there as well. So I do see it from that standpoint.
Yeah. I mean, like, instead of Loki, you have like Luna Snow, for example, or something, and then like, okay, Loki, all he has to do is press shift and he lives, right? It's like, it's that simple. Or press right click and he can sneak away. And then meanwhile, for Luna Snow, you have to hit the CC, you have to hit the freeze, or you're literally screwed. So it's brutal in terms of his kit, you know, how much there is compared to the likes of Luna Snow, and when it comes to counter dive, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering if we're going to see some shakeup. I know these teams have mentioned us as they get deeper into this tournament. We're going to start seeing some surprises, right? So we did see a sneak peek the other day of a Penny, at least for a single KO, which was fun to watch. I know Penny doesn't do an insane job of just shutting down dive exclusively, especially at this level. It's more so off-angle shutdown and owning some sort of weird positioning around a health pack that's going to keep you just distracting and annoying the team. So I'm wondering if we're going to see stuff like that. Do you have any idea of something we might see that would surprise you, or at least something you want to see?
I mean, yeah. I mean, we might see some variation with the Penny Parker potentially coming back through. We might see some other duelists, but Chib, let's talk about that after a short highlight, and then before we get to the match with the 100 Thieves versus Envy, Matt number 2.
chopping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Plasma burst! Just embrace the light!
Lights out. Vivid feet. Us against the world.
My turn to shine!
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
Double the failure! Double the fun! Success!
Watch out! Turret's armed! Heavy weapons. I'm in love. Flush the other Frank out! Denizens of the deep! Typical air breather. Maximum pulse! I am Groot! I am Groot! We are Groot!
Welcome back, everyone. As we just finish up our first game of 100 Thieves versus Envy. 100 Thieves looked really good out there and swept the first match. What did you think, Dogman?
Yeah, I mean, overall, really just amazing. No notes, right, for 100 Thieves right now. They just figured, you know, how to play the game. They're coached to Intensa. This whole team really, you know, has they're like future Marvel like proofed right now, because every other team's sort of catching up right now. Like they're in a boot camp. They've got their coach there in person. They've got the support from their owner, Nate Schott, and the rest of the 100 Thieves organization. So right now, they're just ahead of the curve, it feels like, overall. And to sign them, too, leading into the Invitational was massive, because this team is the one to beat, and you can see exactly why that was on map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, there's teams that play the meta and there's teams that create the meta, right? And that's the kind of team you want to strive to be. And I think right now 100 Thieves is in the conversation to be one of those teams. And they're not afraid to play a multitude of different heroes, whatever it calls for. But they may not even need to do that in certain matchups, especially when they're running it like this right now, absolutely dominating the first game.
Yeah, I liked how you brought that up with creating the meta, because, you know, Terra, I think, was like one of the first Winter Soldier like players really out there, besides even some streamers. Like, I think it was just Terra. It was like Jay Wanted. There was only like a few Winter Soldier players. Now everybody plays him. And also, he was, I think, one of the first people to start playing Wolverine. So, you know, Terra, aka, well, formerly After C. Not sure why he changed his name. After C was such a sick name. But yeah, Terra now, I mean, just such a flexible player, and is a linchpin in why 100 Thieves does so well.
Yeah, I remember that initial conversation about Wolverine when everybody, including myself, was like, this character is just not it. But could have been more wrong, as he is absolutely incredible. Definitely in one of the top, if not the top DPS or duelist outside of maybe Hela. But we start off with, what do you know? We get rid of Groot and Loki. Nothing too strange on those bans.
Yeah, nothing too strange. Luna Snow Protect. That probably means 100 Thieves looking to keep the Hela in the lobby. Protect the Bucky again, because, I mean, you talked about it earlier, a Bucky being a priority ban for a lot of teams, so Envy maybe expecting that. Protect comes through, Namor ban again, so Shib, it looks like it's the same for the side of Envy, for the side of 100 Thieves. We'll see if Envy wants to make any adjustments. I mean, they definitely should. What do they have to do here, though? What was the problem last round for them? Was it that, you know, the backline, potential strategist? Or
see, my personal opinion is they ban Hela here. I think you need to shake up the duelist side a little bit. Excuse me, sorry, there was 100 Thieves. But even on the side of Envy, I don't quite get the bans. I think you try to get rid of the Hela if you're not gonna, oh, they are gonna match it. Oh, maybe not. They switched off again. My thought is, if you're not matching the Hela in this meta, it may be worth banning it, but it looks like Cal's gonna be making that change back and forth here a little bit. We'll find out when game time starts what the actual selection is going to be. But yeah, I mean, I think Hela or Bucky is my personal opinion. When things aren't working out for you in a game, especially when you really struggle, I think you need to make a severe change in your banning thoughts. But you know, I'm not the one at this level of play, so there is reasons that they're making these decisions.
Yeah, I mean, I think what happened, this is my educated guess, I guess, because I think Envy played against 100 Thieves in a third-party tournament, right? And they played against the Rocket Raccoon, you know, those insanely coordinated tempo moves by the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. And maybe they just really got, you know, honestly dookied on by that. And, you know, maybe the response is, okay, we just permaban Rocket Raccoon, and now we're in this case, so in this scenario. And, you know, at the end of the day, like we talked about earlier, Shib, if you're against the 100 Thieves, they are kind of meta-proof at the moment. They have so many looks they can show you, and that's what you want to see when you have two bans and a Protect available.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about the moldability, the flexibility, and they do have what it takes. As we are going to start off here, Envy holding the high side. I love this defense, maintaining that height, utilizing it, and they are going to fight in this choke as Envy begins here. Remix going to get some haymakers off, start building that alt charge as, yeah, I mean, when it comes to the amount of alt charge you can build in team fights or during strategist ultimates is his superpower. Oh, and TTK with a great right click, immediately down goes NK. Great job on the side of 100 Thieves with an early space advantage, pushing them right back into the doorway.
Yeah, this is what 100 Thieves do so well. They're playing that macro, right, while the 1v1 is happening, and Delena is unfortunately being given a lot of resources against him. 100 Thieves push on the other side, give up on that 1 versus 1, and take perfect advantage off the fact of NK being caught out.
Yeah, and here comes the 1v1 as Delena is going to take that early on to Cal. Just a great sense of awareness, understanding the backline play and shutting that down before anything can happen. I did like the idea there from Cal. I really did like the potential play as we are going to start popping ultimates now. Immediately going to see the Fate of Both Worlds pop on the side of Sleepy Envy with the early utilization of the strategist ultimates. But it is going to go in the favor of 100 Thieves as they return back immediately. using one right back at him as Harvey, Terra, and TTK are popping ults. Are we going to see some value? The dunk goes out. SJP going to take out space. Returned right back from Cal into Terra. Sleepy into Vinny. And right now, Envy ahead.
Yeah, Sleepy is still so good, keeping the team in it. I thought 100 Thieves played that well to keep SJP alive, to keep him in the fight, also to build that Fate of Both Worlds, which is close on. But if space can be huge with that meatball ship, this could be brutal for the side of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it is scary. You know, when in the sky, look for any shield possible, natural cover, and sprint and hope it doesn't land on your forehead as we start a ton of pressure here on the side of 100 Thieves. Sleepy, great positioning, great heals, keeping the team up, eyes on everyone at the same time. Good hold as there is no advantage yet, and SJP did pop Fate of Both Worlds. Cal with a nice pick on Terra. Return right back into remix. Numbers are even, but down one Vanguard as Cal's trying to deal a ton of damage. Does have ult ready on the side of Hella, Goddess of Death ready to be used. Will Cal trying to make a play before the strategist ultimates come back around?
He's definitely waiting at the current moment, giving it a little bit of time, going for his flank. Now he goes for it. Strange Portal also to come back for Terra, so they're going to be the triple Vanguard at the current moment. Ultimates pop. Sleepy with the Fate of Both Worlds to keep the team healthy. Meanwhile, the top side, Cal is trying to get some damage to the back line, but against that double shield, it's incredibly hard to do so. Now, with the Magneto ult of Terra, what if he hit? It's blocked by another shield and the bubble. They avoid it until now with SJP in this front line, just running it down. SJP with 3 in that fight alone.
Luna and Hella who needs a Hella when you have a Luna? Apparently 3 final hits there. Really well done on the side of SJP, and they are owning this early fight. Really back and forth there. Great positioning on both sides. Fight was really stalled out. Just not a lot happening. And then we saw 3 unsuccessful ultimates, just strictly like you mentioned, due to the shield compositions. And yeah, although it looked great on the side of Envy, did fall towards the end of the fight. And 100 Thieves just kind of owning the space.
Yeah, owning it at the current moment. 100 Thieves sitting at that choke point. Also have Terra back on that Winter Soldier, so the consistent comp they played earlier. We'll see if it works out. Armed and Dangerous committed earlier by NK, immediately countered by Harvey in his invisible boundary, and then we see another one from Pink.
Yeah, Harvey and Payne just matching the boundaries, buying a little bit of time, but as soon as this drops in about a few seconds here, yep, the fight will begin. Trying to find these off angles, finding out where everyone is after the invis does get dropped. Delena chasing Cal again. The 1v1's back. Delena gonna take that again and dome Cal, and they are gonna have numbers advantage on this next fight. TTK, one of the most strong, if not the strongest controller player, with an early pick on NK as well, as they still are owning these numbers, holding on as they are getting pushed by Space. Space trying to take Space as he does, and just like that, Harvey gonna be dropping Remix. Space is gonna fall to Vinny, and 100 Thieves is gonna keep this train rolling.
You gotta feel good about that if you're Team Envy. Coming back in, at least forcing out those strategist ultimates, trying to come back in and get another fight. But, you know, earlier in that engage, I think 100 Thieves just played it perfectly to counter, and then TTK now available with another Meteor M. We'll see if he can go big yet again.
Yeah, we are going to see the retaken fight. Delena. NK goes down immediately. Just a ton of these off-angle picks. And down goes Payne. Make it Cal as well, as Delena is absolutely popping off on these off-angle chases. Finding value in every open space. Is going to fall there from Space, though. Numbers still on the side of 100 Thieves. Terra trying to find Sleepy. Does do so, as they are going to try to take point 2. Looking towards their favor. Space a little bit weak. They're going to just hold on to this ult economy. Not play a little too aggressive. Take this space without overutilization. Really smart play here on the side of 100 Thieves, and they are going to come back into the next fight with ult advantage.
Yeah, the difficulty is Team Envy is really good at this hella composition, but 100 Thieves, you know, seem to just be better, right? I mean, Delena hits those shots. Even when Cal hits the stuns, he got the second one, able to get the elimination on the Cal, so that's like 2 or 3 times this game that Delena's got the better of Cal. And at the moment, it's making a difference as there's 2 minutes and 26 seconds in the third phase of the map.
Yeah, there's no disrespect to Cal, because honestly, these angles that he's trying to find are really smart, but it's just being read as we say that. Cal with a nice pick there on Terra. I just like this positioning, holding that high side, getting a pick, relocating so they don't know. As the building does reconstruct, we are going to start using these boundaries again, and we are going to drop back here with Envy, just trying to buy time, let that be used. Ultimate almost here for Cal. Incredible position there. Knew what was going to happen. Perfect timing. Owning this height is going to get thrown out, though, and ready to try to find some more pressure with Ultimate. Another 1v1 situation. Cal going to turn that back on Delena and get the numbers back towards him, as NK is going to take out Terra and Envy with a great fight here.
Dude, Dude, he just got jump scared by Delena, bro. Just ran off the top. Delena just shows up in Cal's face. Cal's like, oh, hey, I'll just get rid of you. That was definitely an interesting play for Mr. Ant. But, you know, Envy holding on. Minute 30 left now, Shib.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about with these Hella 1v1s. Oh, my goodness, Cal. Now the numbers are even closer to even. Great pick there again. It's all about with those 1v1s popping that E. If you get that mini stun reposition back, you typically will win the fight as long as you do it first. And yeah, Cal showcasing that, hey, I'm not done yet. Let me get these numbers back. Didn't like how they were favored on your side at first. So holding this angle here, forcing TTK to look in this direction instead of towards the rest of the team. And if he doesn't, then Cal just finds this opportunity. Just barely missed Terra there. NK falls from Terra during that fight.
Both fadeable towards Pop just to give each other's team a little bit of time, but no Winter Soldier, like you mentioned, with NK getting picked off again. We need to see him kind of come back, get back into this fight. Vinny creating a lot of space too for Delena, and the rest of the team is Terra Pops. That ultimate, the Kraken impact, duo aggressive alongside TK in this Meteor end.
Cal holding on to not feed the Meteor, and that's a great play. I believe Cal was worried about the thing popping the clobbering time on him in that moment. Popped on, it was great defensive play. Still in the fight, numbers dead even, and here comes clobbering time on the side of iRemix. Immediately gonna get popped up with the barrier on the side of Harvey. Delena gonna be using the Goddess of Death in the sky where they find value. Not quite yet as the numbers have not moved, but will we see Cal get this pick? No, unable to do so, relocating directly back into this position. And honestly, I'm learning something new here. This is an insane spot as Cal and NK. Cal again on Harvey. NK gonna take out TTK back and forth with the duelist. Cal gonna take out Delena, and they do hold on point 3.
Hey, shout out observers staying on Cal's POV, man. Turning it around that third map. He's been playing well, too, on map number 1. It's just Delena throughout, at least the attack, was just kind of getting the better of him. But towards the end, right, just consistently playing that top angle in that window. Back and forth, right? A lot of players maybe not used to the destructibles that are in Marvel Rivals, and obviously Cal showing that he is. That defense, it's so hard to deal with that Hella up top. You have to commit so many cooldowns just to get there and match him. Really, the only one that can do that is the other team's Hella, and unfortunately, Delena just, I don't know what happened to cooldowns or whatever, but he just opted not to have that angle, just wanted to commit his ult in main, and it was really good disengage by Envy that saved their lives.
Yeah, talk about positioning as a duelist and how strong that is the entire time on an off angle. But you'll see a lot in ladder. You may be saying, oh, you know, the DPS always behind me. Oh, I did a ton of damage. Yeah, but you're just shooting through me, where something like Cal on those high angles, getting picks, forcing eyes to look in another direction is almost as valuable as getting a pick on a strategist. If the team is separated in their focus, that's how you take advantage. Really, really well done there by the side of Envy.
Was you know what, for their attack, I still need to see a little bit more out of NK on this front line. You know, just looking at his stats alone is not going to obviously give the full story, but right now it seems that Terra, you know, has those huge Kraken impact timings, also finding those opening picks. A lot of the current meta is dictated around these neutral games with both of the Winter Soldiers getting those hooks. So maybe if NK can consistently get those hooks to match Terra, that would be big for Envy moving forward.
We do see consistency on the side of defense here. TTK, obviously, you can get a look here at the controller scheme. You gotta love to see it. Controller players, I'm sure, are hyped up in that moment as we are gonna hold the same exact angle. Will it play out similar for the side of Envy as it did for 100 Thieves? Will they get driven back? Oh, an immediate pull there, but they are gonna pop that Magneto. Ooh, Sleepy. Great pick there on the side of Envy to give advantage towards Envy. 100 Thieves gonna be losing Terra. No more pull for the moment, and that is, ooh, a good play until Delena's gonna pick off Cal and even out the numbers.
He's still sitting in this back. I don't know how Cal unfortunately could not win that, but we talked about the hook. He's still up there, by the way, still sitting above Envy, making them look around. That was a huge pickoff from NK. If he could do that again here, bring this fight back into Envy's control, that's exactly what they need to get this cart pushing and get to the second phase of the map.
Yeah, you thought it was going to start, the momentum was going to shift towards Envy there, and then you had Delena get the pick to even out numbers. Payne, nice pick there on Terra. Well done. Great positioning again. Seeing this strategist play this natural cover, and yeah, tries to make a play onto the height. Unfortunately, not able to make that jump. Got to be careful. Throws the shield to protect themselves. You got to love the play from Payne. Very smart play to pop that shield on someone close by and utilize it yourself. And here we go as we start the next fight. Odds are in the favor right now of 100 Thieves with 3 ultimates up and double pop as we do see a pick there from Cal, giving the advantage advantage in numbers back towards Envy. And 100 Thieves are going to start popping these ultimates. Harvey throwing out the invisible boundary. Vinny still holding on SJP. There goes the clobbering time. SJP going to start the dance. Will they be able to make anything happen through this? Space does have the ult. Will he dunk the meatball onto the dance floor? Yep, takes out one, not the dance. Terra goes down, well done by Space. Owning Space, if you will, gonna pressure with the Thing as the Thing gets the bubble. But no, still holding on to 100 Thieves right on the card over there.
Yeah, they're still holding on to this corner, right? Just consistently playing this objective, right? Having both Vanguards there, also keeping everybody alive, right? You might have lost Delena, you might have had some earlier tough fights, but you've already got 2 minutes off the clock. They're doing a good job just playing that time, making sure Envy doesn't push forward without having to commit some ultimates right now.
Yeah, you saw a textbook masterclass there in natural cover, 100 Thieves. They may have had a bunch of pressure on them, but all the Vanguards have to do is just drop to that natural cover behind the bus, let the strategist get an eye on you, and just hold that corner. There's no reason to do anything else, and just buy time until the team can reset. And they did it, and it just worked so well. You can just see the confidence, the understanding, and the lack of panic. You cannot panic in those moments. Elena with a nice pick on paint there, and Envy's gonna have to drop back and reset.
Oh my god, I feel like Envy played that so well and are still losing. It's like, that's actually just absurd. NK found those 2 opening picks on their engage, but then everybody else disengaging ultimates, perfectly timed bubble from TTK to keep SJP alive, into now, you know, Vinny jumping from player to player, turning your team into mini raid bosses is just absolutely brutal just to live through an insane hell ultimate from Cal.
Yeah, it's just like the play. Like, once again, I mean, just the way they're playing off each other, the comms got to be so smooth and fluid. They know the cooldowns. They understand who's got what up, when to pop the actual cooldowns they need in the moment, not overextending and overutilizing, getting picks and then playing it slow, because they're not going to win the long fight if you are up on numbers and you play it correctly, unless they burn a ton of ultimates. But if you're looking again towards the side of 100 Thieves, 4 ultimates, almost 5 up right now against 3, but they are going to start building as we do see the fate of both worlds. Will they be a pick as we start with Terra trying to make a play out of the back line? No luck yet, but Terra does have ultimate. Here goes the return, immediately invisible boundary. Did we see? No, I thought they did double strategist, but no, it's just back and forth in the invisible boundary. No pick yet on either, as Cal still holding the off angle. Early pick there by Cal. NK gonna take out 100, or TTK. Terra goes down by NK, as we are seeing the jump from the Kraken Impact. Take Impact, make that 3, as they are gonna take over, point 1.
These are absolutely wild fights. We saw committed ultimates both from TTK and Vinny, and then also with SJP to go in, try to find Sleepy, but Sleepy dodging all of that Meteor M. The rest of the backline to avoid it, not relying on the bubble, was huge in terms of cooldown management. So Envy clutched up when it mattered most. NK as well with a huge Kraken impact to follow up his team.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of that. These players do not make that mistake. You got to find that early pick. If you get the reset, everything changes. A lot of people, you know, as soon as they see an opportunity, they see a team bunch together, they try to start that off. But you've got every eye looking at you. You got to find a window when things are distracted. Space. Early pick there on Harvey. That's a massive early take, as they are going to keep the pressure on, bubble up that Thing while he makes space. And the Thing trying to just build charge. Off angle here again from Delena, but Delena's not taking any damage, just holding that space, trying to find a pick on the back line. But still, it hasn't happened yet. Waiting till the team comes back in for distraction's sake. Vinny gonna take out Remix. Very unfortunate there, not having the follow-up needed because they were afraid of the Delena on the high ground. But Cal gonna make that problem no more, and the numbers are back to even.
Yeah, Delena was going to try to ult there, but I think he had a ceiling over him, so he could not commit the ultimate. Now Cal has full advantage, like you mentioned. Terra taking so much poke from this left side. Armed again, or yeah, ultimate committed from NK. Also, Cal going down in brutal though, so a bit of a mistake on Team MV's side as they're hit by a huge clobber in time from Vinny.
Wow, gorgeous play. Obviously, the Thing in these tight quarters is a terrifying force. With the CC strictly from the shoulder check, Yancey Street Charge is not only a great defensive ability, but if you just hold on to that, run in circles and keep bodying everybody, just shoulder checking them into the sky, it makes team fighting very difficult. And then following up with the clobbering time after that, the CC train is obscene, and they do make a play off it. Now they're holding on to 5 ultimates on the side of 100 Thieves, but it's almost 5 right back at him with Envy. This next fight's gonna be insane.
Yeah, they're playing it back right now. Both teams sort of feeling it out. 25 seconds left. I have a feeling this is going to enter overtime as this fight is going to be extended.
Yeah, and we start here. TTK trying to get ready to throw this Meteor M, getting ready to bake this meatball and dunk it on a backline strategist, but NK gets an early pick there on Terra, and clobbering time on the side of iRemix. Doesn't find enough value to get some picks. We're going to see some strategist ultimates be pop. Sleepy going to be launching that. Harvey use the invisible barrier back and forth on both sides. Paint going to take out Delena early, and once again, they're making the space when it counts. And here comes the dunk. TTK looking for Invis. Unfortunately, not able to find it as it does connect with the corner, and they're still holding on, but they're running out of ultimates.
There is so much we have to do to stop 100 Thieves. They also come back in with the clobbering time, but they're totally fine right now as Space comes back in with the Meteor. Who is he going to dunk it on? Can he even hit anybody? Doesn't look like it. Now he's kind of caught out. People can touch on 100 Thieves' side. Also, NK with the impact, trying to come through, find eliminations, but nothing is found just yet. In fact, it's the 100 Thieves and TTK who have somehow rubber banded back into the fight. No Cal on the flank, looking for eliminations. He has to find something. It's invincible. Harvey, are you kidding me? On the right side. They close it out in overtime to Shib. Oh my God.
That was insane to witness. Clutching up when you need to, not letting this end. Just sheer heart right there. I feel like I just watched an actual movie. Gorgeous play by Envy to turn that around. I can't believe it.
Dude, they're heating up, Shib. They're warming up right now. Team Envy. You know, I was going to say, you know, even if they were to lose this map, Shib, they look like they're on another level right now. They're leveling up to where 100 Thieves is. If they can keep having Cal in the team play at the level they're playing at, I could see Envy competing with 100 Thieves in this series.
Yeah, I see the confidence now as we're getting to the map win potential right here. 1 minute on the clock. Now it's all about making things count. Do not play scared. You saw what you can do when you have the momentum in your favor and you're still using it. Try to make a play as we do have ult advantage again on the side of 100 Thieves, but still trying to gain space. They are holding on. 40 seconds on the clock. Punches are out. We'll see who gets value out of these popped ultimates right now.
You can see this mini micro fight happening on the left side with both Delena and Cal. Delena forced to use the ultimate early. We'll see if Envy disengage it, and they do shit. They just walk away.
Really smart play. I mean, you have the time. It's all about one fight. You don't need to try to make this 2 fights. It's not worth it. Wow, Delena gonna break the map apart, I believe, and take out SJP. Wasn't sure on the angle there, but wow, that is a really important pick, as Sleepy did have ultimate there on the side of Luna. We are gonna use this early. Should be able to get back in time. 6 seconds on the clock. Does get the touch for 3. Is gonna bring it to OT, and here we go as we start the Fate of Both Worlds dance. And here we go, NK gonna get a pick on Delena. Start the dance, crack an impact, and we are going to see another dance floor here. Holding on and buying time on the side of NK. Now it's all about after these are done. Where does the meatball land? Does it connect? It does. 100 TTK going to take out Pain. Oh my goodness, Cal going to get a pick on Harvey. It's so back and forth.
Cal, again, could be the hero. He could end it right now. He needs to find Terra, hits the shot, but Vinny traded back. NK, both Winter Soldiers are removed out of the fight. Cal needs to find something to freeze him from Sleepy. No way. Delena also goes too far. Sleepy shuts him down, and so does Cal. Are you kidding me? With the passive on the Vinny, they're going to get it done in overtime. We're going to map number 3.
Let's go! What an absolute change of events. Great play on both sides. What a fight to witness. It's always back and forth, down to the moment, clutch moments as Cal showcases that positioning, driving back everyone while not even had the chance to be looked at. What a gorgeous set of plays across the board and holding on. Wow.
Sleepy ain't washed. Content king or not right now. Sleepy's just absolutely putting the 60,000 healing. Are you kidding me? How much? I mean, that's just, he got picked towards the end, obviously, but that's just in Sleepy fashion. North American supports, you know how it is. But, you know, he's unbelievable out of this team right now. You talked about it, Shiv, in the clutch both times, right? They just came back. Perfect timing.
Yeah, that was an insane thing to witness. I had so much fun watching that game. Cal, 19 final hits, right? Delena, 14, great damage on both sides. But NK, something we didn't mention, 35k damage, playing very aggressive and making that thing back down a little bit. It's scaring Vinny, you know, forcing him back towards his team, using that Yancey Street as a defensive ability instead of something that could mess with the strategists on their side. I just think that this team, when it comes to clutch moments, stepped up and they showcased that 100 Thieves is not impenetrable. This can happen for them as long as they keep it moving.
Yeah, as long as they keep moving, we'll do the same thing. We're going to go to a short highlight and then come back for map number 3.
silently trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the
Plasma burst! Just embrace the light!
Lights out. Vivid feet. Us against the world.
My turn to shine!
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
Double the failure! Double the fun! Success!
Watch out! Turret's armed! Heavy weapons. I'm in love. Flush the other Frank out! Denizens of the deep! Typical air breather. Maximum pulse!
A 100 Thieves are woundable, and it's not just from the side of Sentinels. Envy getting a W on map 2 and taking us to game 3. How'd you feel about that?
I mean, it was awesome, Shib. I think this is our best series of the tournament so far. I didn't expect it, honestly. I mean, most people assumed 3-0 for Team 100 Thieves. So, this kind of goes to show, similar to like how the meta sort of shifts and how, people's opinions like, oh, this hero is terrible. Why would you ever play this?
Sure.
And then next week, we're seeing Rocket Raccoon, for example. So it's like, you never know, right? You never know how scrims are going, how practice are going. And you talked about how Team Envy in those moments were always showing up to the table, and they have the experience, they have the veterancy to do it. I mean, this team's age is probably up there in the esports department, but obviously for a team full of veteran players, they're really showing it why they are such storied players in other games.
Yeah, you talked about us, in the moment showing up, right? Something we talked about on break. Yeah, I mean, if you look at 100 Thieves, I wrote some of this stuff down here. You look at Terra on the Strange, 35k damage. TTK, 34k. The stat line on the side of 100 Thieves, if I was just glancing at both, I would think that 100 Thieves had won the game. But we've been in games ourselves in ladder where you look at the stat line of a team and you won the game just because of clutch moments. You look at the stat line and you're like, oh man, we should not have won that game. And that is not always the case, because you can get KO'd 1,000 times, but if you took the point, you took the point, and they always took the point, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, that really is all that matters. And moving forward for Team Envy, they have to feel good about that, right, Shib? So moving into this next one, the only worry that I would have for Team Envy is like, okay, now you've pissed off 100 Thieves, right? I mean, we're going first to 3. We know these guys like to talk a lot of trash on X, not Twitter. And they like to mention a lot of, other teams' dog water, terrible, and all this sort of stuff. And that's what we love. And personally, I love when, when players talk a lot of crap. And, 100 Thieves definitely do it as well as show love. So this team, when they lose, Shib, it seems like on the number 3, they get angry, right? They start to let it fester a bit and play better. So that's a worry if you're Team Envy now, is maybe you've let 100 Thieves warm up.
The best teams love winning, but they hate losing more. And I think, like you're saying, the Hulk approach, this is just going to make them angry. 100 Thieves is now taking it to them, no holds barred. They're going in hot, and I'm excited to witness it because I know how strong of a team they are. You mentioned a little bit of the trash talk. Obviously, when it comes to esports, I love that stuff, witnessing it as a caster, as a host. We just have a ton of fun with it. But yeah, I know there's going to be some conversation now, and I know they're not going to let that slide.
No, yeah, 100 Thieves now, going to the drawing boards, can maybe pick a map that they prefer. Right. I'm trying to remember. I mean, obviously I don't have the stats, but it does seem like whenever 100 Thieves play on Midtown, they kind of struggle a little bit. I don't know if it's because of the map or whatever. Obviously for Team Envy, they know, the maps that the 100 Thieves are weaker on or that they're better on in practice. And same thing for 100 Thieves. So they're going to pick a map on the other side that, maybe the side of Envy aren't that good on. So I'm curious to see what they pick.
Yeah, I was trying to think in my head, what mode do they like more? Are they a domination team? But in the end of the day, their stat line, they've been just winning no matter what, right? So it's difficult to have that understanding, and until we start chipping away at some of these round losses here to see where they may struggle, which map they may struggle. I'm curious, do you think they're going to pick Converge? They're going domination? What do you think they're running here?
They're hovering on all the Joel. I'll just say, like, I can see that they're doing that, so I don't have to fully expect. But I don't know. I think a lot of teams like to play on these sort of long maps, right? These maps where, on Convergence or, some of these other types. I feel like people love to play on those map types right now. And I don't think 100 Thieves are really outside of the realm of playing on another map that's, like Midtown again.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a weakness thing. It's just more so comfort. I like finding out where teams like to play, what maps they like the most, because everybody's got a different take on it. When it comes to me, domination, always love domination, right? I know it's a strong suit, so I try to stick to it. I'm sure coaches got all that information locked down. The coach, data is key, right? When it comes to coaching, their Excel sheets are disgusting to look at, I'm sure. So they've got all this figured out, and they're going to make some changes. Do you think we're going to see a position switch here?
It's probably going to be the same for both sides. I'll be real with you. Like I imagine the Loki ban comes through again. Maybe you let it slide this time if you're 100 Thieves to mix things up. I think even it's so funny because not to spoil it. Obviously, I think the players should keep these things close to themselves. But I think one time I was watching Terra's stream, or it was Harvey, and he literally pulled up what their ban phase was going to look like. He showed on stream the spreadsheet you talked about okay, this team's probably going to want to play Groot, they probably want to play this, and then this is what we're going to ban. So it's some of their strategies are definitely complex. They have an idea of what the other team's going to play. But like you mentioned, it's about adjusting. It's about figuring out if you do want to ban something again or if you're feeling confident, because 100 Thieves, I mean, you win one or two more of those fights. Was it really a compositional diff? Was it really that, or was it more, slipping when you needed to clutch up?
Yeah, I think it's the latter. I think we looked at those stat lines. Their stat lines were insane. It's more so, like you're saying, it's just when it came to crunch time, they just lost those fights. It was just that simple. And it's funny, we actually, in Shikigami today, had mentioned that they do have coaching exclusively, a coach exclusively dedicated to bans in the ban phase. So the amount of data and understanding and how meta you can get in terms of map understanding, opposition understanding, what they like to run, what their stat lines look like, where they feel comfortable, and trying to shut that down in obscure ways by getting rid of counters and things that help buff certain team strategies. That stuff gets so intense and insane. I just love to hear they have a separate coach strictly for bans as we get into game 3 here.
Well, I noticed how, like you said, like they've been smart to realize that, right? Because a lot of teams before, I feel like even MRC, like some of the bans have not been like that good, right? As a player, I imagine you can have a lot of bias. You can figure those things out. Why we ban this character every time or whatever. In this case, 100 Thieves first banning Hella. They have had enough, so they've mixed it up.
Yeah, I mean, it's who shows up in the day, right? It's no conversation around, Delena got different. To be honest, the take really should be who had their moment and who's feeling confident. Once you're on your heels, it's very much a confidence game when you're a duelist. You have to believe that you are going to be better. So those 1v1s, you're not playing safe, you're playing them aggressively, because whoever thinks they have the win typically will have the win. So if they're not feeling as confident, to me, it makes a ton of sense for them to just take that right off the table.
Yeah, you might also force Envy into forcing Cal off of the Hella, right? I mean, obviously in that case, maybe have him play that triple strategist that really was like advantageous towards the 100 Thieves. Maybe you bait them into playing that, leaving the Adam Warlock on the table, getting rid of both Namor and Hella removes those two heroes for Cal, so he'll have to dig deep into his hero pool. Maybe play that Star-Lord alongside NK, or with the fact that Wolverine's gotten through every time, Shib, it seems like the meta's sort of phased out, passed over that character, it seems like.
Yeah, at least with the team comps they're running, they're not giving him the chance to get in there with just raw damage at range. They do like to play those range styles, like you mentioned. So just bursting him, having comps in terms of his positioning and understanding what his play is going to be is massive for this level of play. I mean, a lot of the time, climbing a ladder, you get surprised, right? You get surprised by the angles. You had no idea where he's at, but this communication, they've got it down. It's like a GPS system. They know exactly where everyone is at all times, and it does help counter a bit of that Wolverine play.
I like how, in this case, right, we've forced Envy, at least you've made a change for 100 Thieves, right? Cal off the Hella, now going over to Winter Soldier. Now you force NK off of Winter Soldier and onto Star-Lord because maybe that's something he's more comfortable with than Cal. So for the side of TTK and 100 Thieves, rather, they've sort of made these adjustments. You see how Terra is sticking on Winter Soldier and Delena's the one picking up the Star-Lord? Maybe in this case, right, they feel comfortable and happy to get, multiple heroes or multiple players to pick different heroes leading in this next map. Maybe forcing Envy to be in a tougher spot mentally.
Yeah, and we did allow Loki back in, right? So we are going to see some comfort picks back there from Harvey, who, well known as a great Loki player. Loki really performs on this map. Clones have really high positioning, and they're just obviously very valuable in general, but the sheer raw damage in burst healing output, as you can see actually through the wall here, the side of 100 Thieves taking a little bit of an obscure angle walk in, are going to start that fight on height, but there's no real luck yet as they burst right through the wall and just go directly on a point. 100 Thieves, a very aggressive strategy. Harvey gonna take out Cal, and it goes right back as NK takes out Terra. Numbers evened out, and it's just going to be a DPS burn down as we do start the fight 5v5.
Yeah, a little bit late crystals there from Harvey, and Remix now going over to the Venom instead on this map too could be advantageous, but the CC, oh no, Remix, no movement abilities to be used there because of what Vinny did, and now with that, right, they have so much presence towards this point, especially lacking him now.
Oh, great pick there by TTK. Keeping eyes on the strategist and not letting them escape. Knew exactly where Loki was going to be. Loki fell and then fell directly into his trap as they take point one with 5 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. You weren't lying when you said the Hulk is unleashed. Bruce Banner is now gone as they are going to keep this space moving forward.
Yeah, keep it moving into the streets phase. We saw Terra, after getting picked, also swap to the Doctor Strange to give his team the advantage with the teleport. So,
you know, with that first point take, 100 Thieves put themselves in a good spot. Also, immediate tempo ultimate from Dilemma.
Yeah, just gonna put the pressure on Force. Oh, got a pick prior to the dance floor. Well done. As it goes right back, Envy gonna take out Delena right out of the sky. And we are gonna see pops on both sides in terms of the fate of both worlds. Still gonna keep things relatively even as we are still holding this space on defense in the side of Envy.
Kraken Impact committed, met by the fate of the world by Sleepy as he swapped, or he got the copy. Also, Vinny walking in, taking out NK is massive for them. Space with the top, Meteor S not going to be able to connect, unfortunately, as he's going to have to back out. Remix gets stunned, and 100 Thieves just sort of worked the problem, the maze that is Envy, right? Just consistently walking them down. 4 minutes and 20 seconds left now in the street phase of the map.
Yeah, the Vanguards on the side of Envy are struggling. Just the sheer off angles back and forth, firing at the same time. Delena is going to force them to look backwards. Terra going to be fighting for the front side. Immediately, we're going to be losing space there, literally, and also space on the side of Envy as we are pushing towards point 2. Just a ton of open area and ult advantage on the side of 100 Thieves. We are going to be seeing this clobbering time shortly from virtually both sides. Nice pick there by iRemix on Delena. That is a huge early take, and Paint going to take out Vinny, and they are going to walk this back, giving them a little bit of time.
Yeah, both teams, I think, are not uncomfortable per se, but this change, the switch up, right, results in Delena having to play the Star-Lord and getting caught up by Remix, not really aware of maybe that spacing that he's usually supposed to play as Remix, you know, connects onto him, removes that mobility, and now Envy can potentially hold.
Yeah, really good ult economy there. Just the patience on the side of Envy, not popping anything. They do have 5, and as soon as I say that, NK gonna utilize that ultimate early. We are gonna see the meatball back on TTK, trying to land on something. Does take out 2 as they take TTK. Delena right back into Terra, taking out Sleepy. There goes Cal as well, and Terra's just on a rampage. A tear. He's trying to find more, and will he make another play? Bang! Down goes the squad with an absolute 4-piece. Oh, 5? Was I too early? Yes, I was. As they do take point 2.
Yeah, taking point 2 off of, like you said, the ultimate with TTK, connecting onto, I believe it was Paint earlier on. And now, you know, 100 Thieves consistently pushing forward. It's hard to retouch in that second phase as well without that Doctor Strange. And currently 100 Thieves putting the pressure on Envy right now. Although they had ultimates, they were never in a spot where they could have used them.
Yeah, I think right now, you know, I can just feel them leaning into their screens. You know what I mean? I can just understand the desks got a little more weight on them as all of them are just ensuring they show up now. They're frustrated, they're angry, and it's working. We do see 6 ultimates ready here. Early ult there on the side of Paint. No real battle back in terms of a cancellation of the ultimate. So I think they're just trying to re-own the pacing here as it does get matched right back. A little bit of like a 4-second difference on the side of SJP. Magneto in the sky with the Meteor M does land immediately on Terra. Terra goes down. Nice pick there on the side of Space. Doing a great job finding value with each of these ultimates. Cal's going to take out Vinny, and Envy now is finding their footing, and this is what you needed to see. Oh, as we do see a turnaround. TTK going to take out Cal. Delena going to find one on NK. I may have spoken too soon. Right onto the strategist. Great crystals there by Loki to retake and own the space back, but still a very difficult position to be in. Not sure if they're going to find that pick there on iRemix. Somehow escapes, I believe. Or, excuse me, Vinny does escape Terra. Gonna get 2 with that one swing, make that 3, and Terra is dominating here again with the Bucky.
Yeah, I think this just goes to show, oh my god, did he get the reset? No, misses in the spawn, but this just goes to show that you can win any fight as long as you have Meteor M up. TTK came back through with SJP, down 2 members, and then Delena understood it was go time. Remix, oh my gosh, falls so low, but NK and crew now coming back through, regaining a bit of that momentum, coming back towards the card. NK somehow, through the crystals, was able to find Delena, but Terra, no way! However, Remix there to follow up, and now without those duelists, 100 Thieves probably just reset.
Yeah, I like what you're saying. There's just so much back and forth in these fights. Everyone is just playing so calm. Space, great pick there on Harvey as Harvey falls early in this fight, forcing them to retake a little bit, at least hold on by time. Oh my goodness, Space says I'll stagger all day if need be. Dude does have that Meteor. You had the discussion around this Meteor M almost being more valuable. See, in my Pee-wee brain, I'd be thinking that strange as Agamotto is going to get these strategist ultimates because I know how to make it happen, but no, just so much confidence from these Meteors in the sky. You just rarely see them missing, just dunking on these strategists every single fight.
Yeah, they're They're just so good at what they do. Early engaged by Envy and NK. Unfortunately, the ultimate from Paint not there in time. Crack and Impact at least committed from Terra, but here goes Space again with the meteor over the top. Terra found, sniffed out in that back line. Also, Clobber in time connects on the NK. The supports, the strategist doing a good job keeping him alive. TTK forcing those out, looks for the dunk, connects on the Cal, and that's what you want to find on 100 Thieves side.
See, I don't even know how. Just an absolute 360. LeBron dunks on him, makes it happen. Cal goes down early, and they're just going to keep this pressure and run it on home as they are owning this space. TTK still fully healed up, owning this as we're going to have Vinny fighting virtually the whole team in an alleyway. Going to turn back on the thing. Remix going to fall there early, and this is going to keep the pressure on the side of 100 Thieves with 55 seconds on the clock. Got to show some respect here, Envy, when there was a ton of time on here, still bringing this down to the final minute, but no, it's looking heavily in the side of 100 Thieves as they drive this thing home with 40 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, once you lose Remix there, I don't really know if there's a way to come back into this, especially with how well we saw Vinny building towards that ultimate. I mean, just closed down with the clobber in time. Team Envy, unfortunately, forced into that spot, right? Forced away from the objective to try to stay inside. You saw Remix constantly bounce back and forth. Envy and the bubbles from space were maybe just a little bit too late to keep NK, to help Remix. But, 100 Thieves side with Vinny. Nice clobbering times towards the very end. Also, the rest of the crew to follow it up. And 100 Thieves still in a pretty good spot after they capped the map. That's a huge change, especially from Midtown Shib, as they were not able to cap outright, got stopped in third phase. We saw maybe why 100 Thieves picked this map versus Team Envy.
Yeah, I asked the audience to keep their eyes on the thing when it comes to utilization of clobbering time. We haven't seen a ton of it on screen, but there is a ton of value utilizing clobbering time. As we're going to see a potential pick here on the penny mines would be absolutely insane at this level of play. But what I'm saying is that ultimately, when that strategist ultimate ends, if you follow it up instantaneously with clobbering time, your entire team gets so much value as it does some damage there, but not enough to matter. Going to get healed up. That would have been hysterical if that worked out on the side of Envy. But yeah, I mean, the clobbering time post-strategist ultimate is such a strong value. You count that thing out, you understand when Luna's going to stop the dance, when the fate is going to end, and then you just stun the entirety of the team because they're all grouped onto that ultimate, and you can just find so much value that way.
Yeah, and in Vinny following that advice to a T, exactly what you mentioned, and we're going to see on this defense how Team 100 Thieves can deal with MVS's attack. Remix as well. Back on that Venom like he ran earlier, so that's a bit of a change up as well. Considering like we saw on first point, I don't know if Remix is going to distract this backline or at least dive the strategists, make sure that Team 100 Thieves are uncomfortable.
I think we've unlocked a new strategy as an entirety of a source here for Marvel Rivals. It seems like this angle's really strong as they're going to match it to Envy, just trying to hold that, but not pressing through nearly as fast as 100 Thieves did. They played with confidence as they are going to drop back and retake. Remake, trying to find a way to get in there with the Venom. Nice bubble there. You'll see that consistently on Star-Lord, allowing him to build that ult charge really quickly. Just a ton of holding. They don't care about this right now. They'll play here all day. There is no need to rush. Let us build our ultimates. Loki Crystal's getting popped there early. TTK trying to find value. We are going to see the spin to win again from NK, who's now feeling confident with the Crystal on. Nice pick there on Terra. Well done, NK, to find value as they are going to start pressing here again and give Envy the space they needed to take this fight.
Yeah, in the neutral, Envy played that incredibly patient, so well on the top side as well. Copy from Harvey now comes back out late, so they're trying to change that tempo, regain the point again, maybe force that ultimate from Paint, and here it comes late.
Great positioning there, drop back behind Space. For Shakita, look at Space, gets a nice pick there on the Lena, I believe, through the teleport, I'm not even sure, as 100, yes, down! Oh, 100 Thieves gonna keep the pressure right back. Vinny gonna be taken out. Paint, Cal falls to the side of Terra, as the numbers are now waning a little bit, but it is gonna be, I believe, back towards the side of 100 Thieves, yes, as down goes Space, and the fight is gonna have to be started all over again.
I don't know if this is like intentional or what out of Terra, but Terra, every first fight on these first objectives just keeps going down first. He got picked on attack, swapped to Doctor Strange. Terra as well got picked again, swapped Doctor Strange. So now running that triple Vanguard comp on defense. He's going to look for an aggressive Agamotto, I imagine. But he keeps doing this, getting picked early and coming back on Doctor Strange. It's very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you don't hear about 100 Thieves running the triple Vanguard comp, right? Like, that was always the Sentinel play. It was something we all made, you know, we made jokes about. But this might have been those secrets that we talked about. Not afraid to teleport immediately back. They may not be a teleport comp where they're utilizing it all the time. But when you get picked early, why not get back here and start the fight again and just buy as much time as possible? Even if you lose the first point, Cal gonna get a pick on SJP. Immediately turn back Harvey. Gonna take out Cal. Remix with a nice punch there. Haymakering Terra into the dirt. Vinny gonna take out Space. So back and forth here. Still a battle on point as Vinny is at 100 HP, able to escape there, trying to find another punch. Bang! No connection yet, and it looks like Envy is re-owning this again as they do take out 3. NK gonna drop Vinny, and there goes the fate of both worlds as I believe Envy takes this point.
These clocks from the thing, anytime we're on his POV, is just hilarious. It's just bonk, bonk after each other. But in that case, right, I don't think it was SJP who got picked earlier. I don't think he expected Cal to honestly be that insane. Like, Cal made an absolutely you know, S-word insane engage there by just going deep onto SJP over the top side towards the health pack. So I don't think SJP expected that, and because of it, Envy just keeps up that aggression, keeps up in the street phase of the map.
Yeah, playing with confidence now, right? That's what we talked about. It's so important. Wow, Cal and NK early picks there on both duelists in the side of 100 Thieves. Sleepy gonna get a pick on TTK, and right now they're just staggering away. They're gonna run themselves in to retake. They know that's okay. That stuff happens. Do not be afraid to reset. One of the biggest pieces of advice that people at this level will tell you is that staggering is the worst thing you can do right outside of using an ultimate in a 1v6 thinking you're Himothy, and you're not gonna make it happen. I promise you that. Reset with your team and start all over again. And as they take that advice, they're going to come back with the confidence. Almost gets the pick. Great bubble there to hold on.
Does force that cooldown at the very least. Also, Delena used both flips. Oh no. I feel like you can tell Delena, maybe not as practiced on the solo necessarily. They're trying to come back in, impact, committed, but he's saved by the rest of the team. With the fate of both worlds, Terra though, with the hook, brings back Cal so we can see why they forced this composition with Terra on the Winter Soldier and Delena on the Star-Lord. So they're still maintaining this point. They're staying in a pretty good defensive position. However, Sleepy commits the copy, goes back forward with Team Envy as they look for more.
Just back and forth, using that punch to try to escape. Good decision making there. Trying not to get dunked on. Delena still going to start spinning to win. Great focus here by TTK, trying to get a pick on the backline. Holy moly. Oh, Paint did fall, but the positioning was insane. Well done by Paint to try to hold on. Just dancing around it, but no. Immediately back and forth. Delena going to take out NK as Terra takes out Remix. Numbers are back on the side of 100 Thieves, and I do think they have a chance here at owning this second point.
I don't know how Space lived as long as he did. Also, the late picks come on through. Double support ults committed, double shredded ults committed for both Paint and Sleepy. Now you have the edge on SJP's side. Also, not a lot of time left, but we talked about this earlier. We're kind of heading back into what happened on Midtown, where Team Envy in these clutch situations were able to kind of come back against 100 Thieves when it's, you know, down to the wire in overtime.
Yeah, this is where they've at least shown in the last few games that they can clutch up. Team is stacked. They're heading down center. There is also advantage on the side of 100 Thieves, but they're getting close. As I say, that numbers even out there. And now it's about value. Sleepy early going to copy on the Loki, just holding on until they need... Oh, wow. What a freeze there. Incredible work there by Paint. Just going to put the pressure right back. And Armed and Dangerous out. Immediately cracking impact lands. And it is going to be potentially reset. No, it actually did not connect with a reset there. Does get bubbled up. Vinny going to be taken out. Space as 100 Thieves is now running them back towards their spawn. Strange teleport soon to be the only option. You typically need about 20 seconds, 10 seconds to get there and walk it on through. But we'll see if that happens here as they do need to touch.
How was Cal still alive there? The backline keeping him alive. By the way, Sleepy just now built up that copy. I think it was a bit of a visual thing that was happening with his previous one. Now they come back to Sleepy gets the height. Also they go into TTK. Sitting back, tries to connect the Meteor M. Unfortunately doesn't. Also crystals are forced in the midst of this fight.
And we are starting the dance. Fate of both worlds right on point, and it's just going to be a battle here right back at them. Sleepy going to match that. It is going to be an insane back and forth as we do see them dancing. Terra trying to find an early pick. It's 2. Going to take out Pain right back in 100 Thieves' favor. Here comes the dunk. Trying to even out the numbers. Space going to take out 2. Harvey and Terra both go down. Will this stay in the side of Envy as they look for the thing? Cal going to take out Vinny, and they are owning this as Space drops TTK, and Envy once again going to clutch this up and take point 2.
How did they do it again? How did they do it again, man? Like, what the hell? Somehow Space hits the Meteor M of a lifetime onto the backline of SJP. And another member of 100 Thieves. Minute and 15 seconds left to go. I feel like narratives to me always seem like a bit of a meme sometimes, you know, trying to force something. But right now, I think Envy in 3 clutch scenarios have been able to do it every time.
Yeah, there's something in the water right now. I mean, you talk about how do they do it. You know what? I got to say Space. That's how. Landed that absolute Meteor M of a lifetime, taking out a strategist and duelist immediately right after they popped their ultimates. And here we go again as they are in the sky trying to ride this momentum. NK going to take out Delena as the map does break down, not allowing that cover to happen. At this point, just trying to build it back. 4%, 5% numbers are in their favor, but they just got to take this space. There is 30 seconds on. As this is going to be another one of those clutch fights that they need to show up for.
30 seconds left. Remix also off of the thing. Remix is on to that Dr. Strange penalty. Aya Wakamoto does connect, but it's into a huge amount of strategist ultimates, at least to keep everybody healthy, and then goes down to the Kraken impact. And then another one from Terra, and another. So he just shuts out Envy right now. Who can't come back. Oh no, wait, they commit a very late dance floor. I mean, I guess they could come back with the portal if Remix didn't use it. No, he used it, so they're not going to have it.
No, I think that's going to be it. 100 Thieves Terra is on an absolute masterclass on how to hit that Kraken impact on literally everyone, even the focus on a Luna while during the Fate of Both Worlds. Really well done there by the side of 100 Thieves. Good attempt there from Envy on point 2, but just not enough time on the clock to get enough of a push on point 3. And that just goes to show you 100 Thieves are backed into a corner. You don't want to back an animal into the corner because they'll fight you, and they made it happen.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm a big fan of the swapping to Strange there for Remix. You know, building up that clobbering time could have been huge for them towards the very end. There was a lot of benefit, I think, that they've learned throughout the map, right? Cal on the Winter Soldier probably gets to warm up on that hero. I don't know how much practice he's getting, you know, in warm-ups before the game, because having to go from a, you know, hella, you know, his absolute just, you know, point, click, and aim adventure to Winter Soldier, who it's probably the same way, but, you know, in terms of just like dealing frontline damage, getting those hooks, it's a bit of a different play style. So, you know, making that swap was huge for them. Maybe Cal can warm up, get ready for this next map. And then also, you know, having Delena on the Star-Lord was, I would say, somewhat advantageous at points, right? We saw moments where Delena got picked off, maybe due to, you know, either using one too many kick flips or whatever it may be. It didn't really end up mattering because 100 Thieves still won the map, but that's at least something to chew on for Team Envy.
Yeah, I gotta show some love to Harvey back on the Loki. 53k healing, top of the charts. But not only that, I have to show Terra 22 final hits. Opposition next closest is 9. Those Kraken impacts always had value, which is something we see very consistently with his Wolverine. When he gets on a rampage, he does not stop. You always see the kill feed just listing his name and no one else, and he's not afraid to just keep the pressure on and just fully commit when he starts. And yeah, you see it there. 22 final hits is obscene at this level.
Yeah, I think NK was potentially matching him, but, you know, obviously Terra's still one of the best Winter Soldier players in the game. We're finding out why. Now we're on map point, I believe. Am I crazy? Before we go to this highlights, before we see this next map, obviously right now 100 Thieves up 2-1.
chopping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the
Plasma burst! Just embrace the light!
Lights out. Vivid feet. Us against the world.
My turn to shine!
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
Double the failure! Double the fun! Success! Swear!
Watch out! Turret's armed! Heavy weapons. I'm in love. Flush the other Frank out! Denizens of the deep! Typical air breather. Maximum pulse!
Welcome back, everyone, to the Marvel Rivals Invitational as we head towards Game 4 of 100 Thieves vs. Envy, and these upper bracket games have already been insane.
Yeah, they have. I mean, I don't know. I wonder what the second game is going to be in store for us today. It feels like it's like everything's been flipped on its head today, man. Like, are we in Australia? Like, I thought that region already played their Invitational. Like, what's going on over here? Like, somehow 100 Thieves having an incredibly close-up matchup with Envy. And then what we talked about earlier, now that we're in the upper bracket, the lower bracket happened earlier with Shroud X losing to Shikigami. Every time I bring it up, I'm sorry to people that are fans of Shroud X, because that team, you know, out of the tournament now, unfortunately, is definitely huge. And same thing for Rad Esports. You know, they're going to have to come back better, stronger for MRC, which I know they definitely can. But in this case, like we said, it is a surprise, I think, so far with how good of a fight Envy is putting up against the 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I'm wondering to myself, is there something to the thought that you have a safety net behind you, right? This isn't I feel like the nerves maybe aren't taking as much of a driver's seat, because you are able to still make it happen in this tournament should something go wrong, which almost allows you to play a different way, or more aggressive, more risky, because in the end of the day, you can get the win if you play risky, but if you lose, you're not out of the tournament just yet. So I do think maybe that's something that's helping out teams like Envy make things happen.
I think that's a great point. You know, I think there's some merit to it that, you know, Team Envy, understanding the situation they're in, you know, definitely put themselves, you know, it doesn't really matter. There's not a lot to like lose here for them, right? If they beat the team 100 Thieves, nobody expected them to do that, right? I've been there in a case where I was on a team that was like not expected to beat the top team, right? The underdog. But, you know, when that happens, right, Team Envy, I'm sure will, you know, feel huge moving forward, because like you said, there's not a lot they could lose here, right? Okay, what's worst case scenario? They drop to lower bracket, they lose to 100 Thieves. Everybody already expected that of them. So for Team Envy, you know, going against the odds, even winning a map was already pretty big for them. As the bans, you know, 100 Thieves already focusing on the Hela of Cal, and then the group immediately counter-banned by Envy.
I'm wondering if we're going to see Cal pull out the Warlock, because he was playing Warlock very aggressively and still has the damage output of something like Hela in the right hands. Didn't see it last run, didn't see the change, but I'm curious if we're going to see some sort of shakeup. You know, I was wondering what the duelists were going to look like once that ban came through, because obviously a ton of value from Cal on the Hela. They took that right off the playing field, as we do see Bucky locked in for both sides, something that is very consistent nowadays, as we see Cal showcasing the Star-Lord, and Loki is still going to be on the play, or is playable as well.
I think after map number 1, Envy just kind of gave up on the Adam Warlock composition, I assume, the triple strategist composition, just simply because, you know, you lose out on a lot of that damage. And for Team Envy's side, I'm going to swap Cal over to the Star-Lord. Did you already say this? I think you already said this, but, you know, for Cal swapping over to the Star-Lord and then NK swapping over to the Winter Soldier, we can see, you know, that's their adjustment. I think that they're still figuring out, okay, who's our Star-Lord player, who's our Winter Soldier player when these bans come through, because it is 100% targeted from 100 Thieves to just get rid of Cal's Hela. Considering how good Delena is on Hela as well, that definitely shows a lot of respect towards Team Envy.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. And we talk about how early these teams are in development, right? I mean, yes, they've played together for a while, but in the grand scheme of things, they're still so new with each other. I mean, it's not just a comms thing, but it's also, like you're saying, a composition thing. Who is our Star-Lord player? That's the stuff we're finding out right now. So yes, later on down the line, that may be a lock. That may be something that's just always known, but we do see switching back and forth. We see teams trying out things, and that's stuff that, you know, will help these teams grow in the future and become more competitive. As we do see the first fight. Wow, first fight, and immediately NK going to be taking out Terra. Nice pick there early. Doesn't do too much for him as the point's still moving forward. Still a lot of space, but they are going to try to collapse and get another. No luck there just yet, as we do see the immediate press by the Star-Lord on height with the Magneto Bubble.
I think to me, NK has a bit of a natural read on how to play the Winter Soldier. It has a different play style than this Star-Lord, which can, you know, take angles, do kind of, I guess, similar rotations to Hela. But right now, Envy putting themselves in a good spot, building up towards those ultimates right now, which there's surely going to be in a second, unless there's another pick from NK, which he gets the hook and the punch, but it doesn't fully connect, does force out crystals from both sides Loki's though.
Yeah, and that's a huge cooldown. You know, mid 20 seconds, you're going to be waiting that out. That comm is now known, as they are going to take this pressure, as we see Remix going to start just brawling into the front side. Another pull there is going to get an immediate pick on Terra. Well done. Cal going to take 2 more as they lose Harvey and TTK. Well done by Envy to play off that hook. Space with a nice pick on Delena, driving them right back into the spawn door.
Yeah, obviously it's still early days, but right now NK kind of diffing Terra, which is a surprise considering, like you mentioned, what happened with Terra earlier, playing so well. Still 2 minutes and 40 seconds left to go, but NK and the swap over to the Winter Soldiers looking good, as this is going to be a full fight, or a full ultimate team fight coming up in a moment.
Yeah, there's discussions in ladder about how, you know, just make sure you're playing cover, don't get pulled. It's not that easy. As you see at this level of play, pulls, even multi-pulls are still happening as we see an immediate pop there of the Kraken impact. No full value, though. Nobody gonna fall to that as we do see some damage reduction again onto the clones. NK just resetting as we do see a dunk here with Space. Yet another one! Space gonna take out Terra, and Cal gonna take out Delena and SJP.
Yeah, beautiful combination. I think 100 Thieves also like to do that, where they, you know, toss out the clobber in time and then Space over the top with the Meteor M tries to connect on whoever got hit. That combination is working to a very, very high degree right now for Team Envy, where on the side of 100 Thieves, it feels like TTK looks to go with his ultimate as Meteor M to maybe counter support ults or strategist ultimates that go aggressive on the other team's side.
Yeah, a big thing of experience that we'll see here is wow. And that's a great take there onto Sleepy, a mile away. Immediately going to reset there too and hold this fight as we'll hold on to our conversation for a moment. Will they be able to follow up? There's the reset, or tries to find a reset. Oh my goodness, just barely missing it. Still going to hold on as they are holding on to their ult economy. Still has TTK and Vinny making it virtually even on both sides as Remix is down right now, keeping this space. But one thing I did want to mention is 100 Thieves held on to their ultimates after that first fight, decided to not try to overutilize them, take the fight back, let themselves fall, and came back heavy, making things happen, which is a sign of a team that has experience and understanding. But as I'm saying that, Envy does get the touch.
Yeah, Envy gets the touch, also into the Meteor M, and unfortunately can't dash back. Remix, go, by the way, another clobber in time. Vinny been lapped on that ultimate, comes back through with his own, and it's big. Space gonna go down. The team has to follow through. I mean, you can try to stay alive towards this point, but you don't have any strategist ultimates to really deal with the side of 100 Thieves at the current moment. So right now, 100 Thieves played it very patiently, and it ended up working out for them because, you know, that late pick on Remix caused them to have to run back from spawn. The combination, like we said, not really used for 100 Thieves. I feel like Vinny saves his clobber in time for very late into these fights, and same thing with TTK. So it's sort of a team effort wide, it seems like, from the vanguards of 100 Thieves to wait until the very last moment to commit their ultimates.
Yeah, it's about prioritization. Like they're just trying to figure out what combo they want to use to find value. Like you said, you see the side of 100 Thieves using it more aggressively, popping it, and immediately going to dunk on whoever they kill. Ooh, as I'm saying that, we're going to see an insane fight begin as Cal is going to pop ult, finds Terra in the back, up by 2, keeping the pressure. Cal just trying to hold on. They are going to force stagger here. I do think the team needs to fall as a unit and reset for the next fight. Well done, as they are going to make that happen. Oh, they're still holding on. And there goes the staggers. We lose another. Down goes SJP. Envy, or Space, excuse me, going to take out 2. Cal going to drop the Lena, and that's a full team reset.
Honestly, yeah, usually you see SJP commit the dance floor. In this case, he did not, saving the fate of both worlds for the next fight, and that's probably the intelligent play. Team Envy, you said it, they had the pacing play from Cal's ultimate. Now they've put themselves in a good spot, right, with 5 ultimates, clobber in time, and Meteor M still available for Envy, ready to go.
Yeah, once again, another discussion around the fact that they just did not overutilize and force those ults on their side of Envy. Just waiting for the next fight is enough to force a win, but we do see the immediate initiation again by the side of Envy. And they are going to start utilizing some. Unfortunately, no picks there. Thought I saw somebody fall, but no, nothing on the feed in terms of KOs, as we are going to start dancing on both sides. Fate of both worlds. And here comes another dunk. Will we find value? Out of the sky goes Terra, as Space has not missed in a very long while. Pace going to fall right back there from Delena. Numbers are even, and we are spinning to win above. Ultimate advantage still on the side of Envy right now, as Sleepy, unless it's a visual glitch, Cal gonna pop out as well. Meteor not finding value.
And not necessarily, but it did at least soak some of Cal's ultimate, right, to make him fall back for the rest of the team. Still needs some healing desperately. Everybody in the front line goes low. No ultimates available except Vinny with a clobber in time, who connects onto 3. Everybody's going to go down surely on Team Envy's side, and that's why Vinny holds on to it to the very last moment. Cleans up Team Envy in the streets phase of the map with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, well done there. Patience. That fight was like 45 seconds long. It just seemed like it was never ending. But the patience, the focus, 100 Thieves doing what 100 Thieves does, just waiting it out, making sure they capitalize when they can. And Envy is going to be playing a little bit on their heels as the strategist alt advantage is on the side of 100 Thieves. We do have Remix ready to start the clobbering time. Will he find value on the back line? Delena immediately going to pop that ultimate. There's the clobbering time. Not on the side of Remix, actually, not able to get anyone from my visual standpoint so far. Immediately going to come right back at him, and this is going to be another one of those long-term fights.
Yeah, Harvey with the copy, Sleepy with the copy, both Fate of both worlds. Space also sitting with the ultimate ready to go. Maybe saving it for somebody on the side. Both teams playing it still. There comes the ultimate from Cal and NK. The Kraken impact to follow it up, and NK's able to find the elimination. Sleepy on the flank to go and help the support on the other side as well to help Cal, who is deep into the back line. SJP, meanwhile, with their own Fate of both worlds, trying to come back through. Remix with another clobber in time. And then with the dunks, the follow-up in here is here in overtime. Kraken impact now towards the payload. Everybody else is going to fall, and Team Envy have done it. They've stopped the 100 Thieves in the streets phase of Aegis Pan.
Although it may look scary on the side of 100 Thieves in terms of the push, that is a far push for this level of play. We see it ending there frequently, so it is very much a decent push, at least for the side of 100 Thieves, as Envy's going to try to do the same thing. Really like the play there, as we did see Sleepy actually with Loki there, while the Fate of both worlds on the side of Paint was being popped, trying to be aggressive on damage. One thing that you may see fault with as you're climbing is you're going to see that, you know, the strategist, while ults pop, is still kind of trying to keep their eyes on healing, but in the end of the day, what are you trying to heal for? Paint's got that covered. Try to find value, as Sleepy was able to find one and almost two out of the sky onto Delena. So I liked what I saw there, and you really just got to try to think about what is your priority in the moment. And obviously at this level of play, especially with these teams, they know what that needs to be.
Yeah, a lot of people may know Sleepy as a content, you know, funny game kind of guy, bit of a memer. But at one point in his career, you know, was the best support player, flex support player in North America. So, you know, in this game, you can see his skills have really transitioned into Marvel Rivals. And for Team Envy, it's interesting to see like the difference in playstyle Shib between how, you know, Remix is using his clobber in time just kind of on cooldown or off cooldown. I think he kind of like got even 2 ultimates over Vinny, and Vinny trying to be more specific about like when he wants to use them. Obviously, we see both duelists on either side look for those ultimates early to force strategist ultimates, so we're probably going to keep seeing that. But to me, it's that theme gameplay that really is kind of the difference maker in this series so far.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just such a difference in strategy and standout play. I mean, the thing's value, or one of his values, how fast he can get that ultimate back. Well done by Pain, taking out Terra early. Envy is going to be up on numbers this early on. Good focus here as they are going to press. Thing dropping back to the team, got to hold on as Remix is now going to start playing aggressively, immediately right back into the back line as you see the HP bars dropping. NK going to take out Zelena, and once again, 2 bodies up in this fight. Will Envy be able to take this early?
I mean, they come back through, able to build up those strategist ultimates simply because they're taking so much damage, but Paint slows it down with a nice freeze. The rest of the crew also has to come back through with a teleport. Terra came back on the Doctor Strange, not going to have that Winter Soldier, in which NK sitting with that ultimate ready to go. With the pop over the top from Cal, with the follow-up damage is huge. TTK, can this be big? It might be too late. The current falls, and TTK shuts it on him. Like an anvil from the sky, Looney Tunes, TTK shuts him down.
Oh, that could have been more clutch. I think TTK also shut down 2 ultimates. Got rid of the Fate of both worlds and the Kraken Impact reset at the same time. That was obscene and potentially, if not point holding, potentially game winning.
That was amazing. I mean, it's unfortunate because everybody's trying to hide behind the Iron Curtain from space, and once that goes down, TTK perfectly timed it, no bubbles to save anybody.
One of the conversations we had before is about your understanding of the thing's ultimate. Do you want to hold on until the time is necessary, or do you want to try to throw out as many as possible? Both 2 very different takes, and none of which is the correct answer. It's all about the team style of play, as we do see both being utilized here. NK going to take out Delena. That might be enough to at least get it close, as we are going to see another Kraken Impact very shortly once these ultimates have been popped. NK just being patient, holding on, knows that they are going to have one on the opposition. Well, odds are they know Terra's holding on to it, as we do see a dunk. I don't know if it connected with anyone there, as they are still pushing them back into this alleyway.
Yeah, they're coming back through. We see 100 Thieves play this sort of style, you know, so well, just sort of yo-yoing back into the fight. Unfortunately, Terra does not get the reset, though. Sneaky has the copy. No Stratus ultimate just yet. XJP has both the fatal rules. TTK when he goes. Blobbering time comes out, but XJP counters it with his own fatal rules on the other side. Meanwhile, TTK, what's he want to save this ultimate for, right? These fights kind of get drawn out with both Stratus ultimates being popped. Now, once they're gone, how do they want to do this? Obviously, Cal's going to pop this ultimate. TTK's going to be there to match it. Bumbles onto him. Who's he going to connect on to? Space! Sucks it up right into his face. There's not going to be that ultimate that's going to find any damage. The clobbering time on the side from Vinny, though, is going to connect. Nobody lived until Cal gets taken out by Terra. Now here comes Space again onto the backside of the choke point. Can they finally shut it down, Chip? It looks like they should be able to with the sustaining with Harvey in the copy, so it's kind of what we've seen earlier. Deja vu again in this fight with Harvey's ultimate.
Yeah, an insane set of plays. TTK was at 95 on the Magneto charge, as they are going to get a few here. There's the reset at NK. Got 2, going for 3 on the clones. Makes that 4, as they are able to shut this thing into point 1. So well done here by Envy, but oh my goodness, 95% on the charge for TTK. Just the awareness to understand that it almost popped, but still getting it off. Not able to get a pick with it, but man, have these fights been down to the wire and always clutch. And can Envy pull this out to put this into another game?
2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Sleepy's got the copy ready to go for Terra. Kraken impact. Same thing with SJP on his team side, but no duelist ultimates for Envy's team. Copy or pull comes back through. Here's the Kraken impact to follow through. However, it is traded out. Helena will not be in this fight. Reset's also still available. Copy comes back through from Sleepy. Now here comes the fate of both worlds, and SJP is right there with his own reply.
Just the patience to hold on, let these cooldowns be used before you follow up. Here we go again with the Galactic Legend. Terra gonna find one. TTK gonna take out Paint, and it's still moving in the favor of 100 Thieves as they take back this priority with 2 minutes on the clock. Still plenty of time left for these fights to proceed. Odds are in the favor currently in terms of ult advantage on the side of 100 Thieves right now, with 2 holding on.
And still having that advantage, but I need to see how they're going to use these ultimates right now. 100 Thieves, I think, have that strategist ultimate timing, but the problem is Envy and the neutral are keeping their vanguards alive through a fantastic strategist play of Sleepy and Paint. So, Terra, if he finds a hook here, that would be massive. Unfortunately, he gets cut off by the wall. Right now, 100 Thieves trying to walk back into this, taking so much poke.
Yeah, just right now drawing it out. Now we're going to see these ults actually head back towards Envy with 4. Almost gets an early pick, and they try to get the Kraken impact reset. It does. Can we get the dunk on the team? As he's up in the sky, gonna find one, and down goes Terra. Space with another pick early. Back in their favor, the momentum shift. The hype is now on their side. Will they drive this back as they're just running at them towards their spawn door?
Yeah, no ultimates. These staggers would be huge right now. TTK gets found. Bubble. Here's Harvey. Delena. I mean, they're panicking right now. They use the shift. They stay alive, but the heals are here. And if anybody gets found now, I think it might be over, right? Here comes the NK. Towards the choke. Nobody down, though. Necessarily. Meanwhile, oh my gosh, what a hook from Terra. Cal. Oh, that could flip everything on its head right now as they walk back through with the dance floor. Meanwhile, Envy just want to disengage it.
This is insane. I can't believe it. Nobody kites like 100 Thieves. How do they do this? They drop back into these tight chokes and just hold on as they are going to start again. NK trying to find somebody, resetting off clones if possible. No! Terra going to flip it back. NK goes down back in the side of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, but can they find elimination on the inside? SCP full solo. Here comes the Kraken impact on the side. It's countered by Sleepy, who's going aggressive on the inside angle. No reset's going to be down necessarily. He's in fact down. Meanwhile, Aya Wagamoto, who's that going to catch towards the cart? I think it caught Remix, but is the damage there? They don't have healers. NK's coming back on freaking Spider-Man of all heroes. Meanwhile, Vinny on the cart has just punched people in the face over and over again. Gets stunned up by Spider-Man though. Here comes the legendary over the high ground. It's met by Space in the sky, however. It doesn't matter. NK gets shut out. Space. It's just you on the point. This could be it for 100 Thieves. You do have the crystals to stay alive. Maybe people are going to come back. Ready? Space takes down Delena. Here comes the fate of both worlds, but it's too late to save anybody on the side of 100 Thieves. It's Max, right? Currently, Envy does have the edge, but it's absolutely dicey right now.
I cannot believe what I'm seeing on this point. Loki crystals from downtown to keep them on as Space stays alive. Immediately gonna turn around and get the pick. The Spider-Man switch back off. Immediately gonna reset everything like nothing has happened. Alt on the side of Terra right now. 100 Thieves ready to start that Kraken impact. Could be game-winning. Sleepy with the Loki immediately gonna start the dance floors. We are gonna see another Fate of both worlds. Oh my goodness, this 100 Thieves is gonna turn this around. Down goes the entirety of Envy, and what a retake. I cannot believe that fight.
100 Thieves get it done, win 3-1 in this upper bracket to move forward, Ship. And towards the end, they built the most crucial ultimates of all time, right? They built the Clobbering Time, they built Fate of Both Worlds, they built... there was one more ultimate on top of it. I think it was Kraken Impact, right? Those three ultimates, they combined them with the damage-boosted dance floor, and it's just too much damage, right? Even with the healing of Sleepy, I believe it was, or it might have been Paint with their own Fate of Both Worlds, you don't have enough healing, unfortunately, and 100 Thieves, I mean, they got kind of saved at the very end there by some well-timed ultimates.
I have no words. I mean, I gotta show love to the kite ability of 100 Thieves. How many times have we seen them in a doorway and somehow nobody falls and they get a pick? After they've been driven back like 100 meters, I have absolutely no idea what those comms must be like and how they're able to stay so composed. I thought Envy had that 3 separate times, and then it was completely flipped on its head. And then when it was flipped on its head, somehow they were able to hold on to that point with just space on point. Loki Crystal, he may have popped that from spawn for all I know, which you can do if the clone is there. And keeping him up, they're able to get back. They start the Fate of Both Worlds, and the fight is completely reset. That might have been the most back and forth point hold I have ever seen in this game.
Yeah, and that's the exciting part about this game, Shib, is because it's so hectic, it's so chaotic, right? It's almost a game in itself to watch Marvel Rivals, because like there's just so much happening at all times, and it feels like you know, the more you watch the game, the more you start to understand how it's played at the highest level, right? We can sort of track how things happen, right? Usually these fights start off with duelist ultimates. They try to combine the Kraken Impact alongside the Guardians, right? The Star-Lord ultimate. They're trying to get those two ultimates to at least find an elimination, maybe even throw in a dance floor. Then later on in the fight, we usually see the Meteor M to counter it. So there's just so much happening at all times. And if everybody plays perfectly, Shib, this is the great part. Nothing happens. Nobody actually dies. And that's awesome to me. It's genuinely cool to see things get reset over and over again, and, you know, fights get drawn out. It's kind of just, I don't know, maybe we're sickos for loving it.
Yeah, I can't decide either. But to be honest, it does like hold a special place in my heart that it's not just an immediate win button when you get your cue, right? Like I absolutely love the fact that you can still outplay despite that being the case. And I can't count the amount of times that happened during the last 3 fights alone. I mean, it was so back and forth. I mean, looking at these stat lines across the board, virtually the same across the board on both teams. So well matched, but it goes to show you that, you know, teams like Envy can show up in these moments and make things happen. 100 Thieves played brilliantly, but I do think that Envy thought they had nothing to lose, and they played like they had nothing to lose and almost took home the W, bringing it to another game.
Yeah, they learned a lot. Obviously, we'll have to see if they can kind of come back in that lower bracket. Like you said, that they've had that cushion, at least to be in this upper bracket. And, you know, there's a couple things right now. They know, okay, let's not put Cal on Winter Soldier, right? It's not anything against Cal. Cal's fine on Winter Soldier. It's just NK. You talked about the stats that last game. The one that stood out to me was NK having, I think he had like 45,000 damage or something, like compared to Terra, who we know is a great Winter Soldier player. NK was kind of just having the game of his life, it felt like, or just the series of his life. And, you know, shout out to him, right? Obviously losing that series, I think that means a lot for him moving forward to just be able to perform that well versus somebody like Terra at 100 Thieves. I would imagine, since we are going to interview eventually a 100 Thieves player, we have so many question Shibs. I'm sure you have a lot of questions, but I don't know. I mean, they have to be feeling like that was super, super tight, right? I mean, I can't imagine they're all that happy, even though it was a 3-1. Knowing that team, they want to be dominant. They want to absolutely just walk over everybody. And unfortunately, fortunately, they got the win, but it probably wasn't in the way, I guess, that they wanted to get the win.
Yeah, 3-1 may not be the storybook. Like, if you look at it on paper, it still seems like a stomping, which you know, I still think 100 Thieves played near perfectly. They played so well. There were, you know, a couple of small things here and there, sure, that maybe they're going to be talking about, but I just can't believe how close that was despite that situation. I mean, you talked about NK. I got to quickly list this because I actually just grabbed it because I needed to see it. 26 elims, only gets KO 7 times, 20 assists, 16 final hits, and 46k damage is insane. You're right about how strong NK played on the Bucky. And like we talked about, you know, that conversation around, all right, I'll be the Bucky then, and you can handle the rest. I know how strong you are on that Hela, Cal. Let me take Bucky. Now you'll be in charge of, you know, the Star-Lord, and we'll make that happen for the future. And maybe that'll help carry us through the tournament. Maybe that'll help be our future strategy. That kind of stuff is still being figured out, you know, not only in just scrims, but in these heavy, intense moments where people really showcase how they can play.
Yeah, and I think that goes to show how much respect Invita's earned after that series, you know, especially against 100 Thieves, who have been so dominant. And now let's talk about 100 Thieves, right? Obviously, we talked about the losing team in terms of Envy for a while because we were so impressed, but Team 100 Thieves right now are still looking pretty freaking good, right? Like you mentioned, they did that yo-yo so well. They came back, right? They just kept that tug of war and, you know, were able to kind of come back into these fights with ultimates, and obviously their game plan's working, right? It was super consistent out of them. I don't think anything really changed. The only thing that, I mean, maybe you could say against them was like, yeah, at points, it sort of fell apart, right? Their big ways of winning is through those ultimates, right? It feels like they win a lot of these team fights because they have better ult usage in general than the other team, besides just mechanical skills. So it's a lot of things that make 100 Thieves the dominant team they are. But maybe we could see like where they start to falter, maybe in some of these neutrals or something.
Sure. I mean, yeah, I mean, we got to talk about 100 Thieves, obviously. Real quick, Harvey, once again, back on the Loki. 63, almost 63k healing, which is, you know, opposition highest, closest was 58, 47. And then SJP, 51 as well. I mean, just an insane backline, only falling 5 times a piece. Near the lowest in the game besides Vinny, who only fell 3 times on the Thing. That needs to be discussed simply because the Thing, he does have some escapability, but very front focused with his damage and very vulnerable on the front lines, but still making it happen with a ton of damage and only getting KO'd 3 times. I mean, like you said, we talked about the yo-yo, the kiting, and being able to stay in these fights. I need to get an understanding of what that's like for them and how that's happening, because I cannot fathom the amount of times that I said, like, oh, they're doomed in this fight. I think it's going, you know what I mean? And then it would just turn around completely. So, you know, goes to show you, I thought I know what I'm talking about. Maybe I don't, because these fights are just always back towards 100 Thieves, and then they do it like no one else.
I mean, you know as much as maybe some of these like other teams that are out of the playoffs, right? I think the only people that know how to play this meta to that high of a level right now is a team like 100 Thieves and now Team Envy. So it's just so high level, right, that these players are thinking at right now. And, you know, I think a lot of the times, like you said, I love how Vinny's playing. I love how their backline's playing when you're watching these games and you're wondering how somebody's not going down, how somebody's not getting KO'd. It's usually because of the fact, like you said, with Harvey or, you know, SJP, their backline, their strategists have done so well. And, you know, speaking about a Vanguard player that also played very well and had an incredible series, we're going to talk to TTK, the roller god himself. Might be the first time we've had him on broadcast. What's going on, TTK? Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Hello.
Hey, man. How you feeling after that one? Obviously, that was probably a little bit closer than you guys expected, but how are you feeling overall?
I felt good, but yeah, we weren't expecting that. It's like very close, but they're good matches. They're good.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, it's nice meeting you, TTK. I have to ask, because I'm sure the audience wants to know, man, an absolute demon on the controller. How did that start for you? You were a console guy, and what made you want to stick with it? Because obviously it works.
Yeah, I've just been a console guy, and then for me, I just can't play keyboard for shit, so I just stick on the controller. Yeah.
You don't need to, man. You know what I mean? From what I'm seeing, you don't need to. You got to figure it out, dude. These ults, these plays, this aim is disgusting on controller.
Thank you. But yeah, I don't want to swap. I mean, I can learn it, but I'm gonna stick on this for a while.
I feel that, and like I feel like it's also it's interesting for you because you've had to play a lot of Doctor Strange and stuff, and for that Magneto fights, like I think for you, you know, having to switch to that hero first of all is like probably a big, you know, having to pick that up, having to pick the Magneto's huge. But I think in particular, how would you describe these like ultimate fights, right? I feel like you're always saving it for the Star-Lord or whatever, but some of the times you need to combine with like Vinny's clobbering time, right? So how do you kind of pick and choose when to use this ultimate besides just for Star-Lord?
Besides Star-Lord, is like sometimes you don't want to get out the Star-Lord cycle. You like always want to have it, you know. But like you can use it, like there's like a certain time that gets contest. You don't really want to die with that ult. So like it's like very dependent, but like you normally want to save it.
Well, in Ship, sorry for taking your question here.
Yeah,
but
you're good. Go ahead.
When you timed that Meteor M on first point, it just so path. I mean, how'd that feel, first of all? Because you just like had spaces timing with the Iron Curtain down to a T, and you got like a 3K in that fight.
Yeah, I was just waiting for his shield, and I like knew mine was longer, and I just splat on his head. So that damages it too. So yeah.
Some of these throws you have when you're using the meteor, and I need to understand this just from a viewer's perspective. Like it's just so perfectly timed in terms of charge too. It's not only just a timing game. Do you play the audio cues? How do you know exactly when you need to make that throw happen? And what's your secret if you have one you can vocalize to making them successful virtually every time?
Normally I just like wait like for just purely DPS ults.
Yeah, okay.
I like sometimes will just like walk in a straight line and just like like they'll normally shoot me like just a little bit, and then I'll just keep it up for a bit and just try to get a kill. But yeah, mainly it's like hard into a Loki comp because they just have like emos and stuff. But
yeah.
You made it work.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, yeah, and you guys are making it work so far. And speaking of like maybe more towards the macro TTK with you guys and your team right now. In the meta, I know that I feel like you guys were sort of like pretty dominant. You're still looking really good this week, but do you think teams are maybe catching on how to play these compositions, maybe figuring out what bans want to come through? Because you guys changed up your strategy, right, to get rid of Cal's Hella, because you guys probably understood that they play that to a pretty good level as well. Can you maybe talk about where you guys feel you are in the meta? I know that you guys are one of the most flexible teams in the tournament, but can you speak on that maybe?
For like comps wise? Like, how is that going?
Yeah, like where are you guys feeling in the current meta? I mean, I know that there's like Venom being played and stuff.
So normally when it's usually like group mirror, but like they're banning group. So it's just normally just like Mag's always gonna be in a comp. Nearly Mag. It's like Strange just always gets like out pressured in that. Bubble is just the main key thing. So Strange comp's like normally like out of the question now. Groot's out of the question, then it's just usually Venom next up or Thing. That's about it. And then Thing and like Venom, they get swapped around. That's about it. It's like normally map dependent.
I gotta ask, following up on that, just as somebody who plays a ton of Strange, is it you think it was the Hella damage buff that makes Strange less viable? Just the shield just seems to disintegrate now when there's poke like that. Is that what you think it's driven from, or is it just in general just the coordination?
I think it's just more like Mag poke. Like he's just like a little better than Strange now after his buff. And then like Star-Lord's really strong, so like Strange is like you kind of need your Mag ult for that. So it's like out of the meta.
And awesome. one more thing for you, TTK, because one of your teammates has like been swapping over to the Strange whenever he gets picked first. And I love Terra. Is that like is he purposely playing even more aggressive to try to come back on Strange, or like is that just something that happens?
No, yeah, like normally if our DPS are first set, they just come back as Strange. But yeah, he's not like meaning to do that.
Oh, okay.
It's just like
that
if
makes
it
a lot
happens.
of sense.
Yeah,
I
feel that. And
all right, man, one final thing, at least from me, before I let you go, or because I know I'm sure you guys want to get together. I mean, I would be hyped, especially like around everybody like that in the moment. Do you have a specific? I always ask this question because I love it. Do you have a specific hero you'd like to see added to the game? Are you a Marvel guy?
Yeah, I want Deadpool in here. Can't lie. Yeah, I
respect
need Deadpool
that.
in here, but yeah.
Maybe swapping up blades. You know what I mean? That'd be cool.
Yeah, sick. I don't know how they would do it, but I want that character.
For sure.
Well, TTK, before we let you go, do you want to do like shout outs or something you want to say real quick for your org or for yourself, man?
No, not really. Shout out to we always keep that Pikachu. I'll give it to that. It's like good luck.
I like it. And I always see in other people's chats, they're like, TTK's got to stream more. We got to see more top tier kid streams. So gotta follow you on Twitch too, right?
Yeah.
All right, sick. Thanks, TTK. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, nice meeting you, brother.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Nice talking to you.
Dude, he
What a
really is a
stud.
top tier kid. Yeah. Dude,
He's got it figured out.
We have so many questions for those guys too. For 100 Thieves, they're like the best team for sure right now. You know, obviously we have to wait and see what happens between Sentinels and FlyQuest, but you got to pick your brain when you have the chance, right?
Yeah, it's tough because I want to dive so deep into strategy, but then I also don't want to, explode the conversations they have. So you got to try to keep it a little more top level. But man, there's just so many things they do that I need to ask about. But before we dive into more of that in our discussion between how they played and moving on to our next set of games, let's jump into those highlights and check out how they played.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are standing now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Bleeding from angel rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, the arrival till the end. Rise up angel minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are mine.
Now for something truly fantastic. That was simple. I've got you. Double the failure. Maximum. Let me return the favor. I'm as strong as Ben. A rousing success.
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
I'm hulking arrows, camera shield. Hulk smash.
Dodge this! Supernova!
Oh yeah, coming through. My favorite time.
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Plasma burst! Just embrace the light!
Lights out. Vivid feet. Us against the world.
My turn to shine!
I outnumber you. I still need you.
Your powers are mine!
We are protected now.
Double the failure. Double the fun. Success.
Watch out, turret's armed. Heavy weapons. I'm in love. Flush the other flank out. Denizens of the deep. Typical air breather. Maximum pulse! I am Groot. I am Groot. We are Groot.
Welcome back, everyone, as we head towards game 2 of the upper bracket FlyQuest versus Sentinels. I'm excited to get into this because these games have been insane today. How are you feeling, Dogman?
Doing good. I run ship. Gotta say your whole name now. Make sure we get the branding. Gotta see it in the back too. Make sure to follow him on Twitch. Love my boy over here. We are going into this next matchup, Shib, obviously. Sentinels versus FlyQuest, like you said. Last game of the day of, day 1 of this weekend, basically. Just this incredible weekend that's about to kick off into Championship Sunday. But, last game of the day, and honestly, I'm kind of surprised day number 4, which day number 1 for this weekend, kicked off to such like a crazy start with 100 Thieves and Envy being good, and then the other games being, at least one map going in either side. So I wonder what that bodes into tomorrow. But for today, I mean, it's been an absolute barn burner each series.
Yeah, I mean, as somebody who really enjoys, is obsessed with the game, seeing this kind of competition and back and forth just makes me so happy, right? It goes to show you that just depends on the day, who shows up in the moment. I mean, we talked about, as we're going to transition here into FlyQuest Sentinels. Sentinels struggled the other night and actually got reverse sweep by Envy, which we just saw how strong Envy can be. Does that leave a window open for FlyQuest? Are they going to try to sneak in there and make something happen? Obviously, Sentinels an incredible team. We've talked with a lot of their players. They are willing to run that triple Vanguard and do some unique strategies. They run the Guardians comp well. There's a ton of things they do very well, but now as you're starting to see these other teams, actually get some play time and some comfort on the stage, we're starting to see some things shake up. So there's a chance that something might happen here.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you bring up that how Sentinels got reverse swept by Envy. That was in a third-party tournament, that happened, and 100 Thieves, Envy, and Sentinels all played in that. FlyQuest did not. So in this past week, specifically, we haven't seen a ton out of them, right? Besides, maybe you could talk about scrims, talk about practice. I know Lemon was talking about how players were in her DMs trying to be like, hey, give me a prediction. What do you think is going to happen? Because all these players are just trying to, see what the public opinion is. And it is fun. I think it's a lot of fun to be involved. And it speaks to the community when that happens. Because I was even streaming another Netties game. I was streaming a Frag Punk earlier. And I was like, Gasklin comes into chat. It's like, hey, what's your predictions, dude? Like, what do you think is going to happen in this match? And I'm like, bro, you have a match to prepare for. It's interesting. And, they got a lot of confidence over at FlyQuest. I know Gasklin was talking about how they've done well this week. So we'll have to see if they can really, pull it together in this upper bracket match.
Yeah, you talked about their journey, and I went back and looked at it. So, initially lost to 100 Thieves, 0-2 actually on day 2, but they did get the 2-0 on Shikigami, which you saw how strong they could be today, and then also beat Shroud X 2-0, which was a very strong contender. We saw a lot of potential on that team. Unfortunately, did get beaten out today. They are gone here in the tournament, but yeah, it goes to show you that they kind of got their confidence. They understand how to play together now, and we talk about this all the time, but now they know their strengths, and let's see if they can play true to those strengths and make something happen here in their next set. But either way, they still have a little bit of a comfort being here in the upper bracket.
100%. And it's interesting that as the game progresses and as people get better and better, we're seeing these top teams, like you said, with Shikigami taking down Shroud X, because I think Shroud X was top 3, top 4 team for the past even year, right? I think there's a lot of we talk about the guys that came from console video games, right? We talk about how 100 Thieves played a lot of console games. That's the same thing with Intergalactic. Their team as well had a lot of former console players now turned into Shroud X and partially turned into Shroud X rather. So they were the number 3-4 team, and to just go out of the tournament this early was huge. And Dude, we keep bringing them up every time we come back is talk about how Shredx lost. It is super unfortunate, and you know, for Shikigami moving forward, they're going to play against who it's going to be Envy, right? We're going to see Shikigami versus Envy, so that's going to not be a match that we're going to want to miss. Currently, though, I mean, the match now that matters, right, for whoever goes into that lower brackets, FlyQuest and Sentinels, I think it's still anybody's game.
Yeah, I'm curious. This just goes back to the initial composition. I think we're going to start seeing it. Well, we've been seeing a lot of this in NA with team matching comps, right? They're just, who can do it better. We've seen a little bit of that shake up today where some people are willing to branch out. Obviously not too much in the last series, but I am curious to see what's going to happen because obviously we've talked about it. I've mentioned it before. Sentinel's not afraid to run more unique compositions. So you're not going to necessarily see a match on the side of FlyQuest, who's also done some unique things. Obviously pulled out the Spider-Man. Granted, that was, maybe when they were feeling more confident, but they're not afraid to make changes. They also had Penny, I believe. We saw Light do some stuff like that. So this is where you might see some stuff shake up. And as we get deeper into this tournament, teams don't want to know, or they don't want to show off their secrets till we get towards the end. So as we head towards that direction, we might see a couple more unique things, which I personally am stoked for. So maybe we'll see something like that today.
Yeah, we could see some of those secrets, like you said. And for FlyQuest, I know that they were experimenting a lot. Every team was, I think, in the past couple of weeks. But leading up to the first Swiss stages, right now that we're in the playoffs, I think Swiss stages, you can maybe practice a little bit more. You have even more cushion that we talked about in the upper bracket that you have this. But in the Swiss stages, you're never going to be eliminated. You're just either going to the lower bracket or going to the upper bracket, right? So it's not that big of a deal being sent to the lower bracket. Obviously for teams that already lost, it was a huge deal, but you can experiment sort of in that first week. Now we're kind of coming down to the wire and you kind of know exactly what your team is good at, and you got to figure out how to ban and protect versus some of these top teams.
Yeah, and we see, again, the immediate Groot Loki. It's almost like clockwork. I don't think today, I mean, I listed off the bans that we've seen over this last weekend, but this weekend, I don't think I've seen a ban not be Groot, the very first ban, despite which team is up there. And I think it's just to take that composition off the field. Don't want to have to deal with potentially Namor dunking on him, or just Groot in general being in such a strong spot right now.
Yeah, Spark Chief is a very good leader for the side of FlyQuest too, so you don't want to, or you want to make sure that he doesn't get to play that group, make sure he can combine with that. Is there anything really different here that we're seeing? We're seeing the Adam Warlock protect, and we're seeing a Luna Snow. I mean, Sentinels, you talked about them earlier, play that triple strategist composition, play that triple Vanguard, but once they get rid of that Star-Lord, who knows how viable that strategy really is.
Yeah, nothing too major here. Obviously, the Rocket is likely there just for the armor packs, but we have seen Rocket a few times so far, so not out of the question. There's been a whole lot of Magneto thing today, which me personally love that composition. I think it plays well. It leads to the chance to pop bubble on someone besides something like Star-Lord, which is obviously banned out now, so we won't be seeing necessarily that as much, but the Thing now can play a little more aggressively with that bubble in the back pocket. And it looks like we do see a little bit of a change, but it's matched on both sides in terms of the duelists. We will be seeing Namor out here with the buff here from Luna Snow. So, I don't think we've seen that yet today, or maybe, at least not from what we've casted. So we will be seeing Namor doing some serious damage.
Yeah, I mean, that Namor Luna Snow goes through. We see those characters come back out, and to match it is that Winter Soldier on the other side, and also Rocket Raccoon for the Sentinels. We've seen 100 Thieves want to play it, and then the other team bans it out, and now it looks like, well, never mind, just kidding. It was just used as an armor pack, so I guess both Sentinels and FlyQuest sticking to the tried and true Luna Snow with the Namor, and then also running the Invisible Woman alongside.
Yeah, the Namor comp, terrifying, but Groot is gone, so it's not, a potentially immediate delete button. I like this take here. I like this push here on the side of Sentinels. Great backline dive here by Light. An immediate play, really strong. Just walk right behind him. If they're going to take this off angle, make them pay for it, as they are going to follow up. Spark Chief going to make that 2 back-to-back haymakers, hitting the delete button on the side of Sentinels, forcing them back into the spawn door.
Yeah, I think this is why we usually don't see, oh my god, Spark even going for more just to go to fly back to his teammates. Usually why we don't see these, Namors get played is because they can be super annoying like that, right? Light perfectly timed that flank, kind of just waltzed on in there, and Aramori was caught out a little bit. So for FlyQuest, now they sit in a good spot, minute off the clock already.
Yeah, and we are going to be taking virtually the same path. It looks like they're trying to head that direction, but there is going to be some separation. The team's focusing on multiple angles, forcing eyes to look different ways, which has value. Right onto the Luna. but Smart Chief gonna head looking right back towards his team. They are gonna reset together. Good force back. Ooh, right down main. 1 HP there for the Magneto, getting away barely. Well done by Kaluj. Good utilization of cooldowns, but Hogs gonna try to make something happen, taking out energy and light immediately. That is huge for the side of Sentinels, walking this thing right down main, and there goes the dance floor.
Yeah, dance floor still trying to come back and build those ultimates. Come back with an ultimate here. Kaluj over the top side, potentially looking for a one-shot, only finds the thing. That damage reduction and the rest of the team body blocking for Cooper. That was huge. Clobber in time on the backside too. So right now, seems like the side of FlyQuest trying to keep it up. But Kaluj again just comes back to on the other side, and eventually Gaston will fall too. A little bit too late of a boundary there from Zealous. However, maybe they can make something work here. Light with another one on the Gomez. Hogs, however, is still there on the Zealous. A lot of damage there. Whale comes back through, takes down Hogs, and somehow Energy and Crew, the duelist play alongside the thing coming back. I mean, huge plays from FlyQuest.
I gotta show some love there to Hogs and Kaluj. Hogs stunning Invis, and then Kaluj pushing Invis out of her ultimate so they can get the pick. I mean, that's a sick play to see, unfortunately. Nothing really happened with it just because of the side of FlyQuest. Really well done by the duelists. Again, we're starting the fight. Smart Chief gonna fall early. Gomez playing a really aggressive game, getting a ton of picks. It is working out for him so far. Good punch. Not able to follow up, but still, they do have advantage in this fight.
They still have advantage. Gaslin's also onto the Doctor Strange, so off of that Magneto. Not a lot of dangerous ultimates also coming up for them. They're all sitting low. I mean, they've got energy coming back with his ult, but at this point, they've just given up the objective, right? I mean, just had to get zoned out. Unfortunately for them, ultimate timing's not on their side, and Sentinels played it pretty well.
Yeah, nice job there. Team's just going to follow up and get the rest of the team out of here, forcing a retake together. Sentinels playing aggressively. Looked a little back and forth there early. Unfortunately, for the side of Flag was not going to work out. They did just keep that pressure, and we saw some fallout from the side of Rymazing, who got a nice two-piece there on the back line. He's going to force the whole team to reset and do a full reset, which gives them plenty of time to push this thing up here towards this alleyway.
Yeah, right now, trying to come back into the fight, looking for those hooks. Right, we've seen these neutral games, a lot of hook potential. Those flanks from Namor is going to be consistent, right? Light's going to keep going for those backline, pretty much one-shots or at least combos to take down the strategist. Meanwhile, the fight started off with that Fate of the Worlds by Cooper.
Yeah, it was one of those early picks, I think on the side, I believe on the side of FlyQuest. Ooh, nice pick again, right? Amazing damage boost going right back at him. Gonna dodge that. Aramori gonna fall there from Light, and here comes the dunk. Will it land? Crack and impact. It does get one. Cooper goes down. Soon to be two. Will they find three? Kaluj gonna take out Gaston. Bang! Goes another as Gomez is walking this puppy home.
Fantastic job from Gomez there to connect with that crack and impact. Also, Fly trying to hold on to ultimates, right? Just give up on the fight early. Sure, they go for that whale damage boost with that dance floor, but after that, they decided not to commit too much. Meanwhile, the side of Sentinels, right? They've sit with both this boundary available, and then Hogs go for clobber time, but they also walled them off, so the team actually connecting with less than a meter to go. They don't even touch, and this cart moves on the third phase.
Ooh, that is very unfortunate there. The decision to hold the wall ended up being favorable for the side of the Sentinels, but I mean, it did look a little dicey there as it did stuff the ultimate, but still, no matter what, did work out for him. The value's fine. It is what it is. Just going to shake it off and keep moving, but yeah, really well done there by the side of Sentinels, just kind of walking this thing 3 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, they timed it perfectly with that symbiote on the wall, able to take that elimination. Meanwhile, Stagger, oh no, on the Light. That's brutal.
Rymazing just kind of showing up here with the Namor. Ton of off-angles picks. I mean, Namor, one of the best flankers in the game. If you get behind and throw two turrets, especially a Luna Frost turret, you are a threat. Not only a threat, but potentially the biggest threat in the game with the flank. But Hogs gonna find two. Rymazing gonna get the third, and they are gonna keep walking this thing, choosing to own this space to get these early picks and just walk this thing up as you should at this level of play. Start the fight towards their spawn door, allowing your payload to just move itself forward.
Yeah, I feel like we learn a lot about these teams in these huge ultimate fights, right? Which team comes out on top? How do they react? Because those are the things that matters in terms of cooldown management and thinking about the game from an ability level. So at this moment, it's pretty much even in terms of ultimates. We'll see who comes out on top.
Yeah, I think right now you're right. It's roughly dead even, almost 6 across the board as we find value. Fly gonna hit the sky immediately. Going to be, down goes one. Kurama gonna fall from energy as they did try to use another there. Gasklin through the ult at the same, but unfortunately no connection. Right, Amazing gonna turn that right around on Gasklin as here comes the dunk again, and they are gonna get a reset from the whale as they keep this thing moving. Good decision making as the thing did do that damage reduction towards the backline strategist. Still a great pick. Unfortunately did fall after the fact, and they are gonna have to retake this fight.
Yeah, right now in these big ultimate fights, FlyQuest are playing it so well, right? They come back through with the well-timed Kraken Impact and the Whale to find those eliminations. It's huge. It's just in these neutrals where Sentinels can sometimes find the better of it as Sentinels. Right, Amazing try to look for the flank. It's blocked off for now. Both teams now playing it slow. Both have that invisible boundary ready to go as Rye comes through the delayed flank.
Yeah, just the little things, right? Light in the sky, or energy in the sky trying to dunk, and then you see Hogs dash to Aramori, ensuring that Aramori can't get dunked on from the Kraken Impact, just giving that damage reduction, and then him spinning and finding value by picking out Kurova on the off-angle corner. It just goes to show you all the next level play as we see clobbering time and double barriers up right now. Invisible boundaries out the wazoo. The team's still fighting back and forth. Nobody going down just yet. Light very low on HP does get, Aramori, great pick there on Light as they now have the advantage, pressing towards ultimate. Still going to be roughly even. Cooper does have that ult over there for the Luna as it is going to get popped, walking them back towards spawn, towards the payload as here comes a potential dunk again. No value just yet.
Yeah, no value, disengaged. Here comes the Kraken Impact, but it's met by Aramori with her own ultimate. Now they can come back through, having all of that support. Here comes the Whale with the damage boost. Cooper gets removed, and this fight was pretty much won off of Aramori dealing with the thing earlier on. Sparkchief had a bit of an ill-advised ultimate, or at least tough timing, and right now they get the job done. Sentinels close out off of, honestly, that was like awkward ult timings for FlyQuest or something, but Sentinels, right, played that to a T.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we saw a missed name war combination with Luna. That is a team comp. That is a very viable comp to just run those two together. The amount of impact, not only with the turrets, but the fact that you can damage boost that ultimate from the Namor, and it virtually insta-dunks on anyone, including 300 HP, just not the Vanguard. So you yeet that at the back line, you switch it over, you get an early pick, and not only did they do that once, I think they did that 3 or 4 times, allowing them to get an early pick, right? I mean, obviously following up on Aramori's initial pick on to the thing, immediately getting another, and then at that point, it's so difficult to come back. You're just popping ults to try to hold on to point, and eventually it's not going to go in your way.
I think it's so interesting, Shib, that in terms of how these comps are played so differently just based off of one hero. Like we saw last series, we saw Star-Lord in this Winter Soldier composition alongside him, and now we're seeing the Namor, which it feels like Namor is this weird, I mean, it's like Hela, I guess, to a degree with the flanks and stuff, but overall, I don't know, it seems like the get out of jail free card with the invulnerability that you get and stuff is making the character a lot less easy to target, I suppose, compared to Star-Lord. It's just the tempo of these fights are so different, and you can see that both of the Thing players as well have to adjust, you know, where to go with their E's, you know, where to go with their ultimates. So there's a lot of decision making that everybody has to do, even with one hero.
Yeah, I like the way you worded that. It's really like it changes everything. Like it changes your priority of when you're using ultimates. It changes like what you need your focus to be on. It really does shake things up. I mean, Magneto's no longer just throwing bubble exclusively on the Star-Lord, dancing over on the height just to try to get alt charge. Everything changes just on one swap, and we are going to see a change here as Zelos is now on Rocket. Light's going to be on Spider-Man, and we do have a crazy change as Galush is immediately going to take out energy.
Nice pull from Gomez. BRB brings it back, and oh no, Sparkchief got frozen. Immediately followed up upon by the team. Could not proc his extra bonus health. So that was a great job by Sentinels right there to clean up Sparkchief. And right now, off of a pull and then great freeze again from Aramori, this team's looking good with a minute off the clock.
Yeah, the thing, you know, it does have that anti-dive value where you are able to put that AoE on the ground from Yancey Street, not allowing these guys to escape with the webs, at least for a brief moment. And that is nice, especially when you get in a freeze like that. Aramori popping off. Down goes Light. Gaston going to fall from Hogs as we are going to proceed just punching away haymaker after haymaker. Trying to pop that down so he can't escape. Unfortunately, does not connect. Still owning that height. Aramori trying to find an off angle here. Not afraid to play aggressively here on the Luna, getting a few picks. Oh, that could be crazy. Freeze. Oh my goodness. Aramori, another pick there on energy as they're just going to walk this thing back down.
Yeah, this is a team that knows how to peel for their strategists. They have the, game plans like we've seen playing a lot of those triple Vanguards, triple strategist compositions. So they're a hard team to dive right now. And Sentinels, even if they're in a 2-2-2, you can tell they're well practiced at keeping their strategists alive and kind of moving as a unit.
Yeah, it hurts me deep down to see this team play so well into dive because I just, it's so difficult to go into dive, and seeing them play so fluidly is awesome and devastating at the same time. But here we go again with an X. Oh, it is going to land as Ryan Mason going to take out Energy. Down goes Spark Heat Light. Going to find one of the back line as Corova falls. Energy going to get res back, numbers back, and even, oh my goodness, Gasklin going to drop 2 as they dunk the meatball and walk them back, heading towards spawn, potentially giving them this point.
Is somebody going to swap to Dr. Strange? Yeah, Gomez over to Dr. Strange. They're going to come back with the portal here. We're still going to see him contest. FlyQuest needs to close it out. Kalush comes back through with the ultimate. Unfortunately going to miss and also is going to fall. So losing him is pretty brutal. They're going to be missing him for this fight with no ultimates. I mean, they will have Corova built up the bounty, but oh no, they lose Hogs late.
Yeah, I mean, just really good patience there by Energy. Ooh, does fall. Ryan Mason with a nice pick. Light trying to find some time to get in there with the Spider-Man. Does have ult ready. And spin to win as down goes Corova. Trying to find the next good punch there by Light. Taking out 2. Gasklin going to take out Gomez. I did love the play there by Gomez. I know they have a lot of faith in him to just do what Gomez does. An incredible duelist, but not afraid to switch over to that triple Vanguard to make a play happen with the Strange. We've been seeing a lot more of that today than ever. Teams just having confidence in the duelist to switch if need be.
Yeah, I thought that was all Sentinels' favor, right? They had that clobber in time, followed through with the dance floor and alongside Ryan Mason and his whale. So with those 3 ultimates, I figured they would have gotten at least more than 1, but FlyQuest paid it patiently, came back through. Now in this fight, however, Gomez takes advantage of Gasklin being a little bit too far forward as they look for very aggressive dives. FlyQuest are constantly going for plays, and it's sometimes cost them like needless deaths.
Yeah, but with the speed they get back, right? Just the web comp they get back. It's almost worth the risk sometimes, especially if you can get that ult charge. If you're light and you're trying to get these Spider-Man ultis that are potentially game-winning, I mean, it does a great job, but it's really now communication-based. As Light does get a pick on Gomez. Gomez unable to make the pull happen back, and there's a nice pick, returning that right amazing. Obviously, Namor plays very well into Spider-Man, especially allowing them to have the juice turrets. It's kind of tough to place. I mean, going into a direct counter, still making it work. Here comes the dunk. Energy gonna find one. Kalush goes down. Patience finding another. Energy, how many we gonna get here? Make it 3. Chef it up. Give me 4. Oh my goodness, 5 as he just runs them down. Energy popping off here, and Fly gonna get this point pushed insanely far, and they won't have teleport up.
Yeah, they didn't wait till the last second like Sentinels in their case, but to me that fight was sort of lost off of, unfortunately, Ryan Mason just not connecting with that damage boost with the whale, right? That's 2 ultimates unfortunately gone to waste. They're going to come back through, have their own crack and impact, but it's met by Strategist. Ultimate still gets the elimination through Energy.
Gomez switching over. Oh, back to the Bucky. Nice pull. Tries to buy him time. Great handle. The 2v1 in that situation. Still finding value. Going to take out one Hogs. Going to drop Gasklin. It's going to force the reset here. Nice job by Sentinels on the retake.
Yeah, excuse me. Did not have any Strategist ultimates for that fight. And then Gomez, huge ultimate alongside Kalush. And then using their own boundary to continue their aggression. Now FlyQuest coming back. Minute 30 seconds left. They've got ultimates coming up and can always do well in these neutrals, it feels like. Sometimes picking up Gomez or a Strategist. We'll see if they can do it again.
Yeah, man, I love seeing this change in comp. This is something unique, right? We talked about seeing stuff like this, and here we go. We're seeing it on the side of FlyQuest, not afraid to make something different happen, and finding some value, but these fights are very back and forth. Sentinels just holding their patience. What a snipe there by Gomez. Taking out Gasklin again, finding these early picks. Gomez not afraid to play hyper aggressively, as there is only 57 seconds on the clock. They should have TP up should they need to. Not sure they're going to want to yet, but I love the confidence from the side of FlyQuest to go into this kind of comp, into almost a full anti-dive cup besides like the Loki, Namor, and Bucky, but still that's pure confidence, and part of me wants to see them make something happen, or at least push it to point 3 as Light is going to hit the sky.
Yeah, Light has a lot of eyes on him at the moment, luckily able to back on out. Here comes Cooper in his own ultimate coming back through. Also, Whale doesn't connect on the backside angle, so that might matter moving forward. Meteor M also going aggressive from Gasklin after he comes back, but Gomez tries to counter with his own crack and impact, able to get one. Also has to follow up from the rest of his team, can push them out of the Stratus ultimates, and Gomez able to get the reset. Hogs there with the follow-up. 10 seconds left. It's going to be desperation hour for FlyQuest.
Yeah, somebody better TP or it's not going to happen. 7 seconds on the clock. It has to have already started, and it did not. Now it's going to have to be an instinctual touch, and there's 1 second. Ooh, there was a touch. Light made it happen. Is it going to be enough? Ultimate's on the side of yes. Sentinel still holding on, doing a great job. Kurova, good ultimate there. Still trying to find a way to get to healing, but no, Gasplin unfortunately able to get peaked because of the invisible barrier. That invis boundary is a problem. Kurova playing aggressively as we are used to seeing, and that's going to go in the favor of Sentinels.
And just as Light connected with his ultimate, that's brutal. Map number 1 going for Sentinels, and you know unfortunately that kind of happens when we, you know, if you're playing ranked or whatever, you see Rocket Raccoon players be like, where's my another Stratus ultimate, because we used Cosmic Yarn, we didn't have anything, right? That's one of those cases where you probably are hearing that in ranked, but in this case, right, they just got outpaced in terms of ultimates. It just felt like at the moment Sentinels were playing the ultimate game so well, playing around Aramori, Kurova. Also, it didn't really matter if they did have Cooper's Fate of the Worlds, because they would just damage boost for Amazing's Whale, or after that just come back through with the Kaluge or Hogs. So lacking that extra strategist ultimate did kind of cost them. However, we have seen Rocket Raccoon do well, but obviously when you can't push the pace and Sentinels are constantly grouping around each other, it's so hard to make that Rocket Raccoon work.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I mean, obviously, you know, the Rocket Raccoon army is terrifying. Whenever you say something like that, you got to run for your life a little bit and hide. But what I will say is that, yeah, I mean, I just personally liked the change in risky comp, right? It was risky. I think Venom's in an incredibly strong space. I think Spider-Man in the right hands and in the right composition and against the right composition is really good as well. You saw a lot of value there from Light, but it's just got to be so difficult to run that. My thought is if you're going to run that composition, keeping Namor and Bucky on the table maybe is not as valuable as getting rid of Loki, but I do think that Namor, at least with the additional turret, is a big problem. It's very difficult to handle, and we saw a couple trades there on the side of Namor, but either way, I just appreciated the attempt.
Yeah, you got to respect it. We'll see if they keep it up. Obviously, after map number 1, things can still change. A lot of room for both teams to adjust. We'll see on map number 2 after this highlight and a break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are
Plasma burst!
outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
Welcome back, everyone. As we just completed our first game, Sentinels versus FlyQuest. I liked what FlyQuest was doing. We talked a bit about the changes in the risky comps that they were running, but I gotta show some love real quick towards the strategist line of Sentinels. Obviously, a lot of talk around Aramori. 6 final hits there were in the opposition. No picks on the side of Zealous or Cooper, not to discredit them at all, just the comps that are running, right? That Rocket, Luna, you're really just pumping in heals into the people diving onto their back line. But seeing those picks early really did change the tide of a lot of those fights.
Yeah, no, it did. It changed a lot of it for sure. And, you know, both Kurova and Aramori, I think, have had to sort of figure things out, right? Aramori, you know, was really good at Mantis and still is probably to a high level. Had to sort of flex on over to playing a little bit more Luna Snow, trying to pick up the Loki at points. So, you know, it's difficult to add those characters to the hero pool, but you know, obviously, I think there's a reason why we do talk about Aramori a lot is because she is a very good player, one of the best female players in the entire world for just esports alone. There's not that many girls in esports, so it is cool to see a girl succeed like she has been, and it's not even just like pandering or anything. It's just they're a good team at the moment in this backline alongside Aramori. I mean, there's a reason why they have so much success. It's because of the strategist on top of everybody else.
We still see them pick Mantis on that comp, and they run Guardians, but I do think maybe that nerf made Mantis just less of a must pick, right? And I don't think it was a game-changing nerf, just removing that speed a little bit, but it does make it a lot more difficult to make more aggressive plays and to just get out of those fights simply due to your speed, especially when you have that ult up. So I do think that change was beneficial in terms of always having the pick be Mantis on the strategist line. We're seeing some more flexibility now. Obviously, Invis has been widely selected, but we didn't see Invis on the side of FlyQuest just simply due to their comp.
Yeah, I guess it's just harder to run it with those mobile compositions, and they want to play that tempo with the Rocket Raccoon and stuff, right? But you know, in this case, it didn't work out. Maybe we'll see them continue that composition. I know other people will ban Rocket Raccoon, like we saw in the Envy match. They really didn't want to play against Rocket Raccoon from the side of 100 Thieves, so it can be played to a high level, but ban protect system here, Shib. We'll see if anything changes. Group ban first yet again for the winning team in Sentinels.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I could put money down. That's going to happen off the rip. Get rid of the group comp. I mean, me personally, not a big group player as a Vanguard. So, hey, you know what? Cool with me. I'll take that every day of the week. But there goes the thing. One thing I was going to show some love for, one thing, didn't mean to lead it like that, is that Hogs MVP on the thing. They were running dive, and yeah, things not bad into dive. Go protect your strategist. Go put that Yancey Street dive down. Do the little AoE. Not allow them to escape. Let those turrets from Namor, let the Bucky pulls happen, and just enable your anti-dive team. I do think the thing, although he can be played with dive, because just connecting with those diving, he's also really good in terms of a Vanguard against dive.
Yeah, in the protect came through on the Loki for the side of Sentinels, and like you mentioned, Hogs was an MVP on the thing, and the Hella Protect came through for FlyQuest side, prioritizing those Vanguards. We'll see if they want to do it again, maybe focus on Hogs' hero pool with the Venom or something along those lines, because we're going to see Magneto. We're going to see, at this point, probably a Venom or a Doctor Strange more than likely. But those two, we talked about TTK earlier, how he mentioned how Magneto's in every composition. Getting rid of the Adam Warlock now for the side of FlyQuest. I mean, I don't know if that changes too much, maybe in terms of Sentinels trying to play that triple strategist composition, really trying to prioritize keeping Kurova on the Adam Warlock. So we'll see, what Sentinels change up considering those picks and bans.
Yeah, this is the weird thing to say, but I think it's the first time we've seen Wolverine, at least on the screen today. I mean, I don't even know if he's going to be run in the end. It looks like not the case, but Wolverine, obviously an incredibly strong duelist right now. I mean, you know, it does depend on the composition, and dive is not necessarily his go-to. And you know, he's not great into dive, but surprised about that, to be honest. He's just so valuable, and that ult can be insanely impactful. Dunking a Vanguard into the backline of the strategist and just sweeping everybody seems like a commonplace at this point. But no, once again, not going to be seen and not banned.
Yeah, I think Sentinels are prioritizing these sort of meta compositions, leaving out Wolverine. We saw Wolverine earlier today. I don't know if that was in the match we watched or if it was in, I think it might have been Shroud Shikigami, where like Wolverine almost got outpaced. It was kind of interesting because the character does so much damage, but when everybody's so mobile and just flying around or, you know, peeling off your damage, it seems to be that Wolverine can get out-tempoed by a lot of compositions. So we'll see if that's the case today.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. It's like similar to the reason he's not great in dive. They just have so much escape, so it's difficult to stay on top of them. And if they do manage to get the tackle, they're just going to get out energy. Immediately going to dome Gomez. Down goes Gomez. First pick, first KO on the side of Fly is going to set the tempo a little bit here, allowing them to have this space. Really good positioning. If you didn't know that, you can actually take that height there for those in the audience by just jumping on that pillar to the left. You actually don't have to use a cooldown to get up here. A lot of people don't know that, but it does allow you to own this height without having to burn a cooldown, which is something you need to know. And here we go again up into the sky. We're going to see some Strange on both sides. Gasklin and Kaluge really good at walling off spawns here. And we are going to see Gomez going after it with the Wolverine, getting a pick onto Spark Chief.
Yeah, that was a great opening pick off of Pool, I believe. Also the follow-up from Cooper now into Gomez. So they trade back and forth. Racket impact available. Rymazing just wants to pop it. After removing Light, also dodged away is the Hela. But he's able to just build it back off of that Loki clone, that sort of soft counter that we've talked about before. And he's just kind of finding elimination after elimination. Though, on the backside, they commit Invisible Boundary. Energy's also gone too. So that's both of the duelists removed. Also the boops away. So pretty tough fight for the side of FlyQuest as they try to just stagger in.
Sentinels putting on a masterclass here. A lot of really smooth ultimate play. I liked what we were seeing there. Hogs just diving towards the strategist, trying to off angle in that building. Immediately gone. Looks right back towards Invis after ult and tries to throw her out of that boundary. Does do so, which just buys them enough space to come in and sweep them. And at this point, I think, yeah, Sentinels should be taking point one.
Gasco didn't have time to react. He got kidnapped, pulled. No shield from the Hulk there in this case, and Gasklin couldn't even react with his ultimate. Now Spark Chief is paying the price. He's going to have to take his own life. It's Gomez, the one to shut him down.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing you see at this level play. The only downside, one of the only downsides to Hulk is when you do go back to Bruce and you are stuck, the team just trying to leave you as long as possible before they delete you. It's almost like a guaranteed stagger because you really aren't that threatening, especially when your strategists are up. I mean, so at that point, just trying to find a way off the map. But no, not able to do so, allowing them to get the pick, get a little more ult charge. As you look at the ultimates on the side of Sentinels, even after that initial push.
And this is the development that we were talking about earlier, maybe avoiding playing Hela. In this case, Hela just goes down first, right? Pulled, kidnapped by the Wolverine, had to follow up damage, but also Sentinels not prioritizing it. Nice eye of Agamotto to connect Gasklin. I don't know what that portal was about there, but another delay pick off by the rest of Sentinels.
Yeah, at this point, I think it's a little bit of a, you know, they've got to get their footing. They're on their heels. They're playing on their heels, and it's obvious. I mean, I think, you know, all advantage back in their favor here. They are going to try to retake this if possible, trying to get in there somehow. Maybe block with Loki. Oh, they did portal block.
Yeah, they got portal blocked, yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. They were escaping at the end. It just wasn't worth the retake.
I would assume maybe, I don't know, I'm not a Doctor Strange player, but I would assume in this case it's like maybe Gaskin understanding the situation he's in, understands, because you need to walk out of spawn to do a portal, right? So
yes,
maybe he was like trying to throw it down before he died to get out of spawn or something, but regardless, Sentinel's perfect execution with their portal block. Now they move into the next phase of the map with good ultimates in the bank.
Yeah, so yeah, that's the thing about Strange in this map. There's actually, you can actually do it on both this point and the next point portal block, as there is only 2 exits. That's why he's so strong in this map. And we do see a crazy fight as we do see boundaries on both sides. Hell Unleashed in the sky. Well, we see the Goddess of Death land anything. As Sparchi's going to take out Armoria. It's a good early pick by the Hulk. And there goes another energy. Going to find Rymazing, and their footing is back. But 4 minutes on the clock is a lot of time to try to hold.
Yeah, very different. It's so interesting, this difference of opinion in terms of the meta right now. Hard prioritizing the Hela, Meanwhile, for the side of Sentinels, they're just trying to mark Energy, right, who, as he goes for these incredible flanks, waits for the timing, maybe just disrupt Sentinels at the moment, trying to take advantage of playing one of the strongest heroes in the game, and avoid Sentinels right now, making sure they're looking towards them, sort of playing like Jeff the Landshark players do in ranked almost, just drawing eyes away from the main fight.
Yeah, play like a flanker. I mean, you don't see the pros doing it as much because they do believe things like, which, you know, I agree as well. Like, Namor does that just a little bit better. So, you know, if you're going to be running that, maybe run the Namor style. But yes, it is a tough thing to handle. I mean, you got to have comms like crazy, and you got to try to make that pick happen when available and not just spend too much time on it, right? Amazing, taking out Energy. Kaluj going to drop Zelos, and they are going to keep moving this momentum. They do have Gomez's ult, which you know can be terrifying. Gomez, a very strong duelist, as we have mentioned before. But these kind of moments when you have the ultimate up for Wolverine are terrifying for not only the Vanguards but the strategist, because you know he's going to land on your head.
Yeah, this has been a great push from Sentinels, right? I don't think that incredible flank from Energy is going to really work, and oh no, I mean, Light gets pulled again. Right now, the pulls from Kurova have been insane to give Sentinels the advantage, give them the person advantage as we enter pretty much last fight territory for FlyQuest.
Yeah, this is a tough position to be in. There is going to be an immediate invisible boundary match on both sides. Here comes the dunk who we were talking about. Does find one. Nice job there by Gomez, but gets traded. Gasplin, flying. Smart Cheese saying it ain't over yet. Bringing the numbers right back and holding on firm. Well done. 2 minutes on the clock.
It was close. Obviously, Gomez got the connection with the ultimate, the last stand, to pull them outside of the invisible boundary, get that elimination, because Wolverine's a character that just has like 6 seconds of CC, so it's just kind of like that, I guess. But for FlyQuest side, came back into off of really well-timed flanks by Energy, and the rest of the crew kind of collapsed upon Sentinels at the perfect time.
Yeah, I mean, really good, you know, just decision-making there. I mean, I'm surprised, you know, that kind of hectic play, especially when Wolverine's ducking. Unfortunately, not able to get a ton with the ult there. That is going to be Loki Crystals burn early. Spark Chief should be in a dangerous position, but Gomez not able to do anything because Energy is just using that bait and just getting picks. Well done by Energy here. Great positioning, and here comes the tackle. Light is going to find one. Oh, good push off there. And that's why Invis is so necessary into these Wolverine comps.
It's just high-level play after high-level play, dude. I mean, Energy on the flank, able to get one. Also waiting for the spawn camp. Kaluj comes back through, gets caught out. I mean, it's just back and forth. Meanwhile, Energy versus Ryan, the 1 versus 1. He knows he's waiting. Energy has to regroup, has how ultimate ready to go. So he's at the advantage in this pool as he zones off Ryan Mason.
We might. Ooh, I actually was thinking to see Energy pop out there. Unfortunately, not going to happen. As I was thinking we might see some follow-up. Light going to have the pop passive on Wolverine dunks the backline again, but no, not going to matter. Aramori, a ton of damage there with the Loki clone's going to pop that and try to get the invisible barrier out. Yes, it did happen. Amazing, going to reset on these clones, buy himself some time. Bang, onto the backline, trying to look for one. No, because Loki did get his health back from the transform back over. Not able to get the reset. Honestly, kind of a lucky and also very smart play there. Amazing, not able to find a ton of value.
I don't know how FlyQuest have worked themselves back into it, right? Missing with the Meteor M, but had to follow through in the high ground with the Hella. Wow. Now the rest of the crew groups up. I mean, 30 seconds left. I almost thought that Sentinels put themselves in a good spot with the pickoff from Kurova with that pull on that flank. But right now, FlyQuest are setting up. They've got that last stand available from Gomez. They also are very close to Hogs' very own ultimate. We know how strong Meteor M can be. FlyQuest need one to the side, right? They might have to go absolutely huge with an Eye Wakamoto, but no, they're getting outpaced. Energy! Perfectly timed flank again. You guys need to be expecting at this point. Kurova got picked off. Overtime ticks down. They portal back and are on the cart in overtime.
So I need to tell you this because I don't know if you saw it, but yes, on the side of Spark, he actually portal walled off the opposition on Hogs, not able to get out of spawn. You can actually do it in reverse, and that's why Hogs was not able to get into this fight. He was stuck in the spawn room swinging a sword, not able to get in here, which may be enough for them to hold, but unfortunately out now. 20 seconds are gone. Fly gets one. Kalush turns that back on Gasklin. Down goes Cooper and Energy, and it looks like Sentinels still make it happen.
Are you kidding me, man? How did they eventually come back into this? Spark Chief going to come back with his own, but not going to be there in time. What an Eye of Agamotto, and then the follow through with the Meteor M. It was so dicey, like you said. I mean, they blocked them. I don't know how they even came back in time. Must have had somebody slip out or something.
Yeah, I mean, I thought for sure FlyQuest won that early fight. They did have him portaled off. It seemed like they got a pick or two before he was even able to escape. So odds still in the favor, but I didn't see all at the time, just more focused on the portal block. Didn't see alt usage. I'm not sure if I missed a pick or two that changed the tides back towards the favor of Sentinels, but either way, they just have this, ability to stay calm and make things happen when it needs to happen. And Sentinels walking that thing home to point 3.
I mean, now for the side of FlyQuest, you have the Hella composition. Again, you have a choice to make if you want to go to the Winter Soldier like you're playing on the side. I think Energy's playing quite well. For Sentinel's side, it was a risk. It was a gamble. You talked about those earlier with that dive composition, but I don't know, Shib, to not even play Hella in its own right is kind of, it's a gamble, right? Because of how strong that hero is right now. Maybe they're banking on the fact that, like you said earlier, surprised Bucky's not getting banned a lot more because of how strong that hero can be.
Yeah, you know, it's a well-known fact now how strong Hella is, especially at this current state. With the hero pool, I mean, just a really solid pick. Does have invulnerability frames, does have a very strong ultimate, a threatening ultimate, does have strong damage in general and range, right? So just a lot to the kit right now, and a stun. A mini stun. I almost forgot that, but just a ton to the kit. So you know, strong pick no matter what. I am surprised about Bucky, who also has a ton to his kit, but does struggle into those range battles into something like Hella. So that is maybe the reason we see Hella banned more. But hey, there's an early pick. Energy, really well done, landing that mini stun, connecting with Amazing. If you get that in those 1v1s with Hella, typically odds go right into your favor, as Energy doing a great job finding these off angles.
Yeah, that's tough for Amazing. I mean, that was not even a 1v1. That was a 2v1, right? Amazing had the support of the backline. Meanwhile, rest of the eliminations down on the front line without Amazing.
Wow.
Pressure comes through, right? That was difficult considering the fact that Rai, had the tools to succeed. Energy somehow still won it out. 3 minutes left to go. Gomez, though, with that big trade back, they might try to do something here and come back.
Wow. That was frame perfect. The teleport came through, and yeah, Gomez just dove past the zone of the teleport and immediately snagged Strange. That was nutty to watch. One thing I want to mention here, once things slow down a little bit, as you can see, one thing that I want Strange players to understand, Strange teleported there with the portal actually facing away from the action. Use it as a wall. Use your portal as a wall. A lot of people teleport directly into the action and they just see bodies. People start shooting through that portal immediately and you start taking damage. Turn it around the other way. Give your team some cover to play around that portal and create it like a wall. But hey, I mean, if you have a Wolverine that knows frame perfect timing, may be difficult, I guess. But just something I saw there that I thought was worth mentioning.
Yeah, definitely very interesting. I think the tech. But I mean, out-tech that one, buddy. You just get slam dunked by a Meteor M from Spark Chief with the Wolverine combination.
I mean, that was a cool combination. I don't think I've ever seen that one. Line the team up with Wolverine and get a 5-piece. Go ahead, why don't you? Immediately gonna drive them to point 1.
4 minutes and 30 seconds now. FlyQuest put themselves in a good spot, good position. Now they've got that Hella ultimate as well as the Eye of Agamotto. Gasquin, well-known player for this side of Sentinels, considering he was their former teammate, right, to pick up Kaluge over him, and then Gasquin went over to FlyQuest. So I'm sure they are well aware of what Gasquin's trying to do in the communication with his Eye of Agamotto, but both teams kind of feeling each other out right now. We'll see which ultimate starts it off first. Usually it's those dual results.
And here we go again as we hear Magneto in the sky. Meteor M gonna get tackled. Light gonna find Kaluge though. Energy gonna get 2. Light gonna find Hogs. And just like that, Fly is keeping the train rolling. Gonna turn this corner. Plenty of time on the clock. Almost 4 minutes. Will they be able to get to point 3 and even this puppy out? I love to see the way they're playing right now. They're confident. They're utilizing their, the space that they've been taking early on, but alt advantage back on the side of Sentinels as they are ready to make Amazing, Aramori, and Kaluge playmakers in this moment.
Rai's not aware. They use the crystals though. Oh no, and Energy screwed up his bird, but he blinds him out, and Rai not punished that. Oh my gosh, he comes back unscathed from a really weird spot. The Sentinels still have ultimate advantage. Throwing the boundary out on the other side with the copy is Aramori. I mean, they understand they will have those strategist ult advantage until Cooper can finally build his very own copy, but now they're coming back into it. FlyQuest sort of yin and yang back in his fight.
Yeah, the shield goes up. Strange does a great job of dropping Invis in that. Oh, wait, and up in the sky we go. Gomez gonna find one. Amazing, gonna find one as alts are being popped on the side of Sentinels, and that is going to be a likely team fight win. Yeah, it has to be now. Now on the side of Fly, it's just, you know, KO or get out. You gotta reset and start this again because that's not gonna be in our favor. But now alts back on the side of FlyQuest. This is their time to make something happen. Teleport going to start early, and I thought they might do a block, but notice, actually, they're aiming this towards the team here, trying to find an angle. Sometimes I would put that on the end there and put it in the reverse direction, give yourself some cover, but it wouldn't have mattered because there's really no visual. Can't really find an angle without turning right there. So good decision there by Gascoigne. Gascoigne going to immediately start taking the pressure. Ooh, and an ult gets popped out of that value. Hogs forced to use ult just right directly into the shield. That's good play by Gascoigne. Try to get Hogs, but no. Invis barrier gets popped again. The boundary keeping the teams up, but Light gonna find Amazing. Bang! Spark G takes out Korova, and these ults are working. As Fly should be able to get point 2.
Yeah, that was a little bit of an awkward situation. Unsure what really happened with Hogs there, forcing that Meteor M. You know, duelist ultimates usually force those, and meanwhile, you can't really come back through with the TP play considering how close this door is to the end, so everybody else kind of gets shoved off right now for Sentinel side. 3 minutes and 10 seconds to go. FlyQuest are looking good, but they're going to need to maintain that momentum, and it's so hard against the other team when they have that Eye of Agamotto available.
Yeah, this is a very defense-heavy position. The spawn's so close. Obviously, you know, portal block is very real, but it looks like right now Fly's not running. Oh, they are with Gascoigne, excuse me, on the Strange. So it is viable to make something happen. They just got to get a team wipe here. Use that 20 seconds to push card deep. It is their best chance at getting free space. If they can fight them up here this close to the spawn door, you can actually, Kaluj, if teleports up, can actually wall them right here, as we saw last time against them, keeping Hogs out of the fight. Even if you get one, it's worth it, in my opinion. As we start this fight again, dead even across the board. Alts in the advantage of FlyQuest still, as they do have Energy and Zelos and Cooper ready. But soon, we will see Gomez Wolverine dunk soon to happen here, as we do see a tackle. Kalush gets bubbled. Well done. Energy, another pick, just finding these things on the off angles.
Yeah, nice pick on that side. Boundary now comes through from Cooper and his copy. Meanwhile, Fly again, like you said, the off angles. I mean, Fly, as much as I love him right now, is just not taking the duels with Energy, trying to avoid him because of this, right? Energy has been disgusting on Hela.
Yeah, is the portal happening? I'm not sure if I see it somewhere. If Gascoigne's making the play, doesn't look like it's up right now, or just not the right timing.
Or something.
Yeah, okay. All right, so they are going to keep the pressure just standard here, but alt advantage almost dead even across the board. Ooh, that's an early pop of that just to counteract the Wolverine. Here comes the meatball from downtown. Will Meteor M land? No, it doesn't. Things are potentially back in Fly's favor if this alt has value, but no, there is going to be Aramori with the Loki, so likely has crystals as well. There goes all the... Oh my goodness. Down goes Korova. Gasplin and Cooper going to fall, though, so it's not going to be in their side as Sentinels is going to take this thing back, and there is a minute on the clock for Fly to try to make something happen.
Yeah, minute on the clock now. Just quick reset of abilities there. I mean, so many ultimates committed for Sentinel's side. Now they're going to come back through on FlyQuest's team with the boundary. Minute left. I don't know. There might be something crazy that happens with the kidnap from Gomez, but you've got no strategist ults. You only have Kaluj with his Eye of Agamotto, right? That's the only counter to FlyQuest right now. And they actually went for a portal block there too. So we'll see, you know, if Sentinels and if Kaluj can hit a massive Eye of Agamotto. He's done it twice so far.
Yeah, he's got it ready. I mean, this isn't a bad place for it. Being able to use these pillars to hide your body and then to drop on the enemy is not bad, especially when you have an angle that you can use your jump, because there's a lot more momentum on the jump. It's actually one of the buffs that was actually provided for Strange, I believe, in Season 1 start, where you get more momentum on using that ability, so you can utilize that speed boost to try to land sneaky ultimates, especially if they're above you. Unfortunately, not able to get a ton with that, and Energy finds a pick. Kaluj goes down and no value out of that. It did force out a strategist ultimate as an invisible boundaries is up right now. Oh, good damage here by the side of Energy.
And the Armory goes so low on the backside. Energy tries to lock up. Hogs goes down. I mean, they read that perfectly. Here comes the last thing.
I can feel it coming. Oh my God.
Jesus Christ, shuts it down. I mean, Armory got rezzed by Amazing, but at this point, Cooper's back in the fight as well. They're all gonna fall. Get portal blocked as well. Why not? We're tied up. Oh. Yeah.
Let's go. I love to see it. 1 minute on the clock of both sides. Now things are getting intense. All right. So you may have seen a little bit of nerves. I do think a lot of good portal blocks there, a lot of good plays, a lot of good ultimates. That was just an insane Wolverine light play there. I believe it was light on the side of Fly who made that Wolverine play at the end. 4-piece, or it was at least 3, or at least had the strategist in it, which is just at that point, you're in trouble and just CCing them forever.
I think the catalyst to that fight was, unfortunately for Sentinels, they used all their ultimates in the previous one. Obviously, FlyQuest read that, right? It's not going to be as free considering how things have gone. I think Kaluj got his ultimates off of when other people on his team had ults as well. It was a lot easier to set up, right? But Gatlin and team knew only Kaluj had that ultimate ready to go, had the Eye of Agamotto. They read that. Kaluj had to go in with it eventually and tried to take advantage of timing, but FlyQuest stuck to the game plan. We're well aware of what Kaluj was planning on doing, and Gasklin hit him with the counter, and then Zelos was there with the follow-up Invisible Boundary.
Why is that?
I feel like what we've been seeing more this series than we did last series is we have been seeing a lot more success in terms of like game or fight winning ultimates, right? Last series was a lot of just prolonged fights, and whoever got the pick, it may not even, and it's not over yet, but here we're seeing 3-man, 4-man, you know, just smackdowns that are changing the tides of things. So it's just a lot more aggression, a lot more front-facing fights. I love to see it as we get into OT and the push starts on the side of Sentinels.
Sentinels starting it out. Walking up light. Gonna play around this corner, right? Both teams gonna play this slow. Obviously, Amazing back onto the Winter Sword. They're looking for those picks, but it's Light to find the first one. But the pull from Kurova immediately there to meet Light. Also, Bubbles used. Counter Kidnap comes through. Meanwhile, who does that catch is Gasklin, but he's able to fly back to the team as a lot of cooldowns are used to keep both teammates alive. But Light, oh no, can he live? He does. Both teams are just absolutely weaving in and out of death.
Yeah, these are looking scary. I mean, Wolverine does struggle, obviously, a bit into, you know, the Magneto Bubble's good, the push and pull from Invis is good, but when you use both on one dash, I would argue that that's value as they tackle Kaluj. Light gonna get shoved right back into the Loki Crystals. Does have the pop passive, reset for the team. That is good. That's good for the side of Sentinels. They want that early. Now they know there is way less pressure. Kaluj gonna drop Gasklin. Great play there by Kaluj with a fair amount of damage as we do see the boundaries up once more.
Yeah, boundaries up, but Zelos is body block! Body block by Gomez, shut out of Cooper's ultimate. I mean, that's true of Fly, though. Energy able to find the elimination of the Amazing, but again, Gomez has been so impactful on this ultimate, or on Wolverine, rather. Total just try to come back, but Sentinels are going to keep up this lane of aggression. They try to come back through with Spark Chief for the zone Meteor M, but no value found.
Just gonna hold around cart, use the natural cover of the cart, reset the fight. A lot's going on. Your team's kind of all over the place in terms of just a lot. Oh, Gasklin with a nice pick there on Aramori. That's a massive pick early on in the fight. Down goes the strategist. And here we go again. The dunk out for Light. Gonna land and take out Kaluj. And there has just been, oh my goodness, right back at him. But no, unfortunately, Gomez falls. Invis trying to hold on. Not able to do it as Zelos goes down as well. And that is gonna be all that is pushed, which I would argue is not a horrible push for OT.
Yeah, not terrible, but we definitely saw the reason why Hela is picked so often, right? It felt like no matter how many hooks Amazing had, there was an escape for Light, or there was a bubble from Spark Chief, or Gasklin could just fly away like a freaking magic being, right? So there was a lot of different escapes from, I think, Amazing stuff, but to be honest, with Hela, the difficulty is there's no evading her, right? If she's locked onto you, your 2-cap headshot, like, what's the counterplay comparatively?
Yeah, you got to get on top of her. I mean, you see an off angle, somebody better be there or your team's gone. And we see that happening. I mean, I'm not going to lie. Energy's been really making things happen with that. Or at least when he's forced over. We saw that during the push, too. Just early picks, you know, maybe we didn't give it enough credit, but just changing the tide that early, finding one pick, it just makes, you know, the 50-50 fights now be 80-20. Like, you never know. Now you're forced to use ults, you know, defensively. You're forced to try to get a pick to even it out. And if you don't, not only are you now down one, you've wasted an ult, and that's just double the value. So we'll see what Sentinels can do here on defense. These Wolverines are terrifying as well. I mean, there's nothing more funny to me than a Wolverine swinging upward with his claws. It is a hysterical and terrifying thing to witness. And as a Vanguard, I mean, he essentially takes you out of the game. So it's really on your duelists to try to control that and at least burn that passive, making him play a little more scared.
Only 60 seconds
That's so funny shit, dude. I feel like you just like spoke. You remember that meme with Key and Peele and Barack Obama? This was like your easiest way to just like crap on Wolverine. Like, you didn't even speak through a translator. Like, you know, this Wolverine, he's pretty, you know, it's on your dual list. It's like dancing around, just hating the character. I love it.
Yeah, I got to get my vengeance. You know, I've been tackled way too many times, unable to play the game. So I like to see a little bit of vengeance here as Kalush now going to try to own this left side. They got to be careful in that height. You see the Loki up there just trying to buy time, and there's going to be some pressure. Very weak. Kalush is going to still hold on full HP. There goes the crystals out. That's a good cooldown to get out of the way early, and they're taking this space right back, forcing Fly to reset, and that is a good job by Sentinels to play around this cart like it is a wall, because really it is.
Yeah, pay attention to ultimates right now. Aura Mori really close to that copy. Going to have that available if they want to maintain advantage. But look who's on the flank. It's Light
That's
again.
crazy.
Where the hell is he?
Oh my
How did he
God.
get back here? Rise gone.
You know, take as much time as you need to get back there. Fly now up to Light. I cannot show enough love here to Energy and Light doing a great job. Take as much time as you need to get behind them. It only matters for one fight. All we need is one fight. Those picks should be potentially round winning for them unless something gets shut down here. Yeah, Light's going to take out Kalush, and now the numbers are falling here, and it looks real like the odds are heavily in Fly's favor as they take home this map. I believe, unless...
No. Maybe? Blue's coming back with Portal. He's got eye. They got pulled out of it. No, they got pushed off. Yeah, you called it, Shib. You know, they just overwhelming presence of FlyQuest.
Yeah, I mean, in OT, it is only about one fight. I think a lot of the mental, like, you know, thought process of people is, let's go have a fight and then we'll portal back and make a play. Unfortunately, you portaling in a location that's visible by everyone is like a 90-10% chance your team's going to get smacked because everyone knows exactly where you're going to be and you have no idea where they're going to be. So you got to just worry about one single fight. They repositioned, they made things happen. Energy with 27 final hits. Light was 17, tying with the max from Gomez in the opposition. You can't say more about Hella not being matched than in these stat lines right here.
Yep. I mean, I respect the opportunity given to Amazing to try something else and Sentinels to attempt a different thing. But yeah, I mean, I guess there's a reason why we've seen so much Hella domination so far, Shib. It just seems like the character is something you can't really miss out on.
Yeah, I made the joke recently that it's like, if she's not banned, she better be on both teams, right? Like, you know, that's, or at least the way I see it. Obviously, these teams have ways around and they make things happen, but you could see the value there in a flanking Hella. I mean, just the single pick off the rip, allowing Light to find somebody else. And then at that point, it's a 4v6 and your odds of success are, you know, nothing, especially in OT, as ults are being, you know, used to just try to hold on to the point. So really well done there by FlyQuest.
Incredibly well done to tie up the series 1-1. We have yet another game on our hands that's going to map number 2. It's been bangers all day. We'll see how this one wraps up. We're going to go to highlights and then come back for map number 3.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are standing now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. remember who you really are. Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing and hoping your fries, raising up with this and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the arrival till the end. Rise and living your mind. Hold on to your powers, no one can stop us.
Plasma burst!
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
We are protected now. We are Venom!
Welcome back, everyone. I cannot say this enough. These games today have been blowing my mind. It's 1 a.m. for me. I think I could cast through the night. I'm just way too excited right now. How you doing, Dogman?
Dude, I am. I told Shib at the break, I was like, dude, you gotta stop drinking the coffee, bro. It's too late. You're in the East Coast too, man. It's 1 a.m. for you right now. It's like Shib's like, one more coffee, dude. Just one more coffee. We gotta get some hype for this one, dude. So that's my Shib impersonation. So I don't know.
Surprisingly nailed it. Never been more ashamed. No, just kidding. No, honestly, man, these games so much fun to watch. Again, 1-to-1 FlyQuest, Sentinels. FlyQuest showing, they ran a more traditional comp this time, right? Like went back to the Hela. They had the Wolverine, which I made a joke about not seeing Wolverine. Then we saw it on both sides. So maybe I should stop talking, kind of caster cursing, seeing the cat. But we haven't seen Groot much, so hey, maybe I'll toss that out there. We'll see a shake up there as well. But these Wolverines, these Hela plays are looking insane.
I mean, yeah, FlyQuest might have found something, right? Now going on to having this first ban, we'll see what their decision is, right? Because Sentinels get to pick that next map. We'll see where that's going to go. But they prioritize getting rid of Hogs' hero pool, right? Making sure you get rid of that, of the thing. Get rid of, what else did they get rid of? They banned another tank. Groot, sorry. They got rid of Hogs' Groot. So it's like getting rid of those two characters, I think, versus Vinny in 100 Thieves, it didn't impact the game too much. But right now at the moment, Hogs' Magneto is still solid, but his Hulk, his Venom, these other characters that he plays, his Groot, the Thing, I think he's a lot more practiced on right now. And obviously, I don't want to speak to what they're doing in scrims or whatever, but at the current moment, that seems to be a viable strategy versus Sentinels.
Yeah, and I don't think we've seen, we made the discussion around Sentinels like special comps, right? I mean, and I think we've maybe, including myself, have been over like analyzing in terms of like forcing, like that's what they always play, because that's not the case. But the Guardians comp, the triple Vanguard, we haven't really seen happen at all yet. So, or at least not like force into something they want to start the team fights with. So, I'm curious if we're going to see something like that shake up. I do think that, I truly do think that Hela's going to be banned in this game if they don't want to run Hela, because there was just way too much value there. So I would put my money that Hela's banned first from the side of Sentinels.
Yeah, it's been odd for Sentinels. I think out of the progression that they've had from obviously from being Nightmare to now being Sentinels, I feel like Rye was very good on Hela and has been traditionally, but for some reason there's just been an influx of fantastic Hela talent ever since the first MRC days. So it's just we're progressively seeing better and better Helas. And I don't want to say like Rye Amazing fell off in terms of Hela. I just think that he expanded his hero pool, and at the moment, the meta doesn't necessarily favor it right now because obviously we see Rymazing now, I think, as one of the best Magic players, but Magic really is not in the meta at the current moment, unfortunately, and you know, for as good as Ry is on Hela, there's sort of Hela specialists that have been able to take it to him and force him into uncomfortable situations.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. Me personally loved watching the Magic. You know, you're right. Rymazing, a disgusting Magic, potentially, if not the best in the game. But yeah, it did kind of change up, right? Like the meta, I mean, that's how it's always going to be, right? And that's, you know, that's a discussion that teams need to know. Like sometimes the meta's just not going to favor your team and who you're playing. And I'm not saying that they don't have something else in their pocket that dominates, but I do think if Hela's out there right now, somebody's got to try to match it, or maybe just go Warlock, something that can help contest those fights, because at any range, especially when flanking, Hela has a huge advantage, especially in the 1v1s with that mini stun.
Yeah, and I 100% agree with your original point. First of all, the thing touched a band again, and Hela Protect for the side of Fly, so Groot on the other side for Sentinels, prioritizing that ban. But I know what you mean in terms of like metas and like understanding which metas are going to favor you and stuff, because I can relate to that for sure. Like being on a team that is carried by a meta, even, you know, having a certain Japanese sword-wielding hero shooter character just absolutely carry you in like a certain stage of the game. It feels nice, but you know, everybody has their metas for sure, and you can always bounce back, especially for other teams that have dropped out of the tournament already.
Which is an exciting part of this game. I mean, I think the thing about Rivals, which is just outstanding, is not only do you have to deal with all these unique heroes and playstyles, and honestly, there's just so many of them that are playable in the meta, like, which for in and of itself, I gotta throw credit that way, is awesome. But then you gotta think team-ups, you know, adding another element to the game. You gotta think about like all these new drops and heroes. They're willing to make sure that people are constantly up to date with all these new heroes, and things are happening, and there's a lot of changes to the meta, and there's a lot of balancing. Like, I just think they're doing everything right, not trying to gas this up like over to the extent. I just truly believe all those elements lead to a very fantastic competitive scene, and it allows people to have to really mold to things all the time instead of just there being a consistent comp that's just always good.
Yeah, I agree 100% with you, Shib, man. I mean, it's just things are changing. I think even by the way, Starlord banned for FlyQuest as we devolve into other topics about meta and stuff. But I think that the developers, I could have got baited. Like, this could be like one of those X accounts that are just like, you know, meme accounts or whatever, falsely reporting information. But I think a dev of Rivals even said, like, we're focused on the casual scene, right? We're making sure the game is balanced to be fun, right? Not around the competitive players first. And by proxy, it turns out when you balance for the casual scene, you have a very interesting and in-depth competitive scene too.
Yeah, I kind of like that play. I mean, me personally, I was just like, oh, you know, it feels good competitively, because you do see things just be so different in every single tournament, at least in terms of like somebody that, you know, at least one or two heroes that are now shining. Oh my goodness, energy again. Just going to go down and take Kurova out. Gomez going to be making the switch over to Psylocke, going to find value there. Kurova going to res up. We are going to see that comp now with, obviously, not going to have Starlord, because they did lock in and keep Kurova on the Adam Warlock, a very strong Warlock player. Kurova, a disgusting Warlock player. Haven't seen much of it yet, at least not in the first two games. Kaluj gonna fall there from Gasklin. And Energy again gonna take out Aramori. Energy on these off angles inside the building. Just finding a ton of value again with the Hela.
Yeah, Light started on the Penny Parker just for the spawn camp, and Gasklin is meleeing his old teammates. Maybe a little bit spice there, Shipster, I don't know. But FlyQuest, this first early hold is just working out for them right now.
Yeah, you know, it's not a horrible idea to hold this spawn door. I mean, you do have time to get back and get at least 2 more team fights just because of this angle of how this works. You get one more right at the very end, but then you also get one roughly under bridge when you have enough time to re-rest. Oh my goodness, Spark Chief gonna take out Kurova at the door. This is almost disrespectful in a way, as they're feeling confident just to walk and stand on top of the point out in the open. They could just stand in the spawn door right now and fight him at this point, but hey, Zelos gonna pull a Kaluj right back into that and deal more damage. The meatball out, no connection. Gomez trying to find energy, not. Oh wow! What?
That's wait, he got on the wall. Yeah. Well, I thought with the shields, with the support from the guard, he had too much healing, but not in this case. It doesn't matter. It doesn't impact FlyQuest. They still somehow got an elimination, even through Aramori's Fate of the Worlds.
Yeah, I did not know you could do that. You learn something new every day, especially when you're watching players of this quality. Immediately gonna get the Eye of Agamotto. Unfortunately, not able to get any value as they do pop the dance floor. Out goes the Fate of both worlds again. Gasklin just holding this space here. team playing around light on the Wolverine now, holding that right side angle. Not sure if passive is popped, and it's not, because down goes light, or it was. Down goes light. Gaskin gonna fall from Gomez, and now Sentinels are getting their footing and forcing them back to their spawn. Spark Chief gonna take out Kurova. Gomez gonna take out Energy back and forth, but still, with the reses very much on the side of Sentinels as they push through that first choke.
So much time off the bank, though. To me, if this comp doesn't work out for Sentinels, Kaluj, by the way, going for a little bit of a portal. Counter portal on Gaslit. They're not aware! They're not aware! Gaslit! Oh, no!
That was genius. I like that. I personally always tell people, you know, you see the videos of, oh, I put a portal under his feet and he fell. No, just put it over Strange's dome and take him out. Don't CC him, because it's just going to stop it and burn the cooldown. Why don't you get a KO on him and burn his cooldown? Just put it over his head, just like that. Get the cleanup, and there you go. Rymazing gonna press forward, damage boost up the opposition. Rymazing now gonna be playing a more aggressive Mantis rather than the DPS. Kurova gonna throw out the bond and get a pick. Shows you how strong Kurova is. I see, this is what I'm saying. You can kind of match that Hela when you got somebody like Kurova on. Oh, here we go with the Warlock, and once again, out goes the Invis boundary. Not sure if there's a pick. Down goes Gomez early. Kaluj does have ult, though. Are we gonna see an Eye of Agamotto? That could be scary. It's out. Cooper gonna pop this dance floor and keep team up, and here we go again. Just holding this point with 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, light slam dunk onto the back line. Kaluj, amazing full fall after that. 30 seconds left. I was gonna say, it's been good somewhat for Sentinels. I don't know if they don't win with this triple strategist composition. I just think triple strategist is like dead. Honestly, straight up, like it just feels like FlyQuest are playing 2-2-2 at a high level, and Sentinels are winning fights sometimes in triple strategists that are like maybe a little bit lucky. I don't know. I'm more towards this 2-2-2 at the moment, but we'll see what pans out. Gaslit, no way! Just shuts down this offense with a huge Eye of Agamotto. That was insane.
The momentum is just so much favoring Fly right now. I mean, FlyQuest is just finding value out of literally everything nonstop. And I know Sentinels has what it takes to turn this around, but it's just, you gotta reset the mental. I think they're kind of in a slump. I'm not, you know, I'm not there in the room with it. I'm not listening to the comms. I'm not sure what's going on, but it just feels like they don't have their momentum, their confidence that they normally have, at least not right now.
Yeah, I mean, I could see, I know why they do run it. I mean, obviously they scrim it. They've practiced it so much. You know, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of triple strategists anymore. I think teams have evolved and understood how to play around it now, especially playing around it so much like last week. So many teams experimenting with triple strategists, triple Vanguard, Sentinel specifically. And because of that, and because of the changes recently, I just think that teams are too good now at playing against it. Sentinels, I think they're just trying to find any way to not have to match energy on Hela. You know, like I don't know, like I see a lot of comments about, you know, Rye having to match on Hela and stuff like that, and I would like to see that, but I don't know, it just feels to me like they're just a bit intimidated, I suppose, by energy and maybe other teams that are trying to play Hela.
Yeah, you know, I'm not sure what that is, right? I'm not sure what that is, if it's a mental block or something like that, like you're saying, or if it's just, you know, they're practiced against and they feel confident against it. Just, I can tell you for sure right now, energy is getting value out of it. That's all I can say for right now. I'm not, you know, saying nothing else, because I truly don't know, and obviously I'm not at this kind of level in terms of what they're thinking. But what I will say is they are going to be changing up comp a little bit here, and I do agree with you that on the side of Flight, they're just doing a good job shutting down supports during ults. I think over time, people have learned how to shut down support ultimates. I mean, strategist ultimates, it just really, like, it just took time to figure it out. It was so difficult at first, but there are things like the Magneto, Meteor M, that meatball dunking onto the back line, getting multiple, even doing things with Doctor Strange. Eye of Agamotto can take out Invis. There's a tackle. Gomez, speaking of that, Gomez, you know, even right here, even when running the triple, you have that Wolverine that can do the same thing. Zelos gonna fall there from Aramori. Sentinel's doing a good job just retaking that, just trying to get their confidence back. It looked good so far. Great start to the play there. Now just kind of hold them like they did with you, and you guys can absolutely take this home. It is by no means over. Rymazing going to be playing. I like this pick here by Rymazing. I do really think Namor's in a strong spot, especially when Aramori's going to be on. They found success with this on map 1 on the Luna. This is a really good combination for them. I think they're going to find some value. It'll help them battle that Hela a little bit.
Got great analysis. I think now that they're on that 2-2-2 composition, They probably feel a lot more comfortable in this streets phase. And like you said, we've seen this before. We've seen Rad Esports versus Nightmare just go the distance in teams tie it up. So anything is really possible right now for Sentinels here on this defense, as they have to kind of match this aggression while making sure Energy's never in a safe spot. So they got to keep marking Energy, who's surely going to flank. From the front line, they might lose Hogs unless they have enough support, and they don't.
Nice job there, an immediate pick. Taking out a Vanguard like that is a huge start to the fight. Dunked on. Smart Sheep's going to be taken out. Kurova goes down. Numbers even down. There goes the tackle away. Kaluj out of position now, not into the ultimate. Does manage to get back there. Well done on taking that height and owning it, as they are going to retake this space here. I'm not sure for how long, as Gasklin going to take out Kaluj and Aramori. Wow, really well done here again, as Fly has plenty of time to make things happen.
Portals are available. Look, Gasklin's going for the portal block too now. Or just on to somebody that's up back. I guess you can't portal block on this map, right? Because you can just walk out at top. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe he's looking for Kalush, who's going to portal. Maybe they don't portal. Looks like they don't portal, so they know they just have to walk up now. Gasklin, the rest of the team of FlyQuest looking to close it out now with ultimates.
Yeah, likely just to cancel. Not a bad idea, though, just in case, right? You got to be prepared. Probably had eyes on the scoreboard just to see if the switch happened. And actually, sorry, excuse me, Kaluj obviously still on train. There goes the Eye of Agamotto from Kaluj. Nice. Are able to find one here as Zealous goes down. Light, though, turns it around. Aramori and Sparchy taking out Hogs. Once again, back with Rymazing getting one. Light going to turn that on Kaluj, though. It's just back and forth here. Now we just got to find out this next pick is going to be the game potential winner here. And yeah, Rymazing really well done, but Cooper turned that on and Gomez. This is just so back and forth. It's anyone's fight. Rymazing just holding with the bubble as they are going to go Venom to get back. Here comes the teleport that they were unable to use or cancel last time. Kaluj right back on the point, and Sentinel's still kind of all right in this position.
I don't know how. Look how close that is for being capped out. I mean, we're right there, right at the very end. In a minute left to go. Sentinels are doing it against the odds. Also, you've swapped Light over back to Wolverine off of these Spider-Man, but you've got a few ultimates for FlyQuest sides. We'll see how Sentinels deals with it. They're going to need to build up their ultimates, maybe get huge Gomez ult. I don't know, 50 seconds left. Anything's possible.
Yeah, this is really anyone's game. Sentinel's doing a great job here. We talked about Rymazing, obviously, during the break. The Namor held that. I'm not going to lie. That was very purely a really well-done job by Rymazing, finding 2 picks, still holding on to not having to use his defensive cooldown, so just a hold point until Venom got back and still surviving after. Just a really well-done job. Gomez trying to find some sort of early pick. There goes the dunk! But the bubble's out! Gasklin does still fall! Gomez with the early pick. This could be massive for them. The meatball's up in the sky. Meteor M looking for somebody. No luck there, but here comes a scary ultimate from Light.
He does it! He does it! No time left, too! No way! Sentinels, the comeback whale. It does connect on Light, but he's got passive and even cares. Right sentiment! Rymazing! Oh my god!
Oh my god!
3K with the whale! The whale from the heaven!
No way! Sentinels saying it's not over yet! Holding on in the OT! And they are going to shut this down! Now it's just going to be a stagger fest. Can anyone touch, or is this going to go on the side of Sentinels, showcasing that it was never over, and they take home map 3?
0, 2, 1.
Wow.
I mean, tripped up my words over Rymazing's way. I didn't even expect that last second. Everybody slowed on the cart. How did Sentinels do it, man? To go up in the series after it looked so nice.
Clutch Gene, you know, it's just, you show up in the moment. We've heard it before. Even Vinny mentioned it. Who shows up? Who is showing up? And I'll tell you what, Sentinels did not like that, did not like map 2, and they said, no, we cannot be held here. Let's do it right back at them. And they did. They managed to make it happen. Rymazing put on a masterclass. Most final hits there, I will say, pretty much match on the side of Energy and Gasklin. They showed us, they proved us wrong. You don't necessarily need the Hella, I guess, especially when you have that Namor Wolverine. It was, I mean, these games are blowing my mind. They're just so back and forth. Every single team fight, if you look at the kill feed, it's just red, blue, red, blue, red, blue, red, blue. It's never a sweep. I don't understand how they're always coming on top here, at least in that team fight.
Yeah, I mean, this might be our closest game of the day, and that's saying a lot. I mean, I feel like earlier, Rad Esports Nightmare is also super close, but, you know, coming into this one, with how many matches have been so tight, right? It's wonderful to see these two teams compete and just go back and forth, and also for Sentinels to figure out something that's not playing the Hella, like you said, just to play that Namor. You know, teams earlier, I don't remember who it was, but there was like a full dive team that even countered a Hella Namor pick. So FlyQuest probably have it in them to do something like that, but Sentinels are obviously a team that know how to play against that, like we saw earlier. So, you know, right now, Sentinels kind of put themselves at an edge right now to go on map series or map point. That'd be huge, too, especially when it's the upper bracket versus 100 Thieves to get that rematch from last week.
Yeah, I mean, it's just safety, right? Security. It goes back to that discussion we talked about where it's like, if you have the ability to still lose a game and come back, that's awesome. You play a little more aggressive. You don't have to stress too hard. And when you have that in the back of your mind, that security, I just feel like you're willing to take maybe some more risks on comps. You're willing to try something that you're not like sure about. I mean, you know, you mentioned before, and one thing I want to bring up at Fly, they did during Clintar, they actually used the Spider-Man Venom into the Bucky Namor, which, you know, we talk about, you know, those risky plays. In my opinion, that is a very difficult thing to do. And they still were able to at least almost get through point 2 against that composition, which I can't imagine was easy. So, you know, it's that conversation we're saying, like them trying that and them being more confident in these random picks and these picks or these team comps that they want to be more aggressive with seemingly work for them. So this is just an absolute blast to watch. And before we talk about more of this, let's check out the highlights from that game.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are standing now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your fries, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are
Plasma burst!
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
We are protected now. We are
Welcome back again, everyone. These games, I can't say it enough, just have been clutch and so fun to watch. Sentinels taking home the W there, getting up 2-1 on the side against FlyQuest. FlyQuest showcasing how strong they can be, and, you know, a name that needs to be recognized, but Sentinels doing what Sentinels does, clutching up and taking home that W.
Yeah, Sentinels right now put themselves on map point in this upper bracket, in the semifinals of this upper bracket. So to close out now will be huge, because this is the biggest tournament we've had yet in Marvel Rivals Shib, at least in terms of prize pools. So, you know, $100,000 on the line. This is no small amount of money. And all these teams not only want that, but also the recognition for winning versus all these other top teams that are all signed, by the way. Now, a lot of these guys are salaried. So first place getting $40,000. If Sentinels were to win right now, that would at least secure them third. So that's huge, obviously, for a team that's as storied as Sentinels, and a team that's sort of trying to come back from last week.
Yeah, and, you know, not only that, but it's also the fan base creation. Obviously, we're really just getting started here, you know, when it comes to the professional organization, how this all works. And I think, you know, just being somebody viewing all this, you got to love to see some of the plays being made. You got to love seeing the names pop up. You start finding your favorite team, your favorite organization, your favorite players, and, you know, you jump on the bandwagon and you start backing them. And that's the kind of stuff I'd love as we're starting to build this. And I'm seeing some insane games today, and it's just been, you know, for me, it's just been nothing but great for what we want this to be.
Yeah. In FlyQuest, you know, last week, I think specifically as well, like they were talked up to be this, you know, top 2 team right now, right? They were seen as even better than Sentinels. So, you know, coming back into this week to maybe to have a rebuttal for that, right? For Sentinels to be like, no, okay, we're still this top team right now. We're still this top 2 team against 100 Thieves too. I still, I don't know about you, Shib, but even through this series, I don't know who's gonna be able to match them. I mean, Envy looked pretty good in that series earlier. I know we're talking about the future, but either Sentinels or FlyQuest right now, they're going to need to get this decisive win on this next map in order to maybe convince us otherwise.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from 100%. Well, but what I will say is, like, at least these teams, to me, it just seems like they're finding ways to make things happen. And we saw that against 100 Thieves there, Envy was just finding ways to make it happen. And if you have that drive to make these plays in the clutch moments, it doesn't matter how strong your team fights were in the past, as long as you get the win. So I don't care what the stat lines look like. I know 100 Thieves can put up insane stat lines across the board. You know how strong virtually their whole roster is. But, you know, it's just about clutching up. And I think a lot of these teams, at least from what I'm seeing in these games, have the clutch gene. They've just been so back and forth. There's been no clean sweep today. Not even one from what I'm seeing.
No, and I think I can already hear the Europeans talking about how, oh, NA's so weak. Their top team lost a map. So, you know, I can already, I already know what they're talking about over in the side of the pond and other regions for sure.
Incredible accent, as always, as we go over to our bands right now. I mean, you know, I wouldn't be a surprise to finally see the Hella ban from Sentinels. I do think that's a smart pick. I mean, you know, they showcase they don't need it, right? But I think that might shake up who the side of Fly picks off here, too.
The Thing first ban, interesting, to counter a potential Groot. Group Protect could still come through those shit because of this. I mean, this is obviously, compared to other series, we're seeing... Oh, wait, FlyQuest protected Groot this time to counter.
Yeah, you know, I put the caster curse on it, said we hadn't seen Groot yet, and there we go. He's locked in. We're going to be probably seeing him on both sides. Just a really strong Vanguard right now. Ton of damage output, and those walls are just LOS denying and stopping things like Hell, although Hell is gone now, are just very valuable. They are going to lock in and keep Karova's Atom. You know, really strong pick on the side of Sentinels. Saw a ton of value there, able to help contest that range against Hella. So maybe these bans, I think these bans may go in the side of Sentinels. I think that we'll see, you know, I'm actually not sure. You said Hogs plays a fair amount of the Groot, so I think we might see a switch here from what they're showcasing now, but not sure what the final ban's going to be. Maybe Loki?
Well, they've been banning Star-Lord against the against the Atom, I guess, because you have to respect it, I think. The Loki was definitely a shot if you like. I think that's what they're deciding, right? They're probably deciding between the Loki or, in this case, the Star-Lord, because it's like, Light, do you think you can match in terms of this matchup between Sentinels? Because they love to play that. Either they play the triple strategist, Star-Lord alongside to support it, or they just try to play the Loki. So, I mean, obviously going to give up in this case on that. And Now you're going to give Hogs that Groot if he really wants it. I mean, he knows how to play it. So does Spark Chief on FlyQuest side.
Do you think Light's staying on the Penny here? I think this is a really strong Penny map. Yeah, I think so. Well, I'd love to see that, but
he's probably gonna do what he did like in the last map where he just plays for like a team fight, similarly to what 100 Thieves does, because they put usually they put like the thing for Terra, right? That's usually something that they try to do. So Light in this case, very similar mindset for FlyQuest.
Yeah, we're going to see a little bit of different play here. I do like these comps across the board. It is not going to be matched in terms of the Groot on the side of Sentinels, as we are going to see that Guardians comp as much as possible, besides obviously Gomez, who does play a very strong Star-Lord, potentially one of, if not the best Star-Lords in the game right now. Unfortunately, gets banned out, so we'll be able to see that, but we will see reses on the side of both strategists. Actually, I lied, because there is going to be Aramori on the Loki as well. Mason going to be playing an aggressive Mantis instead of a deep or a duelist. And here comes the pressure immediately. Spark in a dangerous situation, and they do get crystalled out of the fight. Are going to just hold on. Gasman holding that tight angle. And we are going to see a stall as nothing major happening yet. Gomez trying to get a pick. Does get the passive burn early there on the Wolverine. So let's continue with fight 2 as these, at this point, cooldowns are just being wasted. Now it's just about this first pick.
Yeah, it's interesting that Hogs actually just sticking towards that Magneto instead of the Groot. I was sort of thinking maybe Groot is rated really highly by a lot of pro players, but has sort of not been falling out of favor, but there's ways to counter it. And in this case, Sentinels think they have the counter, and it's met with Telos right in the front line to shut them out.
Aramori with a nice pick there, immediately going to copy up. Just get ready to hold on to this all. A lot of people don't know this, but you can actually wait as long as possible. You can wait 16 seconds, I believe, on the Loki or something along those lines before you pop ultimate. Then it will reset the timer that you have so you can get the full ultimate on who you are copying. So manages to take advantage of that now. Gets to sleep early. Gets a pick off it. Really well done there by Amazing. Early on to take out energy. Gaston going to turn that around to Kurova and Aramori, though. And we're going to lose Kurova. Kurova going to res up. Gomez going to take out Gaston's. Spark Chief falls from Kurova. Kalush taking out Cooper. Kurova again on Light. And just sweeping this team as the Sentinels are getting this early push.
Yeah, sticking with this triple strategist composition. Kalush scouting as well over the top side. Meanwhile, Energy is going to swap over to the Namor alongside this Luna Snow for that team up. We'll see how that pans out for them. 2 minutes left to go. They're going to try to come back for a recontest.
Yeah, it is going to be the start here. They tried to cancel Portal if it was going to happen. Unfortunately, again, not happening. You know, that's that mind game with Strange. You see a lot. Spark Chief trying to get some space. Throws the ultimate, unfortunately, into a shield. Not able to get a ton. Still getting value as down go too. Well done by Spark Chief to get value out of it, even though there is going to be a res instantaneously by Kurova. The fight's still even, and just 2 ultimates have been used. Again, back in the favor. Here, Kurova ult out. Kalush very close. Hogs at about 70%. Gomez on the Wolverine, forced to be reckoned with. Dives it into the backline. Down goes Gaston Gomez with an early pick, but it immediately gets turned around to Zelos. Takes out Gomez. Right back at it as we're still holding on, and we're going to be seeing 2 dance floors.
Okay, another dance floor. Here comes the Ava. Got a little force it. Kalush comes back. Able to get the elimination on the Light before the dance floor can even reach him. Kurova also with some follow through. I have a few thoughts about that fight overall. I mean, generally, FlyQuest surely lose it by this point. That kind of left some on the table there. I don't know what it was with Spark Chief. Well, actually, they're going to portal back. Wait, just kidding. No, never mind. They're not going to portal back. Regardless, I kind of left some on the table, like FlyQuest did. They went for Spark Chief's Groot ultimate, the Strangling Prison. It was on the cart, like you said. It found those 2 eliminations. But Kurova, I think what 100 Thieves would have done is they would have pushed towards that Adam Warlock. They would have made sure he's uncomfortable, can't get that res off. And because Kurova was given so much space, able to get that huge res and kept them into the fight.
Yeah, it's difficult when you do hear that res. You got all in, right? I mean, it's just the time they're going to be spawning in with, like, I don't even remember, 100 or 200 HP. Not a lot of space, not a lot of survivability. Obviously, Kurova likely holding on to those cooldowns for heals to try to, just absolutely burst the team back into fighting shape. But we weren't able to see it. They did have to hold on to point. I think it's a little bit of that hold. Oh, this is all that matters. Is the point here, and unfortunately, that communication just did not work out. As Energy is going to get a pick there on Hogs early on. We are going to see a nice start. There's that Groot ult again. Does not get shielded this time, but still able to find somebody as Light goes down, Energy goes down. Kurova gonna res up. Kalush and Gomez again back into the fight, and this res comp is terrifying to go against.
I am ready
I think they're just giving way too much space right now. Also, walls come through. Nice job to push away. What? But no! Not nice enough to save energy from getting pushed off the map by Gomez, the kidnap, and into the prison, into the pit. And now here comes an Eye of Agamotto delayed. The support is there to keep them alive, but the last stand is what to bring Light back. And Gaslin, I mean, a bit too late, buddy. Could potentially connect on the Gomez. But at this point, you're losing ultimates and you're still down a person.
Yeah, I think it was to try to help shut down Wolverine, but unfortunately, obviously, eating the damage doesn't stop Wolverine's melee range. And that is going to be a nice pick, right? Amazing showcase how strong Mantis can be in the right hands. Mantis, a terrifying strategist to go up against. Push right off, and no, didn't have the dash. There goes the passive. Early down goes Light. Hogs doing a good job, making sure he's finding a ton of damage out there, and they are going to be up on numbers by 1. Ultimate advantage on the favor of Fly. Here comes the Whale, and they could combo right now with Brute Whale. Will this work for him to hold on to this point?
We won't have the damage boost for it, but their team that definitely can do it is Hogs to open things up. Aramori also in the neutral, able to get one. Cooper, oh no, not close enough for those crystals. Here comes that Whale with the Brute ultimate as well, or to follow it up, but unfortunately, not enough support. They needed Cooper to stay alive with the Fate of the World to give them that damage boost up. And, there's too many people there. Kurova also has that res just in case. Sentinels right now doing a good job playing this triple strategist comp.
Yeah, I mean, Aramori big-brained it, held onto that crystal and made the shutdown happen, getting rid of 2 ultimates instantaneously. Really smart play there by Aramori to not use those Loki crystals until that was happening. Got literally no value out of 2 ultimates just by using an ability and not an ultimate. Could not be more valuable onto the side of Sentinels as they are owning this space. Meatball does not connect as we don't see one go down for Meteor M. And here comes Kalush trying to take this space back as all of these ultimates have not found any purchase. Kalush trying to find one play, very weak, does escape. Crystals get burned early too. Everything being wasted or not finding a ton of value on the side of Fly as they just got to retake this space. Good work there by Hog to take out Light early. Again, numbers back in the favor of Sentinels when they likely still have some reses up ready for action.
Yeah, FlyQuest seems a bit disoriented right now, leaving Cooper now in the dust after the copy. I mean, you could potentially find somebody. They're relying heavily off of energy, and you can see exactly why. Eye of Agamotto to follow it up. Hogs also has the giant meteor over the top to slam down into Zelos, and I mean, this is clinical right now. Fly are kind of all over the place.
Gomez is, gotta land the Wolverine right now. Really well done there on the last stand to get some early picks. Kalu's gonna follow up, Aramori gonna follow up, and that should be enough to drive him in and get the full 3 points early on with plenty of time on the clock.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't really know why FlyQuest are so lost right now because, obviously towards in the last map on Midtown, they played against it very well. They understood how to play against it. But now over here, Light is getting picked off a few times. Energy's not finding the value on the Namor really right now. And, obviously the timing got mixed up with Energy not having that damage boost alongside the Luna Snow. Then on that 3rd phase, Light went for an ill-advised, really early last stand, really early ultimate out of him. And then it all just crumbled after that, man. So right now, FlyQuest, I mean, they kind of need to regroup. I think they can, but that was a bit of a mental shatter in terms of that hold.
Yeah, I'm with you, right? It's just, it's just a confidence thing. It's just so back and forth momentum, man. You know how momentum works in hero shooters. It's very important, and you can tell right now Sentinels have that momentum, and they're surfing on that wave, and they're going to ride this thing through and try to end this series right now, saying that, it was never out of our hands, right? It's all about that confidence. We had this from the beginning. We slipped a little bit, but it is what it is. That just happens, especially at this level of play. You can see teams showing up in the moment, and Sentinels look like they have their footing back on that triple support comp, really showing how strong it can be in the right hands.
Yeah. And this all also comes back to the banning of the Hela, right? Making sure energy's off of that character onto the Namor. I mean, he's still solid on it, but not as dominant as he once was.
Yeah, I do think you're right. I do think the Hela ban was very important. Honestly, I just think they were finding a ton of value with it, and it just showcased 2 games in a row. So here we go again with the early usage of cooldowns. Nothing major being popped yet. He's going to hold on to that Dark Magic. Just going to expel it to not get antsied. Smart play there as we hold on. Going to use this point for natural cover. Wait till they get around this bend so you have a little more of the cover in your advantage early on. It's tough to start that fight. Hog's a little bit damaged up. There goes Crystals. Aramori forced to use that cooldown. That's a win over on the side of FlyQuest. Still maintaining positioning. Aramori different, though. Gonna take out Light. Light is actually on the Storm. I didn't even notice the switch up, which I like to see as well. Kurova gonna take out Zelos in the back. Great shots there by Kurova, showcasing how strong Warlock can be in as a strategist or even as a duelist in the right hands.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea from FlyQuest. They know that Sentinels are grouping up heavily, playing around their strategists, just trying to get that AoE damage, trying to get a little bit of speed. There's a lot of things Storm can bring to the table, but I don't know if it's going to bring Wolverine down into your team. You know, there's a lot that Sentinels are bringing to the table right now. Have so many ultimates also coming up.
Yeah, it's tough to run group comp when the Wolverine is on the table. The scratching post, if you will, it's a scary thing to deal with. Oh, here comes the dog. The Crystals again, incredibly well done. Aramori popping. Oh, the dog out of the sky. See ya. Down goes Light. Hogs with an awesome Meteor M directly into Light. Light very close to ultimate as well. The tornado will be coming out, but there is going to be some strategist ultimates on the side of Aramori. Holding on. Actually, Loki ults pop, so not much to defend against it. Kurova does have res and does have likely bond to keep the team up. So we'll see how that looks into the tornado, but that should be good value right now.
It should be. And unfortunately, the squids of energy just keep getting deleted every time they come out. Now here comes that Storm ultimate. Like you said, it's going to be matched by that res if necessary, and all the crystals. Gomez somehow doesn't go down even without the passive. It's Light the one to fall, just a bit too far away from the team. And now Sentinels set themselves up for success on defense so far.
Right, amazing showcasing the Mantis damage. I mean, Mantis is scary, just absolutely raining damage into Light. Light making the switch here, going to Wolverine after the Storm play. Noticing it's very difficult with Bond and Crystals, even without ultimates, to make something happen with that tornado, which I do respect, as at this point, we've got a minute on the clock, and they have yet to get out of this early choke.
Yeah, they've been struggling for sure. Maybe off of a big ultimate from Gaskin that can change, flip on its head. Also, Zelos is over. They're over to the triple strategist composition. It's tough to flank on this map, so they've just opted into mirroring, and Light taking advantage of it. Hogs can get removed Agamo to the other side, but it's met by Cooper, so Gaskin not going to connect necessarily with his own Meteor M. And also, at the moment, Aramori and Sentinels actually have the edge with the strategist ultimates.
Yeah, good dunk there again. Just applying pressure. Right, amazing following up, taking out Energy. Light gonna drop Gomez back and forth. Energy gonna res back up. Now on the Mantis as well. Spark Chief taking out Right Amazing. And it does look like this is heading back towards their direction, but it is still such a far push. Spark Chief gonna take out Kurova. Right Amazing gonna res back up. Energy gonna drop Aramori. Just so many. The res comps for days. Everybody coming back into the fight. It's difficult to know numbers at this point as Kurova's in a dangerous position. Down goes Kurova. Light. The nice follow up there. And now Fly does have the positioning. They might try to counter teleport just to buy them some more time, or at least hold off the zone. Kaluj gonna definitely teleport the team back if possible, or just hold on knowing that they're trying to counter. We'll see what it looks like.
And they're waiting at the moment. Triple strategist on this map definitely can be strong, considering the flank angles are way harder to take, way closer angles. Overall, full block eventually comes in late, so you can sneak by it.
I like the decision there. I think it did hold some. I'm not. Oh no, they're all able to squeeze by. Down goes one. Gomez falls Spark Chief, so it does hold a few, I believe, or at least it changed the pace as Energy is able to take out Aramori as well. The res, though, immediately. Kurova put that res out early. Zelos gonna get res, or is gonna res as well. Light gonna take out Kaluj. It's so back and forth here on the res. It's difficult to keep your eyes on as Light is just dicing at 40%, trying to find one. Is gonna tackle Kaluj. Here comes Hogs. Bang! Hogs takes out Cooper. Zelos. Down goes Gaslit. Spark Chief. Zelos gonna res back, but it may not matter as Hogs takes out Light. And I think Sentinels are gonna end this right now and take home the W.
Sentinels 3-1 will be taking it down. FlyQuest maintain themselves at the top of the board. Keep themselves in that upper bracket. Shib, you know, considering how things went last week, they've got to feel good about it so far.
Yeah, that looked really good. That is what you want to see as a Sentinels fan. Fly. I've got to show some love to them. Played an incredible series, but unfortunately not able to make it happen. But yeah, Sentinels, that third game really showcased their comfort. Look at that stat line across the board. I mean, Kalush 30-3, 35-4, Hogs, Gomez 28-7, 11 picks on the side, or 12 on Hogs, showcasing a masterclass and throwing that Meteor M. I loved seeing the storm fall out of the sky. Amazing, just 28-2, 17k damage, but I make it, I laugh about 17k damage, and you look down at Kurova, 22k is insane. Yeah. That is disgusting, with 9 final hits as well. The team, just as a whole, played great.
I think this composition, this triple strategist comp is I definitely underestimated it. I mean, coming onto that map, I don't know. I guess what are you gonna do when you're playing Namor and it's just so slow to set up these flanks, so slow to get those one shots, and also, I don't know. They just gave so much space to Kurova. It's hard not to, though. Like you said, he was able to do so much damage from that back line. Nobody could really get on him. I mean, earlier, I don't know if FlyQuest's confidence was shattered for their dive comp. We've definitely seen that comp sort of work versus triple strategist at points, but obviously for them, they opted to stick towards energy playing the Namor, and it just they're wanting to switch to triple strategist happened too late.
Yeah, I feel like it depends on the triple strategist. It's difficult to dive into this specific triple strategist because Loki's got crystals, Kurova on the Warlock's got bond. It's just so hard to get a pick when both of those abilities are ready at any given moment. You even saw it with the Storm Tornado there. You can't do anything about it. I mean, they pop both, and at that point, they just looked at the storm and took light right out. So, but sometimes you're right, into specific, strategists, 3 strategist comps, dive can be strong. But this one, I felt like it was very hard for them. So maybe that's why they didn't make the switch.
Yeah, it was really hard. I think that this comp as well benefits probably from maps, right? It's definitely map dependent in my opinion, because if we looked at Midtown, the ranges are so long, the flank angles are much wider. I don't know if that's just because how maps were developed and stuff and they're getting longer and longer, but at least with the newer maps, it feels like Hela, like Namor, they have a lot more room to sort of flank and stuff. But we look at that past map, we go to Tokyo, I don't know, man, there's no real angles for you on Spider Island. There's no easy spots to go on Namor. I mean, when we saw Energy try to flank through this right side on attack and didn't get anything done. On defense as well, was not really able to do much. I mean, Kurova was just sort of safe the whole time. Same thing with the rest of these strategists. So whether that's due to Kalush just doing a lot, I don't really know. But in my opinion, I would imagine this composition is definitely best on maps like Spider Island or whatever.
Yeah, I can agree with that 100%. I do think that Spider Island is like a brawly, like you're saying, it's very lane focused brawly. You can really force it down main, and there's a couple off angles you can take for sure. But I'm with you that it's nothing like Yggdrasil where you can be a mile away and just picking people off with Hela, doming people like crazy. So I do think triple strategist works really well on this kind of map where everybody's just within line of sight, and your job now is just to try to provide those CCs, use those cooldowns to maximum advantage. And if you keep doing that over and you keep finding value out of those big cooldowns like bond and crystals and sleep, even we saw some big plays there by Amazing, who was landing sleeps and then getting picks, because you can actually, if you play Mantis, and a lot of people know this, but for those who don't, when you play Mantis, you actually have a small window where you're able to deal damage before the sleep even really takes effect after it's landed. So you can actually land your sleep, throw 2 headshots in prior to even hitting them again for a 3rd headshot, and then they wake up. So it's really time oriented and skill oriented if you're able to pull that off, but it's virtually an immediate takedown if you're good with that sleep. So another huge cooldown.
Yeah, and he's constantly been leveling up. I like that you mentioned that with Rye. I mean, he obviously understands those mechanics to a very high level. Was so consistent as well throughout the entire map. I think previously when we saw this triple strategist comp with Rye Amazing on the Mantis, I don't know if there was as many standout plays per se, but today Rye was definitely making his presence being on the Mantis, and so were the rest of the squad. So it's still up in the air. I think in terms of meta, Shib, I feel like I've learned more, but it's almost like I don't know about you, but it feels like the meta is expanding still. It's kind of crazy how each comp is just so strong currently.
yeah, there's times where I'm like, okay, I could see the issues with this comp, right? And then the next game I see it, I'm like, okay, this comp is disgusting. You know what I mean? Like, it really just depends on. It must be map dependent. It's got to be map dependent. It's got to be comp dependent bans. You know, your locks in what the opposing team is running. Obviously, you know that's self-explanatory. But realistically, like, I'm really, there's just in my mind, there's always been these strong comps, and I'm seeing ways around it now that maybe I didn't think about before.
Yeah, definitely learning a lot throughout the series. I'm sure a lot of the viewers at home are as well. Gonna wait for an interview with Kurova in just a little bit, Shib, so I'm sure we'll have a lot of questions for him about, Adam Warlock and the overall team and where they're at, because, that's massive to put themselves in this upper bracket. They're gonna get that rematch that we've seen a bajillion times before. I swear we've seen at least like 10, 11, 12, maybe even more official matches between both Sentinels and 100 Thieves, so storylines continue, man. These two teams, Mutants and Nightmares, aka now Sentinels and 100 Thieves, I mean, they just won't stop playing against each other.
Just rams bashing their heads into each other. I love it though. It's, and I think the chat loves it too. Stuff like that. You mentioned storylines, right? This is one of the biggest storylines right now in the MRI, and I personally support it. I love to see this back and forth. I want to see, very competitive games. I'm looking forward to that happening here. The comp changes, still seeing some more of these surprises. I liked Fly was trying to change it up a little bit. We saw some unique picks there, saw some good plays and some different comps that were unique, and some of which found some pretty good value, especially in certain takes. And obviously, they switched up later. But the games today, man. I mean, before we get into this interview, I just got to say these games today have been mind-blowing. I've been having, it doesn't even feel like 2 a.m. It feels like the middle of the day. Just have had so much fun being a part of this experience with you, man. And I'm looking forward to seeing more of this.
Oh yeah, 100% Shib. No, I'm glad to have you part of it, man. It's been fun for real. And I think that today specifically, at least in terms of overall days, I feel like we usually get okay, there's at least one sweep, right? For sure. Yeah. And you brought it up. It just feels like today was just constantly tough match after tough match, and I'm sure a lot of the players are going to be exhausted after today. Obviously, I think my predictions, just going into tomorrow, we can talk about this more later, but I feel like momentum-wise, when you have a day like today where every game is, close, the next day usually just, sweeps or whatever. I don't want to, obviously pull into the future, but usually there's at least, one sweep. Today, no. We had 100 Thieves play a close match. Every team was close, so I don't know. What does that say about tomorrow? I feel like tomorrow is the biggest unknown in Marvel Rivals esports history, at least in North America.
Yeah, I know these teams are talking right now. They're definitely having discussions. I think what every team has done, which, you think it's self-explanatory around, scrims. Every team learns each other's comps and understands what needs to change. But I feel like when you're in the moment like this, when you see how you play, when the pressure's on, and when it actually means something with a monetary value, or just in terms of a fan base and wanting to show up in the moment, it's just a different game. And I think teams are now learning what's working for them in that situation and not just behind closed doors. And I think that's showing when we talk about people were just getting W's today, even when it was unexpected. And that shows you that it can happen, and maybe a full series can go in a way that you don't expect. But yeah, I mean, we've got a lot more stuff like this to talk about over these next 2 days. But before we dive into more of that, let's bring Kurova in here, who absolutely just pops off, especially when Warlock's in his hands. Kurova, how you doing today, man? Good to talk to you. How you been?
I'm doing well.
And you're an absolute demon out there today. I guess the first thing I've got, I mean, I could talk to you all day, but the main thing I'd ask is, first off, love you when you're playing. You're just a nasty Warlock, but when you guys don't ban Hela, is that more so on the Warlock to try to match that, or you guys just don't feel like you need it in your comps?
When we don't ban Hela with the Warlock, it's more of a playstyle difference with the Adam Warlock. I don't necessarily think it's a role where you can necessarily match the Hela because she has so much util and so much stun. We're kind of just playing for a different win condition, and Adam kind of suits multiple win conditions, so it kind of fits into our compositions quite nicely.
Absolutely, I get that.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense why you guys protect us so much. What's up, by the way, Kurov? Good to see you. I know we've been chatting for so many freaking years now, and it's cool to see you finally here in the interview, man. So yeah, I don't obviously for you guys, Kurova, to go back against 100 Thieves and just to keep playing against them over and over again, and now back in the upper brackets. I mean, can you maybe talk a little bit to the history between your two teams and going into tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, we've had a pretty long history. Like, they've been there since the very beginning, since we've been playing as well. It's always been a little bit of a rivalry. Before, there was a little bit of like a dive meta going on, and we kind of had like the upper edge, and we were taking them down pretty easily. But now it's kind of more developed into like a group meta, and it like really, really suits their heroes. So we're trying to get as creative as we can to kind of like see if we can, break the mold, figure something out.
One thing I've been curious about, I mean, that's a great answer. One thing I've been curious about, just talking about metas and what things work. My question to you guys, which I've always wondered, is when do you see 3 Vanguards? Like, what is it really good against in terms of like this meta conversation? What do you think it has its most value against? Unless you don't want to answer that, of course. But I guess that could be a little into strategies, you know.
It is a little bit. I think the really strong point of the Vanguard comp is how much frontline pressure that you have and how much sustainability that you have. Like, you're obviously going to be taking a lot more damage than like their Vanguards, but you're going to be receiving a lot more healing, and you're going to be you're going to be cycling your support ults like throughout the entire time, and you still have like Maggle to use defensively. You have the support ults, the lamp. The Snowflake to sustain someone on the off angle, give them like a really large pocket in comparison to a 2-2 composition.
No, it makes sense to me. I like that.
And Kurova, just to bring it back to the series you guys just played, you just played against your former teammate in Gasklin. He was obviously out there, and I thought there was a very funny time on Midtown, I'm sure you remember, where he was shooting your body, giving a little bit of melees to you.
Yeah,
Oh, you remember that? Can you maybe talk about you and Gasklin's relationship and maybe FlyQuest, or do you have anything spicy? I mean, I'd like that.
I don't know if we have anything spicy necessarily, but we were teammates for a while on NTMR before NTMR. We've known each other for a good bit, and I know we're good pals. We have a good time. He's a good sport.
It's easier too for him. He's the Vanguard, right? I mean, you're a poor little out of Warlock trying to take your off angle, dude. That was hard. It was hard.
Main question I have, just as somebody who doesn't play a lot of Warlock, but I know how strong he is right now, and I'm just curious around like when do you want to pop all in terms of, do you need to have heal ready? Do you just feel confident when if you do it fast enough, you can get away with it? Because I know a lot of the pressure, it gets terrifying when you pop that you're going to see, a Bucky landing on your head and just following up on everything. When do you feel most confident making sure you can find value out of it all?
It's always predetermined on when you're going to be using it. Like you fight call it. Like I'm going to be planning for res this fight, and you're kind of staging. You're playing for it, playing in a safe position, or you're playing close enough to a corner where you are safe for a res. And your team is well aware of it as well, because their playstyle is a little bit different as well with the Atom res.
You're like hyper aggressive. Yeah, that makes sense. That's awesome. I didn't think of it like that. Yeah.
Kurova, man, is there anything else you want to say before we let you go to sleep for the night and get ready for tomorrow, man? I don't want to hold you on for too much longer. Any shout outs, anything you want to say? I mean, it's good to see you. One of the best, not the best Adam Warlocks, man. I don't want to glaze you too much, but obviously any shout outs before we let you go?
Shout out to my family. They've been supporting me on the spectating the entire time, and I really, really appreciate that. It means a lot to me.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, shout out.
Pleasure talking to you. Yeah, for
real.
It
was a pleasure.
Awesome. Good talking to you, buddy.
It's Sir Kurov, Sir Sentinels overall. I mean, this day. I think you encapsulated best ship. I mean, it was an incredible day, a historic day for Marvel Rivals Invitational overall. I don't know, man. I mean, what a way to end it too, with Sentinels getting the win and getting that rematch versus 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I like the confidence, right? It looked a little dicey, maybe Fly didn't bring this up to him, which, something we could have talked about. But, I mean, that's just how it goes, man. Momentum shifts, and they looked really good on map 3. It looked untouchable, back to their old selves, confidence-wise. That's, as a Sentinel fan, I'm sure the chat loves to see it. So it goes back and forth, but as long as you can find your footing at the end of the day and get the W, that's all that really matters.
Yeah, exactly. And they're doing that. We'll see tomorrow if they can continue it. And obviously for Sentinels to beat out FlyQuest, and then obviously, like you said, close friends with Gasklin, so he's never going to say anything bad about him, obviously. I mean, they're close boys. I know Gasklin still is like their Discord server, keeps up to date with them, so no bad blood there for sure. I imagine FlyQuest, I don't know. I thought, honestly, FlyQuest is going to kind of win today. I'll be real with you. Like, I assumed because of how things have gone, FlyQuest was able to do well this week, but with Sentinels and constantly improving, and the fact that, like you said, they're a storied franchise. They've been around. They're veterans now at this point. Maybe they just have that edge over a team that is a bit, I'm not going to say newer, because these guys have been playing together for a while, but also they've been deeper in tournaments, whereas FlyQuest hasn't necessarily been to that level just yet. I mean, they definitely have it in them, but they've not been there yet.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me, man. I agree with you. That's a unique way to think about it, because it really is. It's experience in the end of the day, right? Like we talk about it, just like anything when you practice, 10,000 hours, you're going to be a master at anything. That similar experience applies to like more so. How many tournaments have you been at the top level? How comfortable are you being uncomfortable? And if you have that ability to do that and shine in the moments that you're the most uncomfortable, that's how you take home upsets. That's how you make things happen when it shouldn't go your way. Turn those fights around without all advantage, without economy. And it applies to everything. And yeah, I thought FlyQuest did a good job of that today, if I'm being honest as well, too. I mean, I also thought Envy did a good job of that today. I just like the way the teams were playing, and I think it bodes well for what we might see tomorrow.
Yeah, I can see... it's over, dude. It's gonna be 3-0 tomorrow, all across the board. No, I imagine at least one game will be close tomorrow. You're right, bringing up Envy again. I think out of all the teams today, I've been most impressed by them, and I'm sure you're in a kind of similar boat. I think FlyQuest showed signs of resiliency, but for Team Envy to honestly make 100 Thieves a little sweat a little bit, right? Like they were. Yeah. Probably the hardest challenge the 100 Thieves has had yet. I mean, obviously, we'll see how things go tomorrow, but in terms of the whole schedule today, Shib, I mean, every game was close leading up to the very last match versus FlyQuest and Sentinels.
Yeah, it may not look like it visually, right? As you see here, ShroudX 1-3, Rad losing to Nightmare 1-3. But those games, like in all these games that you see a 1, you may be thinking, it wasn't that close. It didn't really push. All those games were battles down to the very last second. And yes, the odds are going to be in the favorite. So you see, 100 Thieves having the 3-1 on Envy, but Envy putting up a show there and almost getting 2 of the games, pushing it to another. Fly, obviously, we just watched them play. Had a great experience, really showcased how strong the hell it can be. 1-3, but Sentinels looked amazing there on that last map and showcased that they are their old selves and they've got what it takes to take this home. So ton of fun matches today. As we are moving forward, you'll see this breakdown.
Yep, 100 Thieves versus Sentinels will be tomorrow, and oh my god, that's gonna be a freaking banger shit. Actually, wait, is that gonna be tomorrow or the day after? I actually might be behind in terms of my knowledge, but regardless, Envy versus Shikigami is going to be tomorrow. FlyQuest Nightmare, those games in the lower bracket will be first, so those will be bangers. And I don't really know with how Shikigami played versus ShroudX. We don't fully understand what is going to happen between Shikigami and Envy. And then FlyQuest versus Nightmare is going to be exciting, considering how Nightmare kind of handled Rad Esports after also incredibly close matches. So I mean, overall, the rest of this tournament is set to sort of expand, and I think will continue to be a very interesting tournament, at least in North America.
Yeah, I mean, these teams had so much growth, I feel like, in this tournament alone. I've seen so much strong play across the board. As we discuss here, the breakdown, it looks like we're going to be starting with Envy and Shikigami and then going to FlyQuest versus Nightmare. Then shaking off towards the end of the night, we're going to have 100 Thieves versus Sentinels, which I know is going to have a lot of people on their toes. And then we'll see where it goes from there after this breakdown. So I am personally just so excited to get into these games tomorrow and just kind of see how these teams are looking again on the big stage, because today was insane.
Yeah, I mean, we'll be watching regardless of what happens tomorrow with Lemon Kiwi and our boy Cozy. They'll probably be starting off. Everybody's starting off, doing all this sort of stuff. But regardless, Shib, I mean, tomorrow gonna be a fun day, man. It's not Championship Sunday necessarily just yet, but with how things have shaken out, I mean, yeah, we're both pumped for tomorrow.
Absolutely. It's been an absolute pleasure casting with you as always. And I just want to say, man, these games are crazy. I was happy to do it with you, and I would do this all over again, because my heart was pounding. And I'm not even playing. You know what I mean?
God damn it! Don't make me freaking blush on stream, man. What the hell, dude? It's unbelievable. I can't believe you. Can we end the stream before I start like crying or something? I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Oh, man.
Today's been fun. We have 2 more days too, man. We got 2 more days of this, and then MRC also is coming up, the championship after this tournament. So, I mean, a lot more Marvel Rivals to be played, and teams are only getting better, man. It just feels like the top teams are the gap between them is like closing. So, with all the teams competing in the open circuit right now, who knows out of those ones can compete with these signed teams. So, I mean, it's just so exciting.
we're gonna see new talent, right? This is still in its infancy. Still seeing obviously the talent that's here still grow and become, you know, even better players. We will see more. We'll see new players. We'll see new teams and things along those natures helping push this forward. And I'm gonna be here the entire ride, at least supporting it no matter what, because this has just been such a good time. And I can just see
wait,
just
Shib.
due to the.
Who will be our guest tomorrow? Who will be our guest tomorrow? Do you know off the top of your head?
I believe tomorrow.
You on the spot.
Yeah, I believe tomorrow it is going to be Boger off the rip. I believe we're going to have a conversation with him, and I'm not sure where we're going from there just yet, or I'm not sure if I'm supposed to mention it yet, but
sorry.
Talking to
hey,
just
well,
toss me right under the bus. Let it run over me, brother.
It's on me. It's on me. Now, it's leaked that Boger is going to be here tomorrow, so I'm sure Boger heads in the chat picking their noses right now. Not Boger heads, obviously, but that's going to be fun. I love Boger. He's a great player. We'll see him at the very beginning of the broadcast tomorrow, but that'll be it from me and Shib for the day, man. We'll have to catch you guys back tomorrow for more Marvel Rivals Invitational.
See you guys.